Pakistanis observed and learned on the job. Pakistan was doing the dummy's job, procuring Western equipment on the sly, which the Chinese would reverse engineer for them. This helped the Chinese also to fast-track their own technology and get some exposure to Western ways. The Pakistanis, of course, in the bargain, inching closer to their bomb. But despite all the theft, despite all the technological know-how, despite all the hustle of Abdul Qadir Khan, things were still not moving fast enough. Half a decade had passed since the Indian tests, when General Zia-ul-Haq deposed and executed Bhutto and took over the reins. An impatient Zia connected with China again, sent his emissary by the name of Lieutenant General Naqvi along with Khan and got 50 kgs of highly enriched uranium from Beijing in a special aircraft. Plus, the Chinese gifted a bomb design which the Pakistanis faithfully replicated. In return, they sought more of the Western technology which the Khan network readily obliged with. Look at this page from the book Eating Grass, The Making of the Pakistani Bomb. It says that when the Pakistanis wanted to return the loaned enriched uranium, the Chinese asked them to keep it as their thank you gift for having provided the centrifuges. By the early 1980s, China had provided the blueprint for the bomb, highly enriched uranium, key components, and also the scientists who would assemble the parts into a whole at the Kahuta plant. Without China's help, Pakistan's bomb would not exist. All through this, the United States played a kabhi haan kabhi na role which would sustain the Pakistani bomb program. Many of its scientists who worked on the bomb had done their PhDs and research at American or European nuclear facilities through the 1950s and 1960s. A.Q. Khan himself was a product of that education and work experience in Germany and Denmark. The US also provided the first research reactor to Pakistan as part of the Atoms for Peace program. By the late 1970s, with the coming of the Russians into the Afghan theater, America turned a complete blind eye towards the Pakistani program. As part of the Reagan-Zia-ul-Haq deal, the CIA pumped in US $3.2 billion into the Afghan jihad, all of it channelized through the Pak ISI. This was also the period when Islamabad was managing the China pivot of American policy from Henry Kissinger and Nixon days. Such was the indulgence that when in 1985, the US Congress enacted a law that required the American president to certify that Pakistan was not building nuclear weapons to keep its eligibility for receiving military and economic aid, both Reagan and Bush Sr. certified just that. Imagine the complicity of Americans. Despite knowing that Pakistan, in fact, had already built a nuclear weapon with Chinese help, basically, America looked the other way so long as the Pakistanis avoided going hot with a test and did not show a bomb at their National Military Day parade. By 1990, Pakistan had built about a dozen warheads. The number now stands at over 100, all based on Chinese design, Chinese technology, and assisted by Chinese scientists in that period. Chinese magnets for producing weapons-grade enriched uranium, a Chinese furnace for shaping the uranium into a nuclear bomb core, and high-tech diagnostic equipment for nuclear weapons tests. As for its bomb, so for the missiles. Beginning early 1990s, Pakistan started getting the M11 and M9 series of Chinese missiles, renamed them Hatf and Shaheen. The shipments were tracked, prompting the Chinese to set up a manufacturing shop in Pakistan's Fatehjung, where totally knocked down kits of these missiles would get assembled. Parallelly, Korean Nodong missiles were procured and renamed Gauri-1. North Korean crews supervised the test launches in 1998, with the Taepedong missile getting renamed as Gauri-2 and Gauri-3 with varied ranges. As in the case of China, so with North Korea, Pakistan traded the centrifuge technology of West to purchase the missiles and did reverse engineering in the presence of Korean engineers. Imagine, During the Second Afghan War, America fired some Tomahawk missiles from the Arabian Sea-based naval assets over the Pakistani territory into Afghanistan. Some of those misfired and fell into Balochistan, which were quickly picked up by the Pakistanis and handed over to the Chinese, who then reverse engineered and turned them into their DH-10 missiles, the export version of which came back into the hands of Pakistan, and they renamed those as Babar missile. Do you see a pattern? Gauri, Ghaznavi, Babar, Abdali. Almost all the Pakistani missiles are named after the Islamic invaders who ravaged India in those medieval times. Khan had an ignominious exit, having overseen the making of the Pakistani bomb, having been given the highest of Pakistani civilian awards and honors. A.Q. Khan thought he was above law. He was a national hero feted across the country on campuses and social events. Success went to his head. His achievements, born of corruption, greed took over, and the smuggling network that Khan put in place over decades for the Pakistani bomb easily dovetailed into an illicit proliferation system after he moved out of the government and set up a private company in Dubai in the early 2000s. The network stayed a step ahead of regulation and export controls based on relationships with middlemen and front companies, and recruited technical experts through bribery and deception. Goes without saying that Khan continued to enjoy state protection. He would sign off his letters as cabinet minister in the Prime Minister's office, which could not have happened without a nod from the Pak establishment. Clandestine money laundering was an important component of the operations, but he was under the watch of Americans this time. In February of 2000, Khan sought a chartered flight from Turkey, which took a refueling stop at Zahedan in Iran. A similar chartered flight went to North Korea from Islamabad carrying suspect cargo. In early 2003, the IAEA confirmed Iran's construction of a pilot centrifuge facility in Natanz and revealed evidence that Pakistan had a role in it. Later that year, a German ship was seized in the Mediterranean by the Americans. It carried nuclear equipment procured from a company in Malaysia and was headed to Libya. Khan had got them made at a precision casting engineering factory in Malaysia, another Muslim country. The ship carried the components from Malaysia to Dubai, where it was relabeled as used machinery and now was headed to Libya. This was a tactic of disguising end user by relabeling and changing shipping routes to dodge intelligence agencies on the ground and spy satellites above. Khan used his position as a special advisor to the Prime Minister of Pakistan to carry on with this illicit nuclear trade. This was the post-9/11 world, of course. Something had to give. The then CIA Director George Tenet approached General Musharraf, by then the Chief Executive of Pakistan, with evidence of Khan's role in proliferation of nuclear technology and fissile material to Iran, North Korea, and Libya. Tenet told Musharraf that so far as the Americans were concerned, Khan was as dangerous, if not more, than Osama bin Laden, and that he had to act. Read the Riot Act, Musharraf made a virtue out of necessity by making Khan own up to his actions and was put under house arrest, in which he remained till 2009. He was released by a court, but his stature had considerably diminished within Pakistan. This was the same period in which India put its own nuclear bomb hero, APJ Abdul Kalam, to be the president of the country. The contrast between India's clean indigenous nuclear program and that of dark, corrupt Pakistani bomb could not have been clearer.
The investigation has established that many of the reported activities did occur and that these were inevitably initiated at my behest. In my interviews with the concerned government officials, I was confronted with the evidence and the findings, and I have voluntarily admitted that much of it is true and accurate.
On coming out of his house arrest, Khan fired salvos at all governments that had jockeyed on his shoulders for the bomb, from Bhutto to Musharraf. Through interviews, Khan sought to create a picture that from thieving the bomb to smuggling it to other nations, he was a mere cog in a corrupt regime that Pakistan built, reflecting its own society. Let me show you how Khan was not alone. Just that he was the famous face. Khan's rival and head of the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmud, who retired in 1999, met Osama bin Laden in the summer of 2001 in Afghanistan. The two discussed nuclear weapons just a month before 9/11. Mahmud had set up his own shop like Khan by the name of Ummah Tamir-e-Naw. He later claimed that while he met bin Laden only once, he met Al-Qaeda leader Mullah Omar several times. Imagine this was happening when the Americans were present in full force with boots on the ground in Afghanistan. Mahmud was arrested by Musharraf on American insistence and was grilled by the CIA on bin Laden, apparently to no avail. This even as Mahmud failed several polygraph tests, which means he was lying through his teeth during the questioning. In fact, Libya's head of intelligence at that time, Musa Kusa, spilled the beans over to the Americans that Mahmud had offered assistance with building of nuclear bomb. He was clearly competing with his former rival, A.Q. Khan, who is still well ensconced in the Khan research lab, was already working with the Libyans for their bomb. Imagine again, a top Pakistani scientist meeting Osama bin Laden, and yet it took a decade more for the Americans to get to their fugitive of law right under the nose of the Pakistan army when they took out Laden in Abbottabad in 2011. This then is the story of the Pakistan's atom bomb, the dirty bomb, the Muslim bomb that Bhutto imagined and all subsequent governments worked to realize. The only atom bomb in the world that passes the Kalma test, perhaps, even if it fails all other tests of morality. Thanks for watching.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Don't just report from.
This is Dr. Hitendra Mehta, member of Nationalist Collective. First of all, I would like to congratulate Arnab Goswami for launching a very important, much needed forum like Nationalist Collective in today's era. India is presently facing threat from outside forces as well as inside forces. These forces are trying to create instability within India. They are trying to divide India. I trust this forum, Nationalist Collective, will create content, spread content, which raises the unity index to a new level, which raises the patriotism index to a new level. Arnab, we are there with you in your this venture. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We
are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in this weekend. We see that some torrential rains have wreaked havoc in the northeast states, especially Assam and other states. We're seeing landslides and flash floods. Rescue operations are underway. We'll get to all those details, but as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Amit Shah in Kolkata for 2-day Bengal visit. CFSL inauguration, BJP convention 2026 poll push on agenda. NIA conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan spying case.
Bring Pakistan back in grey list. We will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down.
AIMIM chief of OAC says putting Pakistan back on FATF grey list will decline terrorism. Indian delegation led by Supriya Sule conveys strong message against cross-border terrorism in Ethiopia. Flash floods and landslides trigger in northeast Sikkim Assam. Meghalaya hit 25 plus dead in northeast. COVID-19 active cases in India across 3,000 mark, most infectious in Kerala and Maharashtra. Getting some big breaking updates coming in right now. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif exposes Pakistan's agony. He says Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. He further said that he's done passing the hat. Okay, so we're getting these updates coming in right now, and this is coming in as this is a admission made by Shehbaz Sharif himself. Remember that Pakistan finds itself in a very tricky situation when it comes to financial security, and the entire world knows where does Pakistan really stand when it comes to the kind of loans that they keep asking for, the bailouts they keep asking for. But this time, Shehbaz Sharif himself has admitted that Pakistan is asking for money with a begging bowl. I repeat, with a begging bowl. This is the admission coming in from Pakistan. This is the big update coming in right now as Pakistan admits its financial condition. Okay, let's go ahead, viewers. Breaking news coming in. AIMIM chief OAC exposes Pakistan in Algeria. OAC says Pakistan should be put back, I repeat, put back on the FATF grey list. Terrorism will decline. Addressing the Indian community in Nigeria as part of an all-party parliamentary delegation, OAC also gave an example of Islamabad's complicity in terrorism, citing the case of 2611 mastermind Zakir Rehman Lakwil, and he stated that the terrorist had become, I repeat, had become a father while officially being incarcerated. I repeat, that means that this terrorist was inside jail when it happened in Pakistan. Yes, let's go and play out that reaction.
Have come here to request the Algerian political leadership to help India in bringing back Pakistan in the FATF grey list, because Algeria is a member of FATF. The countries which we have gone, whether it is Bahrain, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, the whole Middle East and North Africa, this has been a request that unless and until we bring Pakistan back in grey list, because you see, terrorism survives on one ideology, second is money. So you have to counter them on these 2 points. Ideology, you know very well, you have seen the Black Decade, even South Algeria you still have some problems. So, you know, on that point we are together, and I think so if Algeria and India work more together, and of course there is always, you know, we are human beings, we have to learn lessons. It's not that you know everything, I know everything. So of course India will definitely, our leadership will share your experiences. But at the end of the day, unless until you tackle them on ideology and the financial part, once you bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down, because the experience of 2018, wherein Algeria and other countries have helped India. For example, let me quote you what I am saying to corroborate what I have said. We had our Mumbai, which we call famously 26/11. Our Indian investigators went to Pakistan, gave them DNA samples, and because of this brave sacrifice of the Mumbai police, we could catch alive one terrorist called Ajmal Kasab. The arms which he was carrying, the bullets which he had, the grenades which we had all the Pakistan markings over it. So our investigators went to Pakistan, gave evidence of whatever they wanted, gave them recorded statements of witnesses. But you know what happened? Pakistan didn't went ahead.
Breaking news coming in. Environment Minister Harshvardhan Singh has said that Pakistan is violating Intersport Treaty through terrorism, and it's a very strong stand. Remember, India has taken a very strong stand, and the government has said that Pakistan should now stop. I repeat, now stop blaming it for the breach of the Indus Water Treaty, as the unrelenting cross-border terrorism from its soil is interfering with the treaty's implementation. India slams Pakistan for violating the Indus Water Treaty, viewers, and this is coming in as we see that Pakistan, as usual, tries to deflect any kind of responsibility when it comes to the Indus Water Treaty or even terrorism sponsored from its own soil. Okay, we have to, I repeat, we have to move on. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Chirag Paswan has entered the Bihar battle. Chirag Paswan's brother, an MP, Arun Bharati, hinted at Chirag's entry in Bihar elections recently in the party executive meeting. A proposal was also passed that he should contest the upcoming assembly elections himself. That is right. Big update coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. As we count down to the Bihar polls, Chirag Paswan may contest Vidhan Sabha elections, viewers. Chirag Paswan may contest. Now, Chirag Paswan is readying for those elections. And this is coming in because the seat sharing talks are also likely. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us our editor of special projects, Prakash, joining us live. Prakash, you know, it's a very important update coming in where Chirag Paswan may contest, and we see this is the seat sharing will also be one of the top talks between the NDA and its key ally, Lok Janshakti Party. If you could just take our viewers through what we can expect next. Is it confirmed, Prakash, that Chirag Paswan is going ahead and contesting?
Well, as far as Chirag Paswan is concerned, his all eyes are on the Bihar politics, and he wants to step up in the political arena of Bihar as far as the chief ministerial race is concerned, because he feels that Tejasvi Yadav has already leapfrogged way ahead in the chief ministerial race. And Chirag Paswan also wants to join the fray, because once Nitish Kumar leaves the space of chief minister, then there will be vacuum and he doesn't want to lag behind. And as a matter of conveying a message to the people of Bihar, he is pondering over contesting the Bihar Vidhan Sabha election so that he can be a notch up ahead against Tejasvi Yadav. And that's what Arun Bharti, the Lok Sabha MP, and his brother-in-law has posted on a social media post that the workers of the LJP wants Chirag Paswan to contest the Bihar Vidhan Sabha election, not from a scheduled caste reserved seat, but from a general category seat. So all eyes are on the Bihar Vidhan Sabha elections, because the BJP has already announced that important leaders may contest the Bihar Vidhan Sabha elections, like it happened in Madhya Pradesh when Lok Sabha, when Agriculture Minister Tomar had contested in Madhya Pradesh, and several other cabinet ministers in Rajasthan had also contested with a part of the union cabinet. Now, it seems that Chirag Paswan is also mulling over the idea of contesting the Bihar Vidhan Sabha election. We'll have to wait and watch if it turns into a reality or not. But all eyes are on the Bihar Vidhan Sabha elections for Chirag Paswan, because he considers himself that if there's not this time, then he may lag behind in the race for the chief ministerial post. And it may be a part of the bargaining tactics to leverage more and more seats in the seat-sharing bargain for the forthcoming 2025 Bihar Vidhan Sabha elections. Back to you.
Right. And this is important because it looks like that the LJP Prakash, and we'll go back to Prakash in a moment right now, would like Chirag Paswan to enter Bihar polls to boost the party's prospects, improve the electoral prospects in the state of Bihar, because the LJP has no representation so far in the Bihar Assembly. This is the top update because Bihar polls is not too far away. We'll come back to the story, and Prakash will also keep getting us with top updates. I have to move ahead right now. Some breaking news is coming in. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma has made a big statement and said that 81 anti-nationals were put behind the bars for sympathizing with Pakistan. And he said that the security officials are keeping a track on anti-national posts. Okay, big update coming in right now. And this is coming in as the Assam CM has made it very clear that any kind of anti-national social media post will be cracked down upon. Crackdown on the anti-nationals is continuing. And Assam CM is saying that 81 Pakistani sympathizers are already put behind bars and more will be put once they are caught. So CM Sarma's big admission statement has come in that 81 anti-nationals are put behind bars for sympathizing with Pakistan. And viewers, getting you some more breaking news coming in right now. Let's go ahead. Breaking news coming in. NIA tightens noose around Pakistani spies. NIA is searching 15 locations around 8 states in Pakistan espionage case. Searches were conducted at the premises of suspects linked with Pakistan intelligence. Operatives in the states of Delhi, Maharashtra, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Assam and West Bengal. Okay, so this is the big update coming in right now. And let's go to Piyush. Yes, Piyush is joining us right now. Piyush, NIA searches in 15 locations. And the entire operation is about also finding any kind of Pakistani sympathizers and spies who have been trying to compromise the national security of our country. Piyush, what is the update on this?
So Shivangi, just to provide you a context, that just some days back, the NIA had taken into custody one CRPF Jawan who, since 2023, was providing information, very sensitive information, to the Pakistani handlers. And from here on, taking the sensitivity of this case, there was a massive crackdown by the NIA in which it conducted raids in several areas to find and get leads of more of the people who are involved in providing information to Pakistani handlers and those people who are involved in espionage. So yes, one understands that there are several people who may be involved in anti-national activities, and with now the NIA getting into this case with the arrest of this CRPF Jawan, they are trying to get more leads with these raids that were conducted at 15 locations that span from Delhi, Mumbai, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and also Kashmir. So yes, one understands that from here the NIA would get more leads. Also, having said that, not only the National Investigating Agency, but several other agencies also are involved, and they have also arrested several people who are involved in espionage activities, who are involved in spying activities, who are involved in getting some key information of the military areas over here in the capital and also in other parts of the country and sharing it with Pakistani handlers. Just a day back, we had seen that how the Delhi Police Special Cell unit who are involved in carrying out action against the terrorist activities arrested 2 persons who were involved in sharing sensitive information to Pakistani handlers. In fact, this is the danger that these 2 people who have been arrested by the Delhi Police Special Cell had also gone to Pakistan for training. So you can understand the implications, and thereby you are witnessing that not only the Delhi Police Special Cell but even the NIA is carrying out a lot of raids to get vital leads in this case. Back to the studio.
That is right. Okay, that is right. Thank you for joining us with those details, Piyush. The hunt continues for Pakistani spies. Okay, let's move ahead. We were just days after brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. It's a wave of faith is defying the fear. That is right. Thousands of Kashmiri Pandits are now leaving the valley to take part in the annual Kheer Bhavani Mela. and one of the most significant pilgrimages for the community. Security has been stepped up across Jammu and Kashmir. My colleague Gursimran brings us this ground report.
Days after Pahalgam terror attack, number of Kashmiri Pandits, hundreds and hundreds of them are leaving for the Kashmir Valley to take part in the Kheer Bhavani Mela that is set to take place on 3rd of June. Right now, we are in the Nagrota area where the buses have lined up from where the Kashmiri Pandits will be leaving for the Kashmir Valley. This is an annual pilgrimage of the Kashmiri Pandit community that is very important for them. We'll try to speak to some of the Kashmiri Pandits as well. Sir, क्या संदेश जो है वो कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय देना चाहता है? एक बड़ा साफ है कि आतंक पर आस्था भारी है।
बिल्कुल, आतंक पर आस्था भारी है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है, लेकिन मेरी आस्था के साथ कब तक आप खिलवाड़ करोगे, कब तक आप मेरी आस्था को एक ढाल बनाओगे? आप उस टूरिज्म को आज फिर से मतलब उसका गेटवे आप फिर से खोलने जा रहे हो कश्मीरी पंडित के नाम पे। आप बोलते हैं टेरर एंड टॉक्स एक साथ नहीं चल सकती है। मैं कहता हूँ टूरिज्म एंड टेरर एक साथ नहीं चल सकते हैं। 35 साल हो गए मेरे को, 35 साल हो गए मेरे को एक विस्थापन का जीवन झेल रहे हैं। मेरी परमानेंट रेपुटेशन कब?
मैं घर जाना चाहते हैं कश्मीरी पंडित?
सर मेरे रूट्स है वहाँ पे, मेरी अंतरात्मा है वहाँ पे, मेरी चिता है वहाँ पे जो मेरा वेट कर रही है वहाँ पे, और मुझे उस चीज़ से मरहूम रखा गया पिछले 35 साल से।
सर लगातार आतंक पे आस्था भारी है, ये संदेश देने की कोशिश है?
सर आतंक तो है, आतंक को क्या कह सकते हैं?
आस्था उस पर भारी है,
वो तो है ही, तो आस्था भारी है।
जा रहे हैं, किसी तरह का डर तो नहीं?
नहीं, कोई डर नहीं, हम हर साल जा रहे हैं, हर साल हम जा रहे हैं। जो भी जहाँ भी तीर्थ स्थान होता है, जो भी ये किसी भी मंथ में होता है, हम हर महीने जाते हैं।
हर साल जाते हैं, हर साल जाएंगे भी।
किसी तरह का डर तो नहीं?
नहीं,
किस बात का है जी? डर किस बात का है? अपना है, अपनी जगह है, इसमें जन्मभूमि है अपनी, इसमें थोड़ी डर है।
नहीं, डर कुछ नहीं है। माता के पास जाना है, अपनी माँ के पास जाना है। हमें सबसे बड़ी अष्टमी है ये माता का जन्मदिन है आज, कल परसों मंगलवार को, इसीलिए हम जाते हैं सारे अपने खुशी से जाते हैं, बहुत उत्सव के साथ।
जमीन पर वापस जाना जिसको छोड़ के?
हाँ, उसी जमीन पर जाएंगे हम।
सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट जितने रिक्वायर्ड हैं वो सारे इन प्लेस किए हुए हैं, तो हम ये यात्रियों को शुभकामनाएं देते हैं कि ये अपनी यात्रा पूरे अच्छे से पूरी करें। थैंक यू।
सर बड़ी तादाद में कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के लोग यहाँ गए हैं, किस तरह से अरेंजमेंट्स डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ?
अरेंजमेंट्स सारे इन प्लेस है। जहाँ तक यात्रियों की सेफ्टी एंड सिक्योरिटी का सवाल है उसको लेके, और वहाँ पे जो उनके रहने का इंतज़ाम है, वहाँ पे हेल्थ फैसिलिटी, साफ़ सफाई, खाने पीने की व्यवस्था, और रास्ते में ये रामबन में हॉल्ट करेंगे, वहाँ पर भी इनके रुकने का इंतज़ाम किया गया है, और वहाँ पे भी खाने पीने का इंतज़ाम। अभी मोर देन 60 बसेस का हमने।
India's COVID-19 cases are on the rise again, with the total number of active cases reaching 3,395 viewers. With this spike in cases, states from across the country have now ramped up preventive measures. The Indian Council of Medical Research has noted that the currently circulating variants are associated with mild symptoms. Here's more on the story.
The concerning uptick of COVID-19 cases has left the states grappling. While most of the cases are still mild, with patients experiencing symptoms like low-grade fever, dry cough, hoarseness, nasal congestion, fatigue, and muscle ache. Authorities across the state are urging caution. The cases are increasing in states like Maharashtra, Kerala, Gujarat, Delhi NCR areas, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal and Karnataka. The mortality numbers has also risen, with 26 people succumbing to COVID across the nation. The Indian Council of Medical Research has noted that currently circulating variants are associated with mild symptoms. Most states have issued advisories asking people to wear masks and stay indoors as much as possible. Hospitals have been advised to stay on alert, arranging beds and keeping oxygen and vaccination on standby.
A significant push, viewers, towards military modernization and self-reliance. The Indian Army is commencing extensive field trials of advanced defense systems under simulated near-combat conditions. These trials are part of a broader strategy to integrate cutting-edge technologies and boost operational readiness. Here's a report. Take a look.
The Indian Navy is conducting field trials of several cutting-edge defense systems under near-combat conditions, integrating electronic welfare simulations to assess their performance. The trials aim to strengthen the Army's technological prowess and enhance its operational readiness. The trials also mark a significant step in the Army's roadmap for a decade of transformation and are designed to ensure rapid absorption of emerging technologies to meet evolving battlefield requirements. The Indian Army is currently undertaking extensive capacity development demonstrations at key locations across the country. This includes the Pokhran field firing ranges, Babina field firing ranges and Joshimath, with dedicated air defense equipment demonstrations also scheduled at Agra. On May 27th, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi visited the Babina field firing ranges, reviewed the ongoing demonstrations and interacted with all stakeholders. The demonstrations feature a wide array of advanced technologies developed under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, aimed at accelerating indigenous capability development.
Yes, viewers, but we're coming right up. NIA conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan's spying case. And Shehbaz says Pakistan's agony, says Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. Stay tuned.
नहीं, कुछ नहीं करी बातचीत।
ઓપરેશન સિંદૂર સમયે પણ આ લોકોની એક્ટિવિટી વધી ગઈ હતી।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Ladies and gentlemen, India today is not just growing, we are rising. But let me ask you a question, what fuels this rise? GDP? Numbers? No. It is the spine of this country, it is the heartbeat of 1 billion Indians who say, nation first, no compromise. And when we say nation first, we remember the soldiers who don't get a second chance to say goodbye, the ones who carry our flag into fire, the mothers who sacrifice sons so we can live in peace. They didn't ask what the country could give them, they gave it their everything. So don't you dare put politics above patriotism, don't you dare forget what built this land. Put India before ideology, put sacrifice before speech, put nation first. That is non-negotiable, because if this isn't your India, you don't deserve her peace.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
They expect us now to engage them in trade, in commerce, innovation, research and development, education, health, investments in profitable ventures, mutually beneficial. And they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl.
Shehbaz Sharif admits Pakistan's agony. She says Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. India slams Pakistan, says Pakistan is violating Indus Water Treaty through terrorism.
Once we bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down.
AIMIM chief Owaisi says putting Pakistan back on FATF grey list will decline terrorism. Amit Shah in Kolkata for two-day Bengal visit, CFSL inauguration, BJP convention 2026 poll push on the agenda. Flash floods and landslides trigger in northeast. Sikkim, Assam, Meghalaya hit, 25 plus dead in the northeast. And NIA conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan's spying case. We have breaking news coming in from the national capital. There has been an encounter in New Usmanpur. Now, police shot 2 criminals on their leg and then arrested them. The 2 criminals opened fire when the police was approaching them. Now, 2 country-made pistols, 3 live cartridges have been recovered from their possessions, and further investigation is underway. Our colleague Piyush is now joining us for more details. Piyush, what more can you tell us about this encounter in New Usmanpur? We understand that 2 criminals have been caught and country-made pistols as well as live cartridges have been recovered from them. What more can you tell us? What is the police saying?
So it is very important to note over here that in context to Operation Langda, the operation which is being held in Uttar Pradesh, where there are several gangsters and criminals that are being arrested after being shot on leg, because these criminals also retaliate at the police when they're being arrested, then they also start firing. Now, a similar kind of incident has also been witnessed in Northeast Delhi in Usmanpur area, where 3 criminals were arrested by the Delhi police after a brief encounter of sorts in which there was an exchange of fire and these 3 criminals got fired on leg. Now, these 3 criminals have been identified as Tarun, Samir and Karun. Now, these people were petty criminals. They were involved in a lot of burglary attempts, and while at 2:25 a.m. today, when the Delhi police were about to arrest them, these people who were carrying guns along with them exchanged fire with the Delhi police, which resulted in Delhi police also retaliating, and in turn these criminals got fired at their legs. So yes, it's a major breakthrough by the Delhi police, and one can see that not only now in Uttar Pradesh, where Operation Langda is being carried out in full swing, but now even in Delhi we are witnessing operations wherein the Delhi police and law enforcement officials are showing no mercy to criminals and gangsters. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much for those details. There's a big encounter there in the national capital, and this, remember, coming on the heels of Operation Langda that has been going on in Uttar Pradesh. And we have more breaking news coming in. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has exposed Pakistan's agony. He says that Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. He further said that he is done passing the hat. So exposing Pakistan's agony and admitting that Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. And he said, I'm done doing the same and carrying this burden.
Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, China is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan. Saudi Arabia is one of the most reliable, trustworthy friend of Pakistan. And so are others, Turkey, Qatar, UAE. But let me make this point abundantly clear. They expect us now to engage them in trade, in commerce, innovation, research and development, education, health, investments, and profitable ventures, mutually beneficial. And they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl. And I am the last person, along with Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir, to carry this burden anymore on my shoulder, because it ultimately translates on the shoulders of this great nation. So what is the answer? The answer is...
And news now from the northeast, where heavy rains have triggered flash floods and landslides in Meghalaya, Sikkim and Assam. Over 25 people have died due to the deadly landslides and floods. Also, urban flooding and landslide in Assam's Guwahati have broken rainfall records and left thousands of people displaced. Nearly 1,500 tourists were stranded in various parts of North Sikkim as the main road was blocked due to landslides triggered by incessant rains. The India Meteorological Department has issued a red alert in the entire northeast region. It has issued red and orange alerts for parts of Assam, as well as issued orange and yellow alerts for the rest of the northeastern region. Relief and rescue operations are currently underway. NDRF, SDRF teams are present on the spot in all the states. Meanwhile, talking particularly about Assam, the state now stands marooned with houses submerged and people wading through waist-deep water. The torrential rains have also triggered landslides and flash floods that has unfortunately claimed the lives of more than 20 people. Here is a report bringing you the latest.
Assam has been grappling with heavy downpour in the past rivers. There has been a heavy downpour in Assam in the past 2 to 3 days. These torrential monsoon rains have resulted in landslides and flash floods, leading to the death of at least 22 people. 5 people, including 3 from a single family, were killed on Saturday. This happened after their homes were buried in a mudslide in Guwahati. Authorities in the state have disconnected the electricity in several areas to reduce the risk of electrocution. Meanwhile, the rains have also led to flooding in many of the urban areas of Assam's capital. This prompted long power outages on Friday night, resulting in authorities to shut schools and colleges on Saturday. Assam's Urban Affairs Minister Jayanta Malla took cognizance of the situation. Listen to what he had to say.
गुवाहाटी में लास्ट 2-3 दिन से बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश हो रहा है, इसलिए गुवाहाटी बहुत जगह में फ्लड हुआ है। तो हम लोगों ने स्पॉट वेरिफिकेशन कर रहा हूँ। हमारा साथ जीएमडीए का चेयरमैन एंड जीएमसी का मेयर साहब भी है, हमारा ऑफिसर्स लोग भी है। हम लोग सब अपना जगह देख रहा हूँ कौन जगह में ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम है।
Meanwhile, in neighbouring Arunachal Pradesh, 7 people died on Friday after their vehicle was swept by floodwaters. India's Meteorological Department has forecasted more heavy rains in the region in the coming days. Scientists have also said that monsoons are becoming more erratic because of extreme weather and global warming. Even as Assam and the neighbouring states continue to grapple with incessant rainfall, the worst, unfortunately, is not over yet.
And we have breaking news coming in. Environment Minister Harshvardhan Singh has said that Pakistan is violating Indus Water Treaty through terrorism. In a strong stance, the government has said that Pakistan should stop blaming it for the breach of the Indus Water Treaty, as the unrelenting cross-border terrorism from its soil is interfering with the treaty's implementation. So government coming down heavily on Pakistan and saying that Pakistan is actually violating the Indus Water Treaty through cross-border terrorism.
ये बताना जरूरी है कि उस ट्रीटी के प्रियम्बल में ही the basis of that treaty is goodwill and neighborly relations and a spirit of cooperation. These three words are mentioned clearly in the preamble. लेकिन आज goodwill कहाँ है? आज neighborly relations कहाँ है? अब इतने साल से तो हम लोगों को हमला कर रहे हैं, हमारे इनोसेंट लोगों को मार रहे हैं, कश्मीरी पंडित्स को वहाँ से मार के भगा दिया गया। अब उसके बाद जहाँ तक कोऑपरेशन की बात है, जब हम लोग अपने सतलज रवि और ब्यास में अपनी डैम को साफ करने की बात करते हैं, तो ये लोग वर्ल्ड बैंक में चले आते हैं, स्टॉल कर देते हैं, तो वेयर इज द कोऑपरेशन? सो वेयर डज दिस ट्रीटी स्टैंड? when you are not agreeing with the preamble itself, वो लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग ट्रीटी को अवेयर्स में डाल के हम लोग ट्रीटी के साथ इंडस्ट्रियस करें। हमारा तो कहना है कि ट्रीटी को तो उन लोगों ने तोड़ दिया by carrying out these acts of terrorism. So these facts should be brought out in the world to change the perception of what is happening. India has always been known throughout the world as a peace-loving country, and we have always been that. We have always advocated peace. We are the land of the Buddha. हम लोगों ने कभी भी किसी देश में जाके एग्रेशन नहीं किया है in our history. कभी भी नहीं किया. And we have always been subjected to this, and then the very people who carry out these acts of terrorism, then they try to play the victim.
And we have more breaking news coming in. A murder accused has been arrested in a police encounter in Uttar Pradesh. The accused was shot in the leg in the police encounter. The Operation Langra therefore continues in Uttar Pradesh. Pistol and cartridges have been recovered from the murder accused. So Operation Langra continuing and UP police getting more success. Major crackdown on criminals and gangsters in the state under Operation Langra. Police conducting multiple encounters in the state, and now there is a fresh success in the case because a murder accused has been arrested. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, NIA conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan spying case. Also, Shehbaz Sharif accepts Pakistan's agony, says Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. Those big stories and much more coming up ahead.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now. We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Saturday and you're watching the long form story. Detailed on-ground reportage of the week's biggest news stories told through lived experiences. Hard-earned facts, deep journalistic perspective, and we come to you with 4 stories tonight. Story 1, the hacker from Gujarat. He's young, radicalized, and he gave cyber support to Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Story number 2 on the show tonight. What connects a failed actor Dino Moria to Mumbai's meaty river? A scam that's now unraveling. Also tonight on the show, inside Operation Pushback as India chases back all illegal intruders, especially from Bangladesh. And we have the long form story tonight on why the Shatut is a damn good idea for India. Why we may have just scored a masterstroke in Afghanistan. Let's get started. He's 18, quiet, lived with his parents in Nadiad, Gujarat. Until a few weeks ago, no one outside his mohalla even knew his name. And now, he's on the radar of India's top cybercrime units. Jasim Ansari is accused of launching a wave of digital attacks on over 50 government websites, 50, including Finance Ministry, UIDAI, even the PMO. And the timing, just days after India began Operation Sindoor in response to the Pahalgam killings. Gujarat ATS says this was not random. It was calculated, ideological, dangerous. Now, how did an 18-year-old from Nadiad breach India's digital defenses? Watch this long-form story.
57 kilometers from Gandhinagar, seat of the state government of Gujarat, sits the quiet town of Nadiad. As Operation Sindoor nears its end, anti-terror squad investigators swoop in on Nadiad, arrest a young man. His name is Jasim Ansari. His age, 18. His crime, a cyber attack attempt on 50 plus government websites. When Operation Sindoor was underway and India was avenging the massacre of 26 civilians who were killed in cold blood in Pahalgam, 18-year-old Jasim Ansari launched something far more dangerous, a digital invasion.
We have been doing a little prior to that also, but post Operation Sindoor, there were a few messages amongst the channels where they were clearly mentioning, which was mentioned in the FIR also, where there was a message saying that the war has been started by you, we will end it. That sort of messages have been forwarded, that have the sort of messages and ideology has been promoted by the accused.
Just 3 days after India launched Operation Sindoor, ATS detected suspicious activity under the name of 2 individuals, Jasim Ansari and a minor. Jasim Ansari, an introvert teen from a joint family in Nadiad, lived in this modest house with his mother, father, aunt and uncle.
18-year-old Jasim Ansari was picked by Gujarat ATS from this very place. This is his residence. While just a few days back, there was a board which was displayed there which showed that his father, his uncle are also involved in doing agent work of RTO. This is the place where he used to live. Now Jasim Ansari is one person who, by using DDoS, had hacked over 50 government websites, which includes websites of finance department, while also other departments like Aadhaar card.
Inside this home lives his mother, Tabassum, still in disbelief. A woman who saw her son drop out from school but never expected him to betray his nation.
जासिम कितने साल का था?
18 साल।
कौन से स्टैंडर्ड में था?
12वां।
12वें में। और उसका रिजल्ट आ गया था? क्या हुआ था?
आ गया था रिजल्ट, फेल हुआ था।
अच्छा। और उसका मतलब वो पढ़ाई में कैसा था? अच्छा था?
अच्छा था, बहुत अच्छा था।
उनके ऊपर इतना बड़ा कलम लगा है कि उन्होंने वेबसाइट्स हैक की है, तो आपको पता है वो कहाँ से सीखा ये चीज़? ऐसी कोई
कुछ नहीं पता, मुझे कुछ नहीं पता, मुझे भाई कुछ नहीं खबर क्या करता था।
सर, एक
Teachers who taught Jasim Ansari in his 10th standard remember him as normal as any other student with a decent academic record.
उसका जो बिहेवियर था वो बिल्कुल नॉर्मल था, जबकि क्लास में वो किसी से मैच नहीं होता था, अकेला अकेला घूमता रहता था। और कहे तो पढ़ाई में भी थोड़ा ठीक था, 10th में तो ठीक था, लेकिन बाद में अगर बाहर की कोई संस्था के उसके संपर्क में अगर आया हो, अगर ऐसा जो उन्होंने स्टेप लिया है वो हमें पता नहीं है। बाकी स्कूल में उसके अंदर स्कूल का कोई जवाबदारी मुझे लगती नहीं है, क्योंकि बाहर से मुझे लगता है ये सब सीख के आया हो, ऐसा लगता है।
The narrative, however, changes when we speak to the teachers who taught him in 12th standard. They remember him as a below average student and unremarkable. But what's really changed in those 2 years?
See, throughout the 2-year period, I have found that he is not involved much with the other student. He used to sit single, feel like a shy. He is not asking much question, but he come to school regularly. Around 80% attendance is there, but the performance is average, or I can say below average. Okay, in fact, in 12th standard, in one of the subject, he got fail also.
In fact, Jasim performed abysmally in 12th standard and failed in economics. Yet, in the shadows of his average life, Jasim aced his computer practical examinations, a skill that would soon turn treacherous. As the Gujarat police hammer fell on him, it was revealed that Jasim and his minor accomplice were skilled in Python programming.
ये जे बने जे छोकराओ छे ए 12th पास નથી, પરંતુ લાસ્ટ 6-8 મહિનાથી એ લોકો સાયબરના ફિલ્ડમાં ઘણા જ એક્ટિવ છે. યુટ્યુબ અને બીજા ચેનલ્સ મારફતે એ લોકોએ ઘણો બધો ટેકનિકલ જ્ઞાન અર્જિત કરેલ છે. આજે ઇન્ક્રિપ્ટેડ ચેટ્સ હોય યા વિવિધ પ્લેટફોર્મ ઉપર કઈ રીતે હેકિંગ થાય એ બાબતમાં એ લોકો ઘણી જાણકારી રાખે છે. એ માટે એ લોકોએ પાયથન લેંગ્વેજ, પાઇડ્રોઇડ ટૂલ્સ, ટ્રમેક્સ ટૂલ જેવા ઘણા બધા ટૂલ્સ અને એપ્લિકેશન્સ અને લેંગ્વેજ વગેરે શીખ્યા છે.
Alongside a 17-year-old childhood friend, Jasim unleashed chaos through distributed denial of service attacks, a method of overwhelming websites by generating vast amounts of artificial traffic.
There were a lot of channels. He was a part of one of the channel called AnonSec. That channel was primarily involved in not technically hacking. They were doing DDoS attacks on many websites, particularly targeting Indian websites like SBI. They have done a DDoS attack on SVPI Ahmedabad Airport. They have done a DDoS attack on Gujarat police website and many other government websites which I'm talking about, which technically falls under critical infrastructure of government of India.
In total, 54 strategic and crucial websites were targeted by Jasim. Delhi's IGI Airport, Central Bureau of Investigation, UIDAI, Passport Site of India, Ram Mandir of Ayodhya, Indian Navy, Indian Army, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Prime Minister's Office official website, National Highway Authority of India, Municipal Corporation of Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, National Judicial Data Grid Portal. Jasim confessed during questioning that he operated a Telegram channel under the name Bytexploit. They had created 2 channels, Exploit Exec and Elite Exploit, which were later renamed to AnonSec. The hacker followed just one modus operandi: take screenshots of the targeted websites and post them on AnonSec channel accompanied by anti-national messages. is now charged under Section 43 and 66 of the IT Act. One for unauthorized access, the other for something far more sinister, cyber terrorism. Dr. Lavina Sinha, DCP Cybercrime, breaks down the sections invoked and why Jasim Ansari's actions have triggered the harshest alarms of Indian cyber law.
The IT section 43 relates to the unauthorized access of computer or some source on the internet, whereas 66F is a section on cyber terrorism. It has very stringent punishment which can go up to life imprisonment, and it basically involves those crimes which are targeting the security of the nation or integrity, sovereignty of the nation. The accused had gained access, basically a DDoS attack, denial of services kind of attack, on the websites, and then he had taken screenshots after taking down those websites and posted it in a Telegram group. Posts that he had put on those websites were related to against the nation. So that kind of crime he had committed, for which the FIR was registered and is being investigated by ATS Gujarat.
In Nadiad, Jasim's mother still holds on to the hope that her son will be proven innocent in the court of law. In the last few weeks, she went to Jasim's school to get a letter from the school authority to allow him books while he is in custody, as Jasim wants to reappear for 12th standard examinations in the month of June. Was Jasim just a misguided teenager with a keyboard, or a cog in growing digital army? From one Telegram group in Nadiad to dozens across the country, a silent cyber war is being waged by a new breed of traitors. They are scripting betrayal in Python, launching attacks from living rooms, and crushing the very systems that hold India together. And now, agencies are racing against time to hunt down every last one of them before the next big strike. India stands vigilant, but the battle for our digital borders has only just begun.
Dr. Pawan Dugal is an advocate in the Supreme Court and also a cyber law expert, joining us on the show this evening. Dr. Dugal, what's the punishment for a crime like that of Jasim Ansari? Giving cyber support to Pakistan, he's highly radicalized.
Clearly, he is liable to be punished if proven with life imprisonment under Section 66F of the IT Act. In addition, he is also liable for fine. That's presuming that all the charges against him get electronically proved as admissible electronic evidence in courts of law. Practically speaking, he's also charged under Section 43 read with Section 66, which has an additional 3 years imprisonment, read with also 5 lakh rupees fine. So these two separate punishments can either run concurrently or subsequently, depending on the discretion of the court. But purely given the nature and tenor of this particular criminal activity, this is an activity that's primarily aimed to prejudicially impact the sovereignty, security and integrity of India. That too at a time when the Sindoor operations are going across, when the entire nation is united in its patriotic fervor. But now you are going ahead and doing stuff which is against the interest of the nation. So clearly, all onus will be on the Gujarat ATS on what kind of electronic evidence it's going to collect and produce it in accordance with the Bharatiya Saksha Adhiniyam in the courts and try to get a conviction.
I have another question. If you can give me a brief response to this, Dr. Dugal. Teenagers sending hoax mails. There have been reports on that. Now launching cyber attacks, like in the case of Jasim Ansari. Is there a pattern that you're seeing? Where do they get this training?
These teenagers are very nimble-footed and also have got very, very kind of, shall I say, soft brain that's capable of being indoctrinated. And there are state and non-state actors in cyberspace, particularly on the dark net, who are able to go ahead and attract these young gullible minds indoctrinate them against the nation where they are staying, and then use them as stooges, as agents to go ahead and launch cyber warfare activities targeted against India. Now, clearly, Pakistan has failed on the ground. Operation Sindoor has been absolutely successful, but then they've gone ahead and gone to their old age tricks of using these gullible minds in India for the purposes of trying to come up with messages that could have a prejudicial impact of pervading or impacting prejudicially the minds of others who will read such messages. So clearly, if you're an Indian and then this time you want to go ahead and do DDoS attacks against 50 plus government websites, you want to take screenshots, you want to put it on a Telegram channel, and you think you'll not get caught, I think you are mistaken. Indian law enforcement agencies today have adequate wherewithal to go ahead and investigate such matters and take you to justice.
Thank you for joining us on the show this evening, Dr. Pawan Duggal. And on to our next story this evening. What if we told you that Mumbai's dirtiest river, in it lies the city's dirtiest secrets? The Miti River, meant to protect the city of Mumbai, is now a black train of garbage, corruption, wads of money wasted. 65 crore is the number they are putting it at that was sanctioned to clean this river. But where did the money go? It just vanished. A politically linked Bollywood name, Dino Moria of the yesteryear fame, mostly forgotten now, he's right in the middle of this controversy. From Bollywood circles to shady tenders, from BMC's high offices to Dharavi's flooded homes, this scam runs deep. Is this just a cleaning scam or something much more dirty, politically perhaps? We followed the trail last week. You'll want to see where this leads.
Behind me flows the Miti River, or at least what is left between the sludge and the garbage. Yes, it is the same river, in fact, that is now at the center of one of Mumbai's biggest civic scandal in recent memory.
Mumbai, the city of dreams, where skyscrapers pierce the clouds, the Arabian Sea sparkles by dusk, and beneath this glitter flows a river of rot. At the heart of this rot, the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, India's richest civic body. A budget larger than some Indian states. Crores allocated every year to clean this river of death. The core allegation that BMC officials and contractors inflated costs, created fake bills, and signed potentially fraudulent MOUs. All while the river remained dangerously clogged, while initial reports pegged the loss at 65 crore rupees. Some estimates suggest the scam could be as large as 1,000 crore rupees. That's public money, taxpayers' money, siphoned off under the guise of river cleaning.
An investigation has revealed alarming irregularities in the execution of the desilting work. Allegations point out to inflated bills, forged MOUs, and the work that was done poorly or not done at all.
पिछले 5 साल में अगर आप देखेंगे तो कम से कम यहाँ पे 3000 करोड़ का इन्होंने टेंडर पास किया है मिट्टी साफ करने के लिए। लेकिन आज भी आप देखेंगे कि मिट्टी की नदी का जो पानी है सर, उतना ही मतलब वो काला है कि मतलब गटर, एक मिट्टी नदी एक गटर बन गई है।
65 crore rupees vanished. The river still a sewer. The money nowhere to be seen. Investigations by the Economic Offences Wing have revealed a pattern. Tenders allegedly tailored to favour specific suppliers, fake sludge removal records, and shady dealings documented in questionable MOUs. FIRs have been filed, and the Special Investigation Team has already carried out multiple raids on offices and homes of those named.
After the preliminary inquiry for over 6 months, we have come to a conclusion that there is cognizable offence which has been disclosed. And based on that, we have registered an offence against 5 contractors, 3 BMC officials, 2 of the middlemen, and 2 people of the company which supplied this silt pusher machine and the tuxer machines.
As far as the primary accused Ketan Kadam is concerned, if you could just brief us about his role, how did it all happen basically?
Mr. Joshi and Mr. Kadam, they were the middlemen. Ketan Kadam did not get any contract ever. It was the contractors who got the contract. It is come to our knowledge after investigation that these 2 middlemen were in the process before the tender even was initiated.
हमारा मुंबई का विकास होना चाहिए, उधर विनाश हो रहा है। ये विनाश आपको इधर ही दिख रहा है। ये काली नदी है, मीठा नदी बोले हो तो साफ नदी होना चाहिए। काली नदी हर बारिश में सब हमारे बड़े बड़े नेता लोग विजिट करते हैं, खाली नाम के लिए विजिट करते हैं, बाद में वो वाइट पेपर पे कुछ नहीं आता।
साकिनाका में आपने देखा होगा कि नाले का पानी सब पूरा मतलब रास्ते पे आ गया, तो सफाई कहाँ हो रही है? 100% सर ये घोटाले के वजह से ये सब मुंबई का सत्यानाश हो रहा है।
डिमांड यही करेंगे कि हमारा मोदी का जो सपना है स्वच्छ मुंबई रखो, मुंबई को गंदा मत करो, मुंबई वर्ल्ड के मैप पे है, वैसा गंदगी नहीं होना चाहिए।
Why are you running? Why are you running?
And now the twist in the tale. Dino Moria, the forgotten Bollywood brat, the actor you stopped watching but who never stopped profiting.
Was there any political influence in this? Could you respond?
On one hand, there is a Dino Moria's luxurious lifestyle, and on the other hand, the suffering of the people living in areas like Kurla and Dharavi. Due to the failure to properly clean the Mithi river, the risk of flooding increases significantly during the monsoon season, and now the monsoon has already begun in Mumbai. So the question is, what will happen to the people living along the banks of the Mithi river this time? How will they cope with the rising flood risk? Is Ketan Kadam is your business partner? Dino, please answer the question. Dino, is Ketan Kadam your business partner? Did you introduce Ketan Kadam to BMC? Did you use any political influence to introduce Ketan Kadam to BMC? Dino? There are some transaction between you and Ketan Kadam. What is your answer? What is your answer on that? You know what is your answer on that?
So what we're going to do is you go first.
Is Ketan Kadam your business partner? What do you say on these serious allegations against you, Dino? Can you say something? Dino Moria?
A riverbed of garbage and a brat afloat in champagne. At the center, Ketan Kadam, linked to both the contractors and the Moria brothers. Tenders, phone calls, payments. The dots connect.
They definitely have certain transactions. The accused company also has several sister companies, and one of the sister companies' partner is Mr. Dino Moria's brother. And monies have flown from the accused to the brother also and to Mr. Dino Moria also.
काली फुटबॉल गेम चालू है. ये दीनू मोरिया एक समझे एक्टर है. हमारा देवेंद्र फडणवीस इस इलेक्शन में रिजल्ट अगर चाहिए आपको आपके फेवर में, तो दीनू मोरिया के साथ में और जो बड़ी मछली है उनके सकोल इन्वेस्टिगेशन करो और उसका रिजल्ट हम लोग को बताओ. ये भ्रष्टाचार का कीड़ा है. कीड़ा को जब तक नहीं खत्म करेगा ना, तब तक के लिए विकास नहीं होगा मुंबई का.
Frequent calls, questionable contracts, crores diverted, and a river that remained a sewer.
दीनू मोरिया को आदित्य ठाकरे ने अपनी दोस्ती के बदले मुंबई में कई जगहों पर ओपन जिम दिया था, ओपन जिम का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया था. दीनू मोरिया जो नशीली दवाओं के व्यापार में है, ऐसे ड्रग पेडलर और ड्रग ट्रेडर के बीच के साथ आदित्य ठाकरे के संबंध का क्या अर्थ है, इसकी छानबीन होनी चाहिए.
आदित्य ठाकरे ने महाविकास आघाड़ी के सरकार के वक्त और उसके महापालिका की जब सत्ता थी, तभी जरा दीनो मोरिया के साथ अय्याशी अगर थोड़ी कम की होती तो मुंबई की यह हालत नहीं होती. आज मुंबई की तुम्बई होने के सीधे जवाबदार आदित्य ठाकरे और उसके नाइट लाइफ गैंग ही है.
As the monsoon approaches, the stakes are high. Will the people who are responsible for defrauding the city will be held accountable, or will it be another chapter in Mumbai's long history of civic apathy and corruption?
Joining us on the long form story this evening, I have Mr. Prasad Lad. Mr. Prasad Lad is an MLC. He's a member of the Legislative Council in Maharashtra, and he's joining us as we look deeper into the Miti Moria and more, the Miti scam and more. And the reason why I'm saying there could be more, Mr. Lad, how deep does this rot run? और कितने लोग शामिल हैं इसमें?
इसमें एक चीज़ बहुत स्पष्टता से आपको एफआईआर के माध्यम से दिख सकती है, जो एफआईआर की कॉपी भी मैं आपको बता सकता हूं. अभी तक की इंक्वायरी में इसमें एसआईटी फॉर्म की गई थी 1 साल पहले. 1 साल तक डिप्टी कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस के लेवल की ये एसआईटी थी, जिन्होंने पूरी नियमता से इसकी इंक्वायरी की, डॉक्यूमेंट्स कलेक्ट किए और काफ़ी चीज़ें जब निकाली तो उसके बाद लगभग 16 लोगों के ऊपर एफआईआर हुआ है और काफ़ी गंभीर जैसे आरोप इनके ऊपर लगाए गए हैं, जैसे कि गवर्नमेंट का पैसा सिंपनाइज करना, इलीगल तरीके से सीवीसी नॉर्म्स के साथ टेंडर नहीं भरना, एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया नहीं होते हुए भी टेंडर को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना और गलत तरीके से मीठी नदी का जो काली मिट्टी है या कचरा है वो निकालने का दावा करना. एज एन एग्जाम्पल अगर आपको बताया जाए तो इन लोगों ने इतना बड़ा स्कैम किया हुआ है. ये कहते हैं कि 1 साल में हम लोगों ने 1.5 लाख मेट्रिक टन या 2 लाख मेट्रिक टन कचरा मीठी नदी से निकाला है, मगर वो जगह कहाँ है जहाँ डाला गया है वहाँ पर बड़े बड़े टावर दिखाई देते हैं. तो पहली बात तो ये सबसे झूठ था कि यहाँ पर इन्होंने कचरा या मिट्टी डाली थी. सेकेंड बात ये है, जो ट्रक्स इन्होंने वापरे थे, जिसके नंबर दिए गए थे, उसमें कई मोटरसाइकिल, स्कूटर, रिक्शाओं के नंबर है. उसका कोई जीपीएस ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड नहीं है. वे ब्रिज का कोई भी एक आध बिल भी उसमें मैच नहीं हो रहा है. तो इस तरीके से झूठे तरीके से इन्होंने ये पूरा स्कैम किया हुआ है. इसके अलावा 26 जुलाई को 2005 में जब मुंबई में ज़्यादा बारिश के बाद बाढ़ आई थी, उस बाढ़ के बाद तत्कालीन तब के प्रधानमंत्री कैलाशवासी मनमोहन सिंह ने 1400 करोड़ रुपए एक मिट्टी के सेफ्टी वॉल के लिए दिए थे. अब वो वॉल मीठी नदी में कहीं दिख नहीं रही है. ऐसे अनेक उदाहरण हैं जिसके कारण ये पूरे तरीके से अंडर सेक्शन 406, 409, 420, 465, 467, 468, 471 एंड प्लानिंग 120B
के तहत 16 लोगों के ऊपर ये गुना दाखिल हुआ है, जिसमें 5 अधिकारी है और बाकी के सभी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर और दलालों का नाम है। मैं बहुत स्पष्टता से आपके चैनल के माध्यम से, जो नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल चैनल है उसके माध्यम से बताना चाहता हूँ, इसमें 2 लोगों की इंक्वायरी चल रही है, जिसमें सो कॉल्ड फिल्म स्टार दीनो मोरिया की इंक्वायरी चल रही है और उनके भाई की इंक्वायरी चल रही है, जिनके ऊपर आरोप है कि ये पूरे स्कैम करने में जिनको टेंडर दिया गया और जिनके माध्यम से टेंडर दिया गया, इसमें इनका हाथ होने की संभावना है। और आने वाले 3-4 दिन में इसकी और स्पष्टता हो जाएगी और दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आपके सामने आ जाएगा।
My second and last question to you, Mr. Lar, is are there any political masterminds? Okay, आपका allegation और charge है डीनो मोरिया और उनके भाई के ऊपर. That's the allegation. Are there any political links? Are there any political masterminds in this scam?
Definitely, there will be the political link is there, but police is investigating that link. और मैं बहुत गंभीरपूर्वक बताना चाहता हूँ कि पॉलिटिकल नाम लेने के पहले जिस तरीके से मुंबई महानगर पालिका में पिछले 15 साल से उभाटा शिवसेना के सत्ता के वक्त में जो भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है उसकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए। दीनो मोरिया के पास से, उनके भाई के पास से, या जिन लोगों को अरेस्ट किया गया जिसमें केतन कदम है, कोई शाह करके है और कई नाम उसमें है, जिनको इंक्वायरी में लेते हुए उनके पास से ये सारे नामों की जांच होनी चाहिए और ये कौन से पॉलिटिकल लीडर तक और कौन से आदमी तक पहुंचता है इसकी भी जांच होने की ज़रूरत है। मैंने जैसे कहा था कि कुर्ला से निकली हुई मीठी नदी माहिम में जाकर समुद्र में मिलती है, लेकिन वो बीच में बांद्रा में कहाँ जाकर उसकी गड़बड़ हुई है उसका भी चेक करने की ज़रूरत है। और इस पूरे केस में पूरी ही गंभीरता से पुलिस को इन्वेस्टिगेट करना चाहिए। अभी मेरे माहिती के अनुसार ईडी ने भी इसमें एक एफआईआर रजिस्टर किया हुआ है। मैं ईडी से भी मांग करूंगा कि इस बारे में निष्पक्ष जांच होकर इसके पीछे कौन लोग हैं इसकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए।
Mr. Prasad Lar, thank you for joining us on the long form story this evening. They don't come with guns, but their presence on our soil is shifting India's very foundations. From Bengal's borders to Delhi's slums, millions of Bangladeshi infiltrators have already entered India silently, illegally, changing voter lists, fueling trafficking rings, penetrating terror networks. And now India is striking back. Operation Pushback is underway. Mass deportations, midnight raids, and a border war is on in the shadows. Why did the Supreme Court ask whether India is a dharamshala for illegals? Republic exposes the truth behind the headlines. We are fighting tonight the world's largest illegal infiltration racket.
India, a land of diverse cultures.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Religions and geography has been a hub of human activity for centuries. From ancient invasions to modern day security concerns, infiltration has played a significant role in shaping the country's history. India's eastern border has been witnessing a silent invasion from Bangladeshi infiltrators, posing significant threat to national security, demographics, and social fabric. Bangladesh continues to be the world's largest source of infiltrators, with over an estimated 20 million illegal Bangladeshis already in India, according to official Indian data. And illegal Bangladeshi immigrants have been altering the religious and population dynamics in most states, like West Bengal.
কতদিন আগে আসছেন বাংলাদেশে থেকে?
Delhi, Assam, and Uttar Pradesh. Many of these infiltrators are directly linked to terrorism, human trafficking, hawala networks, and radicalization. Security agencies have flagged Bangladeshi infiltration as one of the biggest internal security threats, with infiltrators using West Bengal as a launch pad to spread across the country. Watch this operation conducted in 2024, where illegal Bangladeshis confessed about the road most taken.
झूठ बोल के कोई फायदा नहीं है सर, पेट की वजह से आया सर। आपको झूठ बोलेंगे इधर का है, आप बोला कि बात बोला सर, आपने झूठ नहीं बोला, जो बोल दिया सर बता दिया।
It is not a recent issue. It's a historical problem, one that has been unattended for over 5 decades now, since the birth of Bangladesh. The issue of Bangladeshi infiltration into India dates back to the country's independence in 1971. The land boundary agreement signed in 1974 between India and Bangladesh aimed to resolve border disputes, but illegal migration continued. The 4,095-kilometer long border between India and Bangladesh, with around 1,116 kilometers being riverine, makes it challenging to patrol and secure. Periods of political unrest and violence in Bangladesh have led to increased migration. This week, tension sparked at the India-Bangladesh border in Sitalkuchi block of Kuch Bihar as groups of Bangladeshi nationals tried to infiltrate India at least 3 locations along the border. The BSF pushed them back.
I'm in front of the India-Bangladesh border in Kuch Bihar district. As for the security reason, I cannot move 100 meters of the area. But every day, since few days, that seems that in the Bangladeshi citizen are want to enter the Indian territory, where BSF pushed back them. Yesterday, 3 incidents in Kuch Bihar, 2 of them in Sitalkuchi and 1 of them in Sita. In Sitalkuchi, Sangarbari area, in that area, 16 people are want to enter the Indian territory. The Bangladeshi people wants to enter the Indian territory, where the BSF push back them. This is the major things are happening in yesterday in Kuch Bihar. 2 of them in Sitalkuchi, Sangarbari and Shalmari, and 1 of in Shitai. So the reason in every day the Bangladeshi are want to enter at the Indian territory, where BSF push back them. This is the major threat from the Bangladesh.
District like 24 North Parganas, particularly Taki, has been identified as hotspots for Bangladeshi infiltration. However, India has made it clear, illegal infiltrators will be pushed out. That's where a silent operation pushback kicks in. Let's take a closer look at this operation and what it is slowly achieving. The primary objective of Operation Pushback is to detect and deter infiltration attempts, neutralize terrorist threats, and maintain peace and stability in the region. The operation involves extensive patrolling, surveillance, and intelligence gathering. Let's look at what happened under Operation Pushback state-wise. Around 160 Bangladeshi nationals were deported from the capital city of Delhi to Bangladesh through the Hindon Air Base on 29th of May.
देश में अवैध रूप से रह रहे बांग्लादेशियों को वापस उनके वतन भेजने को लेकर सरकार की ओर से लगातार एक्शन जारी है। इसी कड़ी में आज करीबन 160 बांग्लादेशी इसी हिंडन एयरवेज से उन्हें उनके देश वापस भेजने की प्रक्रिया की गई है। अब उन्हें उन बांग्लादेशियों को जो अवैध रूप से भारत में रह रहे थे त्रिपुरा की अगरतला ले जाया गया सड़क रास्ते से, फिर उन्हें बांग्लादेश वापस भेजा जाएगा। त्रिपुरा यहाँ से विशेष विमान के जरिए उन्हें भेजा गया है। अब तक पिछले करीब 1 महीने की अगर बात करें तो 470 ऐसे अवैध बांग्लादेशी हैं जिन्हें अब तक इस जगह से वापस उनके वतन भेजा जा चुका है। और लगातार सरकार के द्वारा इस तरीके से डिपोर्ट बांग्लादेशी इस तरीके से कार्यक्रम चलाया जा रहा है। जो भी अवैध रूप से भारत के अंदर रह रहे हैं वापस उन्हें उनके वतन भेजा जा रहा है।
In recent months, after the Pahalgam terror attack, Delhi police has identified nearly 470 Bangladeshi nationals living illegally in the city and has deported them through the same channel via Tripura and then across Bangladesh border by road.
Delhi police has detained 88 people from Southwest District area. While speaking to the Republic TV, Southwest District DCP Surinder Chaudhary has confirmed that initially they have nabbed 121 people, and after the verification they have found out that 88 people were illegal immigrants who came from Bangladesh. Behind me you can see the visual of this very area where we are standing right now. Earlier, Delhi police team has arrived in this area. Not only in this very area, what we have seen that they have also visited Safdarjung enclave area, वसंत कुंज साउथ एरिया, कपा शहर एरिया, सागरपुर एरिया एंड दिल्ली कैंट एरिया।
पिछले 1 महीने में तकरीबन 470 से भी ज्यादा बांग्लादेशियों को दिल्ली पुलिस ने डिपोर्ट करने का काम किया। पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद से दिल्ली पुलिस ने एक अलग तरीके से बांग्लादेशियों को लेकर ड्राइव चलाई और उसी कड़ी में ये ड्राइव लगातार चल रही है। और आप तस्वीरें देखेंगे बाकायदा परिवार के साथ जो अवैध रूप से बांग्लादेश के रहने वाले लोग हैं वो दिल्ली के अंदर आ रहे हैं और अलग अलग राज्यों में रह रहे हैं।
पुलिया के नीचे से आ जाते हैं।
पुलिया के नीचे से? हाँ। कितना पैसा देते हैं?
करीब 2,500-3 हजार 5 हजार ऐसे ही लेता है
एक शख्स का।
हाँ।
आप अकेले आए या परिवार के साथ?
मेरा परिवार के साथ आया हूँ।
कितने लोग थे?
8 लोग।
8 लोग।
पुलिया के नीचे दिया है।
अच्छा, किसने बताया था वो रास्ता?
रास्ता वो अपना रास्ता है, वो आदमी दूसरा आदमी के पूछ लिया, बोले भाई हमारा दिल्ली जाऊंगी, हमारा तो मजदूरी ना मिले यहाँ से। वो दूसरा आदमी हमारे बता दिया भाई ऐसे ऐसे 10।
कितने रुपए लेता है वो आदमी?
और 3,000 कोड़ी लेते हो टिकट का टिकट।
In Uttar Pradesh, a comprehensive campaign catching hold of illegal Rohingya and Bangladeshi immigrants has been launched across Bareilly district. Within just 2 days of the drive commencement, Bareilly police have identified and detained 45 suspected infiltrators.
10 की पुलिस की टीमें यहाँ पर लगी हैं, महिला कांस्टेबल भी हैं, पुलिस के जवान भी, अधिकारी भी यहाँ पर हैं जो एक एक करके देखिए यहाँ पर पूछ रहे हैं। तलाशी लगातार जारी है। एक बार आपको सुनाते भी हैं कि आखिर क्या क्या जांच में पूछा जा रहा है।
रामपुर से यहाँ कब आए आप लोग? 15-20 साल। रामपुर का एड्रेस बताइए, रामपुर में कहाँ रहते हैं आप लोग? शाहबाद में कहाँ पर कोई गांव है कोई? कौन सा गांव बताइए?
कौन सा?
नटिया खेड़ी।
तो देखिए पीछे कुछ पुरुष भी हैं जो लगातार यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। क्या आप लोग में कोई डर का माहौल तो नहीं है? पुलिस की टीमें आ रही हैं, पूछताछ कर रही हैं, पूरी सहयोग जानकारी दे रहे हैं ना आप लोग?
पूरा सहयोग दे रहे हैं सर, कोई ऐसी कोई वाली बात नहीं है सर, डर वाली।
सही है ना?
हाँ जी, सब
प्यार। घुसपैठिया और रोहिंग्याओं के लिए ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है, आप देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से।
अच्छी बात है सर, ये
सही
अच्छी बात है। हाँ जी, प्यार मोहब्बत से सारे लोग से अपने जो भी पूछ रहे हैं अपने वो हम बता रहे हैं सर।
तो देखिए बड़ी बात यह है कि जहाँ पर ये ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है वहाँ के लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि हम तो सहमत हैं, हम खुश हैं इस ऑपरेशन से। जो लोग देश के हैं देश में रहने चाहिए, जो गद्दारी करते हैं, जो घुसपैठी हैं, उनको देश से निकाला जाना बेहद जरूरी है।
According to officials, nearly 1,000 individuals have been screened at over 100 locations.
25 मई से और 10 जून तक 15 दिन का एक अभियान चला है जिसमें शासन के निर्देशों के क्रम में जो लोग यहाँ पे आवासित हैं और बाहर के रहने वाले हैं, जो वर्तमान में यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं और बाहर के रहने वाले हैं, उनके मूल एड्रेस का वेरिफिकेशन कराया जाना है। और इस प्रक्रिया में अगर कोई बांग्लादेशी या रोहिंग्या मिलते हैं तो उनका डिपोर्टेशन कराया जाना है, जो MHA की मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स की गाइडलाइंस है उनके अकॉर्डिंग।
In Assam, the post-independence era saw a significant influx of migrants from Bangladesh, particularly during the Bangladesh Liberation War in 1971. Many migrants settled in Assam, altering the state's demographics and putting pressure on its resources. The Chief Minister of Tripura also acknowledged the threat of infiltration in the state.
हमारा यहाँ कोई सुविधा नहीं है, एक दो इधर उधर आ रहा है, लेकिन हमारा यहाँ बॉर्डर बहुत अच्छी तरह से सुरक्षित है और यूजुअली नहीं आ पाते हैं। एनमा से एक दो आ जाते हैं, पहले भी आता था।
And even while the BSF jawans are protecting the borders, some political parties are casting aspersions on the forces.
আর আপনার বন্ধু আপনার এজেন্সি আছে
নামগুলো আর বলছি না, আপনারা সবাই জানেন, এজেন্সি দিয়ে লোককে ভয় দেখাও। এটা বড় করাপশন নয়, যারা বর্ডার পার দেয় তারাই স্মাগলিং করে।
This statement of the West Bengal Chief Minister unfortunately came in the same week which the Supreme Court had asked whether India was a dharmshala, a transit accommodation for the infiltrators. The same Supreme Court had called Bangladeshi illegals as the country's biggest security threat as far as 2006. It is time to push them back.
Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni joins us on the show this evening. Conservative estimates, General Kulkarni put the number of illegal infiltrators inside India at nearly 20 million. That's 2 crore or more. That makes it easily the largest illegal infiltration anywhere in the world. Now, given these numbers, can India find these 20 million and send most, if not all, back? Is that possible?
Thank you very much. Seems very difficult, not easy, because the number that has been quoted is of 2016, and that's about 2 crores. That's what we are stating. And we are not signatories to the, what we termed as the 1951 refugee, convention, neither to the 1967 protocol. Notwithstanding that, we have always welcomed refugees. That's one part. But these illegal immigrants, these ones which are undocumented and having millions have entered India, and they cause a law and order problem. They cause a demographic problem. They are instrumental in a whole lot of issues which are coming up. But what I would say, this drive in itself, though maybe a drop in the ocean, but this deterrence must continue. We must continue with this drive also. Maybe today 160, 70, 500, 700, but there are millions of them. And people must cooperate. It's the most important thing for this illegal migration to stop. The people must cooperate. Not bother that whether you have got maids with a chief working for them at home, or the people are there and wanting to show, no, it's okay, it doesn't matter to us, they're very, very nice. It's incorrect, because whatever and however hard we must ensure illegal migration must be stopped. If they wish to come, well, there are other means of coming in. They can be given working visas, anything and everything, whatever the government decides. But definitely this illegal, because you see what's happening in Uttarakhand, you can see what's happening in various colonies in Delhi, you see what's happened in Bengal, in Assam, and even in some very, very remote areas of India, these people have all gone in, the Bangladeshis, the Rohingyas have come in. So it's very essential that we must put an end, and the effort and the means that are now, the drive that has started, must continue. It mustn't just be for a short time and then be given up. No, it must continue. Even though there may be resistance slowly and suddenly, because pushback is something which is easier to do, because we find that if we indulge ourselves in a legal process, that is something which takes a long and very difficult. You may have cooperation from the neighboring country. You may not have the cooperation from the neighboring country. At least here, it's absolute to take them and just tell them, just go back to your country or prove that you belong to this country. I think this drive must continue, because otherwise, sooner or later, we'll have a tremendous law and order problem, demographic changes taking place, which is not conducive to the society that they're living in, because they become easy targets, being lured into various issues. We've seen how, you have all these ISI and all these characters looking around for it, on whether they're on religious grounds, whether on poverty levels or whatever it is. They become easy targets, and then they are a nuisance and a huge law and order problem, a security risk to the country at this point of time, and hence it is very essential that we push them back into the country that they come from. And in this present case, most of them are coming from Bangladesh, and even though we have a long border, as you rightly stated, 4,095 kilometers of a border, about 1,100 odd kilometers of riverine, about 3,232 kilometers, which is fenced, a whole lot of a sizable distance unfenced border. So these people do find themselves, but irrespective of all that, the Border Security Force is doing a good job, and all governments, the state government, must cooperate. Nobody must say anything which seems to be running against this thing as to why are we doing it? Why should we be doing it? Is it correct to do it? I think it is correct, and we must push back. This kind of illegal migration is definitely a big no. Legality, yes. Illegal, no. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us on the show this evening, General Kulkarni. Tonight we take you to the heart of a silent war. It's a non-kinetic one that's not fought with missiles or armies, but with dams and diplomacy, development. As the world watched Afghanistan collapse and Taliban return to power, two nations made two very different choices. Pakistan chose to bet on its old proxies, hoping for strategic depth. India chose to build not bunkers, but bridges, schools, roads and dams in Afghanistan. Now that difference in vision is playing out in real time. Water has become the new front line. And tonight we decode this new chapter in South Asia's great power chessboard, where rivers carry more than water. They carry influence, ambition, and the shape of the region's future.
India and Afghanistan, linked by faith, empire, trade and war. Their bond predates borders, from Gandhara to the Mauryan kings. Through colonial resistance, their ties have always been civilizational, not just political. Today that legacy flows through rivers. The Kabul River, born in the Hindu Kush, flows east through Afghanistan and into Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. One of its main tributaries, the Kunar River, begins near the Wakhan corridor. India, seeing the opportunity and obligation, began investing in Afghan water infrastructure, not just as development but as strategic outreach. The first major step came in 2016 under President Ashraf Ghani, the Salma Dam, also called the India-Afghanistan Friendship Dam. Built on the Hari Road River in western Herat province, the Salma Dam generates 42 megawatt of power and irrigates 75,000 hectares of farmland. Its completion marked a shift. India was no longer just an observer in Afghan stability, it was shaping it. As India built quietly, Pakistan bled. The Taliban's 2021 return, backed by Islamabad, unleashed chaos. But it backfired. Refugee surges, economic collapse, and growing anger turned the tide. Over the past year, attacks in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa have intensified. Bombings, insurgent strikes, and cross-border tension. Pakistan's own creation is now targeting its western borderlands. The Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, a group with historical ties to the Afghan Taliban, has intensified its operation, challenging Pakistan's security apparatus. Days after China opened talks with the Taliban, Pakistan rushed to upgrade ties. The move exposed Islamabad's fear that its former proxy now answers to others and drifts closer to Beijing than Rawalpindi. India, meanwhile, had already launched its next mission, Operation Sindoor, Bharat's response to Pakistan-sponsored cross-border terrorism and Islamabad's worst nightmare. But back in the heart of Afghanistan's capital, Kabul, a monumental project is underway. that promises to transform the lives of millions. The Shatut Dam, located in the Char Asyab district of Kabul province, is poised to be a transformative infrastructure project for Afghanistan. A historic phone call on 15th of May 2025 between External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and Afghanistan's Foreign Minister marked the first high-level political engagement, a promise to fast-track the Shatut Dam project.
ډېر موږ ډېر خوشحاله یو دایم هند موږ مرګلی دوست ده د پاکستان په مثال په هغه باندې ضد باندې موږ سره ډېرې همکارۍ و ډېر هغه هر نگاه کې افغانستان هندوستان سره یو ځای دی.
डैम जो बनेगा ये शतुत डैम यही जगह पे ये भी बहुत अच्छा सा होगा और एक बहुत अच्छा सा पॉजिटिव काम है जो अफ़गान लोगों के लिए इंडिया और भारत की तरफ से होता है और इस पानी से 400,000 हेक्टेयर ज़मीन भी पानी उनके लिए पहुंचता है और इसके अलावा लोगों के लिए काम करने के लिए ज़मीना भी हो जाएगा और बहुत इफेक्टिव है. ये लैलेंडर प्लेस है, लैलेंडर वैली है जो इस जगह पे शातूत डैम कुछ दिन बाद ऑफिशियली इसका कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम शुरू हो जाएगा.
The Shatut Dam is India's second major dam project in Afghanistan. Following the Salma Dam, these initiatives are part of India's broader new development partnership with Afghanistan, which includes over 400 projects across all 34 provinces. The strategic location of the Shatut Dam on the Kabul River, which originates in Afghanistan's Hindu Kush mountains and flows into Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, has triggered strategic alarms. The Kabul River is a vital water source for Pakistan, and the dam's construction could significantly reduce downstream water flows, heightening regional tension.
तालिबान ऑफिशियल का कहना है ये जो शातूत डैम यही रिवर पे जो अभी हर मौसम में बहुत पानी बहता है लेकिन अभी पानी थोड़ा सा हुआ है लेकिन जो लोग खेतों में पानी को कवर कर रहा है लेकिन यही आगे इस दो पहाड़ के बीच में इस रास्ते में इस खेतों में इस जगह में एक बड़ा सा डैम बनेगा जो शातूत डैम कहलाएगा. ये शातूत डैम रिपब्लिक गवर्नमेंट में इंडिया और अफगानिस्तान का गवर्नमेंट ने ये एक एग्रीमेंट साइन किया लेकिन कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स थे उस टाइम पे जब गवर्नमेंट फॉल हुआ तो अभी जो तालिब गवर्नमेंट आया तो ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि पानी को मैनेजमेंट करेगा और यही जगह पे आप जो ये रिवर देख रहे हैं और जो अभी लोग खेतों को पानी दे रहे हैं पानी कम है लेकिन बहुत पानी इधर होता है और इधर ये पहाड़ जो आप देख रहे हैं तस्वीर में यही पहाड़ पे इस पहाड़ पे बीच में इस पहाड़ के रास्ते में एक बड़ा सा डैम बनेगा जो शातूत डैम है.
In response to these concerns, India has emphasized that the Shatut Dam is designed to meet Afghanistan's domestic needs. The project's timing, however, and geopolitical context suggest a calculated diplomatic move by India to strengthen its influence in Afghanistan and counterbalance Pakistan's regional dominance.
मैं कुछ देर में अफ़गानिस्तान का कैपिटल काबुल के चारसाब डिस्ट्रिक्ट और जहाँ पे ललंदर प्लेस वैली है और ललंदर वैली में शातूत डैम है जो बहुत फेमस डैम है. अभी कुछ सालों पहले ये डैम कंस्ट्रक्शन का एग्रीमेंट साइन हुआ था लेकिन कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स थे और जब तालिब गवर्नमेंट आया तो तालिब गवर्नमेंट का कहना है कि ये लोग अच्छे से रिलेशन में इंडिया के साथ और मैंने कई लोगों से बात भी किया. इन लोग कह रहे हैं कि इंडिया गवर्नमेंट और इंडियन लोग का शुक्रगुजार है जो अफ़गानिस्तान और अफ़गानों से इतना प्यार करते हैं और डैम बनाते हैं उनके लिए.
شکر د افغانانو سره ډیره ښه ده یعنی د پاکستان په ضرورت غواړي چې د افغانستان لپاره ډیر کومکونه وکړي او خدای دې نور مرته هغه ورکړي چې افغانستان سره ډیر کومکونه وکړي او ډیره ګټه رسیدي خلکو ته د دې د منطقي خلکو ته یعنی مثلا دلته باغونه دي ونې دي ځمکې دي هر چیز ته ګټه رسوي پټي دي.
ये लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये डैम जो बताए भारत की तरफ से ये अच्छा सा एक काम है अफ़गानों के लिए. ये बहुत शुक्रगुजार है ये लोग और इस शहर का लोग कह रहा है कि इसका पानी का मसला है और अब जब ये डैम बनेगा तो इसका सब ये मसले हल हो जाएगा, उनके लिए पानी मिलेगा और ये इंडिया के शुक्रगुजार है ये लोग.
Even as India solidifies its partnership with Kabul through strategic infrastructure, Pakistan is scrambling to reset its own diplomatic equation with the Taliban regime. Acting Afghan Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi is expected to visit Islamabad soon at Pakistan's official invitation, part of high-level efforts to revive and recalibrate ties. India is acting, building and shaping the future. Pakistan is reacting, trying to salvage influence through diplomatic meetings. Then came the Pahalgam attack. India suspended the Indus Water Treaty. For Pakistan, it's a crippling blow. Pakistan is rattled, but India sees opportunity. Projects like the long-stalled Tulbul Barrage and the optimization of the Baglihar are back on the table. India is asserting its role not just as a neighbor, but as a stabilizer in a region on the edge. Pakistan, once a puppeteer of proxies, now finds itself outplayed in a quieter, deeper conflict.
Former diplomat Ambassador Deepak Vora joining us live on the show this evening. Indus Waters Treaty will remain in abeyance, Ambassador Vora, between India and Pakistan. But when the Shatut Dam is built in Afghanistan, what's likely to be the impact in the next few years to come, in your view?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, may I just say how honored and privileged I am to be part of a show on my original homeland, Afghanistan. My father's family comes from Ghazni. My grandfather and my father would have been thrilled wherever they are, wherever their spirits are, to see that you are presenting this. May I just very quickly preface what I'm going to say with three things. One, the Afghans cordially detest Pakistan, that they see as an unwelcome interloper between Afghanistan and Bharat. They say that our borders were with India. Where the hell did this useless character come in between? Second, we have never done anything to hurt Afghanistan. They have never done anything to hurt us. The Kabuliwala remains an enduring icon in India. And the third thing, Pakistan has always thought it could control Afghanistan, give it to get strategic depth. What they are getting is strategic death in Afghanistan. Now, as far as the rivers are concerned, sir, I'm 74 years young, 52 years in diplomacy. Once upon a time, Pakistan was doing pretty well in agriculture, particularly in production of wheat. Now they are woefully short and they import it from wherever they can. We are going to stop the flow of Indus waters, the Sindhu and its 5 daughters. This is going to hurt Pakistan very badly. About 80% of their agriculture depends on the Sindhu and its 5 tributaries. The remaining 20%, sir, this is fascinating, depends on the Kabul River, which is fed by its own tributaries, the Alangar and the Kunar, and which meets the Sindhu at a place called Abbottabad. Abbottabad, sir, is where a certain Osama, son of Laden, was being kept by the Pakistani intelligence, etc. So it's ironic in a way that this is happening. So what is going to happen, sir, is my own understanding after speaking to several experts. In the next 24 months, the flow of the Sindhu and its tributaries to Atankistan, to Pakistan, will be substantially curtailed. And then, if these dams are built, the Shatut, which I've seen, and the new dam that is now, the Shatut, which is coming up, and the Salma, which I've seen, if these now, officially we'll say these are for providing drinking water, etc., and agricultural use, but in reality, they are going to starve Pakistan of its remaining source of water. I believe, sir, this is the third of the triple lock that we are using on Pakistan. Chanakya suggested. First was diplomatic. We have isolated them completely. There's a terrorist incident anywhere, people say, ha, Pakistan, because they were caught sheltering Osama bin Laden. The second is the military lock. We have shown them what we are capable of. The third is the economic lock, sir. And now the water weapon, if I may use the term that we are using, is going to hurt them very bad. Let me conclude, sir, by saying I've seen this before. I've seen this when I was posted in Sudan. Egypt got very upset when Ethiopia was building the Grand Renaissance Dam and said, we'll blast it, we'll do this, we'll send our military, we'll send our air force. Ethiopia said, do what you feel like. They did nothing. So water becomes a very powerful instrument in today's international context in bilateral relations. And I'm delighted, sir. I personally, as a person whose father was from Ghazni, I feel very, very happy that we are helping Afghanistan, and in the process of helping Afghanistan, we are neutralizing our common enemy, which is Pakistan. Both of us, some of my Afghan friends who speak English, who studied in India, turn around and say, well, Ambassador, let's damn them. The pun is intentional.
What a damn good idea. You know, it's the biggest non-kinetic response ever by India by putting the IWT in abeyance, and the next few months will be very, very critical. Ambassador Vora, as always, such a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us on the long form story this evening. Thanks for watching.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time.
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Shehbaz Sharif admits Pakistan's agony, says Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl.
Once you bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down.
AIMIM Chief Owaisi says putting Pakistan back on FATF grey list will decline terrorism. NI conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan's spying case. Chirag Paswan is set to enter Bihar elections, hints his brother-in-law, Arun Bharti. Bengal arrests 22-year-old law student and influencer Shamishta Panoli for hate post. BJP questions selective action. Heavy rains trigger flash floods and landslides. Over 20 reportedly dead. Rescue operations underway. Big news coming in, viewers. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is backing evidence-based justice, inaugurating the new building of the Central Forensic Science Laboratory in Kolkata. The lab is, he says, will help in strengthening criminal justice system and significantly contribute to the national security efforts, particularly in combating organized crime and terrorism. Okay, so big bit coming in right now. Home Minister Amit Shah, who's on a 2-day visit to West Bengal, will inaugurate the new building of the Central Forensic Science Laboratory. This is the picture coming in. He just has done this a short while back. So the new building has been inaugurated. This is at Rajar Hat near Kolkata. And he has many more functions which he will be taking part in later in the day. He will also address BJP leaders later on in the day. And earlier, Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, had said that he will be contributing, going ahead and inaugurating the new building of the Central Forensic Science Laboratory, which will contribute immensely to strengthen the criminal justice system in West Bengal and Northeast India.
आज एक प्रकार से डीएनए के माध्यम से मेरी ध्यान में है 20-20 साल पुराने केस में आज सजा होने की शुरुआत हुई है। फॉरेंसिक ऑडिट से बड़े बड़े आर्थिक घोटाले भी अब बाहर आने लगे हैं और एक नए एरा में हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम पहुंच रही है। मोबाइल फॉरेंसिक, कॉल डिटेल्स एनालिसिस, ऐप यूजेस का ट्रेस और साइकोलॉजिकल प्रोफाइलिंग ने एक हमारी आपराधिक न्याय प्रणाली को नए एरा में पहुंचाने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। मित्रों, जब मैं यहां आया हूं तब भारतीय न्याय संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता और भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम बीएनएस, बीएनएसएस और बीएसए उसको भी जरूर जिक्र करना चाहूंगा। ये भारत के लोगों द्वारा चुनी गई संसद ने भारत के लोगों के संविधान अधिकारों की रक्षा के लिए बनाए कानून। 160 साल पुराने अंग्रेजों ने बनाए हुए कानून को नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार ने खत्म कर कर नए भारत के नए कानून लेकर हम आगे बढ़े हैं और लोगों को न्याय दिलाने की दिशा में मैं मानता हूं कि ये एक क्रांतिकारी बदलाव है। अब प्रमाण के अभाव में दोषी निर्दोष नहीं छूट जाएंगे, इसका मुझे पूरा भरोसा है।
Getting some breaking news coming in right now. Food license of Zepto's Kirana Car Technologies Limited in Mumbai's Dharavi has been suspended following a food inspection by the food safety officer. Inspection revealed serious non-compliance with the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006 and the Food Safety and Standards Regulation 2011. Key observations have shown that there's fungal growth observed in certain food articles and the storage of the products near clogged or stagnant water indicating poor hygiene. Cold storage temperature is not maintained as per regulatory standards. And this is the big update coming in right now on Republic TV. The Maharashtra State Food and Drug Administration Authority suspended the food business license of Kirana Car Technologies, Zepto, after conducting an inspection at its facility in Mumbai. And now you can see that there's FDA action. Where we see inspection by the authority revealed serious non-compliance with the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. And let's go straight across to my colleague who is joining us right now, Satya Prakash, now the inspection showed this fungal growth and poor hygiene. It was very obvious, and there was also the cold storage temperatures were not maintained. There's so many regulations which have been flouted. What do we know so far?
देखिए शिवांगी, महाराष्ट्र फूड एंड ड्रग्स जो है, हेलो, देखिए शिवांगी, एफडीए ने बड़ी कार्रवाई किया है जिप्टो पे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से धारावी में वेयर हाउस पर वहाँ पर रेड किया था, कल रेड किया था, और वहाँ पर जब एफडीए के अधिकारी पहुँचे तो जो नियम है, जो फूड सेफ्टी के लिए वहाँ नियम है, जैसे फूड रखा जाता है, सारे जो गाइडलाइन है उस गाइडलाइन को पालन नहीं किया गया था, जिसके बाद कहीं कहीं एफडीए ने बड़ा कार्रवाई किया है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से शिकायत मिला था, महाराष्ट्र गृह राज्य मंत्री योगेश कदम को शिकायतें मिली थी और शिकायतें मिलने के बाद कहीं कहीं एफडीए ने कार्रवाई किया है। कल एफडीए की टीम पहुंची हुई थी और धारावी के वेयर हाउस पर वहां पर रेड किया, तो वहां पर जब पहुंची तो पता चला कि जो फूड रखे हुए, जो सामान रखे हुए, कहीं कहीं जो गाइडलाइन है उसको पालन नहीं किया जा रहा, जिसके बाद कहीं कहीं एफडीए ने बड़ा कार्रवाई किया है, जो जिप्टो कंपनी का लाइसेंस रद्द कर दिया। धारावी का जो वेयर हाउस है, फिलहाल इस मामले को लेकर एफडीए जांच कर रही, लेकिन जिस तरह से शिकायतें मिली थी उसके बाद कहीं कहीं एफडीए का बड़ा कार्रवाई है, उसका लाइसेंस कैंसिल कर दिया गया है। और जब वहाँ पे टीम पहुँची तो जो शिकायतें मिली थी कहीं कहीं वही चीज़ मिला है एफडीए को, उसके बाद उनका लाइसेंस रद्द कर दिया गया है।
That is right. Thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you. FDA action on Mumbai Zepto. Breaking news coming in. Viewers getting some more updates. Let's go to the other update coming in. Breaking news coming in. There's a murder accused has been arrested and this happened in a police encounter. The accused was shot in the leg in police encounter, and Operation Langda is continuing in Uttar Pradesh. The pistol and cartridges recovered from the murder accused. So Operation Langda, I repeat, Operation Langda is continuing. Where we see that the police, they are not stopping. They're not stopping from firing at the legs of these accused who are on the run, and these criminals who are on the run. And the latest coming in, we see one more person, the accused in this case, has been shot in the leg, and weapons, I repeat, weapons have also been recovered. Back to web is coming in right now. So you have the pictures coming in right now on your screen. You can see that this encounter was in Bareilly, and you can see that these criminals have been some of them have been arrested. You can see that they have been shot in the leg, and that is the reason why this operation is called Operation Langda. Given the fact that the UP police is taking strong action against criminals in the state, and these encounters have created an atmosphere of fear among these habitual offenders and criminals. And the latest coming in, we're seeing the murder accused has been arrested in police encounter, and this accused was shot in the leg. We will also go to our colleague Raghavendra joining us live from Lucknow. Yes, Raghavendra, back-to-back encounters, and some criminals have a big bounty on their head. Some encounters are rapists, some encounters are murder accused, some encounters are happening with cow smugglers. This one is a murder accused. Yes, go ahead. What's happening there? And what's the background of this criminal? All right, we'll go to Raghavendra in a short while from now, but murder accused arrested in police encounter, and the accused has been shot in the leg in the police encounter. This is Operation Langra, which is still continuing right now, and the operation is happening all across different cities of Uttar Pradesh. So whether it's Lucknow, Ghaziabad, Jhansi, Bulandshahr, Agra, Unnao, this one is coming in from Bareilly, the latest one, where a murder accused has now been shot in the leg. This is the police encounter, and has now been arrested. Now, remember, this is coming in as the strategy is to shoot these criminals in the leg. And that's why this is the reason why the operation has got its name that it has. It is called Operation Langra. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Operation Langra in full force, campaign being run by the UP police against criminals. And one murder accused has been arrested after being shot in the leg. Yes, what do we know about this criminal? Who is he? Yes, go ahead, Raghavendra.
बिल्कुल, देखिए जिस तरह से उत्तर प्रदेश को अपराध मुक्त करना है, ऐसे में योगी आदित्यनाथ ने साफ निर्देश दिया है पुलिस को कि अपराधियों की जगह उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं है, और उन्होंने 4 ऑप्शन दिया है। या तो अपराधी जेल के अंदर रहेगा, या अपराधी उत्तर प्रदेश की सीमा के बाहर रहेगा, या अपराधी मिट्टी में मिला दिया जाएगा, या वो ऊपर चला जाएगा। इसके अलावा अपराधी के ऊपर ही योगी आदित्यनाथ ने छोड़ दिया है कि आपको क्या करना है, फैसला ले लीजिए। लगातार उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी में, जैसा कि मैंने दिखाया कि 2 दिन लगातार हाफ इनकाउंटर हुए हैं। अपराधी ने जिस तरह का अपराध किया, पुलिस ने सर्विलांस पर लेकर एसटीएफ और लोकल पुलिस की मदद से संयुक्त छापेमारी करके उनको ट्रेस किया और हाफ इनकाउंटर हुआ। और सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ नहीं, जैसा कि आप बता रही हैं, नोएडा से लेकर गाजियाबाद तक, पूर्वांचल तक और पश्चिम, हर जगह यूपी में जहां अपराध हो रहा है वहां पर यूपी एसटीएफ, यूपी की जो लोकल उस जिले की जो पुलिस है, सर्विलांस की जो डिजिटल टीम है, आजकल आधुनिक उपकरण की मदद दी जा रही है। ऐसे में ये अभियान चलाकर लगातार ऑपरेशन लंगड़ा को आगे बढ़ाया जा रहा है और अपराधियों के हौसले को पस्त किया जा रहा है। और अगर अपराधी ज्यादा आक्रामक है और वो पुलिस से मुठभेड़ करना चाह रहा है तो पुलिस पीठ भी नहीं दिखा रही है। पुलिस आमने सामने से अपने आत्मरक्षा को देखते हुए लगातार दुश्मनों पर फायर कर रही है, अपराधियों पर फायर कर रही है, जिसका नतीजा है कि तमाम जो बदमाश हैं, अपराधी हैं, वो हॉस्पिटल में अपने जीवन का एक जंग लड़ रहे हैं और भीख मांग रहे हैं जीवन की। तो इस तरह की स्थिति उत्तर प्रदेश में चल रही है।
That is right. Okay, thank you for joining us for those details. I'll be coming back to you, Raghavendra, as Operation Langra continues on full force. And we have, viewers, more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the big breaking update. Bulldozer action, viewers. And this is happening in Delhi's Jangpura. Yes, let's go ahead to the big update we're getting for our viewers. This is breaking news coming in. Bulldozer action is continuing. And this is happening in Jangpura. Now, we will try to get our viewers more updates on exactly what these pictures are showing to us. But according to the update that we have for our viewers, this is bulldozer action in Delhi's Jangpura at a camp. And remember that the bulldozer action has been continuing in various parts of UP and the national capital, especially against unauthorized structures. We'll try to go ahead and go to my colleague in a short while from now, Ganesh, who is at Jangpura in Delhi, where this bulldozer action is happening. But these are some back-to-back updates coming in right now, Republic TV viewers, where we see one unauthorized structure which is now being demolished. Now, we're getting some more updates in terms of this structure which is being demolished right now. And I have Ganesh to help us understand. Ganesh, you know, these pictures are coming in right now and you're also in Jangpura. Just give us a clue about which camp is being demolished by the bulldozer action. Is it an unauthorized site? Yes.
देखिए, इस समय मैं जंगपुरा विधानसभा के अंदर आने वाले मद्रासी कैंप में हूं, जहां पर अवैध ये जो कॉलोनीज थी, इनका आज सुबह से प्रशासन के द्वारा जो पीला पंजा है यानी बुलडोजर, उसके द्वारा एक्शन लेकर पूरी तरीके से ध्वस्त कर दिया गया है। कुछ ही मकान जो बचे हैं, अब बचे हुए मकानों को भी बुलडोजर के द्वारा कार्रवाई करके इन मकानों को ही पूरी तरीके से ध्वस्त कर दिया जाएगा। लेकिन पहले आपको बता दूं, इन मकानों को ध्वस्त करने से पहले प्रशासन के द्वारा कई बार खाली करने के लिए लेकर नोटिस भी दिया गया था, लेकिन इन लोगों ने जब खाली नहीं किया तो प्रशासन को ये सख्ती से अपनानी पड़ी। प्रशासन के द्वारा आज सुबह से ये बुलडोजर एक्शन कार्रवाई की गई है। देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से बुलडोजर एक्शन कार्रवाई करके इन मकानों को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया है। कुछ लोग हैं इन्हीं कैंप में रहने वाले, उनसे बात करेंगे। आप यहाँ पर रहते थे? अच्छा, आप यहीं पर रहते थे, तो आप लोग यहाँ देखने के लिए पहुंचे? आप रहते थे?
मैं यहीं रहती हूँ, 50 साल से रहती हूँ। शादी से यहीं आया, मेरे को बच्चे यहीं पैदा हुआ, मेरा पोता पोती भी यहीं पैदा हुआ, सब इधर है। मेरे पति भी इधर खत्म हुआ, मेरे सास खत्म हुआ, मेरे ससुर खत्म हुआ, मेरा बड़ा जेठ का लड़का भी खत्म हुआ। मैं भी मौत होने के लिए मेरे पाल बच्चे छोड़ कर हलाक रह रही हूँ। मेरे बहू है, बेटा सब कहूँ मैं अकेली इधर है, सब कुछ कुरूप मेरा इधर का।
लेकिन प्रशासन तो कह रहा है आप लोगों ने अवैध कब्जा कर रखा था, खाली करने के लिए नोटिस भी था।
हम कब्जा से नहीं कर रखा,
कब्जा नहीं किया। 55 साल से हम यहाँ रह रहे हैं। हमारे फंसाया कांग्रेस सरकार ने, फिर उसके बाद वीआईपी सरकार भी आया, 3 मुख्यमंत्री बदले, मालनाथ खुराना साहब, साप सिंह वर्मा साहब, सुषमा स्वराज जी, ये 3 ही नहीं बदला, लेकिन उन्होंने तो चुकी की झोपड़ी के ऊपर कोई हाथ नहीं दिया। फिर उसके बाद
अवैध कब्जा न होता तो आज एक्शन ना हो रहा था ना।
हम कहाँ कब्जा कर रखा है, गरीब आदमी है।
लोगों को दूसरी जगह पर मकान दिया गया।
मकान दिया तो कहाँ, जी सत्ता शमशानगढ़ में जाके
कहाँ पर दिया गया?
नरेला में दिया। किसी
नरेला में जब दिया गया तो अवैध इसको
कोई सुविधा नहीं है, कोई सुविधा नहीं है।
सुविधा नहीं है, इसीलिए आप लोग खाली नहीं कर रहे हो?
बेटा, हमने कोर्ट में डाल रखा था मुकदमा, कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया था तोड़ने के लिए, लेकिन
कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया ना तोड़ने को।
तोड़ने के बाद हम जा रहे हैं सब। अभी क्या कर सकते हैं, हमारे साथ गरीब के साथ सरकार ने बेईमानी किया ना। कहाँ झुके,
सही नहीं मिला ना उधर,
जगह सही नहीं है।
हाँ, सब
जगह सही नहीं तो जाएंगे नहीं।
हाँ, तो क्या है, वो पूरा जंगल है, कह रहे हैं सब जंगल में रहते हैं।
तो आपको नोटिस कब दिया गया था जो तोड़ने के लिए?
हाँ, नोटिस आपको
शनिवार दिया।
आपको कहाँ पर नरेला में मकान मिला ना?
नारियल में जाओ, क्या करना, सुविधा नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, बिजली मीटर नहीं है, बिजली कुछ नहीं है। वहाँ पर वहाँ जाओ, पानी खारा पानी आ रहा है, बसूल बच्चों पढ़ने नहीं, कोई स्कूल नहीं है।
ये तस्वीर भी दिखा दो। मकान टूटने के बाद जिस तरीके से अब यहाँ पर जो मलबा बचा था, अवशेष जो बचा है, जो इसके अंदर लगे सामान थे, उसको हटाने को लेकर लोग किस तरीके से उसे ले जाने की लोगों की प्रक्रिया किस तरीके से चल रही है। छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी ये देख सकते हैं कि इस तरीके से, क्योंकि वर्षों लग जाते हैं इस तरीके से आशियाने को बनाने को लेकर। बेशक इस तरीके से आज अवैध बताया जा रहा है इन आशियानों को। इन लोगों से बात करने की मैं कोशिश कर लेता हूँ और जानता हूँ क्या कहेंगे। क्या हो गया जिस तरीके से?
भैया वो तो मर गया, क्या बोलो, चलो मैं कुछ नहीं बोला नहीं।
तो देखिए, लोगों में पूरी तरीके से नाराजगी है। बुलडोजर एक्शन लगातार यूं यहाँ पर ये जारी है। मैं तस्वीर एक तरीके से कहूँगा, ये सामने देखिए जो रेलवे की लाइन है, वो बगल में बारापुला का फ्लाईओवर पूरी तरीके से गुजर रहा है और इस जगह पर कई वर्षों से यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से अतिक्रमण हो रखा था और प्रशासन की ओर से कई दफ़ा यहाँ पर नोटिस भी दिया गया खाली करने को लेकर। जब खाली नहीं किया गया तो आज जिस तरीके से देख रहे हैं कि बुलडोज़र एक्शन किया गया और बुलडोज़र के एक्शन लगातार जारी है। इसी बुलडोज़र एक्शन के बीच जो घरों के जो अवशेष यानी लोहा लक्कड़ जो होता है, उसे किस तरीके से ये लोग उठा रहे हैं। पुलिस की यहाँ पर मुस्तैदी भी देखने को मिल रही है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद पुलिस इन लोगों को इस बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई में दौरान जो घर टूट रहे हैं, इन्हें इस बीच में आने से रोकने के लिए फिलहाल अपना काफ़ी साबित होते हुए दिखाई दे रही। देखिए किस तरीके से ये लोहे का जो अवशेष है इनके घरों का, ये उसे ले जाते हुए दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं। विजय अजय एक बार तस्वीर वो भी दिखा दो कि किस तरीके से जब घर टूट रहे हैं तो उसके। भैया क्या नाम है?
भाई मेरा नाम वसीम है।
कब से आप रहते हैं?
भाई मेरे को 18 साल हो गया, मेरे पिताजी को 40 साल हो गया, पर क्या करें सर, इधर
घर मिल गया तो क्यों नहीं?
हमारे को नहीं मिला भाई, ये आधा लोग को मिला, आधा लोग को नहीं मिला।
किस तरीके से इनका कहना है, कई वर्षों से रह रहे थे, कुछ लोगों को मकान मिला, कुछ लोगों को मकान नहीं मिला, लेकिन अब आज इन लोगों को जो बेशक ये अवैध थे, ये आशियाने अब यहाँ से टूट गए हैं। जी
Yes, absolutely. You know, I will. Getting a sense of what's happening there. Our viewers are getting a sense. It's definitely a demolition drive to remove the illegal encroachment. And we know that the Delhi High Court had ordered to clear the slums in that area near the Barapulla drain. And we also know as Ganesh is getting us those pictures, that the encroachment demolition was delayed and it's happened now. Okay, we have to move ahead right now because we're getting some more updates coming in. So let's go to the other big breaking news coming in. BJP alleges Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's son-in-law has sponsored YouTuber and alleged Pakistani spy Jyoti Malhotra's state trip. And this is a very big allegation coming in. That is right. The BJP is saying that the BJP leader and former Kerala state president has alleged that YouTuber Jyoti Malhotra, who by the way has been arrested for espionage for Pakistan, was hosted by the Kerala Tourism Department under a state-sponsored program during her visit previously. And this department is headed by the tourism minister, who is also the son-in-law of the CM, Pinarayi Vijayan. So this is a huge and a shocking allegation which has come in. Yes, we have with us Piyush, who's joining us live. I guess Piyush, we see the BJP saying and questioning the purpose of Jyoti Malhotra's Kerala trip and saying that what's the real agenda? Why is Kerala rolling out red carpets for a Pakistan-linked spy? This is what the BJP is saying. Yes, what do we know about this?
So what I can tell you, Shivangi, that just some time back, the intelligence officials had stated that how Jyoti Malhotra had gone to Kerala and visited a temple in Palakkad. And now there are allegations which have been leveled by the state BJP, in which they have leveled allegations of how Jyoti Malhotra was also in a way funded of going to Pakistan by the son-in-law of the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. So yes, these are some very grave allegations that have been made by the state BJP unit, and taking into consideration that the investigation in this case is still pending, it will now going to be interesting to see that what kind of the pattern is the investigation going to take, taking into consideration that now the Kerala link has also surfaced, first by the intelligence officials, in which they stated that how Jyoti Malhotra also went to Kerala, and now with the state BJP also levelling allegations of her in a way being funded by the son-in-law of the Kerala Chief Minister, the sitting Kerala Chief Minister. Indeed, it seems that the political links of the spy link in which Jyoti Malhotra finds herself embroiled in is only getting more deeper, and one would say even more murkier. Back in the studio.
That is right. I will be coming back to you, Piyush, for more on the story as the crackdown continues, against these Pakistani spies who have been arrested for espionage. And I have to move ahead, viewers, because Northeast is reeling, and Sikkim particularly is reeling under flash floods and heavy downpour. Rescue operations are underway for the second day to find the 9 missing people after a tourist vehicle carrying 11 people plunged nearly 1,000 feet into the Teesta River. And we see that there was also a cloud burst in the upper areas. The water level of the Teesta River has increased by 4 meters and the roads are broken at multiple places. Here is a detailed report on what has happened. Let's have a look.
The Teesta River's water level rose significantly on Sunday due to heavy and continuous downpour in Sikkim. The India Meteorological Department issued a red alert for today in the state's Mangan district for heavy to very heavy rain in the region. The Met Department also issued an orange alert for Sikkim's Gyalsing, Namchi, Soreng, Gangtok and Payong district for the next 24 hours. According to the district administration, many properties have been damaged due to landslide.
जो टूरिस्ट उस एक्सीडेंट में मुंशीथंग शोबम्बू में मिसिंग हुआ था, मिसिंग नहीं, जो एक्सीडेंट में नदी में गिरा था, तो उसमें से 2 को तो जिंदा निकाला 29 के रात को ही रेस्क्यू टीम ने। बाकी जो 9 आदमी है उसमें से इंक्लूडिंग ड्राइवर जो सिक्किम का था, तो कल दिन भर हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया था। एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ और ये आईटीबीपी सारे लोगों ने कोशिश किया, लेकिन नदी के अंदर जो गाड़ी चली गई थी तो वो गाड़ी निकल नहीं पाया, गाड़ी नज़र भी नहीं आ रहा है, एक छोटा सा उसका पोर्शन नज़र आ रहा है, उसको खींचने के हिलाने की बहुत कोशिश की, लेकिन डेब्रिस की जो सैंड और जो डेब्रिस होता है उससे दब करके वो निकल नहीं रहा है।
In North Sikkim, landslides were reported in the Thieng and Chunthong areas, causing damage to multiple properties. The IMD has strongly advised citizens to avoid unnecessary travel, remain indoors, and stay away from riverbanks and vulnerable slopes.
NI conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan spying case. Chirag Paswan said to enter Bihar elections, hints his brother-in-law Arun Bharati. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Namaste. I am Arpit Tiwari, a student from Mumbai. Our nation stands at a powerful turning point, a time of great possibility. To be a part of this national awakening, I have joined the Nationalist Collective in order to contribute meaningfully and impactfully to the future of Bharat. Thank you.
Good afternoon, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Let's get started with the headlines.
They expect us now to engage them in trade, in commerce, innovation, research and development, education, health, investments in profitable ventures, mutually beneficial, and they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl.
Shehbaz Sharif admits Pakistan's agony, says Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl.
Once you bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down.
AIMIM chief Owaisi says putting Pakistan back on FATF grey list will decline terrorism. NIA conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan's spying case. Chirag Paswan set to enter Bihar elections, hints his brother-in-law Arun Bharti. Bengal arrests 22-year-old law student and influencer Sharmishta Panoli for alleged hate post. BJP questions selective action. Heavy rains trigger flash floods and landslides. Over 20 reportedly dead. Rescue operations underway. Welcome back, viewers. More breaking news coming in. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif exposes Pakistan's agony, says Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. He further said that he is done passing the hat. Yet another embarrassing day for Pakistan, viewers, where the Prime Minister of the country has accepted the fact that how he has been moving around the world, the Pakistan officials have been moving around the world with a begging bowl. Listen in.
Is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan. Saudi Arabia is one of the most reliable, trustworthy friend of Pakistan. And so are others, Turkey, Qatar, UAE. But let me make this point abundantly clear. They expect us now to engage them in trade, in commerce, innovation, research and development, education, health, investments in profitable ventures, mutually beneficial, and they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl. And I am the last person, along with Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir, to carry this burden anymore on my shoulder, because it ultimately translates on the shoulders of this great nation. So what is the answer? The answer is...
Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, where a poster war has broken out between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party in the capital of the state, Lucknow. 2 different posters have been put up at the Samajwadi Party office over there, where at the Vikramaditya Marg in Lucknow, in which the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Samajwadi Party have entered into a poster war. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party government have been targeted on the pretext of Operation Sindoor. So, the Samajwadi Party is now politicizing yet again Operation Sindoor. They are saying that it is the BJP who's trying to mint political benefits out of Operation Sindoor. As you can see, those posters over there that have been put up by the Samajwadi Party trying to target the BJP over Operation Sindoor, where they are trying to, in a way, ridicule the entire effect of Operation Sindoor. Let's take a look at the report that has been filed by my colleague Raghavendra.
उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में लगातार पोस्टर वार जारी है। अब जो पोस्टर लगा है वह ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बहाने भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार पर लगाया गया है। आप देख सकते हैं मैं इस वक्त समाजवादी पार्टी कार्यालय के बाहर विक्रमादित्य मार्ग लखनऊ में हूं और देखिए ये समाजवादी पार्टी के बाहर जो बड़ा सा एक पोस्टर लगा है जिसमें शिवपाल और उनके बेटे आदित्य, एक तरफ अखिलेश और उनके जो स्वर्गीय पिता हैं मुलायम सिंह यादव की बड़ी सी फोटो लगी है और बीच में ये लगाने वाले जो हैं जो शख्स हैं मोहम्मद इखलाक, ये नेता समाजवादी पार्टी के युवा नेता हैं और इन्होंने लिखा है इस बैनर पोस्टर के माध्यम से कि रोजगार नहीं पर सिंदूर जरूर बांट रहे हो, सेना का नाम लेके फिर वोट मांग रहे हो, शिक्षा दो, काम दो, ये देश मांगता हिसाब दो, सेना है देश की शान, उसे मत बनाओ प्रचार का सामान। तो अब आप देख सकते हैं कि जो इन्होंने मैसेज दिया है, मैसेज भी साफ है किस तरह से इन्होंने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बहाने भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार पर तंज कसा है और सेना के लिए भी यह कहा है कि सेना देश की है, उस पर राजनीति ना करो। और दूसरी तरफ इसी विक्रमादित्य मार्ग के दूसरे छोर पर देखिए एक और बड़ा सा एक बैनर पोस्टर लगा है जिसमें समाजवादी पार्टी के दो जो युवा नेता हैं अभिषेक सिंह अर्कवंशी और धर्मदत्त तिवारी कुणाल, इनके द्वारा ये देखिए पोस्टर लगाया गया है। दो नाम उसमें और हैं जो सांसद हैं, आनंद भदौरिया भी हैं, उत्कर्ष वर्मा है और तमाम समाजवादी पार्टी के जो लीडर हैं और जो इनके महापुरुष हैं वो छोटे छोटे चित्र उनके दिए गए हैं और अखिलेश यादव का एक बड़ा चेहरा है। मैसेज क्या है इसमें? बेटियों को अधिकार दो, अवसर दो, शिक्षा दो, रोजगार दो, सिंदूर की चिंता मत करो, वो अपना भाग्य खुद लिखेंगी, घर घर पहुंचाना है तो शिक्षा और रोजगार पहुंचाओ, सिंदूर तो पति खुद लाकर देगा, पूछता है भारत। अब आप समझ लीजिए कि यहाँ पर जो टैगलाइन है पूछता है भारत, यहाँ पर भी यह बैनर पोस्टर में लिखा गया है। तो यानी कि जो दो बैनर यहाँ पर पोस्टर जो लगाए गए हैं, एक इस तरफ और एक समाजवादी पार्टी कार्यालय की तरफ, और दोनों में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बहाने समाजवादी पार्टी के युवा नेताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पर कहीं न कहीं सवाल उठाए हैं।
Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague राघवेंद्र। राघवेंद्र, एक तरफ हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से एक ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन पूरे दुनिया में अलग अलग देशों में जाके ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सक्सेस की बात कर रहा है, वहीं हम अपने ही देश में देखते हैं चाहे वो कांग्रेस हो और आज समाजवादी पार्टी सामने आके ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को छोटा दिखाने की कोशिश कर रही है। और क्या बताएंगे राघवेंद्र?
बड़ी बात यह है कि कभी देश के रक्षा मंत्री थे मुलायम सिंह यादव, जो उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री थे, समाजवादी पार्टी के वह राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भी रहे, लेकिन देश के रक्षा मंत्री थे। और वह जब देश के रक्षा मंत्री थे तो कहते हैं कि उन्होंने अपने देश के लिए, सेना के लिए बड़े बड़े काम किए। लेकिन सोचिए आज उनके जो अनुयायी हैं, आज उनके जो समर्थक हैं, वो क्या कह रहे हैं। देश जिस ऑपरेशन को देश सफलता मान रही है, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का डंका जहां पूरे दुनिया में बज रहा है, तमाम तरह के डेलीगेशन दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में जा रहे हैं, वहीं पे समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता अपने ही कार्यालय के बाहर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार का मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बहाने राजनीतिक बयानबाजी भी कर रहे हैं। तो इससे समझा जा सकता है कि आखिर इन लोगों के मन में क्या चल रहा है। राजनीति भी कर रहे हैं, खुल के ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की प्रशंसा भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और जो सेना अच्छा काम कर रही है, जिस सेना के काम को भारतीय जनता पार्टी उसको आगे बढ़ा रही है, उनका मनोबल बढ़ा रही है, तमाम जो डेलीगेशन में जो सदस्य गए हैं, विपक्षी पार्टियों के सांसद गए हैं, वह भी सेना का सम्मान कर रहे हैं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की प्रशंसा कर रहे हैं। लेकिन समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बहाने सरकार पर सवाल उठा रहे हैं और सेना के लिए दबी जुबान में कह रहे हैं सेना तो सबकी है, लेकिन सेना ने जो शौर्य दिखाया है उसकी प्रशंसा भी खुल के नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, केवल यह कह रहे हैं सेना तो सबकी है। और उसी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बहाने जो सेना ने किया है, सेना का यह शौर्य है जो सेना ने करके दिखाया, जो पाकिस्तान में घुस करके पाकिस्तान को उसकी औकात दिखाई, उस सेना के बारे में सवाल उठाया जा रहा है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उसकी सरकार के ऊपर तंज भी कसा जा रहा है।
Well, yes, thank you, Raghavendra, for those updates. We'll keep coming back to you as it is definitely going to snowball into yet another political controversy. Viewers, let's also listen into what Avdesh Prasad of the Samajwadi Party had to say on this.
सिंदूर उसका पति, महिला का पति ही सिंदूर लगाने का, देने का हकदार है। किसी दूसरे को महिला के सिंदूर देने का, सिंदूर लगाने का हक नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के द्वारा जो सिंदूर वितरण का कार्य किया जा रहा है, ये हमारे परंपराओं के अनुसार विपरीत है, हमारे धर्मों के विपरीत है और हमारी जो हिंदू धर्म में महिलाओं की पवित्रता का है, उसके विरोध में है। अगर इनको बांटना है तो सरकारी नौकरी बांटे, अगर इनको बांटना है तो सरकारी नौकरी बांटे। आज देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों हमारे नौजवान हैं, पढ़े लिखे तैयार हैं, बड़ी बड़ी डिग्रियां लिए हैं, आज उनकी डिग्रियां फेल हो रही हैं, बेकार हो रही, इनवेन हो रही हैं।
Well, moving on, viewers, we're getting more breaking news from Bangladesh. Now, amid election uncertainty, Bangladesh Supreme Court has ordered its election commission to restore Jamaat's registration. Now, the appellate division of the Supreme Court today has scrapped a High Court verdict that had declared Jamaat-e-Islami's registration with the election commission as a political party illegal. So the High Court had dubbed the Jamaat-e-Islami's affidavit that was submitted in front of the Election Commission as illegal. But now Supreme Court has toppled that judgment and has now directed its Election Commission to go forward and allowed Jamaat-e-Islami to go ahead and let them fight these elections. This is a big breaking news coming in, and it's a worrisome news keeping in mind Jamaat-e-Islami's nefarious activities as far as terror activities are also concerned. This is a breaking news coming at a time when there is a massive uproar against the Yunus regime as well. We've seen how in the past the Bangladesh military has also come forward and has given a deadline to the Yunus regime. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Krutarth. Now, Krutarth, the Bangladesh Supreme Court has toppled the High Court's decision and has directed its election commission to restore Jamaat's registration. It's not a good news, Krutarth.
Indeed, Madhurima, and it was also one of the last decisions that Sheikh Hasina took before she was deposed, that she had banned Jamaat-e-Islami as a political party, cancelling the registration. Now, as you rightly pointed out, the High Court had earlier upheld this decision. However, today, the Supreme Court, amid certain uncertainties over the election possibilities in Bangladesh, has restored Jamaat-e-Islami's registration. Now, this is very crucial because Muhammad Yunus is also believed to be a person who is perceived as very close to Jamaat-e-Islami, and Jamaat-e-Islami's influence has also been rising ever since the interim government of Muhammad Yunus has taken place. Now, when there are talks rife that the Bangladeshi army is absolutely certain that there should be elections before December, the registration of Jamaat being now brought back into effect is a big development that is coming in significantly, as BNP remains the only principal major opposition party that is in any position to contest elections. In the last few weeks, we have also seen BNP making various statements. And now what a four-member bench of the appellate division of the Supreme Court, headed by Chief Justice Syed Rafat Ahmed, has said that the EC will now dispose of other issues, including election symbol of Jamaat-e-Islami. So it is categorically clear that Jamaat-e-Islami will be able to now contest elections if they are held before December of 2025, and it is a big entry of Jamaat-e-Islami back into mainstream politics. Remember, Jamaat-e-Islami has always had a position that has been a bit antithetical to the constitution of Bangladesh, in the sense that they have been hardliners in Bangladesh, and they have always rooted for Bangladesh to do away with the provisions of secularism and go back to an Islamic country route similar to the lines of Pakistan. So because of these reasons and multiple other reasons, there were various trials and tribunals also conducted under Hasina regime that eventually led to the banning of Jamaat-e-Islami in Bangladesh. And now the Supreme Court upholding the judgment, or rather overturning the High Court's judgment and upholding its verdict, saying that Jamaat-e-Islami will be able to contest elections and registration of their party will be able to now be basically be re-registered again, and the ban will be lifted effectively, is a big development and a big legal victory perhaps for the Jamaat-e-Islami. Big development in Bangladesh politics. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you, Krutarth, for those details. Now, moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Bihar, which is inching closer towards poll, where Chirag Paswan has entered the Bihar poll battle. Chirag Paswan's brother-in-law and MP Arun Bharti has hinted that Chirag is going to enter the Bihar's political battle. Recently, in the party's executive meeting, a proposal was also unanimously passed that he should contest the upcoming assembly elections himself. And after that, what we are learning is that there's a hint that Union Minister Chirag Paswan could enter the political ground of assembly in the state of Bihar.
चिराग जी को अगर विधानसभा चुनाव लड़ना होगा एमपी का चुनाव लड़ना होगा तो ये राजनीतिक दल का अपना सोच अपना विचार होता है। इस पर बहुत परेशान होने की आवश्यकता नहीं। हम लोग देखेंगे कि इनको कहाँ लड़वाना चाहिए। एनडीए सोचेगी कि लड़वाने से किसी को फ़ायदा है, उसका मैसेज जाएगा। तो बहुत सारी बातें होते रहती है राजनीतिक दल में, ये कोई चर्चा का विषय नहीं है।
सर, अभी तक क्योंकि चिराग पासवान को दबी आवाज़ में कहा जाता था कि वो केंद्र में उनकी भूमिका थोड़ी ज़्यादा सक्रिय रहती है, लेकिन क्या लोकसभा चुनाव में जो 100% स्ट्राइक रेट उनका आया, 5 सीटें उन्होंने जीती, अपनी पार्टी को बिहार में मजबूत करने की कोशिश?
देखिए, चिराग पासवान जी एनडीए को मजबूत करना चाहते हैं और अभी 2 दिन पहले तो आपने विक्रमगंज में उनका भाषण अगर आप देखेंगे तो उनके भाषण से आपको सब कुछ स्पष्ट हो जाएगा।
Well, we was moving on. The flood fury continues to grip Assam and parts of Meghalaya. Rising river levels, relentless rain and landslides have thrown normal life out of gear. Thousands have been displaced, several lives lost, and the state government is on high alert. Here's the full report. Take a look.
Incessant rainfall in Assam has thrown life completely out of gear. Flash floods and waterlogging in at least 17 districts. Floods and landslides. More than 25 people killed in the state. In Guwahati too, multiple areas are severely waterlogged following 2 days of non-stop rain. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is assessing the situation.
हम लोग यहाँ पर आके रहता है, खाने के पानी नहीं है, रहने के सोने के बिस्तर नहीं है, लेट्रिन पायखाना सब डूब गया। हम लोग परसों से खाना नहीं खाया, चाय पी के है।
थोड़ा बारिश देने से पानी इधर पूरा पानी हो जाता है, हमेशा 3 साल से ऐसे हो रहा है। 3 साल से ऐसे हो रहा है। 3 साल में इधर में बैठा है, 3 साल में ऐसे हो रहा है। तो सरकार की तरफ से आप लोगों को क्या बोलेगा? सरकार तो करता ही नहीं, जो बनाया वो गलती करके बना दिया इंजीनियर। पूरा चारों तरफ का पानी इधर जमा कर दिया है।
Landslides have been reported in hilly parts of the state.
गुवाहाटी में लास्ट 3 दिन से बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश है और इस बारिश में बहुत सारा जगह में वाटर लॉगिंग हो गया है, लैंडस्लाइड भी हुआ है। अभी तक 5 आदमी का कैजुअलिटी का रिपोर्ट है और बहुत छोटा मोटा इंसिडेंट थोड़ा बहुत था, वो सब अभी तक कोई बुरा खबर नहीं है। वही 5 आदमी गुजर गया है और बहुत सारे जगह में अभी भी वाटर लॉगिंग हो रहा है। हम लोग कोशिश कर रहा हूँ ये पानी को निकालने के लिए, बहुत जगह पाम लगाया है।
In Dibrugarh, the Brahmaputra river breached the danger mark. Low-lying settlements are underwater, forcing evacuations. Local authorities are monitoring embankments. Rainwaters from upstream areas of Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya has aggravated the flood situation.
अभी जितने भी मेरा 5 किलोमीटर का वाक होता है, जितने भी डाइके इस तरफ घर हैं, सब घर में पानी आ गया है। सबने अपनी जीव जंती है डाइक पर लगा दिए हैं, सबने गाड़ी अपनी डाइक पर लगा दी है। तो यह समय उनके लिए बहुत दुविधापूर्ण होता है, कहाँ खाना बनाए, कहाँ रहें, कहाँ सोए। लेकिन सरकार है, इसका ध्यान लेगी, कुछ व्यवस्था करेगी उनके लिए। यही मेरी सरकार से मेरी आता है।
कल जो सिचुएशन थी आज से उससे बहुत ज़्यादा पानी डेंजर लेवल के ऊपर आ रहा है। ये एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ हम जाके एक्सरसाइज करते थे और सुरक्षा प्रशासन की दृष्टि से हम देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर बांध के इसे बंद कर दिया गया है। तो अभी हम भी समाज सभी लोगों से यही अपील करेंगे कि जैसा कि ये डेंजर जोन पे आ रहा है तो आप सभी गवर्नमेंट के सारे निर्देशों का पालन करते हुए अपनी जान को जोखिम में न डालें, अपनी सुरक्षा का ध्यान दें एवं सरकार की सहायता करें।
NDRF, SDRF, police and fire and emergency service personnel have been pressed into relief and rescue operations. With Meghalaya also battling rains, National Highway 17, a crucial link between the states of Meghalaya and Assam, also sustained significant damage. With rain expected to continue, Assam and parts of Meghalaya continue to remain on high alert.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Home Minister Amit Shah has dialed Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma to take stock of the flood situation in the state. Remember, viewers, heavy rains have triggered flash floods and landslide in the northeast region. Assam is one of the states that has been heavily affected. The death toll has risen to 22. That has been confirmed to us by the authorities across the northeast in floods, landslide. That is why Home Minister Amit Shah, taking in count of the number of casualties, has dialed Himanta Biswa Sarma. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Anirudh. Anirudh, the Home Minister has dialed Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, to take stock of situation. What more can you tell us? What is the situation on ground in the entire region of northeast?
Well, Madhurima, these heavy rains have triggered two sort of floods. One is the flash floods, and the other one is the flash floods in the urban areas particularly, and as well as the normal flooding, which happens as a result of the overflowing of the Brahmaputra and its tributaries. As far as the urban flood is concerned, in Guwahati, the urban flood situation has witnessed receding waters, and the flood situation have been normal now. Most of the areas which were earlier inundated, those areas have been cleared. Like only in some parts of Anil Nagar and Rukminigaon, it is still waterlogged. But overall, in most of the other areas, the flood situation has witnessed progress, and the water level has receded. As far as other parts of the state are concerned, at least 12 to 17 districts of Assam are reeling underwater, with the Brahmaputra flowing above danger level in different places. Apart from Assam, in Manipur also we have seen that the flood situation is still only worsening, and at several places of Imphal, several damages have also been reported. Apart from the floods, Madhurima, if we talk about the landslides across the region, the landslide that has occurred in Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya.
Anirudh, we'll keep coming back to you. Anirudh, we'll keep coming back to you as the situation remains tense in the entire region of northeast, as a flash flood, landslide have hit the region, claiming 22 lives.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now. I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from
here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 2 p.m. this Sunday afternoon. Our top story remains India's all-party delegations are continuing to make their motherland proud by representing India and exposing Pakistan's face of terrorism. In this, the latest edition, Asaduddin Owaisi, the AIMIM chief, is once again making headlines with his fiery retort on putting Pakistan back on the FATF grey list in Algiers. I'll bring you all the details on that story in just a moment. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines.
They expect us now to engage them in trade, in commerce, innovation, research and development, education, health, investments, and profitable ventures, mutually beneficial. And they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl.
Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif admits Pakistan's agony, says Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl.
Once you bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down.
AIMIM chief Owaisi says putting Pakistan back on the FATF grey list the only way to lead to a decline in terrorism. NIA conducts searches on 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan spying case nexus. Chirag Paswan set to enter Bihar election, hints brother-in-law Arun Bharti. Bengal arrests 22-year-old law student and influencer Sarmishta Panoli for hate post. BJP questions selective action. Heavy rains trigger flash floods and landslides, over 20 reported dead. Rescue operations presently underway in northeast. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news is now coming in. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has once again exposed Pakistan, this time in Algerian capital of Algiers. Owaisi says Pakistan should be put once again on the FATF grey list and that terrorism will only decline if this is done. He was addressing the Indian community in the Algerian capital as part of India's multi-party, all-party parliamentary delegations. Owaisi also gave an example of Islamabad's complicity in terrorism, citing the case of 26/11 mastermind Zakir Rahman Lakhvi. He stated that the terrorist who had become a father while officially being incarcerated in Pakistan, once again showing Pakistan the mirror across the world, leading the charge of the all-party delegations. Here is what AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi once again said when he pitched that Pakistan should be put on the FATF grey list once again.
Come here to request the Algerian political leadership to help India in bringing back Pakistan in the FATF grey list, because Algeria is a member of FATF. The countries which we have gone, whether it is Bahrain, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, the whole Middle East and North Africa, this has been a request that unless and until we bring Pakistan back in grey list, because you see, terrorism survives on one ideology. Second is money. So if you have to counter them on these 2 points. Ideology, you know very well, you have seen the Black Decade, even South Algeria, you still have some problems. So, you know, on that point we are together, and I think so if Algeria and India work more together, and of course there is always, you know, we are human beings, we have to learn lessons. It's not that you know everything, I know everything. So of course India will definitely, our leadership will share your experiences. But the end of the day, unless until you tackle them on ideology and the financial part, once you bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down, because the experience of 2018, wherein Algeria and other countries have helped India. For example, let me quote you what I am saying to corroborate what I have said. We had our Mumbai, which we call famously 26/11. Our Indian investigators went to Pakistan, gave them DNA samples, and because of this brave sacrifice of the Mumbai police, we could catch alive one terrorist called Ajmal Kasab. The arms which he was carrying, the bullets which he had, the grenades which we had all the Pakistan markings over it. So our investigators went to Pakistan, gave evidence of whatever they wanted, gave them recorded statements of witnesses. But you know what happened? Pakistan didn't went ahead.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news coming in from the state of Karnataka. Protests have intensified against actor turned politician Kamal Haasan. Pro-Kannada groups are continuing their protest against Kamal Haasan's remark, and they are calling for a ban on the movie Thug Life. The pro-Kannada outfits are also urging the people to do not watch Kamal Haasan's movie in cinema theatres and have appealed to theatre owners to join their protests. These groups have demanded a complete ban against Kamal Haasan's new movie Thug Life. Meanwhile, Kamal Haasan has remained defiant and has refused to apologize over his remarks. As we saw just a couple of days ago, he said that he will not apologize if he is not wrong. This is in reference to his statement where he said that Kannada as a language was born as an offshoot of Tamil, and this has now created a massive controversy between the two states. My colleague Abhishek joins us live with more details on that story. Abhishek, the protests are refusing to die down. We had the mega debate also on Friday, and it's Sunday now, 3 days ongoing, and Kamal Haasan has yet to refuse, or rather he has refused to apologize. However, what are the actions that are happening on the ground? What is the state and extent of the ban that is now being called in Karnataka? Abhishek, if you can hear me, we are seeing that the protests against Kamal Haasan are ongoing for the last 3 to 4 days. The Kannada groups have intensified it. They are calling for a ban on the ground. Is it getting any more traction, or is it just restricted to the groups that are against Kamal Haasan at this moment on this very serious Kannada-Tamil rub? All right, I'll get that line restored with Abhishek, my colleague, who will join us in just a moment. However, big political war of words now emerging. Pro-Kannada groups are also refusing to back down until Kamal Hassan accepts an apology or gives an apology in this case. However, so far the indications are that Kamal Hassan is defiant on his stance. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, more breaking news coming in. Breaking news coming in from Bangladesh now. Sheikh Hasina has been charged with crimes against humanity. This is in the International Crimes Tribunal, or the ICT of Bangladesh, where she has been formally pressed with charges after she was ousted from Bangladesh last August. A case has been officially filed under the charges of crimes against humanity committed during the July mass uprising that took place, or the military coup eventually that took place in August. The Bangladeshi authorities are now calling the crackdown on the students that ensued during last July and August before Hasina's ouster as a crime against humanity, and now official charges are being pressed at the International Crimes Tribunal. This was also one of the tribunals that was set by Hasina herself, under which many of the opposition leaders of BNP and the historical revisions were done regarding the Bangladesh liberations and the people who played inimical roles in terms of committing crimes against humanity during the Bangladesh Liberation War. And now the laws and the tribunal created by Hasina herself have been turned against her. And now Hasina is being charged officially under the charges of crimes against humanity. That's the big breaking news development that is coming in from Bangladesh at the moment. That's the big breaking news. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Sikkim is reeling under flash floods and heavy downpour. Rescue operations are underway for a second straight day, and a search is ongoing for 9 missing persons after a tourist vehicle carrying about 11 plunged into 100 feet into the Tista River near the Chobombu Mangan district. There was a big cloudburst in this upper area where the water levels of the Tista River have increased at least by 4 meters, and the roads have broken down in multiple places. Here is a very detailed report on the situation on the ground in Sikkim.
The Tista River's water level rose significantly on Sunday due to heavy and continuous downpour in Sikkim. The India Meteorological Department issued a red alert for today in the state's Mangan district for heavy to very heavy rain in the region. The Met Department also issued an orange alert for Sikkim's Gyalsing, Namchi, Soreng, Gangtok and Payong district for the next 24 hours. According to the district administration, many properties have been damaged due to landslide.
जो टूरिस्ट उस एक्सीडेंट में मुंशीथन चोबम्बू में मिसिंग हुआ था, मिसिंग नहीं, जो एक्सीडेंट में नदी में गिरा था, तो उसमें से 2 को तो जिंदा निकाला 29 के रात को ही रेस्क्यू टीम ने। बाकी जो 9 आदमी है उसमें से इंक्लूडिंग ड्राइवर जो सिक्किम का था, तो कल दिन भर हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया था। एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ और ये आईटीबीपी सारे लोगों ने कोशिश किया, लेकिन नदी के अंदर जो गाड़ी चली गई थी तो वो गाड़ी निकल नहीं पाया, गाड़ी नज़र भी नहीं आ रहा है, एक छोटा सा उसका पोर्शन नज़र आ रहा है, उसको खींचने के हिलाने की बहुत कोशिश की, लेकिन डेब्रिस की जो सैंड और जो डेब्रिस होता है उससे दब करके वो निकल नहीं रहा है।
In North Sikkim, landslides were reported in the Thieng and Chunthong areas, causing damage to multiple properties. The IMD has strongly advised citizens to avoid unnecessary travel, remain indoors, and stay away from riverbanks and vulnerable slopes.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, just days after the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam, a new fresh wave of faith is defying all fears. Thousands of Kashmiri Pandits are now leaving the valley to take part in the annual Kheer Bhavani Mela, one of the most significant pilgrimages for the community. Security has also been stepped up across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and my colleague Gursimran brings you this ground report.
Days after Pahalgam terror attack, a number of Kashmiri Pandits, hundreds and hundreds of them are leaving for the Kashmir Valley to take part in the Kheer Bhavani Mela that is set to take place on 3rd of June. Right now, we are in the Nagrota area where the buses have lined up from where the Kashmiri Pandits will be leaving for the Kashmir Valley. This is an annual pilgrimage of the Kashmiri Pandit community that is very important for them. We'll try to speak to some of the Kashmiri Pandits as well. Sir, क्या संदेश जो है वो कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय देना चाहता है? एक बड़ा साफ है कि आतंक पर आस्था भारी है।
बिल्कुल, आतंक पर आस्था भारी है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। लेकिन मेरी आस्था के साथ कब तक आप खिलवाड़ करोगे, कब तक आप मेरी आस्था को एक ढाल बनाओगे? आप उस टूरिज्म को आज फिर से मतलब उसका गेटवे आप फिर से खोलने जा रहे हो कश्मीरी पंडित के नाम पे। आप बोलते हैं टेरर एंड टॉक्स एक साथ नहीं चल सकती है। मैं कहता हूँ टूरिज्म एंड टेरर एक साथ नहीं चल सकते हैं। 35 साल हो गए मेरे को, 35 साल हो गए मेरे को एक विस्थापन का जीवन झेल रहे हैं। मेरी परमानेंट रेपुटेशन कब?
तुसी घर जाना चाहते हैं कश्मीरी पंडित?
सर मेरे रूट्स है वहाँ पे, मेरी अंतरात्मा है वहाँ पे, मेरी चिता है वहाँ पे जो मेरा वेट कर रही है वहाँ पे, और मुझे उस चीज़ से मरहूम रखा गया पिछले 35 साल से।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है। विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबां कैसी?
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's also show you a couple of visuals that are coming in from Srinagar, where an avalanche occurred in the Srinagar-Leh highway near the Jozila Pass. Now, it is a matter of relief, though, that there are no reports of any losses of life or property in this incident. However, these are the visuals that are coming in from Srinagar in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where the Jozila Pass saw an avalanche earlier today. These are some very dramatic visuals coming in from the Union Territory in the raw video that you see on your screen at the moment. This is an avalanche that had suddenly hit the Jozila Pass area. At the moment, as far as the indications are concerned, the report suggests authorities have confirmed that there are no reported casualties or any other emergencies that have been informed about so far after this avalanche that was triggered near the Jozila Pass on the Srinagar-Leh highway. However, the situation remains critical, and those are some visuals coming in from Srinagar.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is your 30 minutes of your positivity timeout. I bring to you this episode packed with content put together by our positive influencers. Thank you for joining me, Tanvi Sood, on episode 7 of the Positive Influencer Show. We have a fantastic lineup of content that's your clutter breaker through prime time. But before I get to it, I want to thank all of you who have been firing those samples. Our teams are crunching through it and walking through the phones to get back to you. If you've not hit that apply button yet, go to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in or that WhatsApp number on your screen and drop that sample video. Now let's get to the content. The first positive influencer clip we have for you this evening is by the supremely viral and hugely inspirational Captain Yashika Tyagi. Captain Tyagi narrates the story of Shaurya Chakra awardee Major Mohit Sharma, a story of pure valor and sacrifice. No less than a film script and as passionately narrated by this positive influencer who's taking the internet by storm. It'll give you goosebumps when you hear what this brave son of India accomplished for the nation. Let's hear it from Kargil war veteran Captain Yashika Tyagi in her series Shaurya Tales.
दोस्तों के लिए माइक, मम्मी पापा के लिए चिंटू, हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन के टेररिस्ट्स के लिए इफ्तिकार भट्ट और हिंदुस्तान के लिए अशोक चक्र विजेता मेजर मोहित शर्मा। शौर्य टेल्स में आज एक ऐसी शानदार कहानी जो मेंटल टफनेस, फौलादी इरादे, मुश्किल से मुश्किल काम को अपने स्टाइल से एग्जीक्यूट करने और मौत के साए में भी जोश और होश दोनों बरकरार रखने का माइंडसेट सिखाती है। जय हिंद, मैं कैप्टन याशिका हटवाल त्यागी हूं, कारगिल वॉर वेटरन और मिलिट्री इंस्पायर्ड लीडरशिप कोच। आज की शौर्य टेल शुरू करते हैं। कश्मीर की वादियों में इंडियन आर्मी के 1 पैरा स्पेशल फोर्सेस के जांबाज मेजर मोहित शर्मा भेष बदलकर मिलिटेंट्स के कैंप में उन्हीं के साथ कई दिन रहे। कैसे रहे होंगे वो पल, कैसी रही होगी वो तैयारी कि खूंखार आतंकवादियों का भरोसा जीतकर उन्हीं के हाइडआउट में रहना, उन्हीं के जैसे बात करना और जरूरी इंफॉर्मेशन हासिल करना। और आतंकवादियों को भनक भी नहीं लगी कि जिसे वो इफ्तिकार भट्ट के नाम से जानते हैं, वो तो इंडियन आर्मी की फौज का एक कमांडो है। गाजियाबाद के रहने वाले राजेंद्र और सुशीला के घर 13 जुलाई 1978 को एक बेटे का जन्म हुआ और उसे नाम दिया मोहित, सबका मन मोहने वाला। पढ़ाई लिखाई खेलकूद में अव्वल, गिटार, माउथ ऑर्गन और हेमंत कुमार के पुराने बॉलीवुड गीतों का शौकीन, हर नई चीज को सीखने की इच्छा, ये थी नन्हे मोहित की पहचान। पेरेंट्स उनके फौज ज्वाइन करने के इरादे से ज्यादा खुश नहीं थे, लेकिन बेटे की दिली ख्वाहिश के आगे उनकी एक ना चली। नेशनल डिफेंस एकेडमी खड़कवासला की हवा में मोटिवेशन ही मोटिवेशन है, जहां भारतीय सेना के भावी ऑफिसर्स की ट्रेनिंग के साथ फौलादी इरादों को भी तराश दिया जाता है। तो एनडीए में हॉर्स राइडिंग, बॉक्सिंग, स्विमिंग में चैंपियन और आईएमए की ट्रेनिंग के दौरान कारगिल युद्ध की खबरें सुन सुनकर मोहित का खून उबाल मारता। और फिर पासिंग आउट परेड का दिन आ गया। लेफ्टिनेंट मोहित शर्मा 11 नवंबर 1999 को 5 मद्रास रेजिमेंट में कमीशन हुए। जोश से भरे हुए मोहित की तैनाती जम्मू कश्मीर में काउंटर इंसर्जेंसी ऑपरेशन में हुई। बहादुर 38 राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स के सैनिकों के साथ कश्मीर वैली में बहुत भयानक ऑपरेशंस में मोहित ने अपनी टीम को लीड किया और कई मिलिटेंट्स का एनकाउंटर किया। इतनी छोटी उम्र में ही उनकी बहादुरी और यंग लीडरशिप को देखते हुए उन्हें चीफ ऑफ आर्मी स्टाफ कमेंडेशन कार्ड से सम्मानित किया गया। इसी समय कश्मीर की वादियों में स्पेशल फोर्सेस के साथ उन्होंने कई ऑपरेशंस किए और अब मोहित ने मैरून बेरे और पैरा ट्रूपर्स की स्पेशल फोर्सेस ज्वाइन करने का मन बना लिया। यहां आपको यह बताना बहुत जरूरी है कि पूरी दुनिया में सभी पैरा ट्रूपर्स, चाहे वो किसी भी देश के हों, उनके सैनिक मैरून रंग की टोपी लगाते हैं। आसमान से पैराशूट के जरिए उतरकर पानी, जमीन पर ये रेजिमेंट्स बहुत ही स्पेशलाइज्ड ऑपरेशंस के लिए डिप्लॉय की जाती हैं। अपनी छाती पर बलिदान का बैच लगाए ये योद्धा जान हथेली पर लिए ब्रह्मास्त्र की तरह अचूक डेयर डेविल मिशंस को अंजाम देते हैं। इनका हिस्सा बनना शौर्य और वीरता का प्रतीक है। कठिन फिजिकल और साइकोलॉजिकल पैरामीटर्स को क्लियर करते हुए 1 पैरा स्पेशल फोर्सेस का हिस्सा बने मोहित शर्मा। साल 2004 में स्वर्ग सा कश्मीर नर्क सा सुलग रहा था। सीमा पार से सपोर्टेड बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट्स, कर्फ्यू, हत्या, आतंक और डर के माहौल में हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन, जैश ए मोहम्मद, लश्कर ए तोयबा के आतंकवादी रक्त बीज की तरह पनप रहे थे। जवान कश्मीरी लड़कों को ब्रेन वॉश कर उनके हाथों में बंदूक थमाई जा रही थी। घाटी में जान की कोई कीमत नहीं थी। आए दिन सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के साथ मुठभेड़ की खबरों से अखबार भरे हुए थे। इंडियन आर्मी और सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के लिए दुश्मन के अगले कदम की जानकारी और सटीक इंफॉर्मेशन हासिल करना बहुत जरूरी था। तो एक दिन 1 पैरा स्पेशल फोर्सेस के अपने साथियों के साथ मिलिट्री ऑपरेशन की प्लानिंग करते हुए किसी साथी ने यूं ही कहा, कितना अच्छा होता कि हमारा ही कोई आदमी आतंकवादियों के कैंप में घुसकर सटीक इंफॉर्मेशन ले आए। बस फिर क्या था, बिना किसी डर और पर्सनल सेफ्टी की चिंता किए मेजर मोहित शर्मा इस डेयर डेविल आइडिया को मिशन बनाने के लिए आगे आ गए। मोहित को यकीन था कि वो ही इस आइडिया को कामयाबी से एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं। और उन्होंने तैयारी शुरू कर दी। और क्या तैयारी थी! परफेक्ट डिस्गाइज, लोकल कश्मीरी भाषा बोलने की प्रैक्टिस। कश्मीरी भाषा आसान नहीं होती, लेकिन उसे सीखना और बोलना, बातचीत करने का लहजा, तरीका, उठना बैठना, मैनरिज्म्स, यहां तक कि बाल, नाखून, फिरन, सब कुछ कन्विंसिंग लगना चाहिए। और सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज तो यह था कि उनके चलने का तरीका, जो एकदम फौजी था, उसे भी बदल दिया। मिशन इतना खतरनाक कि यदि मिलिटेंट को जरा सी भी शक भनक लगे तो रूह कंपाने वाला टॉर्चर और दर्द भरी मौत तो पक्की है। और यदि कामयाब हो गए तो टेररिस्ट्स, उनके इन्फॉर्मर्स, ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर्स, हथियारों की सप्लाई, हाइड आउट्स यानी छुपने की जगह, उनके प्लान्स, मंसूबे सब हमारे हाथ लग जाएंगे। और फिर एक दोपहर मेजर मोहित से इफ्तिकार भट्ट बने कश्मीरी युवक की एंट्री होती है। 6 फुट 2 इंच का लंबा चौड़ा कश्मीरी गबरू जवान लड़का, कंधे तक लंबे बाल, दाढ़ी, चेहरे पर उदासी सी और आंखों में गुस्सा। परफेक्ट डिस्गाइज। एक दुकान में कहवा पीते हुए इफ्तिकार ने, अब से मैं इफ्तिकार का इस्तेमाल करूंगी मेजर मोहित शर्मा के लिए, क्योंकि यही अब उनका नया नाम था। इफ्तिकार ने दुकानदार को कहा, मेरे भाई को इंडियन आर्मी ने मार दिया और अब मुझे उसका बदला लेना है। मेरे पास एक बहुत जबरदस्त प्लान है। कुछ दिन तक वो इसी खबर को फैलाते रहे। यह सिलसिला चलता गया। इफ्तिकार का सब्र बहुत गहरा था। एक दिन एक कश्मीरी लड़का इफ्तिकार के पास आया और उसे अपने साथ चलने को कहा। पतली संकरी गलियों के बीच बीच से निकलते हुए चीड़ के जंगलों के बीच एक सुनसान इलाके में पत्थर पर 2 आदमी बैठे थे। चेहरे पर एक अजीब सी क्रूरता, हाथ में बंदूक, फिरन, शॉल पहने हुए 2 आतंकवादी। आज इफ्तिकार समझ गया कि यही वो दिन है जिसका उसे इंतजार था। उसके सामने थे कश्मीर में हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन के 2 सबसे बड़े नाम, अबू तुरारा और अबू सब्जार। मेजर मोहित शर्मा यानी इफ्तिकार चाहता तो उसी समय दोनों को मार सकता था, लेकिन आज उनकी जान से ज्यादा जरूरी था उनके नेटवर्क, प्लान्स, हाइडआउट्स, ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर्स के बारे में सारी इंफॉर्मेशन लेना। तो इन 2 आतंकवादियों ने अब इफ्तिकार से पूछा, कौन हो? इफ्तिकार ने उन्हें अपनी कहानी सुनाई कि कैसे उसके भाई को इंडियन आर्मी ने मार दिया, जिसका बदला लेने के लिए उसके पास एक प्लान है और उसे उस प्लान को पूरा करने के लिए उन दोनों की मदद चाहिए, अबू तुरारा और अबू सब्जार। अब इनके सामने जो प्लान आया वो बहुत पक्का था। जिस आर्मी चेकपोस्ट पर हमला करना है वहां फौजी मूवमेंट कैसा होगा, कितने सिपाही होंगे, कितना बड़ा नुकसान इंडियन आर्मी को होगा, हमले के लिए सही वक्त कौन सा है, कौन सा हथियार इंडियन आर्मी इस्तेमाल करती है, यह सब इंफॉर्मेशन इफ्तिकार ने उन्हें दी। यह देखकर दोनों आतंकवादी इफ्तिकार को अपने साथ ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए राजी हो गए। 2 हफ्ते तक इफ्तिकार उन्हीं के साथ, उन्हीं के हाइडआउट में ट्रेनिंग लेता रहा और फिर हमले के लिए तय दिन सीमा पार से 3 टेररिस्ट्स गोला बारूद और हथियारों से लैस होकर इफ्तिकार के बताए प्लान को अंजाम देने के लिए आने वाले थे। इमेजिन करिए उस दिमागी मजबूती और परफेक्ट तैयारी को कि आतंकवादियों के बीच 1-2 नहीं 14-15 दिन रहकर खुद को नॉर्मल रखना और अपने मिशन को अंजाम देना। तो एक दिन इफ्तिकार बाहर चूल्हे पर कहवा बना रहा था, तो अबू सब्जार और अबू तुरारा आपस में बात करने लगे कि हम इस लड़के के बारे में सिवाय इसके नाम के ज्यादा कुछ नहीं जानते। तभी इफ्तिकार अंदर आया। अबू तुरारा ने कहा, तुम कौन हो? इफ्तिकार ने अपनी बंदूक जमीन पर फेंकी और कहा, अगर मुझ पर यकीन नहीं तो मुझे मार दो। उसकी आवाज में इतना कॉन्फिडेंस देखकर अबू सब्सार और अबू तुरारा ने वो बात को वहीं छोड़ दिया और जैसे ही वो कहवा का ग्लास लेने के लिए झुके, इफ्तिकार ने अपनी फिरन के अंदर से पिस्टल निकाली और दोनों को पॉइंट ब्लैंक रेंज से शूट कर दिया। मिशन सक्सेसफुल हुआ। इफ्तिकार भट्ट से मेजर मोहित शर्मा बनने का समय आ चुका था। अपनी जान की बाजी लगाकर मेजर मोहित शर्मा के हाथ बहुत सीक्रेट इंफॉर्मेशन आ चुकी थी, जिससे इंडियन आर्मी ने आगे चलकर घाटी में बहुत सारी हत्या, हमले, हथियार की खेप, सपोर्टर्स का नेटवर्क, इन सबको न्यूट्रलाइज किया और घाटी में अमन का रास्ता साफ होने लगा। लेकिन पिक्चर अभी बाकी है। साल 2009 मेजर मोहित शर्मा एक बार फिर कश्मीर की वादियों में अपनी रेजिमेंट के साथ डिप्लॉयड हुए। जगह थी कुपवाड़ा एरिया। वो एरिया बहुत हॉट था और अक्सर ही आतंकवादियों के साथ मुठभेड़ और एनकाउंटर्स होते थे। 21 मार्च 2009 कुछ टेररिस्ट्स के कुपवाड़ा से इन्फिल्ट्रेट करने की इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट मिली। सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस ने सर्च और डिस्ट्रॉय ऑपरेशन शुरू किया। मेजर मोहित शर्मा हफरूदा के घने जंगल में अपनी स्पेशल फोर्सेस की असॉल्ट टीम को लीड कर रहे थे। यह जंगल बहुत घना था और साथ ही यहां बहुत प्राकृतिक गुफाएं हैं, बड़ी बड़ी चट्टानें हैं जहां दुश्मन आसानी से कवर ले सकता है। जैसे ही असॉल्ट टीम जंगल के अंदर पहुंची, उन पर 3 दिशाओं से फायर आने लगा। जंगल गोलियों की आवाज से गूंज रहा था। दोनों तरफ से गोलियां चलने लगी। हैवी फायरिंग से हमारे 2 सिपाही घायल हुए। मेजर मोहित शर्मा रेंगते हुए, क्रॉल करते हुए आगे बढ़े और दोनों को खींचकर एक बड़ी चट्टान के पीछे लेकर आए। अब तक स्पेशल फोर्सेस की अचूक फायरिंग से दुश्मन को नुकसान होने लगा। मेजर मोहित ने एम कर ग्रेनेड फेंके और फिर 2 टेररिस्ट को ढेर किया। हमारी तरफ से आई फायरिंग से कुछ समय के लिए दुश्मन शांत हो गया और फिर एक गोली आई जो मोहित शर्मा की बगल से बुलेट प्रूफ के साइड से छाती को भेदती हुई अंदर चली गई। फिर भी ये जांबाज लड़ता गया और अपने साथियों को कवर फायर देता रहा। फाइनली कई गोलियों के गहरे घाव से लहू लुहान मोहित को लग गया कि अब उनका समय आ गया। अपने साथियों से दुश्मन का ध्यान हटाने के लिए उन्होंने दुश्मन पर आगे बढ़कर हमला कर दिया और उस खून से भरे हुए मोहित शर्मा, जिस पर अनगिनत गोलियां थीं, उन्होंने हैंड टू हैंड फाइट यानी गुत्थम गुत्था की लड़ाई में 2 और दुश्मनों को मार गिराया। क्या रहा होगा वो हिम्मती जांबाज आदमी। इस बीच हमारी फोर्सेस ने दुश्मन को घेर कर जबरदस्त फायरिंग करी, जिसके आगे पाकिस्तान से ट्रेनिंग लेकर आए टेररिस्ट की एक नहीं चली और वो सब मारे गए। और बाद में पता चला कि उनमें से एक स्नाइपर गन से एम लेकर अचूक फायरिंग कर रहा था। मिलिट्री हॉस्पिटल में मेजर मोहित शर्मा की जान बचाने की बहुत कोशिश हुई, पर यह चमकता हुआ सितारा जब तक चमका, उसने हर ओर उजाला कर दिया था और बहादुरी की एक हैरत अंगेज मिसाल कायम करी। ऑपरेशन पिनाका में मेजर मोहित शर्मा समेत हमारे 4 और सिपाही शहीद हुए। यह देश सदा उनका ऋणी रहेगा। अपने अदम्य साहस और वीरता के लिए मेजर मोहित शर्मा को शांति काल में वीरता के लिए सबसे ऊंचा सम्मान अशोक चक्र से सम्मानित किया गया। जय हिंद की सेना।
The Indian Armed Forces never ceases to surprise us. These stories are just heart-wrenching. Now on to the next video. Narrative-setting wildfires of unverified videos have been igniting everyone's timeline and blowing up everyone's phone groups. We've heard these terms more than ever before during the ongoing Operation Sindoor. Pakistan's propaganda machine has been working overtime, and that's why the next video is so very important. In this compelling video, squadron leader Warleen Panwar cuts through the noise and exposes Pakistan's ongoing attempts at psychological warfare and fake propaganda. With clarity and authority of a seasoned Air Force officer, she breaks down the tactics used to mislead, manipulate and provoke by Pakistan. Let's get right to her video.
जय हिंद एवरीवन। रिसेंटली ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में इंडिया पाकिस्तान के बीच हुई कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में आपने एक बहुत ही पिक्यूलियर चीज नोटिस की होगी, और वो है पाकिस्तानी गवर्नमेंट का कॉन्स्टेंटली एक फेक प्रोपेगेंडा को प्रमोट करना कि वो वॉर जीत रहे हैं। अब देखिए, हमने इस पे मीम्स वगैरह तो बहुत बनाया और हमने इसको ऐसे भी दिखाया है कि ये कुछ ऐसा है जो हमें जिसको मजाकिया तौर पे लेना चाहिए, बट एक्चुअली if I tell you, this is a type of psychological warfare. Will you believe it? Hear me out. ये साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर एक गवर्नमेंट या एक आर्म फोर्स तब फॉलो करती है जब वो लिटरली वॉर हार रहे होते हैं, बट उनको ये फेक प्रोपेगेंडा प्रमोट करना होता है कि हम लोग देखो वॉर जीत रहे हैं। अब इसको दो रीजन से किया जाता है। नंबर 1 कि एडवर्सरी जब इसको देखें तो उनको लगे कि अरे हम तो वॉर हार रहे हैं, और ये हमारे मोरल, हमारे मोटिवेशन को इफेक्ट करे। और ये ही न्यूज इसको जब उनके देश के लोग देखें तो उनको ये लगता है कि अरे देखिए हमारी फौज कितना अच्छा कर रही है और हम तो जीत रहे हैं। इसकी वजह से, हार की वजह से जो उनकी कंट्री में अनरेस्ट हो सकता है उसको वो कंट्रोल करते हैं एंड दूसरे नेशन को डीमोटिवेट करते हैं। सो देखिए, ऐसी सिचुएशन को कभी भी अगर आपकी लाइफ में आता है, सबसे पहले तो इसको आइडेंटिफाई करिए कि साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर है, एंड इसको अवॉइड करने के लिए आपको क्या करना चाहिए। नंबर 1, किसी भी फेक सोर्स की इंफॉर्मेशन को आप शेयर मत करिए आगे, और उस पर बिलीव करने से पहले क्वेश्चन करिए कि क्या इसके साथ कोई प्रूफ दिए गए हैं, क्या इसके साथ कुछ ऐसा एविडेंस दिया गया है जिससे आप उस पर बिलीव कर सकते हैं। अगर ऐसा कुछ नहीं है तो प्लीज डोंट बिलीव इट एंड डोंट प्रमोट इट, बिकॉज अगर आप उसको शेयर करते हैं अपनी स्टोरीज में, आप उसको व्हाट्सएप पे कॉन्स्टेंटली शेयर कर रहे हैं, फॉरवर्ड कर रहे हैं, दैट मीन्स यू आर सपोर्टिंग देयर साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर। ओके, एंड अगर आप उससे पूछे कि कितना लीथल हो सकता है, सो जैसे मिसाइल लोगों जैसे मिसाइल हमारे एयर बेसिस को अटैक करती है, वैसे ही साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर हमारे माइंडसेट को अटैक करता है। तो माइंडसेट पे अटैक एंड बेसिस पे अटैक दोनों equally dangerous हो सकते हैं वॉर टाइम में। So I hope this information will help you and you will stop spreading fake news after listening to this video. Jai Hind.
I'm so happy that the Pakistan disinformation campaign is being smashed by our positive influencers. We're going to get you more of that right through Operation Sindoor. Now on to our next video. Up next is Ishan Batra, who has put together his narration on the folklores as he knows them about the Red Fort. From the Red Fort in New Delhi, Ishan uses his understanding to put together this next video, which attempts to link the Mughal era to the world of astrology. Through his own insight and his analysis, Ishan attempts to uncover how celestial alignments, symbolic design, and imperial ambition were seemingly intertwined to shape the fort's architecture and spiritual significance. Here it is.
जब जिक्र होता है एस्ट्रोलॉजी का, तो तब ज़्यादातर लोगों का ध्यान सिर्फ हिंदू सनातनी परंपराओं तक ही सीमित रहता है, लेकिन इतिहास की किताबें कुछ और ही कहती हैं। एस्ट्रोलॉजी यानी ज्योतिष शास्त्र हमारे ऋषियों की देन है, और ये मुगलिया सल्तनत में भी काफ़ी गहराई तक स्थापित थी। अब भले ही उसे राजनीति कह लो, दरबार की व्यवस्था, या फिर राजा जब इम्पॉर्टेंट डिसीजंस लेता था तो इन सारी चीज़ों के अंदर एस्ट्रोलॉजी को एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल दिया जाता था। वो लोग इसको इल्म नजूम कहा करते थे। तो आइए जानते हैं इसके बारे में। नमस्कार, मेरा नाम ईशान बत्रा है और इस वक्त मैं दिल्ली के लाल किले में खड़ा हूँ। लाल किला सिर्फ कोई एक ऐतिहासिक इमारत ही नहीं बल्कि मुगलिया सल्तनत की शान रह चुका है। लाल किले पर मुगलों के अलावा ईरानी, मराठा, सिख और अंग्रेज़ों ने भी राज किया है। पर क्या आप लोग जानते हो कि इस किले की जब नींव रखी जा रही थी तो उसके पीछे एस्ट्रोलॉजी का बहुत बड़ा हाथ था। बात कुछ ऐसी है कि जब शाहजहां लाल किले की नींव रखना चाह रहे थे तो तब उसके मुलाजिमों ने, मतलब उसके कोर्ट एस्ट्रोलॉजर्स ने उसको ये कहा था कि 12 मई 1639 जो है ये डेट बहुत ज़्यादा ऑस्पिशियस है, शुभ है। तो शाहजहां ने इसी दिन लाल किले की नींव रखी थी और उसके ज्योतिषों ने कहा था कि ये जो किला है ये सालों साल बरकरार रहेगा। तो जानते हैं और एग्जाम्पल्स के बारे में। अब बात करते हैं जहांगीर की। जहांगीर एक ऐसा मुग़ल राजा था जिसका एस्ट्रोलॉजी में एक अलग ही इंटरेस्ट था। ये बात हम इसलिए कह सकते हैं क्योंकि जहांगीर ने अपने रूलिंग पीरियड के अंदर एक बहुत बोल्ड मूव लिया था। जहांगीर ने ऐसे सिक्के छपवाए थे आगरा, अहमदाबाद और अजमेर के अंदर, जिसकी एक तरफ तो जहांगीर का नाम हुआ करता था बट उसकी दूसरी तरफ ज्योतिष की 12 राशियों में से एक छापी जाती थी। बट आगे चलकर ये सिक्कों की छपवाई को बंद करवाया गया क्योंकि मुग़लों का मानना था ये उनके इस्लामिक रूल्स के ख़िलाफ़ है। ये सिक्के आज भी लंदन और इंडिया के म्यूज़ियम्स के अंदर अवेलेबल हैं, जो कि एविडेंस है कि मुग़ल्स जो हैं वो एस्ट्रोलॉजी में काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंडल्ज थे। अब ऐसा ही एक मुग़ल राजा था जिसका नाम था हुमायूं। हुमायूं का जो इंटरेस्ट था वो एस्ट्रोलॉजी के साथ साथ एस्ट्रोनॉमी के अंदर भी बहुत था। हुमायूं ने कुछ ऐसे स्ट्रक्चर्स आगरा में बनवाए थे जहाँ पर अक्सर वो जाकर ग्रहों की स्पीड को ऑब्ज़र्व किया करता था। कहा तो ये भी जाता है कि जब हुमायूं का दरबार लगता था तो वो प्लानिटरी पोजीशन के हिसाब से लोगों को खड़ा करता था और उनको अपने अलग रंग दिए जाते थे। अब ऐसे ही बहुत से एग्जाम्पल्स हैं जो कि हमें बताते हैं कि एस्ट्रोलॉजी, ज्योतिष शास्त्र सिर्फ सनातन धर्म से ही रिलेटेड नहीं था, बल्कि इसकी हेल्प, एस्ट्रोलॉजी की हेल्प ऑल अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड ली जाती थी। मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए कल्याणमस्तु, जय श्री राम।
I'm loving the diversity of the contents our teams have put together for this episode. On to the next one. Superstitions, we've all heard them. Don't sweep after sunset, don't cut those nails at night, and never walk under a ladder. But have you ever stopped to wonder what and why these beliefs exist in the first place, or where they come from? Are they just age-old myths passed down through generations, or do they come from a deeper sense of truth? Up next is positive influencer Upasana Dewangan, who puts forth her understanding into the fascinating world where tradition meets logic. Her video tries to unravel the ancient wisdom behind many things that many dismiss as mere superstition.
क्या आपसे कभी किसी ने कहा है कि अगर बिल्ली आपका रास्ता काट दे तो उस रास्ते से आप ना जाएं, या फिर सूर्यास्त के बाद नाखून ना काटें? आई एम श्योर हम सभी ने कभी न कभी अंधविश्वास का सामना किया है। कुछ तो बहुत अजीब होते हैं और कुछ बहुत डरावने। लेकिन क्या ये सिर्फ बेबुनियाद मान्यताएं हैं या इनके पीछे कुछ साइंटिफिक या व्यवहारिक रीजंस छुपे हुए हैं? आज हम यही जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कुछ अंधविश्वासों के पीछे छुपी हुई सच्चाई के बारे में। तो अंधविश्वास होता क्या है? ये वो मान्यताएं हैं जो तर्क और वैज्ञानिक प्रमाण के बिना विश्वास पर आधारित हैं। ये पीढ़ियों से हमारे समाज में चलती आ रही हैं और अक्सर डर, अनिश्चितता और चमत्कार से जुड़ी होती हैं। तो आइए ऐसी ही कुछ रोचक अंधविश्वासों की हम आज बात करते हैं। नंबर 1, शीशा टूटना, यानी कि 7 साल का बैड लक। प्राचीन रोम में शीशा बहुत कीमती होता था और वहां के लोगों की मान्यता थी कि यह सिर्फ आपके चेहरे को नहीं बल्कि आपकी आत्मा को भी दर्शाता है। इसलिए अगर शीशा टूट गया तो ये माना जाता था कि आपकी आत्मा को नुकसान पहुंचता है। और 7 साल का कॉन्सेप्ट भी वहीं से आया, क्योंकि रोमन्स ये मानते हैं कि हर 7 साल में शरीर नया हो जाता है। तो अगर शीशा टूटा तो 7 साल का बैड लक आपके शरीर के साथ रहेगा और वो बैड लक खत्म हो जाएगा जब आपका शरीर भी नया हो जाएगा। है ना रोचक बात? नंबर 2, टच वुड, हम सभी यूज करते हैं। पुराने जमाने में माना जाता था कि पेड़ों में देवी देवता या फिर आत्माएं रहती हैं। तो जब भी आप कोई नया काम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं तो उन आत्माओं से, देवी देवताओं से आप रक्षा की कामना रखते थे। तो आज भी ऐसा ही होता है। जब हम हमारे साथ कुछ अच्छा होने वाला होता है, हम कुछ नया काम शुरू करने वाले होते हैं, तो हम कहते हैं टच वुड, ताकि किसी की बुरी नजर हमारे काम पर ना पड़े, हम सुरक्षित रहें। नंबर 3, मिर्ची और नींबू को अपने घर और दुकान के सामने लटकाना। कहते हैं कि नींबू का खट्टापन और मिर्ची का तीखापन बुरी नजर से बचाता है। एक और मान्यता के हिसाब से अगर आप मिर्ची और नींबू को देखें तो आपके अंदर उसका स्वाद आने लगता है, जिसके कारण आप उसे बहुत देर तक नहीं देख सकते। तो अगर आपकी नजर बुरी है तो आपकी नजर वहां से हट जाएगी। लेकिन साइंटिफिकली अगर आप माने तो नींबू और मिर्ची में कीटनाशक गुण होते हैं। जिसकी वजह से मक्खी, मच्छर और छोटे मोटे कीड़े मकोड़े दूर भागते हैं। तो ये एक तरह से हाइजीन और हेल्थ के हिसाब से अच्छा है। नंबर 4, अगर काली बिल्ली रास्ता काटे तो अशुभ। मध्यकालीन यूरोप में काली बिल्ली को जादू या अशुभ माना जाता था, लेकिन अगर आप जापान और स्कॉटलैंड की बात करें तो काली बिल्ली को देखना सौभाग्य की बात मानते हैं। ये 2 विपरीत विश्वास हैं। तो इसका कोई साइंटिफिक रीजन तो नहीं है, लेकिन इतने सालों से फॉलो करते करते आपके अंदर एक डर समा गया है कि अगर काली बिल्ली ने रास्ता काट लिया तो क्यों ना 2 मिनट वेट करके जाएं, ऐसी भी क्या जल्दी है। नंबर 5, सूर्यास्त के बाद नाखून नहीं काटना। ये उस समय की मान्यता है जब हमारे पास लाइट्स नहीं होती थी। तो अगर आप अंधेरे में अपने नाखून काटेंगे तो हो सकता है आप अपने आप को हर्ट कर बैठें, लेकिन आज आपके पास लाइट है तो जब आप चाहें, अगर आपके नाखून बड़े हो गए हैं, गंदे हो गए हैं, तो आप उनको काट सकते हैं। तो हम अंधविश्वास क्यों मानते हैं? इसके पीछे मनोवैज्ञानिक कारण है। अगर आपके दिमाग में किसी तरह की अनसर्टेनिटी होती है तो आप एक भरोसा ढूंढते हैं, और अगर वो भरोसा आपको अंधविश्वास ने दिला दिया तो आप उसे मानने लगते हैं। इसी तरह से आपका दिमाग लगातार पैटर्न्स ढूंढता है, वो चीजों को जोड़ने की कोशिश करता है, चाहे उसका वास्तविकता से कोई कनेक्शन हो चाहे ना हो। जैसे कि आप ये सोच लेते हैं कि अगर मैं रेड कलर की शर्ट पहनता हूं तो मेरा इंटरव्यू अच्छा होता है। आपने प्लेसिबो इफेक्ट के बारे में सुना होगा। एक एक्सपेरिमेंट में कुछ बीमार लोगों को दवाइयां दी गई। उस दवाई का उस बीमारी से कोई कनेक्शन नहीं था, लेकिन वो सारे लोग ठीक हो गए। ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि उन लोगों ने विश्वास कर लिया कि एक अच्छे डॉक्टर ने हमें दवाई दी थी और वो दवाई हमारी बीमारी को ठीक कर देगी, और वो ठीक भी हो गए। यही होता है प्लेसिबो इफेक्ट। अगर आपने विश्वास कर लिया तो आपका दिमाग और आपका शरीर उसी हिसाब से प्रतिक्रिया करता है, फिर चाहे उसका रियलिटी से कोई मतलब हो चाहे ना हो। वैसे एक रीजन और भी है कि हमारी संस्कृति और हमारी परंपरा ही कुछ ऐसी रही है कि हम अपने बड़े बूढ़ों की बात नहीं काटते हैं। अगर उन्होंने कुछ कहा तो हम बिना कुछ सवाल पूछे, बिना कोई लॉजिक ढूंढे उसको फॉलो करने लगते हैं। यही तो है भारत की सुंदरता। अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि अंधविश्वास हमारे अतीत की झलक है। ये दिखाते हैं कि उस जमाने में कैसे लोग बिना वैज्ञानिक संसाधनों के जीवन को समझने की कोशिश करते थे, और मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि उनका अंदाजा बहुत हद तक सही था। ये वीडियो आपको कैसा लगा आप हमें कमेंट में जरूर बताएं, और ऐसे और वीडियोस के लिए हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करें। नमस्कार।
And that's all we could pack in for you on episode 7 of the Positive Influencer Show. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we at Republic and the Positive Influencers, of course, did in terms of putting it together. Before I sign off, if you would like to be a positive influencer, drop your video on www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and we'll be screening your sample. We'll be back next week getting you more content from our ever-growing pool of phenomenal positive influencers.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live.
सरकार के मंत्री, बंगाल सरकार के मंत्री इस दंगों में शामिल थे। ये स्टेट स्पॉन्सर दंगा था जिन्होंने हिंदुओं को अन्याय किया है। भाइयों बहनों, बेलडांगा में कार्तिक पूजा के दौरान हमला हुआ, सरस्वती पूजा पर हमला हुआ क्योंकि मुहर्रम निकाल दिया जाए। भाइयों बहनों, मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण की सभी सीमाएं ममता दीदी लांघ गई हैं। मुझे बताओ भाइयों बहनों, मन से बताना, मोदी जी जो वक्फ का कानून लाए हैं वो अच्छा है या नहीं है? जोर से बोलो, अच्छा है या नहीं है? बंगाल की जमीन, बंगाल की सरकार की जमीन वक्फ की भेंट चढ़नी चाहिए क्या? जोर से बोलो, चढ़नी चाहिए? ममता दीदी, वक्फ के कानून का विरोध कर कर आप किसका पक्ष ले रहे हो? पूरा बंगाल चाहता है कि वक्फ अच्छे से चले, पारदर्शिता आए, निर्दोषों की भूमि न जाए, सरकार की भूमि पर अतिक्रमण न हो, मगर ये वक्फ का विरोध कर रही है। ममता दीदी, 2026 तक कर दो, जितना विरोध करना है उतना, उसके बाद आप मुख्यमंत्री ही नहीं रहो। भाइयों बहनों, मस्जिदों के इमामों को वेतन देना शुरू किया, कोर्ट ने रुकवा दिया। बांग्लादेशी और रोहिंग्या उनकी मदद से घुसपैठ कर रहे हैं। राम जन्मभूमि के भूमि पूजन के दिन सद्भावना जुलूस के नाम पर नाटक किया। दुर्गा पूजा का विसर्जन पोस्टपोन किया। मुस्लिम कर्मचारियों को रमजान में आधे दिन की छुट्टी दी। केरला स्टोरी पर प्रतिबंध लगाया और हाजी नूरुल इस्लाम को टीएमसी का टिकट दिया। और अंत में सबसे बड़ी बात, मुस्लिम वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए ममता दीदी, आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का भी विरोध किया, विरोध की। कार्यकर्ता भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताइए, ये तुष्टीकरण बंगाल में चलने देना है क्या? जोर से बोलो, चलने देना है क्या? आज संकल्प कर कर जाइए कि 2026 में ये ममता बनर्जी की सरकार को मूल समेत उखाड़ कर हम फेंक देंगे, मूल समेत उखाड़ कर। भाइयों बहनों, एक महिला मुख्यमंत्री की शासन में आरजी कर मेडिकल का मामला होता है। सालों तक संदेश खाली की गरीब माताओं पर अत्याचार होता है और वो अपने वोट बैंक के संजो कर बैठ रही है। मैं ममता दीदी को पूछना चाहता हूं, संदेश खाली का मुख्य अपराधी ममता दीदी किस पार्टी से था? आप लोगों को मालूम है? जरा जोर से बोलना। संदेश खाली का मुख्य अपराधी किस पार्टी से था? जोर से बोलो, किस पार्टी से था? आरजी कार के अपराधी किस पार्टी से जुड़े हुए हैं? और ये महिला मुख्यमंत्री, माताओं बहनों के सम्मान की भी चिंता नहीं। एक ऐसा शासन है जिसमें आदिवासी, कुड़मी, राजवंशी, कोच, मतुआ, गोरखा, कायस्थ, आगोरी, मछुआरा कोई खुश नहीं है। नमो शूद्र भी खुश नहीं है। और अभी अभी उन्होंने गोरखाओं को तो जितना बदला लेना था वो दे दिया, परेशान कर 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 कोई कमी नहीं छोड़ी। मैं आज गोरखा भाइयों को भरोसा देना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में आपके साथ कोई पुलिस केस नहीं होगा, कोई नेता जेल में नहीं जाएगा। और भाइयों बहनों, अभी अभी उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से पूरे हिंदू समाज को प्रताड़ित किया है, मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले दिनों में सबसे प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ, आजादी के बाद सबसे बड़े बहुमत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बने। अंत में एक बात कहना चाहता हूं। मेरे पास हमारे शांतनु जी आए थे 4 दिन पहले। उन्होंने कहा, अमित भाई, सारे हिंदू शरणार्थियों को मतदाता सूची से काटने का नोटिस मिल रहा है। मैंने शांतनु जी को कहा है, डरिए मत, जिसको नोटिस मिले सीए का एप्लीकेशन करा दे, मैं उनको नागरिकता देने का काम करूंगा। ममता की नोटिस से किसी को डरने की जरूरत नहीं है। मोदी जी ने सीए का कानून इसलिए लाया है कि हमारे शरणार्थी भाइयों को मताधिकार मिले, अधिकार मिले। और ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमारी बहन के पति को मौत के घाट उतार दिया, उसको 2 दिन में हमने नागरिकता देने का काम भी समाप्त कर दिया। भाइयों बहनों, अंत में मैं ममता जी को एक सवाल करना चाहता हूं। ममता जी 10 साल तक आप केंद्र में सत्ता पर रही, 15 साल से मुख्यमंत्री है, यूपीए के साथ बैठी है, इंडिया अलायंस का हिस्सा हो। 10 साल सोनिया मनमोहन की सरकार में आपने बंगाल को क्या दिया? भाइयों बहनों, 10 साल में उन्होंने 2,09,000 करोड़ रुपया दिया था। कितना दिया था? जोर से बोलो। और मोदी जी ने 10 साल में 2,09,000 की जगह 8,27,000 करोड़ रुपया दिया है। और ममता दीदी, छोटे से छोटे काम का मेरे पास सूची है। आज बंगाल भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये सूची रिलीज करेगी 8,27,000 करोड़ के कामों की। मैं आपको पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके गांव में पैसा पहुंचा है क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, पहुंचा है भाई? कहां गया? कहां गया ये पैसा? टीएमसी की सिंडिकेट की भेंट चढ़ गया है। मोदी जी 50 लाख करोड़ भेजे तो भी नहीं पहुंचना है। आपको बंगाल की जनता को मोदी जी का पैसा अगर प्राप्त करना है तो कमल फूल की सरकार लानी पड़ेगी, कमल फूल की सरकार। और इसलिए अंत में मैं पूरे बंगाल की जनता को, सभी को 2 हाथ जोड़कर विनती करने आया हूं। देश की सुरक्षा के लिए, घुसपैठ रोकने के लिए, भ्रष्टाचार को हटाने के लिए, माताओं बहनों को सुरक्षित करने के लिए और हिंदुओं को निर्भय करने के लिए यहां कमल के निशान को मौका दो। हमारे मोदी जी को एक मौका दीजिए, एक मौका दीजिए। मुझे बताओ सभी कार्यकर्ताओं, आज से 26 के चुनाव के काउंटिंग तक दिन रात अहर्निश हम काम में लगेंगे क्या? अरे जोर से बोलो, पक्का लगेंगे। हम एक मुश्त एकजुट होकर ममता की सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकेंगे। तो मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ उठाइए, उठाइए दोनों हाथ, विजय के संकल्प की मुट्ठी भींचकर राम का जयकारा लगाइए। जोर से बोलिएगा, जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम, वंदे वंदे वंदे। आप सभी को नमस्कार, प्रणाम, धन्यवाद।
অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ মাননীয় গৃহমন্ত্রী অমিত ভাই শাহকে। আমরা উঠে দাঁড়াবো সকলেই, জাতীয় সঙ্গীতের মাধ্যমে আমরা আজকের যে কার্যকর্তা
हर क्षेत्र में सालों तक बंगाल ने भारत का नेतृत्व करा और वही बंगाल में कई सालों तक कम्युनिस्टों का शासन रहा और उसके बाद मां माटी मानुष का नारा देकर ममता दीदी आई और उन्होंने ये महान बंग भूमि को आज घुसपैठ, भ्रष्टाचार, स्त्रियों पर अत्याचार, अपराध, बम धमाके और हिंदुओं के साथ दुराचार का केंद्र बनाकर रख दिया है, दुराचार का केंद्र बना। भाइयों बहनों, यही बंगाल में चुनावी हिंसा सेशन के बाद, जब टीआर सेशन सीईसी बने उसके बाद पूरे देश में चुनावी हिंसा बंद हो गई। मगर ये बंगाल है जिसमें चुनाव के वक्त और दीदी को विजय मिलने के बाद सैकड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता है। दीदी, कब तक बचाओगी उनको? मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली और मैं सारे हजारों की संख्या में बैठे हुए मेरे मंडल के पदाधिकारियों को ये वादा करना चाहता हूं कि यहां तृणमूल की सरकार जाते ही हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के हत्या के अपराधियों को जमीन में गाड़ा है तो भी बाहर निकालकर सजा करने का काम करें। लोकतंत्र के अंदर हिंसा कभी शोभा नहीं देती है। दीदी, हिम्मत हो तो हिंसा के बगैर, रैगिंग के बगैर चुनाव कराकर देखो। आपकी खुद की जमानत ये बंगाल की जनता जब्त कर लेगी। वोट बैंक की तुष्टीकरण ने वोट बैंक के लिए पतन की सीमा ये ममता बनर्जी ने पार कर दी। अभी कुछ दिन पहले पहलगांव में पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों ने हमारे निर्दोष नागरिकों को, यात्रिकों को धर्म पूछ कर परिवार के सामने मार दिया। मुझे बताओ बंगाल वालों, वो पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों को सजा देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? मोदी जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर किया, ठीक किया या नहीं किया? भाइयों बहनों, हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी, एयर स्ट्राइक करी, और अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर 100 किलोमीटर अंदर जाकर उनके हेडक्वार्टर को ध्वस्त कर दिया। सैकड़ों आतंकवादी मौत के घाट उतार दिए गए, और दीदी के पेट में दर्द होता है। दीदी, इतना दर्द बंगाल का यात्री जब वहां मारे गए तब किया होता तो ठीक था। उस वक्त कुछ नहीं बोला, और मोदी जी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर यहां आए तो एक घटिया सा राजनीतिक बयान देकर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का विरोध किया। मैं आज ममता दीदी को कहने आया हूं, आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का विरोध नहीं किया, आपने इस देश की करोड़ों माताओं बहनों की भावनाओं के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है, खिलवाड़ किया। और मैं बंगाल की मातृशक्ति को भी अपील करने आया हूं, आने वाले चुनाव में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर सवाल उठाने वाली ममता जी को सिंदूर की कीमत बंगाल की माताएं बहनें जरा समझा दे, सिंदूर का अपमान करने का क्या मतलब होता है। भाइयों बहनों, 1990 से ये देश आतंकवाद झेलता है। 40,000 से ज्यादा लोग आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़ गए। ये कांग्रेस की सरकारें, यूपीए की सरकारें, इंडिया अलायंस की सरकारें, जिसमें ममता बनर्जी भी मंत्री थी, कुछ नहीं करती थी। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार आने के बाद गोली का जवाब गोले से देने की शुरुआत नरेंद्र मोदी ने। और ममता जी, आप जितना पक्ष लेना है उतना पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों का पक्ष ले लो। मैं बताकर जाता हूं, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर समाप्त नहीं हुआ है। अब कोई भी हिमाकत करेगा तो उसको उतनी ही मजबूती के साथ जवाब देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, आगामी चुनाव में यहां बैठे हुए सभी मंडल के पदाधिकारियों का मेरा विनती है कि बंगाल का चुनाव सिर्फ बंगाल का भविष्य नहीं तय करता है। बंगाल का चुनाव देश की सुरक्षा के साथ जुड़ा हुआ चुनाव है, क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी ने हमारे देश की सीमाओं को बांग्लादेशियों के लिए खुला कर दिया है। इनके आशीर्वाद से घुसपैठ हो रही है। मुझे बताओ मित्रों, घुसपैठ रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? जोर से बोलो, रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? क्या दीदी रोक सकती है? जोर से बोलो, रोक सकती है? ये भाईपो रोक सकते हैं क्या? घुसपैठ केवल और केवल कमल फूल की सरकार रोक सकती है। तृणमूल के सांसद मुझे संसद में पूछ रहे थे कि बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है। अरे ममता दीदी, हमने आपसे भूमि मांगी है, पूरी भूमि दे दो, बाढ़ को समाप्त हो जाने दो, एक परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा, परिंदा भी पैर नहीं। आप जानबूझकर बॉर्डर पर भूमि नहीं देते हो क्योंकि घुसपैठ चलती रहे, आपकी वोट बैंक बढ़ती रहे, और आपके बाद आपका भतीजा भी मुख्यमंत्री बनता रहे। भाइयों बहनों, ये होने वाला नहीं।
Well, viewers, that was Union Home Minister Amit Shah giving a fiery speech there in the state of West Bengal. He's gone all gun blazing against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the Trinamool Congress. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Bhaskar, who's reporting from Ground Zero. Bhaskar, that was a very strong statement coming from the Home Minister. He said that Mamata Banerjee's time is limited in Bengal, and in 2026 it's the BJP who's going to win. Bhaskar, he's made many other statements specifically as to how Hindus are being targeted in state of West Bengal. Bhaskar, go ahead.
बिल्कुल, देखिए मधुरिमा, जिस तरह से 26 के चुनाव के पहले अमित शाह जी ने साफ तौर से ये बात साफ कर दिया कि 26 के चुनाव बीजेपी जो परिवर्तन का सरकार था वो परिवर्तन का सरकार का परिवर्तन करने के लिए ही इस आने वाली चुनाव में जो पॉलिटिकल जंग पे उतरेगी। और देखिए, जिस तरह से पश्चिम बंगाल के अंदर हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया गया, जिस तरह से आर्जिकर की घटना घटी, संदेशखाल की घटना घटी, जिस तरह से मालदा मुर्शिदाबाद में स्पेसिफिकली टारगेट किया गया हिंदुओं को, वो बात भी अमित शाह जी ने सामने लेके आए। और ममता बनर्जी बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री होने नाते कुछ जो वो स्टेप नहीं उठाए। और केंद्रीय स्वराष्ट्र मंत्री अमित शाह ने ये भी दावा किया कि जब होम मिनिस्टर की तरफ से ये बात बताया गया कि बंगाल गवर्नमेंट को जो मालदा और मुर्शिदाबाद में हिंदुओं को सेफ्टी के लिए बीएसएफ को डिप्लॉय कीजिए, तब बंगाल सरकार ने वो बीएसएफ डिप्लॉय करने से भी माना कर दिया। बाद में विपक्ष दल नेता शुभेंदु अधिकारी कलकत्ता हाई कोर्ट से ऑर्डर लेकर बीएसएफ फिर डिप्लॉय हुआ। और देखिए, जिस तरह से एक तरफ काफी सारे स्कैम, दूसरी तरफ जो वायलेंस, जो हिंदुओं को टारगेट किया जा रहा है पश्चिम बंगाल के अंदर, इसके खिलाफ बंगाल की जनता आने वाले चुनाव में ममता बनर्जी को जवाब देगा, ये साफ कहना है केंद्रीय स्वराष्ट्र मंत्री अमित शाह का। और देखिए, इस वक्त में नेताजी इंडोर स्टेडियम के अंदर हूँ, कुछ देर पहले यहाँ पे अमित शाह जी ने साफ तौर से यह बात साफ कर दिया कि आने वाले चुनाव में भाजपा की सरकार पश्चिम बंगाल में आएगा और सारे एरिया जहां से घुसपैठ होता है वो सारी जगहों को बंद किया दिया जाएगा, ताकि बांग्लादेश हो या फिर किसी और जो बॉर्डर है।
We'll keep coming back to you, as it's a very crucial statement that has been made by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, he's made multiple comments against the TMC and Mamata Banerjee, and in a way he has laid out the plan for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that the point he has highlighted that BJP is going to give the TMC and Mamata Banerjee a tough fight in 2026 assembly election. Moving on, viewers, we're getting more breaking news. Now a minor girl was brutally and sexually assaulted in the state of Karnataka. This has happened in the Belagavi region. A POCSO case has been registered against the accused. 5 of them have been arrested in the matter. So a gory case coming in from Belagavi, Karnataka, where a minor was continuously raped by 5 accused. What we're learning is that they also filmed her. The multiple videos were made. They tried and attempted to rape her multiple times. Only after the family got to know that, they ran towards the police and got a case registered. Acting swiftly, the Karnataka police has arrested 5 accused in the matter. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Abhishek. Abhishek, a very gory case coming in. A minor was multiple times gang raped. 5 accused have been arrested. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, well, we've been informed that the incident happened from December of the previous year. She was gang raped multiple times by a group of people who were 6 in number, and after which the same group, 3 of them in the same group, repeatedly raped her even in the month of January, telling her that if at all she wouldn't cooperate with them, the video of the act would be put on the social media, is what the girl claims. As of now, since she is below 18 years, a POCSO case has been registered against all these 6 culprits and perpetrators who actually planned this and who were previously, they tried to befriend her, and this is the way how they got her from her place to the APMC market area, secluded place in Belagavi, and after which, once the family got to know about this incident, they have visited the police and made sure that these people should go behind the bus. And we have been informed by the Commissioner of Belagavi stating that 5 people have already been taken into the custody and they are in search of one of the perpetrators who is also behind this incident. The latest updates as of now, since the case involves a lady or a girl who is below 18 years, and this is a POCSO case, not much information or details with respect to the accused perpetrators can be probably given out as of now. But the demand in the city of Belagavi is increasing that all these 6 people who are behind this rape incident should be hanged in public. They should be killed in public. So there is obviously outrage in the people of Belagavi, and not only Belagavi, this might obviously turn into a statewide issue in the next couple of days. This might also have a major hitback on the Congress government, which after which the Congress government, we have seen since when the Congress government came into inception, there are multiple cases which are related to women. We have seen various other cases which involve people molesting the women even in the day broad light. And also we have seen a couple of instances where happening where in KR Puram a lady was brutally thrashed. So these are some of the instances, and this is why Belagavi police are actually probably looking out for
Abhishek,
the
Abhishek, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as 5 accused have been arrested in the matter. This particular case has sent the entire state to frenzy. The police department over there acting swiftly on the case is investigating the matter. Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, where Mukhtar Ansari's son, renowned gangster, nefarious gangster, Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari's membership of the MLA membership of the assembly has been suspended. Abbas has been disqualified as the MLA after conviction that happened yesterday. He has been convicted for 2 years in a case related to hate speech, and now we are learning that he has been disqualified as the member of the Legislative Assembly of Uttar Pradesh. Big breaking news coming in. Yogi government taking action very swiftly as soon as the conviction happened. Yesterday afternoon, the news came in as the court announced him guilty and convicted him and one of his brothers for 2 years in a hate speech case in Uttar Pradesh. And now we are learning that Abbas Ansari has been disqualified as an MLA post conviction of 2 years in a hate speech case. Viewers, you can see as UP government has taken swift cognizance of the matter and following the protocol, he has now been disqualified from the Uttar Pradesh Assembly. Remember, it has been a tough resolve of the Yogi Adityanath government who had pledged to act against these mafias. And we know as to Abbas Ansari was Mukhtar Ansari, a renowned gangster's son. In this case, he has been convicted for 2 years. Joining us live on this broadcast is my colleague Raghavendra. Raghavendra, Abbas Ansari की सदस्यता रद्द कर दी गई है एमएलए की. आगे और बताएं, आपके पास इस पे और क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए जिस तरह से जनप्रतिनिधित्व जो कानून है उसके दायरे में चाहे विधायक हो, सांसद हो, कई बड़े लोग चपेट में आ चुके हैं. ऐसे ही ये जो मुख्तार अंसारी का जो बेटा है अब्बास अंसारी, इन्होंने जो बयान दिया था, इन्होंने एक विधायक होते हुए कहा था कि जब मैं सत्ता में आऊँगा तो देख लूँगा. उस पर FIR हुई और इस पर ये पूरा मुकदमा चला. अब जाके ट्रायल होने के बाद आज जो सज़ा सुनाई गई है, जिसमें 2 साल की सज़ा सुनाई गई. 2 साल मतलब ये है कि उस कानून के दायरे में आ गए. अब इनकी विधायकी याद समाप्त हो गई है. चूँकि जो प्रमुख सचिव विधानसभा प्रदीप दुबे हैं, वो अचानक आज रविवार के दिन सचिवालय पहुँचते हैं, अपने लोगों को बुलाते हैं और उस पर जो उनके पास नोट्स आए थे, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स आए, उस पर उन्होंने साइन कर दिया और अब इनकी विधायकी चली गई. अब इनकी जो सीट रिक्त हुई.
Yes, Raghavendra, thank you for those updates. We'll keep coming back to you as it's a developing story and we'll get all that for viewers soon.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मियाँ थॉट
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside your work.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside your working.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मियाँ थॉट
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front.
At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on.
The first thing that he talked about Chanakya leadership, we are seeing this in ample measure. The Prime Minister is everywhere. Wherever there is an issue to be addressed, he's there. When there's a domestic audience, he's talking to them. When there's an international audience, he talks to them. And they listen. When Narendra Modi talks, the world keeps quiet to listen. The second thing that Chanakya talked about was a nation's diplomatic strength. That means your influence. There was a time when America had tremendous influence, it still does. There was the period of the Cold War when between the Soviet Union and the United States, they kind of divided the world between themselves. Now we are seeing, after the disappearance of the Soviet Union, there was a period people talked of a unipolar world till 9/11 happened, and then all kinds of things occurred which no one had anticipated. So as far as the diplomatic influence of India is concerned, there is something called the Global South, 120, 125 countries. India is the acknowledged leader.
There was a time when India relied on foreign countries for weapons and defense equipment. But today, India manufactures INS Vikrant, Prachand helicopters, Tejas fighter jets, and Agni 5 missiles domestically. Defense exports worth rupees 23,622 crore in 2024 to 25 are proof of a self-reliant India. In just 12 years, India has increased its defense export by 34 times. India is no longer just a buyer of defense products, but a leading nation that manufactures and exports them to 85 countries. This transformation is not just the result of government policies, but a reflection of a new national mindset. Defense corridors in Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu are not just manufacturing hubs, but cutting-edge centers of innovation. The positive indigenization list includes over 5,000 items that India will now produce domestically, eliminating the need for imports. This major decision by the government promotes self-reliance and creates significant employment opportunities for the youth. The IDEX scheme has made startups and youth partners in defense manufacturing, with over 43 defense equipment items worth more than rupees 2,400 crore purchased from startups. During this period, DRDO's budget has increased from rupees 9,200 crore in 2013 to over rupees 21,000 crore today.
The Modi administration's greatest achievement in terms or in the sphere of national security has been, to my mind, to put top emphasis on, the autarky in weapon systems. Autarky in critical weapon systems and technology, which is referred to under the term Atma Nirbharta.
This government, huge modernization has taken place, and you mentioned some like the Rafale, the S-400 systems, and I would say many other weapon systems. We took some long-range precision weapons air to ground. Many of those got used in this. We developed indigenous weapons and sensors. BrahMos on Su-30, totally indigenous modification and development. So that was used. Our entire air defense network is indigenous. That came in very handy. You saw the result of how we tackled. All our radars are networked. All the Pakistani radar, our air defense network in terms of integrating our own army radars has been done with Akash Tir. So Akash Tir is another version which is indigenous.
G20 presidency was not just a diplomatic responsibility. It was a glimpse of the new India's confidence. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, was not just an event theme, but a significant responsibility to introduce the world to India's great Sanatan culture. By hosting over 200 meetings across more than 60 cities, India transformed the G20 into a people's project. Through the G20, India showed the world that it is not only advanced in technology and innovation, but also that its cultural heritage, traditions, and democratic values are equally relevant and compelling. Prime Minister Modi's recent visit to France and the United States have given a new dimension to India's global strategy. In France, the AI Action Summit, FRIND-X and the DRDO ONERA partnership strengthened India-France relations. India has now joined the Eurodrone program as an observer. With the United States, Mission 500 aims for $500 billion in trade by 2030. Through projects like AI, space, defense, Indo-Pacific, Quad, and the Trust Initiative, India is moving towards a strategic partnership of equals with the US.
We have been able to provision compute. So today we have 30,000 GPUs that are available at a very low cost, at 67 rupees per GPU per hour, which is less than $1, which is much cheaper than anywhere else in the world. We have built the AI Kosh platform, which is making data sets available, which is making models available. So overall, with the talent that we have, with the compute that is being providing, the policy support the government is giving, the funding that is being provided to startups, we do believe that we will be in a position to take leadership globally in the field of AI.
अगर सपनों को सिद्ध करना है, संकल्प को पार करना है, तो हमें 3 बुराइयों से लड़ना बहुत समय की मांग है। इन 3 बुराइयों के खिलाफ पूरे सामर्थ्य के साथ लड़ना है। भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद, तुष्टीकरण। ये नया भारत है, ये आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ भारत है, ये संकल्पों को चरितार्थ करने के लिए जी जान से जुटा हुआ भारत है।
Today, the Indian passport is counted among the world's most powerful passports. Through visa agreements, social security agreements, and legal mobility initiatives, India has made life easier for its diaspora. India's foreign policy now views the strength of its diaspora as a strategic resource. This is the story of 11 years of development, determination, and the spirit of nation first. When leadership is capable, policies are decisive, and the objective is national interest, the results are what we see today. As our Prime Minister Narendra Modi completes the first year of his 3rd term, India is soaring to new heights. And this is a moment of pride for all Indians. This is the story of a transformed India that strikes boldly at the enemy's doorstep to protect its borders and its citizens. This is the story of an India that assures every citizen India will not bow, India will not stop.
पियो ग्लास फुल दूध 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 है वंडरफुल पी सकते हैं रोज ग्लास फुल दूध 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 गर्मी में डालो दूध में आइस दूध बन गया वेरी नाइस पियो डेली वंस और ट्वाइस मिल जाएगा टेस्टी सरप्राइज वंडरफुल दूध पियो ग्लास फुल दूध है मस्त in every season पियो दूध for healthy reason रहोगे fit and fine जियोगे past 99 दूध 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 चारों ओर मच गया शोर give me more wonderful दूध पियो ग्लास फुल दूध
भारत को दुनिया का डिजिटल पावर हाउस बनाने का यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का संकल्प उत्तर प्रदेश में हो रहा है फलीभूत। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ की दूरदर्शी सोच की वजह से
I have seen it what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it...
ये महान बंग भूमि को आज घुसपैठ, भ्रष्टाचार, स्त्रियों पर अत्याचार, अपराध, बम धमाके और हिंदुओं के साथ दुराचार का केंद्र बनाकर रख दिया है। दुराचार का केंद्र बना। भाइयों बहनों, यही बंगाल में चुनावी हिंसा सेशन के बाद, जब टीआर सेशन सीईसी बने उसके बाद पूरे देश में चुनावी हिंसा बंद हो गई। मगर ये बंगाल है जिसमें चुनाव के वक्त और दीदी को विजय मिलने के बाद सैकड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता है। दीदी, कब तक बचाओगी उनको? मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली, और मैं सारे हजारों की संख्या में बैठे हुए मेरे मंडल के पदाधिकारियों को ये वादा करना चाहता हूं कि यहां तृणमूल की सरकार जाते ही हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के हत्या के अपराधियों को जमीन में गाड़ा है तो भी बाहर निकालकर सजा करने का काम करें। लोकतंत्र के अंदर हिंसा कभी शोभा नहीं देती है। दीदी, हिम्मत हो तो हिंसा के बगैर, रैगिंग के बगैर चुनाव कराकर देखो। आपकी खुद की जमानत ये बंगाल की जनता जब्त कर लेगी। वोट बैंक की तुष्टीकरण ने वोट बैंक के लिए पतन की सीमा ये ममता बनर्जी ने पार कर दी। अभी कुछ दिन पहले पहलगांव में पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों ने हमारे निर्दोष नागरिकों को, यात्रिकों को धर्म पूछ कर परिवार के सामने मार दिया। मुझे बताओ बंगाल वालों, वो पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों को सजा देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? मोदी जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर किया, ठीक किया या नहीं किया?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now. I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
This week on Get Me Right, the story behind Pakistan's nuclear blackmail. How Pakistan gamed international law and broke all rules to become a nuclear state. How the dirty bomb came out of the smuggling network that scientist A.Q. Khan set up with full connivance of the Pakistani state. Join me this weekend for the story of the world's first Islamic atom bomb. This weekend, only on Republic TV.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Sunday at 4 p.m. with me, Oyana Mitra. Home Minister Amit Shah is in West Bengal and he has launched a scathing attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. We'll get you all those statements and a lot more, but first the headlines.
दीदी, मेरी बात सुन लो। आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah leads BJP's election battle in Bengal, says BJP will come to power with massive mandate in the state in 2026.
मुर्शिदाबाद में अभी हिंसा हुई। बंगाल सरकार के मंत्री इस दंगों में शामिल थे। ये स्टेट स्पॉन्सर दंगा था जिन्होंने हिंदुओं को अन्याय किया।
Amit Shah launches blistering attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, says Hindus targeted in Bengal where Mamata is involved in vote bank politics.
Once you bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down.
AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi says putting Pakistan back on FATF grey list will decline terrorism. NIA conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan's spying case. West Bengal police arrests 22-year-old law student and influencer Sharmishta Penoli for hate post. BJP questions selective action. Heavy rains trigger flash floods and landslides in Assam, Manipur, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. At least 22 reportedly dead. Rescue operations underway. All right, viewers, first off, we bring you what the current situation in the northeast is, where amid rising water levels in several rivers across Assam and Arunachal Pradesh due to continuous rainfall over the past few days, 14 individuals are now trapped in the floodwaters of the Bomji River near the Assam-Arunachal border. They have been safely rescued today by the Indian Air Force helicopters. Now, the rescue operation was launched early this morning following a request made by Tinsukia District Commissioner, who had received information about the trapped individuals on Saturday evening. Now, the district administration has swiftly sought assistance from the Indian Air Force and also alerted officials in Lower Dibang Valley district of Arunachal Pradesh to coordinate the rescue efforts. This is the latest piece of breaking news that we're getting in, and those are the visuals on your screen which describe the level of devastation that is currently in the northeast in the aftermath of heavy rainfall. Viewers, rescue operations are underway and the army has been roped in on war footing. At least 22 individuals have been reported dead, and some of the individuals who have been trapped under the debris in the aftermath of these floods have now been rescued by the forces, the Indian Air Force forces. And just to give you a sense of what exactly is happening on the ground, here's taking a look at this next report.
Incessant rainfall in Assam has thrown life completely out of gear. Flash floods and waterlogging in at least 17 districts. Floods and landslides. More than 25 people killed in the state. In Guwahati too, multiple areas are severely waterlogged following 2 days of non-stop rain. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is assessing the situation.
हम लोग यहाँ पर आके रहता है, खाने के पानी नहीं है, रहने के सोने के बिस्तर नहीं है, लेट्रिन पायखाना सब डूब गया। हम लोग परसों से खाना नहीं खाया, चाय पी के है।
थोड़ा बारिश देने से पानी इधर पूरा पानी हो जाता है। हमेशा 3 साल से ऐसे हो रहा है। 3 साल से ऐसे हो रहा है। 3 साल में इधर में बैठा है, 3 साल में ऐसे हो रहा है।
तो सरकार की तरफ से आप लोग को
क्या बोलेगा? सरकार तो करता ही नहीं, जो बनाया वो गलती करके बना दिया इंजीनियर। पूरा चारों तरफ का पानी इधर जमा कर दिया है।
Landslides have been reported in hilly parts of the state.
गुवाहाटी में लास्ट 3 दिन से बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश है और इस बारिश में बहुत सारा जगह में वाटर लॉगिंग हो गया है, लैंडस्लाइड भी हुआ है। अभी तक 5 आदमी का कैजुअलिटी का रिपोर्ट है और बहुत छोटा मोटा इंसिडेंट थोड़ा बहुत था, वो सब अभी तक कोई बुरा खबर नहीं है। वही 5 आदमी गुजर गया है और बहुत सारे जगह में अभी भी वाटर लॉगिंग हो रहा है। हम लोग कोशिश कर रहा हूँ ये पानी को निकालने के लिए, बहुत जगह पाम लगाया है।
In Dibrugarh, the Brahmaputra river breached the danger mark. Low-lying settlements are underwater, forcing evacuations. Local authorities are monitoring embankments. Rainwaters from upstream areas of Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya has aggravated the flood situation.
अभी जितने भी मेरा 5 किलोमीटर का वाक होता है, जितने भी डाइक के इस तरफ घर हैं, सब घर में पानी आ गया है। सबने अपने जीव जंती है डाइक पर लगा दिए हैं, सबने गाड़ी अपनी डाइक पर लगा दी है। तो यह समय उनके लिए बहुत दुविधापूर्ण होता है, कहाँ खाना बनाए, कहाँ रहें, कहाँ सोए। लेकिन सरकार है इसका ध्यान लेगी, कुछ वो व्यवस्था करेगी उनके लिए, यही मेरी सरकार से मेरी आशा है।
कल जो सिचुएशन थी आज से उससे बहुत ज़्यादा पानी डेंजर लेवल के ऊपर आ रहा है। ये एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ हम जाके एक्सरसाइज करते थे और सुरक्षा प्रशासन की दृष्टि से हम देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर बांध के इसे बंद कर दिया गया है। तो अभी हम भी सभी लोगों से यही अपील करेंगे कि जैसा कि ये डेंजर जोन पे आ रहा है, तो आप सभी गवर्नमेंट के सारे निर्देशों का पालन करते हुए अपनी जान को जोखिम में न डालें, अपनी सुरक्षा का ध्यान दें एवं सरकार की सहायता करें।
NDRF, SDRF, police and fire and emergency service personnel have been pressed into relief and rescue operations. With Meghalaya also battling rains, National Highway 17, a crucial link between the states of Meghalaya and Assam, also sustained significant damage. With rain expected to continue, Assam and parts of Meghalaya continue to remain on high alert.
bring in some breaking news, and this is the first statement from Home Minister Amit Shah about the situation in the northeast in the aftermath of heavy rains. Amit Shah has tweeted, in fact, and I quote, that he's spoken to the chief ministers of Assam, Manipur, Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh in the wake of ongoing heavy rainfall in their states. And he has also assured them of every possible help to tackle any situation. And he's also reiterated that the Modi government stands rock solid in support of the people of the Northeast. So that is the first statement that is coming in from Home Minister Amit Shah, viewers, as the Northeast continues to battle the aftermath, the after effects of incessant heavy rainfall that has now claimed at least 22 lives. All right, viewers, now from the dais in Kolkata, Home Minister Amit Shah addressed a massive rally ahead of the 2026 Bengal Assembly elections, and he's made several key statements among many others, and he has said that the BJP will come to power in the state with a massive mandate next year. And he's also launched a blistering attack on the TMC and Mamata Banerjee government, claiming that she and her party are involved in appeasement politics where Hindus are specifically being targeted in the state under the Chief Minister's watch while she remains silent.
हर क्षेत्र में सालों तक बंगाल ने भारत का नेतृत्व करा और वही बंगाल में कई सालों तक कम्युनिस्टों का शासन रहा और उसके बाद मां माटी मानुष का नारा देकर ममता दीदी आई और उन्होंने ये महान बंग भूमि को आज घुसपैठ, भ्रष्टाचार, स्त्रियों पर अत्याचार, अपराध, बम धमाके और हिंदुओं के साथ दुराचार का केंद्र बनाकर रख दिया है। दुराचार का केंद्र बना। भाइयों बहनों, यही बंगाल में चुनावी हिंसा सेशन के बाद, जब टीआर सेशन सीईसी बने उसके बाद पूरे देश में चुनावी हिंसा बंद हो गई। मगर ये बंगाल है जिसमें चुनाव के वक्त और दीदी को विजय मिलने के बाद सैकड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता है। दीदी, कब तक बचाओगी उनको? मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली और मैं सारे हजारों की संख्या में बैठे हुए मेरे मंडल के पदाधिकारियों को ये वादा करना चाहता हूं कि यहां तृणमूल की सरकार जाते ही हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के हत्या के अपराधियों को जमीन में गाड़ा है तो भी बाहर निकालकर सजा करने का काम करें। लोकतंत्र के अंदर हिंसा कभी शोभा नहीं देती है। दीदी, हिम्मत हो तो हिंसा के बगैर, रैगिंग के बगैर चुनाव कराकर देखो। आपकी खुद की जमानत ये बंगाल की जनता जब्त कर लेगी। वोट बैंक की तुष्टीकरण ने वोट बैंक के लिए पतन की सीमा ये ममता बनर्जी ने पार कर दी। अभी कुछ दिन पहले पहलगांव में पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों ने हमारे निर्दोष नागरिकों को, यात्रिकों को धर्म पूछ पूछ कर परिवार के सामने मार दिया। मुझे बताओ बंगाल वालों, वो पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों को सजा देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? मोदी जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर किया, ठीक किया या नहीं किया? भाइयों बहनों, हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी, एयर स्ट्राइक करी, और अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर 100 किलोमीटर अंदर जाकर उनके हेडक्वार्टर को ध्वस्त कर दिया। सैकड़ों आतंकवादी मौत के घाट उतार दिए गए, और दीदी के पेट में दर्द होता है। दीदी, इतना दर्द बंगाल का यात्री जब वहां मारे गए तब किया होता तो ठीक था। उस वक्त कुछ नहीं बोला, और मोदी जी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर यहां आए तो एक घटिया सा राजनीतिक बयान देकर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का विरोध किया। मैं आज ममता दीदी को कहने आया हूं, आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का विरोध नहीं किया, आपने इस देश की करोड़ों माताओं बहनों की भावनाओं के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है, खिलवाड़ किया। और मैं बंगाल की मातृशक्ति को भी अपील करने आया हूं, आने वाले चुनाव में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर सवाल उठाने वाली ममता जी को सिंदूर की कीमत बंगाल की माताएं बहनें जरा समझा दे, सिंदूर का अपमान करने का क्या मतलब होता है। भाइयों बहनों, 1990 से ये देश आतंकवाद झेलता है। 40,000 से ज्यादा लोग आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़ गए। ये कांग्रेस की सरकारें, यूपीए की सरकारें, इंडिया अलायंस की सरकारें, जिसमें ममता बनर्जी भी मंत्री थी, कुछ नहीं करती थी। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार आने के बाद गोली का जवाब गोले से देने की शुरुआत नरेंद्र मोदी ने। और ममता जी, आप जितना पक्ष लेना है उतना पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों का पक्ष ले लो। मैं बताकर जाता हूं, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर समाप्त नहीं हुआ है। अब कोई भी हिमाकत करेगा तो उसको उतनी ही मजबूती के साथ जवाब देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, आगामी चुनाव में यहां बैठे हुए सभी मंडल के पदाधिकारियों का मेरा विनती है कि बंगाल का चुनाव सिर्फ बंगाल का भविष्य नहीं तय करता है। बंगाल का चुनाव देश की सुरक्षा के साथ जुड़ा हुआ चुनाव, क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी ने हमारे देश की सीमाओं को बांग्लादेशियों के लिए खुला कर दिया है। इनके आशीर्वाद से घुसपैठ हो रही है। मुझे बताओ मित्रों, घुसपैठ रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? जोर से बोलो, रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? क्या दीदी रोक सकती है? जोर से बोलो, रोक सकती है? ये भाईपो रोक सकते हैं क्या? घुसपैठ केवल और केवल कमल फूल की सरकार रोक सकती है। तृणमूल के सांसद मुझे संसद में पूछ रहे थे कि बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है। अरे ममता दीदी, हमने आपसे भूमि मांगी है, पूरी भूमि दे दो, बाढ़ को समाप्त हो जाने दो, एक परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा, परिंदा भी पैर नहीं। आप जानबूझकर बॉर्डर पर भूमि नहीं देते हो क्योंकि घुसपैठ चलती रहे, आपकी वोट बैंक बढ़ती रहे और आपके बाद आपका भतीजा भी मुख्यमंत्री बनता रहे। भाइयों बहनों, ये होने वाला नहीं।
All right, viewers, now getting in the latest statement from Yoga Guru Ramdev Baba, who has lauded the forces for the immense success of Operation Sindoor, and specifically has mentioned the fact how the Indian armed forces went deep inside the Pakistan's terror dens and struck and took down their terror network. Here's a quick report.
Yoga Guru Baba Ramdev has delivered a fiery endorsement of India's military might. He has lauded Operation Sindoor and backed Prime Minister Modi in saying that the operation is yet not over.
जिन्होंने हमारी माँ बहन बेटियों का सिंदूर छीना, उनको उनके घर में जाकर के हमने मारा है 100-200 किलोमीटर भीतर घुस करके। मोदी जी ने कह दिया अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर बंद नहीं हुआ है।
Calling Operation Sindoor a symbol of unity, Ramdev emphasized that our country knows how to protect the border.
तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमारे सेना का, हमारे मिलिट्री पैरा मिलिट्री का ये शौर्य, वीरता, पराक्रम है। ये देश की एकता, अखंडता और संप्रभुता का प्रतीक है और ये नए भारत की सेना है। ये हमारी संप्रभुता का भी प्रश्न है और ये इस बात का प्रतीक है कि भारत अपनी सीमाओं की सुरक्षा और अपने राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा कैसे करनी है, इसको जानता है।
All right, viewers, now US President Donald Trump has made the headlines by addressing former President Joe Biden's stage 4 prostate cancer diagnosis, saying that if you feel sorry for him, don't feel so because he's vicious. Now, despite initially expressing sympathy for Biden's health, Trump's latest comments, which were made on the 30th of May, which is just a day before, reflect a shift labeling Biden as a vicious person who has supposedly hurt a lot of people.
Good. You look good. You look good. Well, progress is good. You know, we're working on everything. It's moving along. I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have. We're underway, and all the folks are very optimistic.
And so you've started treatment?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Would you be willing to share what exactly that entails?
It's all a matter of taking a pill. One particular pill. And for the next 6 weeks, and then another one. And the expectation is we're going to be able to beat this. It's not in any organ. It's my bones are strong. I haven't penetrated, so I'm feeling good.
I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime. Not a smart person, but somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people. I think it's very sad, actually. I'm surprised that it wasn't, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time. I just had my physical. You saw that. You saw the results of that particular test. I think that test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, good physical. We had the doctors at the White House and over at Walter Reed, which is a fantastic hospital, do it. I did a very complete physical, including cognitive tests. I'm proud to announce I aced it. Got them all. I got them all right. You proud of me? Yes. Your husband would be proud of me for getting them all right. It's a little risk. If I didn't get them all right, these people would be after me. It would be not a good situation. But I think, frankly, anybody running for president should take a cognitive test. They say it's unconstitutional, but I would say in that particular case, having a cognitive test wouldn't be so bad. But when you take tests, medical, as a male, that test is very standard. I don't know if it's given to everybody, but it's given just about. And it takes a long time to get to that situation. Now, I think, to get to a stage 9, I think that if you take a look, it's the same doctor that said that Joe was cognitively fine. There was nothing wrong with him. Well, he said, if it's the same doctor, he said there was nothing wrong there. And that's being proven to be a sad situation. And the auto pen is becoming a very big deal. You know, the auto pen is becoming a big deal because it seems like that maybe was the president who ever operated the auto pen. But when they say that that was not good, they also, you know, you have to look and you have to say that the test was not so good either. In other words, there are things going on that the public wasn't informed. And I think somebody's going to have to speak to his doctor, if it's the same, or even if it's two separate doctors. Why wasn't the cognitive ability, why wasn't that discussed? And I think the doctor said he's just fine, and it's turned out that's not so. It's very dangerous. Look, this is no longer politically correct. This is dangerous for our country. Look at the mess we're in. You're talking about all these questions on Ukraine and Russia that would have never happened. As an example, if I were president, would have never happened. The other thing is you have to say, why did it take so long? I mean, this takes a long time, can take years to get to this level of danger. So it's a very, very sad situation, and I feel very badly about it. And I think people should try and find out what happened, because I'll tell you, I don't know if it had anything to do with the hospital. Walter Reed is really good. They're some of the best doctors I've ever seen. I don't even know if they were involved, but a doctor was involved in each case. Maybe it was the same doctor, and somebody is not telling the facts. That's a big problem.
I'm proud to be an Indian because India is like a mother, caring, giving us an opportunity to grow, to self-develop. We enjoy a lot of freedom here. We are able to express ourselves freely. India is a rising star, soon to become the most powerful nation in the world, both in terms of its defense as also economically. I love my country and I'm very, very proud to be an Indian.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most. RSJ.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Big admission has come from Pakistan Prime Minister. He has admitted that Pakistan used to go around the world with a begging bowl. We'll tell you more about this, but first, as always, the headlines.
मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah leads BJP's election battle in the state of West Bengal. He says BJP will come to power with a massive mandate in Bengal 2026.
अभी हिंसा हुई, बंगाल सरकार के मंत्री इस दंगों में शामिल थे। ये स्टेट स्पॉन्सर दंगा था जिन्होंने हिंदुओं को अन्याय किया है।
Amit Shah launches blistering attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, says Hindus targeted in Bengal, whereas Mamata is involved in vote bank politics.
Once you bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down.
Owaisi says putting Pakistan back on FATF grey list will decline terrorism. NIA conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in Pakistan's spying case. A 22-year-old law student and influencer has been arrested for hate posts. BJP questions the selective action. Heavy rains trigger flash floods and landslides in Assam, Manipur, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. What we're learning so far is that at least 22 people are dead. Let's start the bulletin with a news story that is coming from the state of Karnataka. What we're learning so far is that the police officers have arrested 5 persons, including 2 minors, on the charging of being part of a gang that committed repeated gang rape on a minor and filmed this offence. The offence was committed in a village near Belagavi in Karnataka a few months ago. The 15-year-old girl was abducted. She was taken to a stone crusher and she was raped by 6 men. They filmed the incident on their mobile phones, is what we're learning. So as far as this gang rape case is concerned, what we're learning is that Karnataka police has arrested 5 persons in connection with this case. This is a gang rape case, a very concerning one, which happened a few months back. The 15-year-old girl was abducted. She was kidnapped, taken to a stone crusher and was raped by 6 men. 5 men have been arrested by the police so far. It's very shocking how this entire incident was also filmed by them on their mobile phones. So there is a crackdown and these people have been arrested in this case. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who joins us live from on the broadcast from Karnataka. Abhishek, as far as this gang rape case is concerned, tell us how the investigation is proceeding in this case.
Well, what we have been informed as of now is the rape for the first time happened in the month of December, when one of the persons who is in the perpetrator's gang actually called a minor girl who is at least 15 years old as of now to a secluded place which is located in APMC market of Belagavi city, and after which he also called a couple of people whom he knew, like at least 5 persons who belong to the perpetrator's gang, came to the same spot where they gang raped this 15-year-old girl for multiple times, and after which they also made sure that they recorded this rape on the mobile phones and also threatened the girl that they would put this on social media if at all she had spoken to this about anyone else in the family. And as of now, in the month of January, the same perpetrators, at least 3 of them who belong to the same group, called the same girl once again, and they also made sure that they actually raped her once again, and after which she, the girl who was 15 years old, made sure that she informed about this incident to her family, and after which the APMC police station got an information about this, and that is when the FIR was lodged as of now. We have been informed that since the girl is 15 years old, there's a POCSO case which has been registered against these 6 perpetrators, out of which 5 have already been secluded and secured, and one person who is already missing, and the police is actually behind him, and they will make sure that he will also be put behind the bars. They've collected the evidence which were on the mobile of the perpetrators, and they made sure that this wouldn't go out of their mobiles as of now. The forensic department and various of the departments have collected the bodily samples from the minor girl, and as of now, since this case is involved with a girl who is 15 years, many much details of the perpetrators nor the girl cannot be given out as of now, is what we have been informed. So we are waiting for due course of information from the Commissioner of Belagavi as of now. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. Remember, there were 6 accused in this case. What we're learning is that 5 have been arrested so far. Thank you, Abhishek, for all the details. Keep tracking this story. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, moving on, shifting our focus to Pakistan. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has made a big admission. He has exposed Pakistan's agony. Shehbaz has said Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. He further said that he is done passing the begging hat. A big statement coming from him.
China is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan. Saudi Arabia is one of the most reliable, trustworthy friend of Pakistan. and so are others, Turkey, Qatar, UAE. But let me make this point abundantly clear. They expect us now to engage them in trade, in commerce, innovation, research and development, education, health, investments, and profitable ventures, mutually beneficial. And they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl. And I am the last person, along with Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir, to carry this burden anymore on my shoulder, because it ultimately translates on the shoulders of this great nation.
So Pakistan Prime Minister right there exposing his own country. Now keeping our focus on Pakistan, AIMIM Chief Owaisi has exposed Pakistan in Algeria. He has said that Pakistan should be put back on the FATF grey list. Terrorism will decline if Pakistan is put on that list. Now addressing the Indian community in Algeria as a part of all-party parliamentary delegation, Owaisi also gave an example of Islamabad's complicity in terrorism. He cited the case of 2611 mastermind. In fact, he stated that the terrorist had become a father while officially being incarcerated in Pakistan. So this is Owaisi speaking on Pakistan, also pulling Pakistan. Have a look.
I've come here to request the Algerian political leadership to help India in bringing back Pakistan in the FATF grey list, because Algeria is a member of FATF. The countries which we have gone, whether it is Bahrain, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, the whole Middle East and North Africa, this has been a request that unless and until we bring Pakistan back in grey list, because you see, terrorism survives on one ideology, second is money. So if you have to counter them on these 2 points. Ideology, you know very well, you have seen the Black Decade, even South Algeria you still have some problems. So, you know, on that point we are together, and I think so if Algeria and India
Now moving on, as far as the language row in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu is concerned, it is only escalating. Now BJP leader Madhavi Lata has spoken exclusively to Republic TV. She has slammed Kamal Hassan for insulting Kannadigas. She has appreciated Owaisi for exposing Pakistan on a global level after the Pahalgam attack on innocent civilians. Watch this.
There is a lot of anger around what Kamal Hassan the actor has said. Now, I don't know whether it was Kamal Hassan the actor speaking or Kamal Hassan the politician speaking, but Kamal Hassan is right now, as we speak, the most hated figure in the state of Karnataka. I have Madhavi Lata joining us. Madhavi Lata is a politician from the BJP, and Madhavi Lata herself is from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. She speaks Telugu, but people in the south know exactly what Kamal Hassan is trying to do. Madhavi ji, there's a lot of anger. I don't know what he meant when he said Kannada was derived from Tamil. Only Kamal Hassan seems to know. And today, now as we speak, a question was asked if he'll apologize. He's saying, if I've done something wrong, I'll apologize, but I have not done anything wrong.
So before really talking about his statements, we all need to know that he is a very delusioned old man who himself is rejected by Tamil Nadu. Okay? And it is very important for us to know that he is such a selfish human being that not only in his personal, private life, but also in public and social life also, for him what matters is he himself, his career. He is a sunken boat. And today he has jumped to sit on the lap of a party DMK which is sinking itself. What is very important for all of us to know that 5 crore Kannadiga population, that's across the Bharat, he had dared to touch their sentiments, which is so important, called mother tongue. I would just want to say one thing, that around 75% of the world languages, around 4,500 to 5,000 say ma for the word mother. See, all of us are influenced by each other languages, because language is the greatest sign of civilization. But it's wrong to say that you are born because of somebody. You are derived because of somebody. Nobody is derived because of anybody. Kannada is supposed to be one of the also oldest script language. So in that case, what are we trying to say today because of him? That even the smallest of the smallest teams or communities, their languages have in that case. He is somebody after losing everything in life, now wants a socio-political recognition for which he would not go back to say any comment that comes out of his mouth. I'm not just a Telugu person. My origins are from Karnataka. My origins are also from Tamil Nadu. My father is born in Bangalore. And my great granny is born in Palakkad, the borders of Tamil Nadu. See, South Indian population has been very, very affectionate, especially Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. If you can just understand geographically both the states, they have encouraged, uplifted, supported culture, art, fine arts, literature, movies, everything. Today, if all of us know, even Telugu movies, they run very well in Karnataka.
Yes, they do.
If we can just check, a lot of Tamil movies run very well in Karnataka.
Of course they do.
You just can't take their warmthness as a weakness, right? In the same way, I would want to tell the entire country that there are n number of matriculation schools and colleges in Tamil Nadu which teach Hindi language.
Yes, they are.
We have no objection with Hindi language.
Including schools owned by politicians.
Exactly. And unnecessarily, the whole Tamil population, who are so affectionate, these bloody selfish politicians, on behalf of them, start making nonsense statements for which a common man is standing as an answerable entity for it. I think it's time. It's time we show people like him their place, that you do not belong to Tamil Nadu, nor you are worth to take the love and affection of Karnataka.
Ma'am, I'll tell you something, I'm also from Bangalore. I speak Kannada, and we all grew up watching movies of Kamal Hassan. One of the first movies that I remember were growing up, very, very vividly remember are watching Kamal Hassan's movies, because there were theaters showing Tamil movies, theaters showing Telugu movies, right? And we all grew up watching movies of all these languages, because a lot of people from Andhra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu are settled in Karnataka, Bangalore, because it's a cultural melting pot. I'm just thinking, why would Kamal Hassan, who has acted, by the way, in Kannada movies as well, he knows about Kannada language, the people of Karnataka, why would he make such a comment? Now, the reason I'm asking you this question is because people feel that this language issue has gone too far now.
Yes. The reason is the basic Kannadigan or the basic Tamilian or a Keralite for that matter or a Telugu person. We all love all the languages. We all love all our languages. For one simple reason, the same set of people who constantly keep commenting on languages, they in fact have made it as bread and butter for them. They even act in Kannada movies, they act Tamil movies, they act in Malayalam movies, they act in Hindi movies. They make their money. They make their careers. And just that not enough for their selfish lives, they now want also to become politically popular because they have failed as individuals. Why? It's because even a person like him who has commented so badly about the language Kannada, taking its origin, he himself has repeatedly lost in politics in Tamil Nadu. Why? Because Tamilians themselves have understood this person has no basic morale, a kind of his own identity which can stand significantly undeterred.
Yeah.
He keeps changing. Chameleon, colors, badalte rehte hain.
No, but ma'am, what is strange also is the Congress party is in alliance with the DMK. The Congress party is ruling in Karnataka. And today I saw a statement somewhere that the South India, apparently there is some body called South India Federation for Actors or something like that, which has said Kamal Hassan should not be targeted, he's being targeted. Same people when it comes to Tamil issue, Hindi issue, They will go, they will be on the street saying Hindi this, Hindi that, Hindi imposition, all of that. Suddenly they feel, why Kamal Hassan, you're targeting him? Kamal Hassan should not be targeted. I am also surprised by the silence of the Congress party. Congress party is ruling Karnataka. Congress party has gone almost silent. They gave some consolation statements somewhere and they've gone quiet. People are burning effigies of Kamal Hassan on the streets of Bangalore.
You have raised an intellectual point, I would say, a point which is more should touch every Kannadiga today. The reason is, now it's time that every person of Karnataka should understand that how Congress can shift its side. When Kannadigas have voted Congress to bring them into power, it's a basic responsibility of the Congress government, which is ruling Karnataka, should stand up for their self-esteem and their sentiments that got hurt. Now, what does this speak then? What does this even speak? That ultimately Congress किसी का नहीं है, वो अपने लिए है. Congress is for its own self. So Congress comes, parties who are for their own selves come together. They're neither for Tamilians, they're not for Kannadigas, they're not for Telugu people, they're not for Malayalis, they're for nobody. They're not for those who vote them. They are for their own selves. Now it's time for all of us to realize that. We southern states should realize this, that they're for nobody.
Yeah, I'll only end the section on Kamal Hassan by saying that, Kamal Hassan is an artist, is an actor at best, should remain an actor at best, should limit himself to acting. And even that, I don't know how his movies are doing these days. But, politically, he's a big failure, he's a flop. And he has lost every election. He continues to lose elections. Nobody knows who's the, have you heard of another face of his party apart from him? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody has heard.
He lost his own seat.
Yeah, he lost his own seat and now he's being sent to the Rajya Sabha by, by the DMK as consolation, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. No, yeah. They both are of the same folk. They both belong to the same thought process.
Yeah.
They all belong to the same thought process. Unfortunately, this legendary actor worked under great directors, great Tamil directors who've been very patriot to the nation. Unfortunately, he didn't learn from his own roles and characters that he played.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
No, he's become a caricature of himself. My last question is to you is on someone very special to you, Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi. He's in the news for all the right reasons. Let's give credit where it's due. Madhvi ji, he's being a great soldier of India. He's speaking very well, exposing Pakistan. I thought since I have you with us, it would be nice to get your views on what Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi is saying about Pakistan to expose Pakistan.
At first instance, I would appreciate and give the entire credit to my beloved Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for choosing such a fantastic person to send to Pakistan to talk about Ma Bharti. That's my motherland, Bharat. At the same time, I also appreciate Asaduddin ji for carrying out this responsibility undeterred. But probably I would have been a little more happy if back to his constituency, he would also still perform with the same clarity and transparency. At national level, he speaks so much, against Pakistan, which is appreciable. But coming back to the constituency, he still leads the hand-to-hand rallies and dharnas against the Waqf board. That is where he's still playing the game of politics. I wish someday he learns to not to play the game of politics, but to play the role of being a patriot.
I'll only end this session by saying one thing, Madhvi Lata ji. Just before this, I was recording a segment with, a defense expert. His name is Major General Rajiv Narayanan. And he told me something. He said, why America hates us, China hates us, the Europe nations hate us? Because he said something very beautiful. He said, they all wanted India to fail. Everybody at some stage wanted India to fail. And they take, temporary, cheap thrills when there is a discord within India, right? When people in India are fighting. But when it comes to India, we are such a wonderful country that when there is an Operation Sindoor, despite all our internal differences, all our fighting within, we come together as a country and we fight as Team India.
That's the beauty about this nation. That's the reason it is called subcontinent.
Absolutely. Yeah.
India is called a subcontinent. That is with the vivid languages, vivid culture, tradition, religions. Dare not the world can divide us. Irrespective of differences within us. That's exactly even I would want to communicate to many of those fistful of selfish politicians who are from South India, who belong to the parties who are against the Mother India, to come together, because we have phenomenal politicians, like P.V. Narasimha Rao ji, and we have Deve Gowda ji, Narendra Modi ji, for that matter, Pranab Mukherjee, Draupadi Murmu ji, we have Venkatraman ji, Abdul Kalam ji, Neelam Sanjeev Reddy ji. All these people belong to non-Hindi states. And they have all been ruling, and they've been at central positions in president and prime minister positions. India has always welcomed, irrespective of north and south. That's India. That's Bharat. It's time that every Indian and every Bharati understands. Please don't get into this clutches of the selfish politician statements. It's time that we work together and we take India together forward.
Yeah, on that beautiful note, thank you very much, Madhavi Lata ji, for speaking to Republic. Nice to talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Shifting our focus, a very concerning news is coming from Russia's western Bryansk region, which faced a tragedy early this morning, where a train, what we're learning so far, derailed after colliding with a collapsed bridge. 7 deaths have been reported so far and 69 people have received injuries. Here is a quick report.
A passenger train collided into a collapsed bridge in Russia's western Bryansk region on Sunday. Based on reports, at least 7 people have died and 69 individuals have been injured, out of which 3 are children and 1 is in a serious condition. 44 people have been hospitalized. The train was going from the town of Klimovo to Moscow. The collision with the bridge occurred in Vyagony-Chesky district's Federal Highway area. The aftermath of the incident displays the intensity of the collapse. The Moscow Railway branch of the Russian Railways has stated that the collapse may have occurred due to illegal interference with the transport operations. 180 personnel are involved in operations to rescue the victims. The search continued throughout the night.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now. I don't just
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
दीदी, मेरी बात सुन लो। आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah leads BJP's battle in Bengal, says BJP will come to power with a massive mandate in the 2026 elections.
बाद में अभी हिंसा हुई। बंगाल सरकार के मंत्री इस दंगों में शामिल थे। ये स्टेट स्पॉन्सर दंगा था जिन्होंने हिंदुओं को अन्याय किया।
Amit Shah launches blistering attack on Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee, says Hindus were targeted in Bengal where Mamta is involved in vote bank politics.
Once we bring Pakistan back in grey list, we will definitely see decrease of terrorism in India. We will definitely see killings coming down.
AIMIM chief says putting Pakistan back on the FATF grey list is an imperative for decline of terrorism. NIA conducts searches at 15 locations in 8 states in connection to Pakistan spying case. 22-year-old law student and influencer Sarmishta Panoli for hate posts was arrested. BJP is now questioning selective action of the Bengal police. Heavy rains trigger flash floods in northeast amid landslides in Manipur, Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh and Assam and Nagaland. At least 22 reported dead. Rescue operations are underway. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 5 p.m. this Sunday evening. Our top story remains the political battle in Bihar is now heating up, with Ramvilas Paswan's son, Chirag Paswan, being speculated to enter the electoral battle in the battle-bound, poll-bound state of Bihar. His party is now calling for Chirag Paswan, who is at present a union minister in the Modi government, to come and contest the elections. In fact, there are also talks and chatter within the party of projecting him as a likely chief ministerial candidate. How is this going to change the entire equation inside the NDA, where a Nitish Kumar in apparent decline is also facing internal challenges both from the BJP and his own party? Political battle heating up in Bihar. Look at the recent reactions coming in on this story.
चिराग जी को अगर विधानसभा चुनाव लड़ना होगा, एमपी का चुनाव लड़ना होगा, तो ये राजनीतिक दल का अपना सोच, अपना विचार होता है। इस पर बहुत परेशान होने की आवश्यकता नहीं। हम लोग देखेंगे कि इनको कहाँ लड़वाना चाहिए। एनडीए सोचेगी कि लड़वाने से किसी को फ़ायदा है, उसका मैसेज जाएगा, तो बहुत सारी बातें होते रहती है राजनीतिक दल में। ये कोई चर्चा का विषय नहीं है।
सर, अभी तक क्योंकि चिराग पासवान को दबी आवाज़ में कहा जाता था कि वो केंद्र में उनकी भूमिका थोड़ी ज़्यादा सक्रिय रहती है, लेकिन क्या लोकसभा चुनाव में जो 100% स्ट्राइक रेट उनका आया, 5 सीटें उन्होंने जीती, अपनी पार्टी को बिहार में मजबूत करने की कोशिश? देखिए, चिराग पासवान जी एनडीए को मजबूत करना चाहते हैं, और अभी 2 दिन पहले तो आपने विक्रमगंज में उनका भाषण अगर आप देखेंगे तो उनके भाषण से आपको सब कुछ स्पष्ट हो जाएगा।
So while the BJP president in Bihar is clearing up the road for Chirag Paswan, saying that his party has complete discretion, now reactions are also coming in from the third front of Jan Suraj chief Prashant Kishore, who is now also backing Chirag Paswan's possible entry into the state politics of Bihar while contesting the state assembly elections, calling it a good move for the state. Listen in.
हमारे लिए क्या चुनौती भाई, वो एनडीए के हिस्सा हैं और स्वतंत्र है हर आदमी चुनाव लड़ने के लिए। चिराग जी चुनाव लड़ते हैं तो बिहार के लिए अच्छी बात है। कोई नया लड़का जो जाति पाति की राजनीति नहीं करता है, अगर वो चुनाव लड़ते हैं तो बिहार की राजनीति के लिए अच्छी बात है। सीट से चुनाव लड़ेंगे, वो जहां से भी लड़े, ये उनका निर्णय है। लेकिन चिराग जी अगर बिहार की राजनीति में सक्रिय होते हैं, विधानसभा राज्य की राजनीति में, तो वो बिहार के लिए अच्छी बात है।
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we are also getting more breaking news updates coming in from northeast, where fresh visuals from Imphal, where the NDRF and the armed forces are carrying out rescue operations in the aftermath of severe rains that were triggered after a cloudburst, and now there are landslides and flash floods being reported across the state. The flash floods and landslides have killed at least 22 people across the northeast, including the states of Assam, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh and Manipur, which are particularly heavily affected during these cloudbursts. As we see in Guwahati, at least 5 people have died in mudslides, while 9 people are believed to have drowned in Arunachal Pradesh. Over 78,000 people are directly impacted by the floods in Assam. That's the latest update that we are tracking. The government has also issued red alerts in several districts, with the NDRF, the National Disaster Relief Force, and the SDRF also conducting rescue operations in tandem simultaneously. Those are visuals coming in from the states of Assam, Sikkim, Imphal and Arunachal Pradesh on your screen at the moment. Those are visuals of areas which are still inundated after the massive deluge that was triggered in the aftermath of a cloudburst in northeast. A red alert was issued a couple of days ago by the IMD, and now massive damage to both life and property being reported from across the states. Those are visuals that were coming in from earlier today. Now the NDRF and the SDRF, both of them have been deployed in many parts of the country. Manipur, Arunachal, Mizoram and Assam are 4 of the states which are particularly affected by these flash floods and landslides that were triggered after a cloud burst there. Nearly 78,000 people just in the state of Assam are believed to have been directly impacted by these floods that are in Assam, or at the same time 5 people have been killed in the mudslides that were triggered in the capital city of Guwahati. Meanwhile, 9 people also have been reported dead due to drowning after the flash floods that were triggered in the neighboring state of Arunachal Pradesh. And 22 people is the number that we are looking at across northeast states where the death toll has reached at the moment. Massive mobilization of the SDRF and the NDRF is in place. All necessary precautions were attempted to be taken. However, this is another terrific natural disaster and a tragedy that has struck the northeastern state, where mudslides and flash floods were triggered across the Seven Sisters after a cloud burst was reported yesterday. Today we see that SDRF is now carrying out rescue operations. People are being evacuated from inundated areas. However, the death toll is continuing to mount. At the moment, the death toll stands at around 22 people across northeast. However, more reports are awaited, and we will continue to track all these states as the northeast grapples with some of the worst floods it has seen in many weeks. Meanwhile, Sikkim also in particular is reeling under flash floods and heavy downpour. Rescue operations are also underway for a second straight day to find 9 missing persons after a tourist vehicle also overturned and nearly 9 or 11 people plunged to 100 feet into the Teesta River in the Chobambum-Mangan districts. Now there was a cloudburst in the upper areas there, and the water level of the Teesta River is increased by about 4 meters. So the road was broken at multiple places that led to this unfortunate accident. Here is a detailed report on what happened.
The Teesta River's water level rose significantly on Sunday due to heavy and continuous downpour in Sikkim. The India Meteorological Department issued a red alert for today in the state's Mangan district for heavy to very heavy rain in the region. The Met Department also issued an orange alert for Sikkim's Gyalsing, Namchi, Soreng, Gangtok and Payong district for the next 24 hours. According to the district administration, many properties have been damaged due to landslide.
जो टूरिस्ट उस एक्सीडेंट में मुंशीथंग चोबम्बू में मिसिंग हुआ था, मिसिंग नहीं, जो एक्सीडेंट में नदी में गिरा था, तो उसमें से 2 को तो जिंदा निकाला 29 के रात को ही रेस्क्यू टीम ने। बाकी जो 9 आदमी है उसमें से इंक्लूडिंग ड्राइवर जो सिक्किम का था, तो कल दिन भर हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया था। एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ और ये आईटीबीपी सारे लोगों ने कोशिश किया, लेकिन नदी के अंदर जो गाड़ी चली गई थी तो वो गाड़ी निकल नहीं पाया, गाड़ी नज़र भी नहीं आ रहा है, एक छोटा सा उसका पोर्शन नज़र आ रहा है, उसको खींचने के हिलाने की बहुत कोशिश की, लेकिन डेब्रिस की जो सैंड और जो डेब्रिस होता है उससे दब करके वो निकल नहीं रहा है।
In North Sikkim, landslides were reported in the Thieng and Chunthong areas, causing damage to multiple properties. The IMD has strongly advised citizens to avoid unnecessary travel, remain indoors, and stay away from riverbanks and vulnerable slopes.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, a major controversy has broken out over the arrest of a 22-year-old law student Sarmishta Panoli, who was arrested by the Bengal police earlier. Panoli, who is an influencer, had posted some objectionable posts which were later deleted by her, and she had issued an apology, but the Bengal police continued to arrest her. The BJP is now questioning the selective action and is accusing the Bengal government of appeasement politics. Here is a detailed report on all the sequence of events that have transpired in this case. Instagram influencer Sarmishta Panoli is in the middle of a major controversy. 22-year-old law student of Symbiosis International University, Pune, was arrested by Kolkata police on Friday afternoon from a Gurugram residence. Sarmishta was arrested over an alleged objectionable social media post and is currently in 14-day judicial custody. Following the controversy and the outrage over her post, Sarmishta, who has around 90,000 followers, deleted the objectionable videos and issued an apology. However, Kolkata police reached Gurugram with a warrant after an FIR was filed and arrested the accused influencer. The political slugfest has begun over her arrest and Bengal's police swift action in the case. BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari has questioned Mamta's government's selective action and asked why no action was taken against many of her own party leaders for alleged hurtful comments.
ये लोग जो कर रहा है एपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है. एक खास समुदाय जिनका उनका वोट बैंक है उनको तुष्टीकरण करने के लिए कर रहा है.
Andhra Pradesh's Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan is another leader who has questioned the Bengal police. Pawan Kalyan said that the blasphemy must be condemned always. Secularism isn't a shield for someone and a sword for others. The social media influencer has also found support in a Dutch Member of Parliament, Geert Wilders, who has called the arrest a disgrace for freedom of speech. An arrest over a social media post has now turned into a full-fledged political controversy, igniting questions of selective action and freedom of speech. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has attended the BJP's Workers' Special Organisation meeting in Bengal. The meeting was held at Netaji Indoor Stadium in Kolkata. This was part of Home Minister Amit Shah's two-day visit to Kolkata. Yesterday, he attended a meeting with the party leaders and today, he inaugurated a new CFSL building at Rajarhat. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath welcomed Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar along with his wife Sudha Dhankar as they arrived in Agra. Dhankar is attending a program in Agra celebrating 300th birth anniversary of Mata Ahilyabai Holkar. Yogi Adityanath called this program an example of responsibility which we have towards our nation's heroes. After days of incessant rainfall in Assam, ferry services between Majoli and Nimati have been suspended. This is because the Brahmaputra river continues to swell amid heavy rainfall in the region. An employee of the Inland Water Transport Department, Dipankar Chanuva, has said that the decision to suspend ferry services was taken for the safety of the passengers. The Fidang Bailey Bridge built on Teesta River is currently undergoing restoration after it was partially damaged due to reverse current. Heavy rainfall in the region on the Dongzu in North Sikkim caused an increase of water in the river. The locals shared that the bridge is a lifeline for the people and it is the only way to travel to many places. In a suspected suicide case, the bodies of a brother and a sister were found hanging inside a locked flat in East Delhi's Dilshad Garden area. The incident came to light following a PCR call received by the Simapur police station regarding a foul smell emanating from a flat in Pocket D of Dilshad Garden. The police have found the flat locked from inside when they arrived. Further investigation is currently underway. Assam's Agriculture Minister Atul Bora's visited family of the Pahalgam terror attack Syed Adil Hussain Shah, who died while saving tourists. He handed over a letter from the Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and an ex gratia of Rs 5 lakhs as a one-time financial assistance from the government of Assam. Bora will also pay a courtesy call on Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha of Jammu and Kashmir at the Raj Bhavan of Jammu and Kashmir. The Assam's Chief Minister's office has said the same. The Amritsar Police Commissionerate has arrested 2 individuals who are associated with the terror and extortion module linked to Babbar Khalsa International or the BKI operative Jeevan Fauji. The arrested have been identified to be Karjeet Preet Singh and Gurlal Singh alias Harman, who are both residents of Tarn district. Jeevan Fauji demanded an extortion amount from the owner of a furniture shop, Manveer Singh's brother. When he did not pay the amount, they fired shots at Manveer in the shop. When the police arrived, the shots were also fired at them, but the police dodged them. Harman was shot in the leg when the police retaliated. Tripura's Chief Minister Manik Saha visited flood-affected areas and relief camps in Agartala today. Incessant rainfalls in Tripura for the last few days have damaged various sections of the national highway, hindering people's daily lives. Traffic and power supply have been disrupted across the state as trees got uprooted and fell on electric poles. State officials have said that there are around 150 houses which were damaged, with at least half of them completely destroyed. Relief camps have been opened in several areas of Tripura, with a few hundred people taking shelter in these camps. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, India's dream of having its own bullet train is coming closer to reality. Although the trains have not yet run in India, the first trials of the first two bullet trains meant for the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail project are already beginning their rail trials in Japan. These trains, known as the Shinkansen, are being tested carefully to make sure that they can handle India's tough weather conditions, including extreme heat, dust storm and other challenging terrain. Here's a report.
India is finally on the brink of launching its first ever high-speed rail project, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train, a symbol of progress reserved for countries like Japan, France or China. And this isn't just a story about speed, it's about ambition, global partnerships and a powerful transformation in how India moves. Right now, as we speak, something extraordinary is happening in Japan. Two Shinkansen trains, the cutting-edge E5 and E3 series, are undergoing intensive trials specifically designed for Indian conditions. These aren't ordinary test runs. Japanese engineers are pushing these machines through scenarios that replicate India's scorching heat, dust storms and challenging terrain. Each test, each data point collected brings us closer to the moment when these technological marvels will race across Indian soil. The Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor, stretching across 508 kilometers of Indian terrain, represents more than just faster trains. When completed, this engineering marvel will slash travel time between India's financial capital Mumbai and Gujarat's commercial hub Ahmedabad for over 6 grueling hours to a swift 2 hours, fundamentally reimagining connectivity between the two of our most economically vital Indian cities. The scale of this transformation becomes evident when you consider the technical specifications. These aren't ordinary trains we are talking about. The bullet trains will traverse 348 kilometers through Gujarat and 156 kilometers through Maharashtra, with 63% of the route elevated on embankments, 28% on stilts, and sections running underground and over bridges. This isn't just about speed, it's about precision, engineering that accounts for India's unique geographical and climatic challenges. The Surat-Bilimora section, a 48-kilometer stretch in Gujarat, has been chosen as the testing ground where India's bullet train dreams will first become tangible reality. By August 2026, trial runs are scheduled to begin on this route, marking the first time a Shinkansen will operate on Indian tracks. The foundation for this moment was laid through the 2016 Indo-Japanese agreement, formalized when Prime Minister Modi met with the then Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. This wasn't just a diplomatic handshake, but a strategic partnership that brought Japanese bullet train technology to Indian soil while ensuring that 80% of the project's financing comes through low-interest yen loans, making this massive undertaking economically viable for India. What's fascinating is how this project aligns perfectly with India's Make in India initiative. BEML is directly working on producing train sets capable of 280 kilometers per hour domestically, and by the early 2030s, India plans to introduce even more advanced E10 series Shinkansen capable of reaching speeds up to 400 kilometers per hour. This progression from technology import to domestic manufacturing represents the kind of strategic thinking that transforms nations. When business leaders can commute between Mumbai and Ahmedabad in 2 hours instead of 6, it does not just save time, it creates new possibilities for collaboration, investment and growth. Currently, India operates semi-high-speed trains like the Vande Bharat, which reaches speeds up to 180 kilometers per hour. The jump to 320 kilometers per hour represents a quantum leap that places India in the same league as countries with the world's most advanced rail networks. This isn't just about catching up, it's about positioning India as a global leader in modern transportation infrastructure. The timeline ahead is both ambitious and achievable. Trial runs are scheduled to begin by August 2026, with the gifted Shinkansen trains serving as the proving ground for technology that will soon become routine across Indian railways. Indian engineers are being trained alongside this process, ensuring that we are not just importing machines, but building expertise that will sustain and expand this revolution.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, Home Minister Amit Shah addressed a massive rally in Kolkata ahead of the 2026 Bengal Assembly elections. Shah said that the BJP will come to power in Bengal with a massive mandate. He launched a blistering attack against the Trinamool Congress, claiming that Mamata Banerjee and her party are involved in appeasement politics, whereas Hindus are being targeted under the state and Mamata Banerjee's watch. Listen into what Home Minister Amit Shah said during his Bengal Blitz rally in Kolkata at the Netaji Subhash Stadium.
हर क्षेत्र में सालों तक बंगाल ने भारत का नेतृत्व करा और वही बंगाल में कई सालों तक कम्युनिस्टों का शासन रहा और उसके बाद मां माटी मानुष का नारा देकर ममता दीदी आई और उन्होंने ये महान बंग भूमि को आज घुसपैठ, भ्रष्टाचार, स्त्रियों पर अत्याचार, अपराध, बम धमाके और हिंदुओं के साथ दुराचार का केंद्र बनाकर रख दिया है। दुराचार का केंद्र बना। भाइयों बहनों, यही बंगाल में चुनावी हिंसा सेशन के बाद, जब टीआर सेशन सीईसी बने उसके बाद पूरे देश में चुनावी हिंसा बंद हो गई। मगर ये बंगाल है जिसमें चुनाव के वक्त और दीदी को विजय मिलने के बाद सैकड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता है। दीदी, कब तक बचाओगी उनको? मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली और मैं सारे हजारों की संख्या में बैठे हुए मेरे मंडल के पदाधिकारियों को ये वादा करना चाहता हूं कि यहां तृणमूल की सरकार जाते ही हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के हत्या के अपराधियों को जमीन में गाड़ा है तो भी बाहर निकालकर सजा करने का काम करें। लोकतंत्र के अंदर हिंसा कभी शोभा नहीं देती है। दीदी, हिम्मत हो तो हिंसा के बगैर, रैगिंग के बगैर चुनाव कराकर देखो। आपकी खुद की जमानत ये बंगाल की जनता जब्त कर लेगी। भाइयों बहनों, आगामी चुनाव में यहां बैठे हुए सभी मंडल के पदाधिकारियों का मेरा विनती है कि बंगाल का चुनाव सिर्फ बंगाल का भविष्य नहीं तय करता है। बंगाल का चुनाव देश की सुरक्षा के साथ जुड़ा हुआ चुनाव, क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी ने हमारे देश की सीमाओं को बांग्लादेशियों के लिए खुला कर दिया है। इनके आशीर्वाद से घुसपैठ हो रही है। मुझे बताओ मित्रों, घुसपैठ रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? जोर से बोलो, रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? क्या दीदी रोक सकती है? जोर से बोलो, रोक सकती है? ये भाईपो रोक सकते हैं क्या? घुसपैठ केवल और केवल कमल फूल की सरकार रोक सकती है। तृणमूल के सांसद मुझे संसद में पूछ रहे थे कि बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है। अरे ममता दीदी, हमने आपसे भूमि मांगी है, पूरी भूमि दे दो, बाढ़ को समाप्त हो जाने दो। एक परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा, परिंदा भी पैर नहीं। आप जानबूझकर बॉर्डर पर भूमि नहीं देते हो क्योंकि घुसपैठ चलती रहे, आपकी वोट बैंक बढ़ती रहे और आपके बाद आपका भतीजा भी मुख्यमंत्री बनता रहे। भाइयों बहनों, ये होने वाला नहीं।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from.
Electricity powers every aspect of our daily lives. It is the heartbeat of modern life. From the quiet buzz of a ceiling fan to the glow of a smartphone screen, every moment is powered by energy. But as India moves forward, how we manage that energy is evolving. Welcome to the era of smart meters, where technology meets transparency and real-time data meets energy management to create a smarter, more efficient world. Imagine a world where you have the power to monitor and analyze your energy use in real time, enabling you to make smarter decisions that cut costs and reduce waste. This is the promise of smart meters that offer continuous data on electricity consumption, unlike traditional meters that only provide monthly readings. Mangesh Pardhe from Mahad in Maharashtra is one such benefiter of smart meters who now keeps a close eye on his daily electricity usage right from his smartphone. Thanks to the smart meter, he is no longer in the dark when it comes to energy consumption. He uses the app to get greater insights of his energy consumption, including comparing energy efficiency of his gadgets, something which was not possible earlier. Through the app, he also receives and pays for his electricity bills. No more delayed bills.
मैं मंगेश सुरेश पारदी हूँ। मैं महाराष्ट्र में रहता है, महाड़ सिटी में। मेरे इधर अभी स्मार्ट मीटर लगाया है। ये ऐप से मेरे को यूनिट समझ में आता है। जिस दिन मैं बाहर जाता हूँ ना, तब बाद में मेरे को समझ में आता है कितना यूनिट चला है और कितना यूनिट नहीं चला है, और बिल मेरे को बराबर हिसाब से आता है। इस ऐप से मैं लाइट बिल पे कर सकता है, और कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गया है तो मैं कस्टमर केयर से बात भी कर सकता है।
Smart meters not only empower consumers but also help utilities better manage the grid. By transmitting real-time data, they give distribution companies a clearer understanding of consumption patterns and help improve grid performance, leading to enhanced service quality and more efficient power distribution. Clarity, convenience and control. That's how Rohan Patil from Shivadi in Mumbai describes his smart meter journey, from a smooth installation to complete transparency in billing. He shares how this small change made a big impact. Earlier, there was always a surprise when the monthly bill came, with no possibility of any cost correction or changing consumption pattern. Today, he is able to view his power consumption real time and compare on a daily, weekly or monthly basis.
मेरा नाम रोहन सुरेंद्र पाटिल है। मैं मुंबई के शिवड़ी इलाके में रहता हूँ और हम लोग बॉर्न टू बॉटम यहीं पे है, पले बड़े हैं। और 2-3 महीने पहले जो हमारे यहाँ पे जो स्मार्ट मीटर लगाए हुए हैं उससे हमको बहुत बेनिफिट हो रहा है। पहले जो पुराने मीटर थे उसके चलते हम लोग को कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंसी नहीं हो रही थी, जैसे हम लोग का कंजम्पशन कितना है, हमको बिल कितना आएगा, कितना कम होगा, ज़्यादा होगा, कुछ भी नहीं पता चलता था। तो जब ये यूटिलिटी स्मार्ट मीटर लगाने के लिए आए तो घर पे बताया कि 5 मिनट लाइट जाने वाली है। उसके बाद जैसे उन्होंने बताया वैसे 5 मिनट लाइट्स ऑफ हो गए और उन्होंने मीटर चेंज किया। फिर हमको बताया गया कि कौन सा मीटर लगा, उसके बेनिफिट्स क्या है, सब बताया गया। हमारे एरिया में सब जगह मीटर लगे हुए हैं और जो स्मार्ट मीटर लगाया गया है उससे एक बेनिफिट हम लोग देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी बहुत सालों से जो मीटर रीडिंग के लिए जो एग्जीक्यूटिव आते थे उनसे ह्यूमन एरर, डिजिट मिस्टेक 5%, 10% होता था। एक के जगह 2 टाइप करके जो कंजम्पशन हाई होता था वो बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो जाएगा बिकॉज ऑफ ये स्मार्ट मीटर जो ऑनलाइन मीटर है। तो उसमें कुछ ह्यूमन एरर या फिर टेक्निकल एरर का कुछ इशू ही नहीं आएगा। इसके लिए हम आपको सभी को यही बोलना चाहेंगे कि स्मार्ट मीटर एकदम बेस्ट है। विदाउट ह्यूमन एरर आपको जो कंजम्पशन का बिल है वो आपके मोबाइल पे आएगा और जो रेगुलर हार्ड कॉपी है तो वो आते रहेंगे। एकदम बेस्ट है।
For Zaid Bhatkar in Wadala, the shift to smart metering brought something more than just data. It brought peace of mind to him and his family. He shares how smart meters removed the need for manual readings, resolved privacy concerns, and made bill checking and payment as simple as tapping a button.
मेरा नाम जाहिद भाटकर है और मैं मुंबई वडाला में रहता हूँ। तो हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं स्मार्ट मीटर की, जो हमारी लोकल इलेक्ट्रिकल बॉडी ने रिसेंटली बिठाया है। कुछ 3-4 महीने हुए हैं इसको बिठा के। तो ये शुरुआत ऐसे हुई थी कि कुछ टीम मेंबर आए थे इलेक्ट्रिकल बॉडी के और उन्होंने कहा कि स्मार्ट मीटर लगाएंगे आपके यहाँ पे। फिर उन्होंने एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया कि ये मीटर ऑटोमेटेड होते हैं, जिससे रीडिंग ऑटोमेट ली जाती है और आप लोग अगर बिल भरो ना भरो तो ये मीटर ऑटोमेटिकली सिस्टम से बंद किया जा सकता है। कोई बंदा आएगा नहीं आपके यहाँ पे रीडिंग लेने के लिए हर महीने के लिए, और बाकी सब कुछ आप मॉनिटर कर सकते हो आपके फ़ोन के थ्रू। और उनके बोलने के हिसाब से नेक्स्ट मंथ उन लोग आए, उन्होंने मीटर बदला और तब से आज तक 3, 3.5, 4 महीने हो गए हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। स्मार्ट मीटर हम लोग के एक्सपीरियंस से इतना सा ही है कि वो मीटर की रीडिंग रियल टाइम में इन लोग लेते हैं और वही हम लोग भी हमारे एप्लीकेशन पे मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। तो पहले कभी कभी प्रॉब्लम हुआ करता था कि गर्मी में बिल ज़्यादा आ रहा है, कम हो रहा है, तो हम लोग समझ नहीं पाते थे कहाँ जाए। बट अब ये प्रॉब्लम है ही नहीं, सब कुछ फ़ोन में दिखता है कि कब कंजम्पशन ज़्यादा है, कम है, और उसे किस तरह हम लोग हमारे कंजम्पशन को हम लोग कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। कि कभी हम लोग से कुछ जैसे एसी छूट जाता है या गीज़र छूट जाता है तो वो सब प्रॉब्लम अब नहीं रहे। प्लस ये जो रिप्लेसमेंट का प्रोसीजर था बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हुआ, क्योंकि इनका बंदा जिस तरह बोला गया था, एक ट्यूसडे या वेडनेसडे के दिन आए, घर पे इन्फॉर्म किया कि आप इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स बंद करो क्योंकि अभी हम लोग मीटर रिप्लेस करेंगे, और तकरीबन 10 मिनट में इन्होंने मीटर रिप्लेस करके दिया। तब से आज तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। रीडिंग वगैरह भी हम लोग को ऐसे लगा नहीं कि हमारा बिल ज़्यादा आ रहा है, कम आ रहा है, क्योंकि इन्होंने बहुत सारा एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया था स्मार्ट मीटर रिलेटेड, और आई थिंक सब कुछ फेयर है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। एंड आई थिंक ये एक डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए एक अच्छा स्टेप है गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। एंड आई वुड रिकमेंड एवरीवन कि आप लोग इसमें कोई ऑब्जेक्शन मत लो, क्योंकि टेक्निकली हमारे एक्सपीरियंस से हमें और हमारी पूरी सोसाइटी में किसी भी एक मेंबर को कोई भी तरह का प्रॉब्लम हुआ नहीं, ना रिप्लेसमेंट के वक्त ना रिप्लेसमेंट के बाद।
The Government of India has set an ambitious target to replace 25 crore traditional electricity meters with smart meters by 2025 to 2026. This rollout under the Smart Meter National Program and the Revamped Distribution Sector Scheme is focused on making power supply across the country more reliable, affordable and efficient. Supporting this national mission is the Adani Group, which through its subsidiary Adani Energy Solutions Limited or AESL is driving the energy transformation with a strong focus on innovation and sustainability. Adani Energy Solutions Limited is replacing traditional utility meters with advanced smart metering infrastructure in 5 states, empowering both distribution companies and consumers. Behind every smooth smart meter transition is a dedicated ground team. Project engineer Ravi Yadav shares how his team ensures timely communication, swift installations and hassle-free upgrades, often in under 5 minutes per home.
मैं रवि यादव इंजीनियर हूँ। आज हम स्मार्ट मीटर चेंज करने का काम कर रहे हैं। स्मार्ट मीटर चेंज करने के पहले हम एक बार सोसाइटी को इन्फॉर्म कर देते कि आपका इंडिविजुअली हर एक का लाइट 5-5 मिनट के लिए जाएगा। ये हमारा स्मार्ट मीटर इंस्टॉलेशन हो चुका है। इसमें 3 टाइप के सील है, एक कम्युनिकेशन सील है, एक बॉडी सील है और एक टर्मिनल सील है। ये जो आप रेड कलर का लाइट दिख रहे हो, इसमें ये कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम है। इसमें नेक प्लस एयरटेल का सिम कार्ड है जो डायरेक्ट यूटिलिटी सेक्टर को कनेक्ट करता है, जो हमको रियल टाइम डेटा मिलता है प्लस कंज्यूमर को भी रियल टाइम डेटा दिखता है। ये मीटर लगने से कंज्यूमर को बहुत सारे बेनिफिट मिलते हैं, जिससे वो रियल टाइम डेटा देख सकते हैं, जितना डेली यूज़ करते वो रीडिंग भी देख सकते हैं। और कहीं मतलब जैसा एक पर मंथ का एक बिल रहता है कि हम इस महीने इतना यूनिट यूज़ करें, वो प्रॉपर एक हिसाब वो अपने पास रख सकते हैं।
However, implementing smart metering in India has not been without its challenges. Replacing 25 crore meters is no small feat. It requires overcoming major logistical hurdles, right from installations in remote locations to grid upgrades that enable real-time data transfer. Here, Adani Group's extensive experience in implementing large-scale infrastructure projects positions Adani Energy Solutions Limited to navigate these challenges effectively. The lightning-fast replacement of traditional meters and the transparent smart metering enables Sanjay Patil from Curry Road to easily keep a track of every unit consumed. Everything is visible and every bill is just a tap away.
मैं संजय पाटिल करी रोड मुंबई के इलाके में रहता हूँ। मैं RDSS गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट है, उसके अंदर यूटिलिटी की तरफ से स्मार्ट मीटर का इंस्टॉलेशन का प्रोसेस हमारे बिल्डिंग में हुआ। उसके बाद हमें स्मार्ट मीटर के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन मिली। स्मार्ट मीटर के बारे में BST के यूटिलिटी ने हमें एक दिन पहले इंफॉर्मेशन किया था, इंटीमेशन दिया था कि दूसरे दिन हम लोग मीटर चेंज करने के लिए आएंगे। दूसरे दिन हम लोग सुबह 11 बजे यूटिलिटी के लोग हमारे घर पे आए, उन्होंने बताया और 5 मिनट के अंदर उन्होंने मीटर रिप्लेस कर दिया, नया मीटर स्मार्ट मीटर लगा दिया। मेरा मोबाइल ऐप मैंने गूगल प्ले से डाउनलोड कर दिया है, उसमें मेरा कंज्यूमर नंबर डाल के मैंने रजिस्टर कर दिया है, जिसके वजह से ये स्मार्ट मीटर का जो भी टेक्निकल डेटा है मेरा को रियल टाइम में मिल जाता है। स्मार्ट मीटर लगने के बाद हर एक महीने में हमें रीडिंग का जो बिल आता है वो करेक्ट बिल हमें मिल रहा है। उसके बारे में मोबाइल ऐप के ऊपर हमें राइट टू इन्फॉर्मेशन जो रहता है रियल टाइम का वो हमें मिलता है। उसके वजह से यूटिलिटी और कंज्यूमर करके मेरे जैसे लोगों में ट्रांसपेरेंसी बढ़ गई है।
In the upcoming segment, smart meters can bring down the nation's distribution loss from high teens to low single digits, providing the much needed capital for the power distribution companies to invest in infrastructure upgrade and improve their service quality and even lower the tariffs.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मियाँ तो
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be...
Smart meters can bring down the nation's distribution loss from high teens to low single digits, providing the much needed capital for the power distribution companies to invest in infrastructure upgrade and improve their service quality and even lower the tariffs. This is because distribution losses are ultimately recovered from honest citizens through higher tariffs. Chairman and Managing Director of Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company Limited, Mr. Lokesh Chandra shares how the Smart Meter initiative is not just a technological upgrade but a transformative shift in how electricity is experienced by consumers. He explains how smart meters are empowering people with better control over the daily usage, bringing transparency to billing and offering a stronger platform for addressing grievances.
Smart meter initiative is nothing but it's a program for empowering the consumers, bringing in transparency in the system and at the same time providing a platform where the grievances of the consumers in the form of billing related issues is reduced. So it's a win-win situation because the consumers are aware that they are getting the accurate bill, they are paying for what they have consumed. At the same time they can also see their consumption throughout the day or during the billing period because we have a mobile app in which they can see their consumption pattern. And this will also help in reducing their bill because they can shift some of these load which they are having for the time period where we have the lower tariff because we have now introduced the time of the tariff and we are also giving incentives during the solar hours.
But what makes these meters truly smart? Project engineer Shubham Sate breaks it down for us. From real-time tracking to daily insights, these features give consumers a crystal clear view of their consumption and billing patterns.
मेरा नाम शुभम साटे है। मैं जो मुंबई में मीटर इंस्टॉल होते हैं स्मार्ट मीटर वो एक्टिविटी रिलेटेड देखता हूँ। ये जो स्मार्ट मीटर है ये मतलब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीटर से कुछ अलग नहीं है, खाली इसमें एक निक कार्ड ऐड हुआ है, नेटवर्क इंटरफेरेंस कार्ड, जो इसके ऊपर आप देख सकते हैं ये पट्टी वाला, यही एक्स्ट्रा ऐड हुआ है। ये कार्ड क्या करता है, जो भी मीटर के अंडर यूनिट्स जो कस्टमर कंजम्पशन करता है वो रिकॉर्ड करके सर्वर को भेजता है। तो ये जो भी डेटा है सर्वर्स के थ्रू कस्टमर को या यूटिलिटी को बिलिंग के लिए मिल जाता है। ये मीटर में एक एक्स्ट्रा फीचर्स है कि रियल टाइम बेसिस पे हम कुछ भी मीटर में एक्टिविटी होती है वो मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं। सेकेंडली
कस्टमर और यूटिलिटी के बीच जो हम बोलते हैं पारदर्शिता, मतलब ट्रांसपेरेंसी रहनी चाहिए। इसके लिए ये मीटर बहुत बढ़िया है। ये मीटर रियल टाइम में जो भी डेटा मीटर में आ रहा है, कस्टमर उसके मोबाइल ऐप में रियल टाइम में चेक कर सकता है। और सेकेंडली, जो अभी लॉसेस होते हैं, मतलब कोई जगह कस्टमर चोरी करने की कोशिश करता है, वो सारे इवेंट ये मीटर कैप्चर करके यूटिलिटी को भेज सकता है। वो हिसाब से यूटिलिटी अपने लॉसेस कम कर सकती है और उसका बेनिफिट कस्टमर के बिल में दिख जाता है।
Smart metering systems are part of a larger vision to modernize India's energy infrastructure. With support from companies like Adani Energy Solutions, DISCOMs are improving service quality and operational efficiency. But like every major advancement, the smart meter rollout comes with its share of challenges. Integrating them into the existing power grid requires significant upgrades to handle complex real-time data. At the same time, public awareness remains a hurdle as many citizens are still discovering the benefits of this technology. Smart meters have enabled the distribution companies to implement time-of-day tariff, where instead of a flat tariff, power cost varies based on the time of day. This incentivizes shifting electricity consumption to off-peak periods when rates are lower. A smart consumer can reduce her electricity cost by up to a fifth by altering her usage pattern. This facility has been rolled out in several circles for those consumers with smart meters. Looking beyond the meter, MD AP EPDCL Prithvi Tej Imadi IAS shares how smart meters are revolutionizing service delivery with high visibility, minimal human intervention and integration with solar solutions. The power is now in the hands of the people.
So AP EPDCL, we have been installing smart meters under the RDSS scheme of Government of India. We plan to install around 10 lakh smart meters across the DISCOM. This contains both system metering and consumer metering. Firstly, when we talk about system metering, we are installing meters for every feeder and every transformer. So when we know when there is smart meter attached to every feeder and every transformer, the monitoring of outages across the DISCOM becomes much more comprehensive, and consumers will be able to serve the consumers better by sending our staff whenever there is power outage, etc. When we come to consumer metering, currently we are doing monthly billing. With the when a smart meter is installed, the consumers can look at, the DISCOM also can look at 15-minute time block wise consumption patterns. And currently we are installing for commercial, industrial and government consumers, where time of day tariff, we have been implementing time of day tariffs. So by adjusting their demand profile, by adjusting their consumption behaviors, they'll be able to, they have higher visibility about how they are consuming across the time blocks, across the day, across the month, and they'll be able to save electricity by improving their consumption behavior.
Nityanand Pawar from Pedder Road tells us how smart meters have ended billing errors and reduced electricity theft in his locality. Consumers are benefiting from this and they now get what they pay for, nothing more.
मेरा नाम नित्यानंद पंडितराव पवार है। मैं मुंबई के पेडर रोड में रहता हूँ। हाल ही में 2-4 महीने पहले मेरा पूरा बिल्डिंग का स्मार्ट मीटर चेंज हो चुका है। अभी जो बिल आ रहा है वो करेक्ट बिल आ रहा है, उसके बारे में कुछ भी तकलीफ नहीं है। वो करेक्ट बिल आने की वजह से कंज्यूमर को भी फ़ायदा मिलता है। स्मार्ट मीटर में कोई भी थेफ्ट नहीं कर सकता है, उसका कोई चोरी नहीं हो सकती स्मार्ट मीटर की वजह से। तो उसका जो थेफ्ट की वजह से जो लॉस होता है, वो लॉस अगर नहीं होता है तो उसका अल्टीमेट जो बेनिफिट है वो कंज्यूमर को मिलेगा।
Smart meters offer a multitude of benefits for consumers, DISCOMs and the environment. Real-time monitoring, accurate billing, time-of-day tariffs and outage alerts all empower consumers to make informed choices. Through a centralized network operating center, the DISCOM can view real-time demand-supply situation from a micro level to entire circle and take appropriate resolution actions. On a larger scale, smart meters are driving sustainable lifestyles. By integrating with renewable energy sources, they help reduce waste, lower emissions, and support India's net zero targets. The market for smart metering is set to evolve rapidly, as in the next 5 to 10 years, smart meters will be common in every home and business across India. As adoption grows, people will become more aware of their consumption and empowered to make smarter, greener choices. Bringing down distribution losses to low single digits is equivalent to adding tens of gigawatts of power generation capacity. Hence, smart meters are an integral pillar to our sustainability goals. The future of electricity is no longer just a vision, but a bold reality. Smart, sustainable, and connected, India is entering a transformative era where energy efficiency, environmental stewardship, and digital empowerment lead the way. This is more than just progress, it is a revolution. A revolution where every watt counts, every decision matters, and every innovation propels us forward. Welcome to the dawn of India's energy revolution, a new era powered by Adani Group and AESL, lighting the path to a smarter, greener and more connected tomorrow.
The Teesta River's water level rose significantly on Sunday due to heavy and continuous downpour in Sikkim. The India Meteorological Department issued a red alert for today in the state's Mangan district for heavy to very heavy rain in the region. The Met Department also issued an orange alert for Sikkim's Gyalsing, Namchi, Sorang, Gangtok and Payong district for the next 24 hours. According to the district administration, many properties have been damaged due to landslide.
जो टूरिस्ट उस एक्सीडेंट में मुंशी थंग शुभम्बू में मिसिंग हुआ था, मिसिंग नहीं जो एक्सीडेंट में नदी में गिरा था, तो उसमें से 2 को तो जिंदा निकाला 29 के रात को ही।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, You will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead this story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now. I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal. I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now. I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuri, and this edition will get you agenda-setting stories from across the world. The story number 1 is from Pakistan. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has exposed his own country. He has admitted that Pakistan goes around the world with a begging bowl. We're also tracking for you a very shocking story that has come from Maharashtra. Stale food items with fungus has been found during a raid at the Zepto's, warehouse. In a crackdown, its license has been suspended. Next, Bangladesh has restored the registration of Jamaat-e-Islami, allowing it to take part in the elections more than a decade after it was removed under the now overthrown government. Now, the story number 4 is about how there is an uproar over the arrest of a 22-year-old law student and influencer. She had posted objectionable content on social media. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party has questioned the selective action by the Bengal government. Now, moving on, we'll also tell you about the spike in COVID cases across the country, especially in Kerala. Should you be worried? We'll tell you about that as well. Now, the story number 6 is from Northeast India, which is facing deadly floods and landslides. 22 people have lost their lives. Assam and Arunachal Pradesh are the worst hit states in northeastern country. We'll get started with our bulletin. The first story we're tracking for you is from Pakistan. As we told you, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has admitted to something that has been very typical of Pakistan, a country that has been begging from anyone and everyone. Shehbaz Sharif has exposed his own country. He has made a very shocking statement. In fact, he has said that Pakistan used to go around the world with a begging bowl in its hand. Listen in.
China is the most time-tested friend of Pakistan. Saudi Arabia is one of the most reliable, trustworthy friend of Pakistan. And so are others, Turkey, Qatar, UAE. But let me make this point abundantly clear. They expect us now to engage them in trade, in commerce, innovation, research and development, education, health, investments, and profitable ventures, mutually beneficial. And they no more expect that we go there with a begging bowl. And I am the last person, along with Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir, to carry this burden anymore on my shoulder, because it ultimately translates on the shoulders of this great nation.
Well, if you order your groceries online, this story is for you. The Maharashtra FDA has suspended Zepto's food business license after a shocking inspection at one of their warehouses in Mumbai. What officials found was straight out of a nightmare. Fungal growth on food, expired food products mixed with the fresh stock, food stored in filthy conditions right there on the floor next to stagnant water, and cold storage temperature completely not maintained in this warehouse of Zepto. Here's more. So this is a shocking, in fact, video that we have got for you from Mumbai, where, in fact, there was a raid by FDA. They have suspended the license of Zepto. After this raid, there was unhygienic condition found in this warehouse. And after that, their FDA license, their food delivery license has been suspended. So this is as far as the FDA license of Zepto is concerned. It has now been suspended. As we told you, a lot of unhygienic condition was there at this Zepto warehouse, which is very concerning. And this is a shocker for anyone who orders from the food delivery app. Now, let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who got us this story from Mumbai in Maharashtra. Satya Prakash, you were there on the spot. You saw the unhygienic condition at this warehouse. Tell us what you saw first, and after that, tell us about the crackdown as well.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र एफडीए ने कल रेड किया था, जो कि धारावी में जिप्टो का वेयर हाउस है, वहाँ पर जिस तरह से सामानें रखे गए थे, जो एफडीए का गाइडलाइन है, जो फूड सेफ्टी का गाइडलाइन है, उसको पालन नहीं किया गया है। एफडीए द्वारा जो गाइडलाइन जारी किया जाता है कि अगर कोई भी सामान रखा जाता है तो किस तरह से रखा जाएगा, जब उनको रेड किया गया तो वहाँ पर जो सामानें थी, जो कई ऐसे सामान थे जो कि एक्सपायरी डेट हो चुके थे, ऐसी जगह पर सामान रखे गए थे जहाँ गंदगी थी, तो इसको लेकर कई शिकायतें मिली थी। और महाराष्ट्र के गृह राज्य मंत्री जो योगेश कदम, उनको लगातार इसकी शिकायत मिल रही थी कि जो धारावी में जिप्टो का वेयर हाउस है, वहां पर जिस तरह से सामान रखे गए, कहीं जो एफडीए का गाइडलाइन है उसको पालन नहीं किया जा रहा है। उसके बाद कहीं एफडीए ने रेड किया और एफडीए ने जो जिप्टो का धारावी का जो वेयर हाउस का लाइसेंस है उसको रद्द किया है और इस मामले की जांच शुरू कर दिया है। जी,
Absolutely. So a very big shocker that has come from Mumbai. Thank you, Satya Prakash, for all the updates. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this story. Now, shifting our focus to Bangladesh. The Supreme Court there has reinstated the registration of Islamist political party, that is Jamaat-e-Islami, granting this right to participate in the future elections. Now, this decision overturns a previous High Court ruling that had declared the party registration illegal. The court has now directed the Election Commission of Bangladesh to process the party's registration in accordance with the law. The deposed Sheikh Hasina, in fact, led government had earlier banned Jamaat-e-Islami there in Bangladesh last year, but this ban was lifted later that very same month by Yunus-led interim administration soon after it assumed power. So this is a big news that is coming from Bangladesh. Here's more. Let me go across to Farooq Rahman, who's the chairperson of the National Labour Party. Sir, this is a big news that is coming from Bangladesh. Now, Jamaat-e-Islami will be able to contest upcoming election whenever it happens. what does it mean for the country, and also what does it mean to you being the chairperson of the National Labour Party?
Thank you very much to giving us the joining to our Bangladesh, and now today our Bangladesh Supreme Court Appellate Division and the Supreme Court today overturned the Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami. They have reinstated their political registration. So actually this is the judiciary, the Bangladesh Supreme Court before the our court has been banned by the previous Awami League. So actually this is the judicially order, so that I cannot our no comments according to our the judiciary. Actually, Bangladesh political parties now at this moment every political party want to the registration by the election commission, so that the so long time they are banned the Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami. Actually, our before political party has performed the Awami League, so Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami is a long time their parties no performance in our country. Their illegal registration by the Awami League. So actually, our Supreme Court, the Bangladesh, the chief justice of the Said Rifat Ahmed announced the ruling direct the election commission to the reinstate the Jamaat registration. So actually, I want to the we also the National Labour Party and another party want to the Bangladesh the establish the actually our confidence to Bangladesh reinstate the country and our interim government. So by this time Jamaat-e-Islam they are the perform in the legal way in our country. Our democracy want to the every parties they can the perform in the by the people for the people. So actually. National Labour Party banned the Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islam in future to the perform their actually they are confidently they perform in Bangladesh and the people of Bangladesh. So I would like to inform you that our democracy is the Bangladesh constitution, and the democracy is the stable in for the future, except the Awami League, the before parties. Now, and this Awami League already banned our country was the interim government already declared the Bangladesh Awami League already banned. So we want to the every people they are shown the democracy and establish the country heavily in our country. So thank you very much to give us the opportunity to share the comments in Republic TV in Delhi.
Absolutely. So this is a legal process, and we understand that you don't want to comment on the judicial process, but many are saying that this has been done at the behest of the UNIS interim government there. What do you have to say about that? Because many are saying that the path has been cleared by the interim government there in Bangladesh. What do you have to say on this?
Actually now is the interim government our not the time being for the after the 5th August of 2024. Actually, our country is Jamaat-e-Islam is the biggest, the second party, then the Bangladesh Nationalist Party. So actually, huge people involved the Bangladesh Jamaat-e-Islami. So it's a long time they are not perform in our country. So we National Labour Party we want to the each and other people the public mass people, and we want to the safe side in Bangladesh. Actually, all peoples and all political party, they want now at this moment the globally to the stable in the democracy. So democracy that means the whole people they can join the election and the in our country.
So Jamaat-e-Islami has been reinstated in Bangladesh. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Now shifting our focus back to the country. Here, major controversy has broken out over the arrest of a 22-year-old law student. Her name is Sarmishta Panoli. She has been arrested. Now, Panoli, who's also an influencer, had posted an objectionable post on social media, which she later deleted and apologized for. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is now questioning the selective action by the Bengal government and accusing the Bengal government, the Mamata Banerjee government, of appeasement. Here are all the details.
Instagram influencer Sarmishta Panoli is in the middle of a major controversy. 22-year-old law student of Symbiosis International University, Pune, was arrested by Kolkata police on Friday afternoon from a Gurugram residence. Sarmishta was arrested over an alleged objectionable social media post and is currently in 14-day judicial custody. Following the controversy and the outrage over her post, Sarmishta, who has around 90,000 followers, deleted the objectionable videos and issued an apology. However, Kolkata police reached Gurugram with a warrant after an FIR was filed and arrested the accused influencer. The political slugfest has begun over her arrest and Bengal's police swift action in the case. BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari has questioned Mamata's government's selective action and asked why no action was taken against many of her own party leaders for alleged hurtful comments.
ये लोग जो कर रहा है एपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है. एक खास समुदाय जिनका उनका वोट बैंक है उनको तुष्टीकरण करने के लिए कर रहा है.
Andhra Pradesh's Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan is another leader who has questioned the Bengal police. Pawan Kalyan said that the blasphemy must be condemned. Always, secularism isn't a shield for someone and a sword for others. The social media influencer has also found support in a Dutch Member of Parliament, Geert Wilders, who has called the arrest a disgrace for freedom of speech. An arrest over a social media post has now turned into a full-fledged political controversy, igniting questions of selective action and freedom of speech.
It is time to mask up as the number of COVID cases across the country are rising sharply. The cases have crossed the 3,000 mark, marking, in fact, a sharp rise over the last 10 days, with Kerala, Maharashtra and Delhi being the worst affected states. What we're learning so far is that there are 3,758 active cases in the country, a rise of about 1,300% from the last week. In the last 24 hours, more than 300 cases have been reported, mostly from West Bengal, Kerala and the national capital. 4 deaths have also been reported. Meanwhile, the central government says that there's nothing to worry about as the infections are mild. Well, let me tell you more about the COVID cases spike in the country. Currently, the active COVID cases, they have in fact jumped to 3,758. This is as per the central government's data till Sunday morning. Let's talk about the states. Kerala, Maharashtra and Delhi are the worst hit state. Kerala, in fact, remains the worst affected state with 1,400 active cases. In fact, in the last few hours, hundreds of cases in Kerala has been reported. In the last 24 hours, in fact, fresh 360 cases, 4 deaths have been reported as far as COVID cases in India is concerned. Spike is being witnessed, if we talk about the last 24 hours, then spike is witnessed in West Bengal, Kerala and the national capital. So these are the states which are in focus. Overall, if we see, Kerala remains on the top with the 1400 active cases, in fact, in the last 24 hours. Let me go across to Dr. Mohsin Wali, who's the senior consultant, to talk more about the rising COVID cases in the country. Sir, I want to ask you, central government on one hand is saying that there's nothing to worry about. The cases, the infections are mild. What do you know so far as this variant is also is concerned, and how worried should we be?
Thank you. We should better call COVID cases tested positive. Actually, this is the data based on the tests of H1N1 virus like test which we do for COVID through the nose. So this test was not being done for some weeks back, and now we have started testing. And as you know, there is an indication from your own report, our report, government's report, that since the Kerala has got a good medical facility and people are educated, so more people are going for the tests, and therefore more positive cases are detected. So we should just call them not COVID cases, but COVID positive cases. This addition of one word will make a lot of difference in the people's mind, and therefore, you asked about the variant. This JN1 is an Omicron variant of the COVID, SARS-CoV-2. And this variant we have to carefully follow because the spike protein, as you have given the headline also, is spike. So the spike protein has got more adhesiveness to the cells and rapid spread, therefore. And therefore, we should be very careful about this fast spreading virus, but this does not produce any morbid disease. So there is the point of relaxing ourselves. But for administration, is the most important thing is the screening of the virus, which the government is doing very actively in all these states. You would find Noida has the lowest figure, Kerala is the highest figure, like that. So this variant is known for its fast transmissibility and very mild symptoms. So there is a balance in this. But the virus have a habit of changing their behavior, what we call mutation, and therefore we are keeping a watch through surveillance, which is the duty of administration, that this virus may not change, and as soon as it changes, we should study this virus in more detail. So for the time being, as you have rightly said and you have rightly quoted, there is no cause to worry about the disease, but there is a cause to worry about the spread.
Absolutely. So the infections are mild, and this is what the doctors are also saying. Thank you, Dr. Wali, for all the details and also for speaking to Republic TV. Now, shifting our focus from Assam, Tripura to Arunachal Pradesh, 30 people have lost their lives across several states as the northeast continues to reel under heavy rainfall, battering the region with floods and landslides. Now, in the wake of the heavy rainfall and the devastating floods there, a total of 1,300 families were shifted to relief camps in Tripura, and security forces evacuated stranded people in Imphal as well. This is as far as the deadly floods and landslides in northeastern states is concerned. Here's a report.
Incessant rainfall in Assam has thrown life completely out of gear. Flash floods and waterlogging in at least 17 districts. Floods and landslides. More than 25 people killed in the state. In Guwahati too, multiple areas are severely waterlogged following 2 days of non-stop rain. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is assessing the situation.
हम लोग यहाँ पर आके रहता है, खाने के पानी नहीं है, रहने के सोने के बिस्तर नहीं है, लेट्रिन पैखाना सब डूब गया। हम लोग परसों से खाना नहीं खाया, चाय पी के है।
थोड़ा बारिश देने से पानी इधर पूरा पानी हो जाता है, हमेशा 3 साल से ऐसे हो रहा है। 3 साल से ऐसे हो रहा है। 3 साल में इधर में बैठा है, 3 साल में ऐसे हो रहा है। क्या बोलेगा, सरकार तो करता ही नहीं, जो बनाया वो गलती करके बना दिया इंजीनियर, पूरा चारों तरफ का पानी इधर जमा कर दिया है।
Landslides have been reported in hilly parts of the state.
गुवाहाटी में लास्ट 3 दिन से बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश है और इस बारिश में बहुत सारा जगह में वाटर लॉगिंग हो गया है, लैंडस्लाइड भी हुआ है। अभी तक 5 आदमी का कैजुअलिटी का रिपोर्ट है और बहुत छोटा मोटा इंसिडेंट थोड़ा बहुत था, वो सब अभी तक कोई बुरा खबर नहीं है। वही 5 आदमी गुजर गया है और बहुत सारे जगह में अभी भी वाटर लॉगिंग हो रहा है। हम लोग कोशिश कर रहा हूँ ये पानी को निकालने के लिए, बहुत जगह पाम लगाया है।
In Dibrugarh, the Brahmaputra river breached the danger mark. Low-lying settlements are underwater, forcing evacuations. Local authorities are monitoring embankments. Rainwaters from upstream areas of Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya has aggravated the flood situation.
अभी जितने भी मेरा 5 किलोमीटर का वॉक होता है, जितने भी डाइके इस तरफ घर हैं, सब घर में पानी आ गया है। सबने अपने जीव जंती है डाइक पर लगा दिए हैं, सबने गाड़ी अपनी डाइक पर लगा दी है। तो यह समय उनके लिए बहुत दुविधापूर्ण होता है, कहाँ खाना बनाए, कहाँ रहें, कहाँ सोए। लेकिन सरकार है इसका ध्यान लेगी, कुछ वो व्यवस्था करेगी उनके लिए, यही मेरी सरकार से मेरी आशा है।
कल जो सिचुएशन थी आज से उससे बहुत ज़्यादा पानी डेंजर लेवल के ऊपर आ रहा है। ये एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ हम जाके एक्सरसाइज करते थे और सुरक्षा प्रशासन की दृष्टि से हम देख रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर बांध के इसे बंद कर दिया गया है। तो अभी हम भी सभी लोगों से यही अपील करेंगे कि जैसा कि ये डेंजर जोन पे आ रहा है, तो आप सभी गवर्नमेंट के सारे निर्देशों का पालन करते हुए अपनी जान को जोखिम में न डालें, अपनी सुरक्षा का ध्यान दें एवं सरकार की सहायता करें।
NDRF, SDRF, police and fire and emergency service personnel have been pressed into relief and rescue operations. With Meghalaya also battling rains, National Highway 17, a crucial link between the states of Meghalaya and Assam, also sustained significant damage. With rain expected to continue, Assam and parts of Meghalaya continue to remain on high alert.
With this, we're taking a very short break. We'll be right back with more news and updates. Thank you for watching Republic TV.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most,
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. the RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Yog Guru Baba Ramdev has delivered a fiery endorsement of India's military might. He has lauded Operation Sindoor and backed Prime Minister Modi in saying that the operation is yet not over.
जिन्होंने हमारी माँ बहन बेटियों का सिंदूर छीना, उनको उनके घर में जाकर के हमने मारा है 100-200 किलोमीटर भीतर घुस करके। मोदी जी ने कह दिया अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर बंद नहीं हुआ है।
Calling Operation Sindoor a symbol of unity, Ramdev emphasized that our country knows how to protect the border.
तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमारे सेना का, हमारे मिलिट्री पैरा मिलिट्री का ये शौर्य वीरता पराक्रम है। ये देश की एकता अखंडता और संप्रभुता का प्रतीक है और ये नए भारत की सेना है। ये हमारी संप्रभुता का भी प्रश्न है और ये इस बात का प्रतीक है कि भारत अपनी सीमाओं की सुरक्षा और अपने राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा कैसे करनी है इसको जानता है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। बिबल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom.
Welcome to the Republic Positive Influencer Show. A phenomenal 30-minute wheel with me, Tanvi Sood, from this splendid campus of the Republic Media Network. Over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to bring you a diverse range of content put together tirelessly by our positive influencers. Some who have been working with us over the last few weeks, some who have just been onboarded. Now, before I get to the content, if you think you can be a Republic Positive influencer, go to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and drop that video. Our teams are screening your content round the clock and you'll get that phone call. Now, let's go straight to the content. There's so much going on in the world of science and medicine. All of us seem to be asking ourselves one simple question: how do we live a long and healthy life? Now wait for it, because our first positive influencer today, she's already hugely popular on social media. She's a full-time practicing doctor, Dr. Vishakha Shivdasani. Now she puts together 4 simple steps, 4 pillars as she calls it, to live a long and healthy life. Watch this, because this is the reset you need this weekend.
Longevity is the new buzzword. Everyone's talking about living to 100. But now that's only important if you don't spend those extra years battling disease, hooked to machines, and don't have any cognition and mobility issues. The real question is then, what does it take not just to live long, but to live well? A long, healthy life depends on 4 core pillars. Let's talk about these 4. 1. Muscle mass. Did you know after the age of 60, you lose 1% of muscle mass each year? This is called sarcopenia. And you really have to fight to preserve this. Your muscle is a key driver of aging. Lose muscle and you lose function, and that's your quickest decline. Second, a robust immune system, which is so important not just to fight infections, but also to fight serious diseases like cancer. 3. Cognition. Protecting your brain is non-negotiable. Dementia starts several years, even decades, before presenting with any symptoms. Chronic disease prevention. Obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease are the quickest cause of decline, both in health span and lifespan. Now, this is where longevity medicine comes into play and differs from conventional medicine. Why and how? 1, it's proactive. You act before a problem shows up. It's preventative. You don't wait for disease to take action. And 3, it's so personalized. It's based on your genetics, on your gut health, on your biomarkers, and on your lifestyle. That being said, there are certain universal principles that apply to all of us. And let's talk about those. Let's start with nutrition. The food you eat is either fighting disease or it's feeding it. So what do? You eat mostly plants, you get protein, enough protein but not too much protein. And please make fats your good friend and don't fear them. Just include the good omega-3 fats and remove the rancid fats. High glycemic foods spike your blood sugar, take your hormones completely out of whack and cause chronic inflammation and also chronic illness. Sugar deserves a category of its own. It's a good idea to limit, if not eliminate, if you want a great health span and a lifespan. Talking about exercise, do you know that movement and exercise now has a longevity prescription? It turns out that about 45 minutes of walking about 4 days a week is what we call zone 2 is very good. Also short training, short bursts of training have big benefits. So we're looking at 1 HRIT or really quick workout every week. And it is so important to include strength training. Especially if you're a woman, you need this to preserve muscle mass. And I've explained the importance of that. It turns out grip strength is actually a great predictor of longevity. So make sure you include that. Sleep is the most underrated arm of longevity. Did you know that even 2 nights of sleep deprivation can actually increase your insulin resistance? Imagine what chronic sleep deprivation does to you. It increases the risk of Alzheimer's, of diabetes, of hypertension, even of cancer. So you make sure you make sleep a priority and you get your 7 to 8 hours of good quality rested sleep. And then human connection and mindset. I have some surprising facts for you. Did you know that an optimist lives 15% longer than a pessimist? It also turns out that human connection is a strong predictive marker of longevity. People who feel supported, who feel loved, and who feel seen live longer. So if you want to live long, spend time with those who matter. And finally, there is testing. Here's what most people don't realize. Your body is excellent at hiding disease. So this is what I tell all my patients. Test, don't guess. Regular blood work gives us the data to act not just early, but strategically. Now, I'm not here to tell you that if you follow these principles, both you and I will never get sick. Not at all. But I am saying this. You have far more control over how you age. When you work with data, when you work with the right principles and the right strategy, you don't just live longer, you live much better. You live with energy, you live with vitality, and you live with a sense of purpose. And that can start today. Stay well.
Are you wondering how to take it to the next level if you're a leader at a professional organization? Are you worried about the next appraisal cycle and whether you'll be able to upskill to show your managers that you have upskilled to the next level? Well, don't worry, because we've got you covered. Positive influencer Purnima Kotak takes us through Career Hacks 101 on how to bag that big promotion. Here it is, watch it and then hit that week on Monday.
Hello and welcome to the part 2 of the 2-part appraisal series. My name is Purnima Kotak and I'm India's first leadership branding coach. The part 1 of the appraisal series was dedicated to those of you who just took on a new role, you got promoted. In that video, we spoke about how to position yourselves as a leader and as a brand from day one. This video, the part 2, is for those of you who are looking forward to a promotion in the coming year, 2026. Most people start working harder and want to create an impression in people's minds. The difference is between working hard and working with a strategy. That's the game we're going to be discussing today. Here are a few pointers that you may want to immediately start practicing to establish yourself as a compelling candidate for the next year's appraisals. Number 1, being seen as the leader that you want to be once you grow into the next role. You don't have to wait till you get the next role to be that leader. You can start right away by moving or shifting from the manager mindset to the leadership mindset. You can motivate your teams to bring in the numbers. You do not have to push numbers. People will get those numbers if they are motivated. You also can be the example that your people want to follow. Point number 2 is your executive presence is a non-negotiable. Sometimes we get calls from tall leaders of big organizations asking us to help them with building their executive presence. Though it's not too late, I would prescribe that you start early. Even if you're a manager or a senior manager, start looking at yourself as a contender for a tall position very shortly. Build your executive presence right away. All you need to do is look after your appearance on a daily basis, see the way your posture is, show your conviction, show clarity, and manage your tone of voice. Also, whenever you start a meeting, start with composed clarity and end with directional clarity. There you begin your executive presence. Third point, build your perception equity quietly and consistently, because promotions are based on perceptions. So build your visibility very carefully in people's minds, create memories in people's minds. Volunteer for strategic visibility, take part in cross-functional activities, and volunteer for internal tasks. Also, volunteer for becoming a mentor. Start speaking the language of outcomes and not the language of activities. For example, when someone says, I handled a team of 12 people, this doesn't mean anything. How about this? I led a team of 12 people that improved the turnaround time by 27%. This sounds impressive, right? So this is the language I want you to start speaking, which means you need to reframe your achievements to a business language and not effort language. Point number 5. This is very, very critical for every leader who wants to grow. Align to the organization's vision, mission, values, and goals. This is very important. When you build your work strategies, build it on the strategies of the organization so that you're aligned there. In every meeting, refer back to the organization's strategy, vision, mission, and goals. That way you also create an influence as a leader with people around you in the meetings. Finally, share with people that your values, your goals, your work is aligned to that of the organizations. This will help you create an influence by far. Like I said earlier, hard work alone never got anyone anywhere. For you to get your promotion in the next upcoming appraisal, you need to put a strategy for your leadership branding. You need to know how you want to be perceived and you need to walk up to that perception. Follow these 5 points to position yourself as the top contender for your next year's promotion. This will also give you the confidence to straight away discuss your promotion in your next appraisal. Wishing you good luck for your next upcoming year and for your promotion next year.
Have you ever wondered about the origins of the 51 Shakti Peeths? Those divine sacred spots revered not just in the Indian subcontinent but across the world. Well, positive influencer Shalini Modi takes us through the origins, through rich mythology, and tells you the origins of these sacred spots. Watch this and get enriched.
Just like our scriptures, our ancient temples too are powerful energy centers. And these places have been chosen carefully by our sages and learned men, which add to their power. With so many people worshipping, coming there to pray for thousands of years, these places become energy centers. So let's deep dive into this world of temples and discover the divinity within. Let me first tell you what a Shakti Peeth is, and also take you on the journey of its backstory. Devi Sati was born to Daksh Prajapati, son of Brahma, and to Virni. In some cases, some of the Puranas mention her mother as Prasuti. And as she grew up, Lord Brahma and other Devtas, they went to Lord Shiva at Kailash and asked him, requested him to marry Sati. Shivji agreed to their proposal, saying that he had only one condition, that Devi will never doubt his words. Brahmaji accepted his condition and straight went to Sati's parents, who were overjoyed. And Shivji and Sati Ma were married. They sat on Nandi and went to Kailash and spent some time alone in solitude. After that, they both went to roam the world. And one of the places they visited, interestingly, was Dandakaranya, the forest where Ramji was residing during his exile period. Here, Sita Ma had just recently been abducted by Ravan, and so Ramji was distraught, he was crying, he was shouting her name, just like any mortal human. Shivji bowed down to him from far away and prayed to him, paid his respects. Sati Ma was very surprised. She thought, how could Shivji, her husband, be bowing down to someone so mortal? Shivji told her that he was his Ishta Devta. But Sati Ma had lot of confusions and doubts in her mind. It's almost like any disciple who has doubts before they reach Paramatma. She told Shivji that she had to go and test Lord Ram. And Shivji said, suit yourself. So off went Mata. And disguised as Mata Sita, she approached Lord Ram, who instantly recognized her and bowed down, saying, Pranam Mata. Sati Ma was again felt very ashamed that she had come to test Lord Ram, and she went back to Shivji, but refused to disclose what had happened there. Shivji, through his yogic powers, could of course see what happened. He decided to renounce her as a wife within for two reasons. One, because she had doubted his words, and that was one of his conditions to Brahmaji before marrying her. And the second was that she had taken the form of Sita, whom he considered as Mata. So because of her taking the form of his Mata, he could not see her as a wife anymore. However, he did not disclose this truth to her, and they went back to Kailash. At Kailash, Shivji sat in deep meditation and opened his eyes after a very long span of time, only to see Sati Ma very upset at not being invited to a yagya, a huge ceremony that was being organized by her father Daksh. What upset her more was that all her sisters and their husbands were invited, but she and Shivji weren't. Shivji advised her that she shouldn't even think of going there uninvited. But she said it's her father's house and she had full right to go there. Shivji sent a whole army of Ganas with her. Devi Ma reaches the Yagyashala, and seeing Brahmaji, Vishnu, Bhagwan and all the other Devtas, she was very angered at them. She was angered because they were attending a yagya without her husband being present. Her father was overjoyed at meeting her, and said that she should partake in the yagya, but at the same time he started criticizing Lord Shiva. Sati could not handle that, and she decided to give up her body because she felt that she had made all these mistakes of doubting her husband in this body and needed a makeover. She sat down and did her yogic practices, bringing her breath, raising it from one chakra to the other, and finally leaving her body. The moment she left her body, the Ganas were angered and distraught at the same time. Some of them gave up their body with her, and some attacked those present. The moment Shivji heard about it, he came to the spot himself. Though before that, he sends Veerbhadra and Bhadrakali with a huge army to destroy the Havan, Yagya, and all those who were present, including Daksh. He produced Veerbhadra from his matted hair and Bhadrakali too. After that, he himself went on the spot and carried Sati Ma's body around the universe in anger. Vishnu Bhagwan realized that this would lead to pralay, and so to put everything back to normal, he sent his Sudarshan Chakra to cut Devi Ma's body, which got cut into 51 parts and dropped at various places. These are the 51 Shakti Peethas, where the Shakti Peeth temples came up, and to protect the fierce and the raw energy of Devi here, Bhairav Baba, or the fierce roop of Shivji, sat there guarding the temples.
Operation Sindoor. We have lived through what history books will be made of. Now our next positive influencer, Navjot Singh, was a former IB officer. And in the next anecdote, he takes us through this interesting story from the tenure of Zia-ul Haq, of how the ISI and the Pakistani establishment worked together to push terror into Jammu and Kashmir, and how the Indian people have always stood against it. Watch this, and let me tell you, the big headline here is that the Indian armed forces and the Indian people have always pushed back Pakistan's nefarious designs.
Today I'm going to tell you a story from the mid-1980s. April 18, 1988, Pakistan President Zia-ul Haq called a secret meeting of his intelligence officers and various agencies. And the plan was Disintegration of India Plan, Zia Plan, or the Liberation Plan. Friends, इस प्लान को ऑपरेशन टुपैक के नाम से भी जाना जाता है. अगर हम 18वीं शताब्दी में टुपैक अमारू 2 की बात करें, so he waged a war, he waged a revolution against the colonial policies of Spanish regime in Peru. Drawing from that, the Pakistan President Zia-ul Haq, he also wanted to create this narrative in creating this insurgency in Kashmir. तो आखिर ये ऑपरेशन टुपैक है क्या? इस ऑपरेशन टुपैक को समझने के लिए आपको पहले 1965 में जाना पड़ेगा. 1965 war, when Pakistan launched this Operation Gibraltar. अब ऑपरेशन जिब्राल्टर में पाकिस्तान ने अपने SSG कमांडोज को कश्मीर वैली में भेजा ताकि वो एक इंसर्जेंसी को क्रिएट कर सकें. बट विद द एस्ट्यूट लीडरशिप, political as well as military, we were able to successfully thwart Pakistan's nefarious designs. Cut to 1971, we were able to create Bangladesh, another country. Pakistan could not take this too compassionately. Pakistan को ये चीज जो बांग्लादेश क्रिएशन के बाद पाकिस्तान के लिए बहुत बड़ा धक्का था. And then, the policy of Pakistan changed because Pakistan realized कि अब वो फुल ब्लोन वॉर करके इंडिया को नहीं हरा सकते हैं. तो उन्होंने एक पॉलिसी स्टार्ट की टू ब्लीड इंडिया बाय 1000 कट्स, ब्लीडिंग इंडिया बाय 1000 कट्स. एंड उनको वो जो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली 1987 में, 1987 इलेक्शंस वर रिग्ड, allegedly rigged, और वो जो कश्मीर वैली में इंसर्जेंसी क्रिएट होने का जो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला उनको, उसका उन्होंने ऑपरेशन टुपैक लॉन्च करके एक बड़ा ही इस्तेमाल किया उस चीज का। अब पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में और बाकी एरियाज में उन्होंने टेरर लॉन्च पैड्स को शुरू किया और वहां पे जो ट्रेनिंग दी जाती थी, दैट ट्रेनिंग वाज अ वेरी सिस्टमेटाइज्ड स्टेयरकेस मॉडल। स्टेयरकेस मॉडल क्या है? जिसमें स्टेप बाय स्टेप आपको पहले इस्लामिक जिहाद में जाना है एंड देन यू वेज फुल ब्लोन वॉर अगेंस्ट इंडिया। तो उसका ट्रेनिंग का जो पहला हिस्सा था दैट इज दौराए आम। दौराए आम में क्या किया जाता था? कुछ लोगों को चुना जाता था जिनकी रेडिकल टेंडेंसीज थी, हु वर ससेप्टेबल टू रेडिकलिज्म। फिर उनको इस 21 दिन के प्रोग्राम में ट्रेन करके दे वर ट्रेन्ड इन बॉम्ब मेकिंग, लोकल मटेरियल्स का इस्तेमाल करके बॉम्ब कैसे बनाया जा सकता है। उनको फर्स्ट एड का भी ट्रेनिंग दिया गया। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ दे आर इंजर्ड, हाउ दे आर एबल टू सर्वाइव। दे वर ट्रेन्ड इन मैप रीडिंग, कार्टोग्राफी, ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स। अब दौराए आम में जो मर्सिनरीज अपना मेटल प्रूव करते थे, अब उन मर्सिनरीज को नेक्स्ट स्टेज में ले जाया जाता था। दैट वाज दौराए खास। नाउ दौराए खास वाज अ 3-month extensive training program where these mercenaries, these mujahids, they were trained in POK, various training camps. Now cut to 9/11. When 9/11 happened, तो उसके बाद पाकिस्तान के ऊपर एक अमेरिकन प्रेशर भी आया। किस तरह से? now they could not openly carry out these operations which they had been doing till 1980s. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan happened and the Pakistani defense minister has recently embarrassed himself in the American news channel where he accepted this, that we have been doing dirty work for the Americans. तो अब 2000 के दशक में क्या पाकिस्तान की ISI की स्ट्रैटेजी थी? दिस इज फेज 2 ऑफ द प्लान। अब इसमें क्या करते हैं वो? आपने सिमी का नाम जरूर सुना होगा, स्टूडेंट इस्लामिक मूवमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, विच वॉज फाउंडेड इन 1977। ये एक इंडियन मुस्लिम्स की वेलफेयर के लिए एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाई गई थी, लेकिन ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम इसमें रेडिकल टेंडेंसीज का बढ़ के इट वाज यूज्ड टू क्रिएट सम सेक्टेरियन स्ट्राइफ विद इन इंडिया।
And that's all I could pack in episode 6 of the Positive Influencer program. If you enjoyed the show, then drop us some comments with the hashtag. Our teams and our positive influencers will be supremely motivated. And if you think you have it in you to be a Republic Positive Influencer, then go to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and drop that video sample. If you think that's too complex and you just want to send it to us on WhatsApp, the WhatsApp number is on your screen. Drop your video samples and our teams will get back. Our intent at Republic is to create the widest pool of creators championing the cause of positive content so that the digital ecosystem in India is fueled by positivity. That's it for me, Tanvi Sood, and I'll see you in the next episode this evening. Thank you so much for watching.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic
Meteorological Department issued a red alert for today in the state's Mangan district for heavy to very heavy rain in the region. The Met Department also issued an orange alert for Sikkim's Gyalsing, Namchi, Soreng, Gangtok and Payong district for the next 24 hours. According to the district administration, many properties have been damaged due to landslide.
जो टूरिस्ट उस एक्सीडेंट में मुंशीथंग छोबम्बू में मिसिंग हुआ था, मिसिंग नहीं जो एक्सीडेंट में नदी में गिरा था, तो उसमें से 2 को तो जिंदा निकाला 29 के रात को ही रेस्क्यू टीम ने। बाकी जो 9 आदमी है उसमें से इंक्लूडिंग ड्राइवर जो सिक्किम का था, तो कल दिन भर हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया था। एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ और ये आईटीबीपी सारे लोगों ने कोशिश किया, लेकिन नदी के अंदर जो गाड़ी चली गई थी तो वो गाड़ी निकल नहीं पाया, गाड़ी नज़र भी नहीं आ रहा है, एक छोटा सा उसका पोर्शन नज़र आ रहा है, उसको खींचने के हिलाने की बहुत कोशिश की, लेकिन डेब्रिस की जो सैंड और जो डेब्रिस होता है उससे दब करके वो निकल नहीं रहा है।
In North Sikkim, landslides were reported in the Thieng and Chunthang areas, causing damage to multiple properties. The IMD has strongly advised citizens to avoid unnecessary travel, remain indoors, and stay away from riverbanks and vulnerable slopes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to the Sunday edition of This Is Exclusive, in which we are bringing to you a special from Tamil Nadu. In fact, it's an explosive news break with sunrise happening in the DMK. MK Stalin has just now announced that he is going to pass on the baton to his son, Udayanidhi. Apart from that, a major news break coming in from the Europe war, Russia escalating things after a drone attack that came in from Ukraine. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines. Ukraine drone attack hits more than 40 Russian bomber planes, claims Ukrainian security service.
दीदी, मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली।
Union Minister Amit Shah leads BJP's election battle in Bengal, says BJP will come to power with massive mandate in the state in 2026.
मुर्शिदाबाद में अभी हिंसा हुई, बंगाल सरकार के मंत्री इस दंगों में शामिल थे। ये स्टेट स्पॉन्सर दंगा था जिन्होंने हिंदुओं को अन्याय किया है।
This blistering attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Shah says Hindus targeted in Bengal, whereas Mamata is involved in vote bank politics. Inside Scoop Access on DMK's resolution, the party calls Udayanidhi the future hope of Tamil Nadu. In a major crackdown on Pakistan's ISI-backed terror networks, the Amritsar Commissioner of Police have successfully dismantled a terror and extortion module linked to the proscribed outfit Babbar Khalsa International. All right, let's begin with that huge breaking coming in from the Europe theatre of war between Ukraine and Russia. In fact, Ukraine has claimed that its drone attack has hit more than 40 Russian bomber planes and completely destroyed those at least two locations, Irkutsk and Olenia air bases, very far apart. Let's try to understand what's really happening. These are claims made by Kiev about this major blow to Russian air power. And if you look at these pictures, which are doing the rounds on various media platforms, including the BBC, one wonders if a major part of Russian Air Force has been taken down. This is a major attack. Of course, Ukraine also claims that Russia has hit back in a counter-offensive with about 400 drones targeting various Ukrainian military targets. All right, let's go to Kritarth. He's joining us live for with more updates on what's really happening. Kritarth, we were just discussing whether there's going to be a ceasefire in Europe, but now it seems it's escalation. What are the latest you can share about this round of attacks that are being claimed by both the sides?
Abhishek, this is one of the initial hours of what is believed to be one of the most audacious attacks carried out by the Ukrainian forces if it comes to true. The fog of war is very much intact. However, even Western press agencies now are scrambling to find confirmation as social media is flooded with reports that there are two strategic air bases of Russia which are deep inside Russian territory, some even 2,000 miles deep inside Russian territory, which is the Bolenia air base and the Olenia air base, which has been now targeted by Ukrainian drone swarms. Around 40 Tu-95 and Tu-55 bombers, the strategic bombers or the strategic bomb fleet, the Tu-95 and the Tu-22, beg your pardon, strategic bombers have been destroyed is the claim that is now being made by Kiev. These are unconfirmed reports. However, international agencies are reporting that SBU, which is the domestic intelligence agency of Russia, is now confirmed, Ukraine, beg your pardon, is confirming that as much as 40 strategic tactical bombers of Russia are destroyed in this direct strike that has hit various air bases in Russia. Two of them are very, very deep inside Russian territory. In fact, the reports that are coming in is these are strategic bombers that were equipped by Russia, which were used for deep penetration strikes in the Ukrainian territory, and these are also strategic bombers capable of even dropping the nuclear bomb. So this is a very significant escalation in the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the last 3 years that we have seen. For the first time ever, Ukraine had limited the attacks on Russian territory just to the Kursk province. Earlier this month, we had also had some reports that Russia has made tremendous gains back in the Kursk province, which was the first official position in which the Ukrainians had attacked Russian territory. But big report coming in, more than 40 bombers expected to be neutralized.
Right. These are times of information warfare, so we have to really wait and watch. But these are claims and counterclaims of deep strikes by the respective sides, taking down the military war machine. And these pictures coming in from various sources, including BBC, which is claiming that as many as 40 bombers of Russia have been taken down, though of course in the pictures we can see just 4. Moving on for now to our biggest scoop coming in from Tamil Nadu, where there was a meeting of a convention of party leaders that took place of the DMK, and where 3 resolutions have been passed. One is of course about in which Chief Minister M.K. Stalin announced that June 3 will be celebrated as Classical Languages Day, and this is to honor M. Karunanidhi, his father, and of course late M. Karunanidhi. And then of course in so doing, M.K. Stalin also announced that Udayanidhi is going to be the future of the DMK. Some would say that this is of course along expected lines, but then this is perhaps first formal announcement of the same. Let's cut to Sharda. She's joining us live from Chennai to understand what's happening. Sharda. All right, let's first listen to what MK Stalin has said, then we go for our reporter live.
ஒட்டுமொத்தமா தமிழ்நாட்டையும் பாஜக கண்ட்ரோலுக்கு கொண்டு போகத்தான் பழனிசாமி துடிக்கிறார். அதனால தான் அமித்ஷா இங்க அடிக்கடி வர்றாரு. நான் ஏற்கனவே சொன்னதுதான், மீண்டும் உறுதியோடு சொல்றேன், எந்த ஷா வந்தாலும் தமிழ்நாட்டை ஆள முடியாது. டெல்லிக்கு தமிழ்நாடு எப்பவுமே அவுட் ஆஃப் கண்ட்ரோல் தான். இதை மக்கள் கிட்ட நாம எடுத்துக்கிட்டு போகணும். பாஜக கூட்டணி ஆட்சி வந்தா தமிழ்நாட்டை என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு சொல்லணும். மத கலவரங்களை உண்டு பண்ணுவாங்க, சாதி கலவரங்களை தூண்டுவாங்க, மக்களை எல்லா வகையிலும் பிளவுபடுத்துவாங்க, நம்ம பசங்களை படிக்க விட மாட்டாங்க.
Honorable Sharda Natarajan joins us live from Chennai. Sharda, did he say that Udayinidhi is the future of Tamil Nadu and that he's going to pass on the baton to him?
As Abhishek, so DMK has finally started their campaign today in Madurai. With the elections coming up in 2026, all the parties are now announcing the new manifestos, starting their campaigns and all that. Speaking today, especially in Madurai, to the party cadres, MK Stalin has promised that the future of the DMK lies on the shoulder of Udayinidhi Stalin. When it comes to Tamil Nadu, it's not new that entertainment and politics go hand in hand, because when we see in the past, the late leaders J. Jayalalitha and M. Karunanidhi were from the movie industry. Whilst MK Stalin has skipped that part, Udayinidhi has a past where he had been an actor, run a production company, produced multiple films under the banner called Red Giant. Now, making him the face of DMK gives them a strong hold, making sure that the DMK has a future face, because according to the people of Tamil Nadu, ADMK is been lacking the face of a senior leader after the passing of J. Jayalalitha, because there are differences in factions and there is a split in the party with TTV Dinakaran and Sashikala on one side, O. Pannirselvam on one side and Edappadi Palaniswamy on one side. However, DMK, they continue to take on the family politics name and continue with it, and now Kamal Haasan being a part of DMK's alliance and becoming the Rajya Sabha MP gives them a wide array of options, and now announcing Udayinidhi stepping into it, it's a strong hold for DMK.
Sharda, does that mean that there could be a transfer of power, so to say, just before elections, that Udayinidhi could be made chief minister heading into elections, or that he could be the face of the chief ministerial face of the party?
Well, Abhishek, as per the sources in the party, it is said that MK Stalin would still continue to be the chief minister and would be the face of Tamil Nadu in the upcoming elections for 2026. However, following the first year of his power as the chief minister, he would be passing on the power to Udayinidhi Stalin, because we all know he's already the deputy chief minister. So making sure that announcing him right now is just paving the way for 2027 and the years after that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much, Sharda, with that scoop coming in from Chennai from her. And we have to understand the implications or political implications of this development in Tamil Nadu. Narayana Tirupati, he is Vice President of the Tamil Nadu BJP, and Pulla Rao, political analyst, generally leans towards the DMK. So I want to begin with you, Mr. Rao. This is, some would say, along expected lines. But the kind of clarity with which MK Stalin has spoken, do you see that this transfer of power could happen very soon, like possibly before elections?
Not at all. I think he just said he is the future. And I don't think there will be any changing of horses before the elections. The elections in 2026 will go on with Stalin as the leader. And you remember that his father, Karunanidhi, was in control of things well into his 90s. There is no, so therefore Stalin has got a long time ahead. He just said he is the future.
Then why make this announcement? Is it to quell trouble from Kanimodi or Dayanidhi Maran or some other factions within the party? Are there factions in the party?
Not at all. Stalin, as far as I see, is a very accommodating man. After 11 years, he went and saw his elder brother yesterday at dinner with him. He's an accommodating man.
I think, Pulla Rao, I think I should take this question to Narayana Tirupati. whether there is trouble in paradise insofar as DMK is concerned. Why make this announcement at this juncture? Is it because what's happening in Telangana between K. Kavita and KTR? So MK Stalin did not really want those winds to be coming in south, and that's why he has made this announcement, Mr. Tirupati?
Yeah, see, actually, the thing is that there are two things. Number one, it is not the future for Tamil Nadu. The future of Tamil Nadu will be very black, dark. If Mr. Stalin says that Udayanithi Stalin is the future, then Tamil Nadu's future is very black. Because in Udayanithi Stalin, we see a irresponsible and also a communal person who abuses the Hindu religion and is an immature politician. So 100% Mr. Udayanithi Stalin cannot make a leader. And of course, as you rightly said, naturally, the natural choice of DMK's leadership will be Ms. Kanimozhi, who is also the daughter of Mr. late Karunanidhi. She is also into active politics. Of course, I don't want to comment more on the DMK internal politics, but if it is dynasty politics, definitely it will be Kanimozhi only. So, Udayanithi will not be accepted even by the cadres of DMK and also the other leaders, second-rank leaders, because he is a very immature personality and also a responsible person.
All right, I think we would leave it there because this is still a developing story. Remember, this is a resolution passed. There were resolutions passed in this convention of workers of the DMK where this announcement was made, and Sharda, our correspondent in Chennai, scooped it. You heard both the sides on where things stand, but clearly building up to that contest in 2026 where the DMK would be defending its turf for the third time, and perhaps that's why MK Stalin really beefing up with the BJP, aligning with the AIA-DMK and those political forces, really giving some headwinds for the ruling party in Chennai. Thank you so much, Pulla Rao and Mr. Natarajan, for joining us. Moving on, in a significant breakthrough, the Amritsar Commissionerate of Police have successfully dismantled a terror module linked to the banned outfit Babbar Khalsa International. Operation led to the arrest of two key operatives, Karajpreet Singh and Gurlal Singh, who were allegedly involved in an extortion racket orchestrated by the BKI operative Jeevan Fauji. The arrests underscore the ongoing efforts of law enforcement agencies to combat cross-border terrorism and maintain peace in the region. These are pictures from Amritsar, and these show the place from where those recoveries have been made by the police, and those two operatives also arrested. For more on this, let's go to Lalit Sharma. He's our correspondent in Chandigarh. Okay, we are connecting with Lalit just in a bit. This is an important development insofar as tackling terrorism and cross-border terrorism particularly is concerned, because remember, Babbar Khalsa International is a proscribed terror organization insofar as India is concerned, and it effectively operates out of Pakistan. Its activities are coordinated by the ISI, and of course it also is very active in some of those Western capitals, particularly in Europe, and those operatives also very well connected with the Pakistani deep state. Babbar Khalsa International, in fact, is accused of carrying out drug-related and other terror crimes, including targeting of public places, including targeting of state symbols like police stations. I think we are not able to connect live with Lalit on this development, and so we move on to the next one, and it's coming in from Afghanistan, where clashes have broken out again between Afghan and Pakistani troops, essentially the Taliban and the Pakistani army, along the Durand line in Helmand province. In fact, in the Bahramcha district of Helmand, which is bordering Pakistan, and remember, Durand line is not recognized by the Taliban. They believe that there is a greater Pakhtun state which transcends the Turan line into Pakistan, and that Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is part of that Pashtun state. These are pictures coming in. As of now, no casualties reported, but this is clearly a case of a clash happening between the Afghan and the Pakistani forces. This really calls the bluff of Pakistan when it says that its only threat and military engagement happens to its east with India. And there in fact is an altercation, a video of an altercation that has taken place between the Pakistani soldiers, troops and the Afghans on the border before this clash happened, where exchange of firing and some bombing has happened. Let's listen to the all right, I think we don't have that audio yet, but this is a very important development coming in from Afghanistan. We keep a close track of those developments, and of course a short break on the other side. Get me right with me, Abhishek Kapoor. This week on Get Me Right, the story behind Pakistan's nuclear blackmail. How Pakistan gamed international law and broke all rules to become a nuclear state. How the dirty bomb came out of the smuggling network that scientist A.Q. Khan set up with full connivance of the Pakistani state. Join me this weekend for the story of the world's first Islamic atom bomb. This weekend, only on Republic TV.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar.
Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin.
India is finally on the brink of launching its first ever high-speed rail project, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train, a symbol of progress reserved for countries like Japan, France or China. And this isn't just a story about speed, it's about ambition, global partnerships and a powerful transformation in how India moves. Right now, as we speak, something extraordinary is happening in Japan. 2 Shinkansen trains, the cutting-edge E5 and E3 series, are undergoing intensive trials specifically designed for Indian conditions. These aren't ordinary test runs. Japanese engineers are pushing these machines through scenarios that replicate India's scorching heat, dust storms, and challenging terrain. Each test, each data point collected brings us closer to the moment when these technological marvels will race across Indian soil. The Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed rail corridor, stretching across 508 kilometers of Indian terrain, represents more than just faster trains. When completed, this engineering marvel will slash travel time between India's financial capital Mumbai and Gujarat's commercial hub Ahmedabad for over 6 grueling hours to a swift 2 hours, fundamentally reimagining connectivity between the two of our most economically vital Indian cities. The scale of this transformation becomes evident when you consider the technical specifications. These aren't ordinary trains we are talking about. The bullet trains will traverse 348 kilometers through Gujarat and 156 kilometers through Maharashtra, with 63% of the route elevated on embankments, 28% on stilts, and sections running underground and over bridges. This isn't just about speed, it's about precision, engineering that accounts for India's unique geographical and climatic challenges. The Surat-Bilimora section, a 48-kilometer stretch in Gujarat, has been chosen as the testing ground where India's bullet train dreams will first become tangible reality. By August 2026, trial runs are scheduled to begin on this route, marking the first time a Shinkansen will operate on Indian tracks. The foundation for this moment was laid through the 2016 Indo-Japanese agreement, formalized when Prime Minister Modi met with the then Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. This wasn't just a diplomatic handshake, but a strategic partnership that brought Japanese bullet train technology to Indian soil while ensuring that 80% of the project's financing comes through low-interest yen loans, making this massive undertaking economically viable for India. What's fascinating is how this project aligns perfectly with India's Make in India initiative. BEML is directly working on producing train sets capable of 280 kilometers per hour domestically, and by the early 2030s, India plans to introduce even more advanced E10 series Shinkansen capable of reaching speeds up to 400 kilometers per hour. This progression from technology import to domestic manufacturing represents the kind of strategic thinking that transforms nations. When business leaders can commute between Mumbai and Ahmedabad in 2 hours instead of 6, it does not just save time, it creates new possibilities for collaboration, investment and growth. Currently, India operates semi-high-speed trains like the Vande Bharat, which reaches speeds up to 180 kilometers per hour. The jump to 320 kilometers per hour represents a quantum leap that places India in the same league as countries with the world's most advanced rail networks. This isn't just about catching up, it's about positioning India as a global leader in modern transportation infrastructure. The timeline ahead is both ambitious and achievable. Trial runs are scheduled to begin by August 2026, with the gifted Shinkansen trains serving as the proving ground for technology that will soon become routine across Indian railways. Indian engineers are being trained alongside this process, ensuring that we are not just importing machines, but building expertise that will sustain and expand this revolution.
This week on Get Me Right, the story behind Pakistan's nuclear blackmail. How Pakistan gamed international law and broke all rules to become a nuclear state. How the dirty bomb came out of the smuggling network that scientist A.Q. Khan set up with full connivance of the Pakistani state. Join me this weekend for the story of the world's first Islamic atom bomb. This weekend, only on Republic TV.
Teesta River's water level rose significantly on Sunday due to heavy and continuous downpour in Sikkim. The India Meteorological Department issued a red alert for today in the state's Mangan district for heavy to very heavy rain in the region. The Met Department also issued an orange alert for Sikkim's Gyalshing, Namchi, Soreng, Gangtok and Payong district for the next 24 hours. According to the district administration, many properties have been damaged due to landslide.
जो टूरिस्ट उस एक्सीडेंट में मुंशीथंग छोबम्बू में मिसिंग हुआ था, मिसिंग नहीं जो एक्सीडेंट में नदी में गिरा था, तो उसमें से 2 को तो जिंदा निकाला 29 के रात को ही रेस्क्यू टीम ने। बाकी जो 9 आदमी है उसमें से इंक्लूडिंग ड्राइवर जो सिक्किम का था, तो कल दिन भर हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया था। SDRF, NDRF और ये ITBP सारे लोगों ने कोशिश किया, लेकिन नदी के अंदर जो गाड़ी चली गई थी तो वो गाड़ी निकल नहीं पाया, गाड़ी नज़र भी नहीं आ रहा है, एक छोटा सा उसका पोर्शन नज़र आ रहा है, उसको खींचने के हिलाने की बहुत कोशिश की, लेकिन डेब्रिस की जो सैंड और जो डेब्रिस होता है उससे दब करके वो निकल नहीं रहा है।
In North Sikkim, landslides were reported in the Thieng and Chunthang areas, causing damage to multiple properties. The IMD has strongly advised citizens to avoid unnecessary travel, remain indoors, and stay away from riverbanks and vulnerable slopes.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. Coming out of the shadow of Operation Sindoor that saw proper pummeling at the hands of India's armed forces, Pakistan still marked the anniversary of its nuclear tests this week on May 28. There was clear nuclear signaling during the military standoff with the Pakistani Defense Minister, some of its parliamentarians, and their ambassador to Moscow hissing of the possibility of a nuclear escalation. It is likely that Pakistan used it as a bargaining chip with the Americans for negotiations. Again, it is not the first time that Pakistan has used its rogue bomb to blackmail the international community. Every time there's been a hot military situation with India, from the Kargil war to the Balakot airstrikes, Pakistan has sought to use its nuclear umbrella as a tool to attain its geopolitical objectives. Realizing early on that it won't be ever able to stand against India's conventional superiority, Pakistan worked on getting an atom bomb, even if it had to beg, borrow, steal, thieve, smuggle, executing a corrupt operation spread over decades. The story of Pakistan's atom bomb is also a story of theft and robbery, cheating and chicanery. There was no merit. There was no talent pool. There was no integrity. Pakistan hoodwinked the Committee of Nations in getting its bomb. This is the second aspect on which Pakistan has become the migraine of the world. The first, of course, being its indulgence with radical Islamism and extremism-born terrorism as a state policy. This edition, let us take a hard look at how Pakistan got its bomb, the Muslim bomb, which is now a tool of blackmail in its hands. Pakistan came out with its bomb, atom bomb, through these tests in the Chagai Hills of Balochistan on May 28, 1998. In doing so, Pakistan was only responding to India's Shakti tests a fortnight earlier, carried out by the Vajpayee government. While for India, those were validation tests, India's nuclear capacity having come out in 1974 itself with the Buddha tests. For Pakistan, Chagai was the first. Of course, Pakistan did not make its bomb in a fortnight. The Chagai tests were only the culmination of a 3-decade-long pursuit based on a global network of theft and espionage, smuggling and corruption, begging and borrowing, just so that Pakistan could get an equalizer with an upwardly mobile neighbor, India.
Today, at 15:45 hours, India conducted 3 underground nuclear tests in the Pokhran range. These tests conducted today were with a fission device, a low-yield device, and a thermonuclear device.
An equalizer based on which Pakistan thought that it would deter India from launching any offensive strikes, even as it unleashed its low-intensity war of terror in Kashmir. Operation Sindoor and the heavy costs inflicted have proven that the nuclear overhang was just a fool's fancy for Pakistan. Even before, the Balakot airstrikes and the Uri surgical strikes have shown India's capability to carve out a tactical space to launch offensives deep inside Pakistani territory without succumbing to the nuclear blackmail.
Have we achieved our objective of decimating that terrorist camp? And the answer is a thumping yes. And the results are for the whole world to see. All our pilots are back home.
Let's look at the story of how this nuclear blackmail came about. This man, A.Q. Khan or Abdul Qadir Khan, also known as the father of the Pakistani bomb, was just the face of that Pakistani effort which cheated nations, bypassed international law, blackmailed the Americans, collaborated with rogue regimes, dealt with the grey markets to create the Pakistani bomb. Khan, of course, was turned into a scapegoat too once his utility was over. From Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, who pulled out Khan from a European nuclear research lab, to General Pervez Musharraf, who ordered his banishment, Khan was used by the system, both the civilian and the military governments, and thrown out once the network of theft and proliferation stood exposed. But even from before Khan, Pakistan had been trying to ape India's nuclear program. Their leader Bhutto famously said as far back as 1965 that his nation would eat grass if needed, but would compete with India on nuclear bomb and everything else. In January 1972, Barely a month after the defeat at the hands of India in the Bangladesh Liberation War, Bhutto, now the Prime Minister of Pakistan, organized a conference of all Muslim nations in Islamabad. He followed it up with a whirlwind tour of key Islamic countries: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Turkey, Syria, Morocco, Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, and finally Libya, selling the idea of a Muslim bomb. The Christians had the bomb in the USA, UK, France. Communists had in Russia and China. The Jews had the bomb in Israel. In 1974, Buddha smiled in the desert of Rajasthan, and the Hindus too now had the bomb.
It would indicate that we have already succumbed to the threat. This would be disastrous for our national determination to maintain the fullness of our independence. Let me make it clear that we are determined not to be intimidated by this threat. I give a solemn pledge to all my countrymen that we will never let Pakistan be a victim of nuclear blackmail. This means not only that we will never surrender our rights or claims because of India's nuclear status.
Bhutto desperately wanted an Islamic bomb at any cost. But such was the state of affairs in Pakistan that Bhutto came to know of India's Pokhran tests through a BBC broadcast. A livid Bhutto summoned Pakistan's then chief of the nuclear setup, Munir Ahmad Khan, who was at that time giving a lecture on use of nuclear technology for better tomato and onion crops at the Peshawar University. Trained in the West with 13 years at the IAEA in the Nuclear Power and Reactor Division, Munir had many friends and contacts across Europe. Still, with limited talent pool around him and even more limited technological base from which Pakistan worked at that time, Munir was not able to move much as head of the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. Impatient Bhutto wanted a bomb by hook or by crook. And that's when entered the crook, A.Q. Khan. Born in Bhopal, this Surma Bhopali was living in Denmark with his European wife and 2 children when India conducted its first nuclear tests in 1974. Having acquired 3 engineering degrees, 1 each in Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands, Khan was working at the Almelo plant of a nuclear materials company involved in uranium enrichment. Ambitious Khan saw an opportunity in India's nuclear tests and wrote directly to Bhutto, offering his services, and was duly summoned to Islamabad. To test his claims, Khan was first tasked with fast-tracking a rudimentary Pakistani bomb program by filling the gaps in the know-how of Munir's team. The crook in Khan proved up to the task. He had already gained crucial tech understanding about centrifuges-based uranium enrichment at Urenco. He fixed a photocopy machine at his brother's home and gathered a mine of classified information that would be shipped back home to Pakistan. On its own, this knowledge would have taken a decade or more for Pakistan to master. A year later, Bhutto asked Khan to shift base to Islamabad in 1975 and was integrated into the Pak nuclear program as a co-equal of Munir. A.Q. Khan hit the ground running, launching the secret uranium enrichment plan codenamed Project 706. The difference between Khan and Munir was that of hustle, which later became a complex, full-fledged theft and proliferation operation blessed by the Pakistani state. Khan, with his 15 years of experience in Europe, gamed the laws, gamed the industry, and in some cases benefited purely from the business rivalries of European public and private firms involved in nuclear manufacturing and trade. Bhutto provided whatever else was needed through diplomacy and funds. From his earlier trip to Muslim nations, Libya's Muammar Gaddafi was the most forthcoming with aid, estimates of which vary from $100 to 500 million in those times. Gaddafi also facilitated illicit transfer of uranium ore, the yellow cake as it is called, from Nigeria and Niger to Pakistan, expecting, of course, in return, that Pakistan would aid his own nuclear bomb program. If you have ever wondered why the cricket stadium in Lahore is named after the African dictator, now you know. Bhutto named it after Gaddafi as a show of gratitude. Subsequently, of course, some other Muslim nations backed Pakistan's nuclear program. Parallelly, Bhutto signed a deal with China in 1976. Under this, Pakistan would let the Chinese study a Canadian reactor they had as a gift from Canada in the 1950s for peaceful nuclear energy. While the Chinese copied and reverse engineered this Western technology, the Pakistanis observed and learned on the job. Pakistan was doing the dummy's job, procuring Western equipment on the sly, which the Chinese would reverse engineer for them. This helped the Chinese also to fast-track their own technology and get some exposure to Western ways. The Pakistanis, of course, in the bargain, inching closer to their bomb. But despite all the theft, despite all the technological know-how, despite all the hustle of Abdul Qadir Khan, things were still not moving fast enough. Half a decade had passed since the Indian tests, when General Zia-ul-Haq deposed and executed Bhutto and took over the reins. An impatient Zia connected with China again, sent his emissary by the name of Lieutenant General Naqvi along with Khan and got 50 kgs of highly enriched uranium from Beijing in a special aircraft. Plus, the Chinese gifted a bomb design which the Pakistanis faithfully replicated. In return, they sought more of the Western technology which the Khan network readily obliged with. Look at this page from the book Eating Grass, The Making of the Pakistani Bomb. It says that when the Pakistanis wanted to return the loaned enriched uranium, the Chinese asked them to keep it as their thank you gift for having provided the centrifuges. By the early 1980s, China had provided the blueprint for the bomb, highly enriched uranium, key components, and also the scientists who would assemble the parts into a whole at the Kahuta plant. Without China's help, Pakistan's bomb would not exist. All through this, the United States played a kabhi haan kabhi na role which would sustain the Pakistani bomb program. Many of its scientists who worked on the bomb had done their PhDs and research at American or European nuclear facilities through the 1950s and 1960s. A.Q. Khan himself was a product of that education and work experience in Germany and Denmark. The US also provided the first research reactor to Pakistan as part of the Atoms for Peace program. By the late 1970s, with the coming of the Russians into the Afghan theater, America turned a complete blind eye towards the Pakistani program. As part of the Reagan-Zia-ul-Haq deal, the CIA pumped in US $3.2 billion into the Afghan jihad, all of it channelized through the Pak ISI. This was also the period when Islamabad was managing the China pivot of American policy from Henry Kissinger and Nixon days. Such was the indulgence that when in 1985 the US Congress enacted a law that required the American president to certify that Pakistan was not building nuclear weapons to keep its eligibility for receiving military and economic aid, both Reagan and Bush Sr. certified just that. Imagine the complicity of Americans. Despite knowing that Pakistan in fact had already built a nuclear weapon with Chinese help, basically America looked the other way so long as the Pakistanis avoided going hot with a test and did not show a bomb at their National Military Day parade. By 1990, Pakistan had built about a dozen warheads. The number now stands at over 100, all based on Chinese design, Chinese technology, and assisted by Chinese scientists in that period. Chinese magnets for producing weapons-grade enriched uranium, a Chinese furnace for shaping the uranium into a nuclear bomb core, and high-tech diagnostic equipment for nuclear weapons tests. As for its bomb, so for the missiles. Beginning early 1990s, Pakistan started getting the M11 and M9 series of Chinese missiles, renamed them Hatf and Shaheen. The shipments were tracked, prompting the Chinese to set up a manufacturing shop in Pakistan's Fatehjung, where totally knocked down kits of these missiles would get assembled. Parallelly, Korean Nodong missiles were procured and renamed Gauri-1. North Korean crews supervised the test launches in 1998, with the Taepedong missile getting renamed as Gauri-2 and Gauri-3 with varied ranges. As in the case of China, so with North Korea. Pakistan traded the centrifuge technology of West to purchase the missiles and did reverse engineering in the presence of Korean engineers. Imagine, during the Second Afghan War, America fired some Tomahawk missiles from the Arabian Sea-based naval assets over the Pakistani territory into Afghanistan. Some of those misfired and fell into Balochistan, which were quickly picked up by the Pakistanis and handed over to the Chinese, who then reverse engineered and turned them into their DH-10 missiles, the export version of which came back into the hands of Pakistan, and they renamed those as Babar missile. Do you see a pattern? Gauri, Ghaznavi, Babar, Abdali. Almost all the Pakistani missiles are named after the Islamic invaders who ravaged India in those medieval times. Khan had an ignominious exit, having overseen the making of the Pakistani bomb, having been given the highest of Pakistani civilian awards and honors. A.Q. Khan thought he was above law. He was a national hero feted across the country on campuses and social events. Success went to his head. His achievements born of corruption, greed took over, and the smuggling network that Khan put in place over decades for the Pakistani bomb easily dovetailed into an illicit proliferation system after he moved out of the government and set up a private company in Dubai in the early 2000s. The network stayed a step ahead of regulation and export controls based on relationships with middlemen and front companies, and recruited technical experts through bribery and deception. Goes without saying that Khan continued to enjoy state protection. He would sign off his letters as cabinet minister in the Prime Minister's office, which could not have happened without a nod from the Pak establishment. Clandestine money laundering was an important component of the operations, but he was under the watch of Americans this time. In February of 2000, Khan sought a chartered flight from Turkey, which took a refueling stop at Zahedan in Iran. A similar chartered flight went to North Korea from Islamabad carrying suspect cargo. In early 2003, the IAEA confirmed Iran's construction of a pilot centrifuge facility in Natanz and revealed evidence that Pakistan had a role in it. Later that year, a German ship was seized in the Mediterranean by the Americans. It carried nuclear equipment procured from a company in Malaysia and was headed to Libya. Khan had got them made at a precision casting engineering factory in Malaysia, another Muslim country. The ship carried the components from Malaysia to Dubai, where it was relabeled as used machinery and now was headed to Libya. This was a tactic of disguising end user by relabeling and changing shipping routes to dodge intelligence agencies on the ground and spy satellites above. Khan used his position as a special advisor to the Prime Minister of Pakistan to carry on with this illicit nuclear trade. This was the post-9/11 world, of course. Something had to give. The then CIA Director George Tenet approached General Musharraf, by then the Chief Executive of Pakistan, with evidence of Khan's role in proliferation of nuclear technology and fissile material to Iran, North Korea, and Libya. Tenet told Musharraf that so far as the Americans were concerned, Khan was as dangerous, if not more, than Osama bin Laden, and that he had to act. Read the Riot Act, Musharraf made a virtue out of necessity by making Khan own up to his actions and was put under house arrest, in which he remained till 2009. He was released by a court, but his stature had considerably diminished within Pakistan. This was the same period in which India put its own nuclear bomb hero, APJ Abdul Kalam, to be the president of the country. The contrast between India's clean indigenous nuclear program and that of dark, corrupt Pakistani bomb could not have been clearer.
The investigation has established that many of the reported activities did occur and that these were inevitably initiated at my behest. In my interviews with the concerned government officials, I was confronted with the evidence and the findings, and I have voluntarily admitted that much of it is true and accurate.
On coming out of his house arrest, Khan fired salvos at all governments that had jockeyed on his shoulders for the bomb, from Bhutto to Musharraf. Through interviews, Khan sought to create a picture that from thieving the bomb to smuggling it to other nations, he was a mere cog in a corrupt regime that Pakistan built, reflecting its own society. Let me show you how Khan was not alone. Just that he was the famous face. Khan's rival and head of the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmud, who retired in 1999, met Osama bin Laden in the summer of 2001 in Afghanistan. The two discussed nuclear weapons just a month before 9/11. Mahmud had set up his own shop like Khan by the name of Ummah Tamir-e-Naw. He later claimed that while he met bin Laden only once, he met Al-Qaeda leader Mullah Omar several times. Imagine this was happening when the Americans were present in full force with boots on the ground in Afghanistan. Mahmud was arrested by Musharraf on American insistence and was grilled by the CIA on bin Laden, apparently to no avail. This even as Mahmud failed several polygraph tests, which means he was lying through his teeth during the questioning. In fact, Libya's head of intelligence at that time, Musa Kusa, spilled the beans over to the Americans that Mahmud had offered assistance with building of nuclear bomb. He was clearly competing with his former rival, A.Q. Khan, who is still well ensconced in the Khan Research Lab, was already working with the Libyans for their bomb. Imagine again, a top Pakistani scientist meeting Osama bin Laden, and yet it took a decade more for the Americans to get to their fugitive of law right under the nose of the Pakistan army when they took out Laden in Abbottabad in 2011. This then is the story of the Pakistan's atom bomb, the dirty bomb, the Muslim bomb that Bhutto imagined and all subsequent governments worked to realize. The only atom bomb in the world that passes the Kalma test, perhaps, even if it fails all other tests of morality. Thanks for watching.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की देगी मीरज, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSJ Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front line. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Public School of Journalism, you will be trained for all that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning. Inside a working newsroom from day first. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Union Home Minister today said that Mamata Banerjee's time is up and BJP will form the government in West Bengal in 2026. We'll tell you about that, but first up, as always, the headlines.
दीदी, मेरी बात सुन लो। आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah leads BJP selection battle in West Bengal, says BJP will come to power with a massive mandate in Bengal in 2026.
मुर्शिदाबाद में अभी हिंसा हुई। बंगाल सरकार के मंत्री इस दंगों में शामिल थे। ये स्टेट स्पॉन्सर दंगा था जिन्होंने हिंदुओं को अन्याय किया।
Amit Shah launches blistering attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, says Hindus targeted in West Bengal, whereas Mamata is involved in vote bank politics. Heavy rains trigger flash floods and landslides in Assam, Manipur, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. What we're learning so far is that at least 22 people have lost their lives. In a major crackdown on ISI-backed terror networks, Amritsar police dismantled a terror and extortion module linked to the outfit Babbar Khalsa International. Ukraine drone hits more than 40 Russian bomber planes, claims Ukrainian security services. There's a big update on government's deadline to end the Indigo-Turkish airline partnership. Indigo CEO Peter Elbers has said that airline will comply with the government's order. He also added that the extension gives them more time to find the solution for the affected passengers and that Indigo is actively working to address the issue in the coming months. Listen in.
I think the answer is in the phrasing of the question, your second question. There has been a government decision and will of course be compliant with the government decision. So that means we have the coming month to find a solution for the customers which were booked. The extension helps us of course to have more time to get that addressed, and we'll look how to address it and how to incorporate it. So, and we still have time for the next few months to.
Now shifting our focus to the state of West Bengal, their Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed a massive rally in Calcutta ahead of the 2026 Bengal Assembly elections. Union Home Minister said that BJP will come to power in West Bengal with a massive mandate. He also launched a blistering attack on TMC, claiming that Mamata Banerjee and her in fact the party is involved in appeasement politics, whereas Hindus are being targeted in the state under Chief Minister's watch.
हर क्षेत्र में सालों तक बंगाल ने भारत का नेतृत्व करा और वही बंगाल में कई सालों तक कम्युनिस्टों का शासन रहा और उसके बाद मां माटी मानुष का नारा देकर ममता दीदी आई और उन्होंने ये महान बंग भूमि को आज घुसपैठ, भ्रष्टाचार, स्त्रियों पर अत्याचार, अपराध, बम धमाके और हिंदुओं के साथ दुराचार का केंद्र बनाकर रख दिया है। दुराचार का केंद्र बना। भाइयों बहनों, यही बंगाल में चुनावी हिंसा सेशन के बाद, जब टीआर सेशन सीईसी बने उसके बाद पूरे देश में चुनावी हिंसा बंद हो गई। मगर ये बंगाल है जिसमें चुनाव के वक्त और दीदी को विजय मिलने के बाद सैकड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता है। दीदी, कब तक बचाओगी उनको? मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली और मैं सारे हजारों की संख्या में बैठे हुए मेरे मंडल के पदाधिकारियों को ये वादा करना चाहता हूं कि यहां तृणमूल की सरकार जाते ही हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के हत्या के अपराधियों को जमीन में गाड़ा है तो भी बाहर निकालकर सजा करने का काम करें। लोकतंत्र के अंदर हिंसा कभी शोभा नहीं देती है। दीदी, हिम्मत हो तो हिंसा के बगैर, रैगिंग के बगैर चुनाव कराकर देखो। आपकी खुद की जमानत ये बंगाल की जनता जब्त कर लेगी। वोट बैंक की तुष्टीकरण ने वोट बैंक के लिए पतन की सीमा ये ममता बनर्जी ने पार कर दी। अभी कुछ दिन पहले पहलगांव में पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों ने हमारे निर्दोष नागरिकों को, यात्रिकों को धर्म पूछ कर परिवार के सामने मार दिया। मुझे बताओ बंगाल वालों, वो पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों को सजा देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? मोदी जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर किया, ठीक किया या नहीं किया? भाइयों बहनों, हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी, एयर स्ट्राइक करी और अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर 100 किलोमीटर अंदर जाकर उनके हेडक्वार्टर को ध्वस्त कर दिया। सैकड़ों आतंकवादी मौत के घाट उतार दिए गए और दीदी के पेट में दर्द होता है। दीदी, इतना दर्द बंगाल का यात्री जब वहां मारे गए तब किया होता तो ठीक था। उस वक्त कुछ नहीं बोला और मोदी जी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर कर यहां आए तो एक घटिया सा राजनीतिक बयान देकर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का विरोध किया। मैं आज ममता दीदी को कहने आया हूं, आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का विरोध नहीं किया। आपने इस देश की करोड़ों माताओं बहनों की भावनाओं के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है, खिलवाड़ किया। और मैं बंगाल की मातृशक्ति को भी अपील करने आया हूं, आने वाले चुनाव में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर सवाल उठाने वाली ममता जी को सिंदूर की कीमत बंगाल की माताएं बहनें जरा समझा दे, सिंदूर का अपमान करने का क्या मतलब होता है। भाइयों बहनों, 1990 से ये देश आतंकवाद झेलता है। 40,000 से ज्यादा लोग आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़ गए। ये कांग्रेस की सरकारें, यूपीए की सरकारें, इंडिया अलायंस की सरकारें, जिसमें ममता बनर्जी भी मंत्री थी, कुछ नहीं करती थी। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार आने के बाद गोली का जवाब गोले से देने की शुरुआत नरेंद्र मोदी ने। और ममता जी, आप जितना पक्ष लेना है उतना पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों का पक्ष ले लो। मैं बताकर जाता हूं, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर समाप्त नहीं हुआ है। अब कोई भी हिमाकत करेगा तो उसको उतनी ही मजबूती के साथ जवाब देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, आगामी चुनाव में यहां बैठे हुए सभी मंडल के पदाधिकारियों का मेरा विनती है कि बंगाल का चुनाव सिर्फ बंगाल का भविष्य नहीं तय करता है। बंगाल का चुनाव देश की सुरक्षा के साथ जुड़ा हुआ चुनाव, क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी ने हमारे देश की सीमाओं को बांग्लादेशियों के लिए खुला कर दिया है। इनके आशीर्वाद से घुसपैठ हो रही है। मुझे बताओ मित्रों, घुसपैठ रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? जोर से बोलो, रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? क्या दीदी रोक सकती है? जोर से बोलो, रोक सकती है? ये भाईपो रोक सकते हैं क्या? घुसपैठ केवल और केवल कमल फूल की सरकार रोक सकती है। तृणमूल के सांसद मुझे संसद में पूछ रहे थे कि बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है। अरे ममता दीदी, हमने आपसे भूमि मांगी है, पूरी भूमि दे दो, बाढ़ को समाप्त हो जाने दो। एक परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा, परिंदा भी पैर नहीं। आप जानबूझकर बॉर्डर पर भूमि नहीं देते हो क्योंकि घुसपैठ चलती रहे, आपकी वोट बैंक बढ़ती रहे और आपके बाद आपका भतीजा भी मुख्यमंत्री बनता रहे। भाइयों बहनों, ये होने वाला नहीं।
Now shifting our focus, Sikkim is reeling under flash floods after heavy downpour is what we are learning. Rescue operations are underway for the second day to find the 9 missing persons after a tourist vehicle carrying 11 people plunged 1,000 feet into the river near Chombobu in Magan district is what we are learning. There were also a cloud burst in the upper areas. The water level of Teesta River has increased by 4 meters. The roads are broken at multiple places. Here is a detailed report.
The Teesta River's water level rose significantly on Sunday due to heavy and continuous downpour in Sikkim. The India Meteorological Department issued a red alert for today in the state's Mangan district for heavy to very heavy rain in the region. The Met Department also issued an orange alert for Sikkim's Gyalshing, Namchi, Soreng, Gangtok and Payong district for the next 24 hours. According to the district administration, many properties have been damaged due to landslide.
जो टूरिस्ट उस एक्सीडेंट में मुंशीथंग चोबम्बू में मिसिंग हुआ था, मिसिंग नहीं जो एक्सीडेंट में नदी में गिरा था, तो उसमें से 2 को तो जिंदा निकाला 29 के रात को ही रेस्क्यू टीम ने. बाकी जो 9 आदमी है उसमें से इंक्लूडिंग ड्राइवर जो सिक्किम का था, तो कल दिन भर हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया था. एसडीआरएफ, एनडीआरएफ और ये आईटीबीपी सारे लोगों ने कोशिश किया, लेकिन नदी के अंदर जो गाड़ी चली गई थी तो वो गाड़ी निकल नहीं पाया. गाड़ी नज़र भी नहीं आ रहा है, एक छोटा सा उसका पोर्शन नज़र आ रहा है. उसको खींचने के, हिलाने की बहुत कोशिश की, लेकिन डेब्रिस की जो सैंड और जो डेब्रिस होता है उससे दब करके वो निकल नहीं रहा है.
In North Sikkim, landslides were reported in the Thieng and Chunthang areas, causing damage to multiple properties. The IMD has strongly advised citizens to avoid unnecessary travel, remain indoors, and stay away from riverbanks and vulnerable slopes.
Now moving on, major controversy has broken out over the arrest of a 22-year-old law student. Her name is Sharmistha Panoli. She's been arrested. She is also an influencer who had posted an objectionable post on social media, which she later deleted and apologized for. Now the Bharatiya Janata Party is questioning selective action and accusing the Bengal government of Mamata Banerjee of appeasement politics. Here are all the details.
Instagram influencer Sharmistha Panoli is in the middle of a major controversy. 22-year-old law student of Symbiosis International University, Pune, was arrested by Kolkata police on Friday afternoon from a Gurugram residence. Sharmistha was arrested over an alleged objectionable social media post and is currently in 14-day judicial custody. Following the controversy and the outrage over her post, Sharmistha, who has around 90,000 followers, deleted the objectionable videos and issued an apology. However, Kolkata police reached Gurugram with a warrant after an FIR was filed and arrested the accused influencer. The political slugfest has begun over her arrest and Bengal's police swift action in the case. BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari has questioned Mamata's government's selective action and asked why no action was taken against many of her own party leaders for alleged hurtful comments.
ये लोग जो कर रहा है अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स कर रहा है. एक खास समुदाय जिनका उनका वोट बैंक है उनको तुष्टीकरण करने के लिए कर रहा है.
Andhra Pradesh's Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan is another leader who has questioned the Bengal police. Pawan Kalyan said that the blasphemy must be condemned. Always, secularism isn't a shield for someone and a sword for others. The social media influencer has also found support in a Dutch member of parliament, Geert Wilders, who has called the arrest a disgrace for freedom of speech. An arrest over a social media post has now turned into a full-fledged political controversy, igniting questions of selective action and freedom of speech.
Now shifting our focus, lauding Operation Sindoor, Yoga Guru Baba Ramdev has said that Indian armed forces enter 100 to 200 kilometers inside Pakistan to decimate the terrorists there. He also emphasized that the crackdown on them has not stopped. Listen in.
Your Guru Baba Ramdev has delivered a fiery endorsement of India's military might. He has lauded Operation Sindoor and backed Prime Minister Modi in saying that the operation is yet not over.
जिन्होंने हमारी माँ बहन बेटियों का सिंदूर छीना, उनको उनके घर में जाकर के हमने मारा है 100-200 किलोमीटर भीतर घुस करके। मोदी जी ने कह दिया अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर बंद नहीं हुआ है।
Calling Operation Sindoor a symbol of unity, Ramdev emphasized that our country knows how to protect the border.
तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमारे सेना का, हमारे मिलिट्री पैरा मिलिट्री का ये शौर्य वीरता पराक्रम है। ये देश की एकता अखंडता और संप्रभुता का प्रतीक है और ये नए भारत की सेना है। ये हमारी संप्रभुता का भी प्रश्न है और ये इस बात का प्रतीक है कि भारत अपनी सीमाओं की सुरक्षा और अपने राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा कैसे करनी है इसको जानता है।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah has attended the BJP Workers Special Organisation meeting. The meeting was held at Netaji Indoor Stadium in Calcutta, and this was a part of Home Minister Amit Shah's 2 days visit to Calcutta. Yesterday he attended a meeting with the party leaders, and today he inaugurated a new CFSL building at Rajorhat. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath welcomed Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar along with his wife as they arrive in Agra. In fact, the Vice President is attending a program in Agra celebrating the 300th birthday of Mata Ahilyabai Holkar. Yogi Adityanath calls this program an example of the responsibility which we have towards our nation's heroes. After days of incessant rainfall in Assam, ferry service between Majuli and Nimati has been suspended. This is because Brahmaputra River continues to swell amid heavy rainfall in this region. An employee of Inland Water Transport, Dipankar, has said that the decision to suspend ferry services was taken for the safety of the passengers. A bridge built on Teesta River is currently under restoration after it was partially damaged due to the reverse current. Heavy rainfall in this region has in fact caused an increase in water in the river. A local shared the bridge is a lifeline for people and the only way to travel to many places. In a suspected suicide case, the bodies of a brother and a sister were found hanging inside a locked flat in East Delhi's Dilshad Garden area. The incident came to light following a PCR call received by Simapuri police regarding a foul smell emanating from a flat in Pocket D of Dilshad Garden. The police has found the flat was locked from inside when they arrived. Further investigation in this case is underway. Assam Agriculture Minister Atul Bora visits family of Pahalgam terror attack victim Syed Ali Hussain Shah, who died while saving terrorists. He handed over the letter from Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and an ex gratia of 5 lakh rupees to the family as a one-time financial assistance from the government of Assam. Bora also said that he will also pay a courtesy call to Manoj Sinha, the governor of Jammu and Kashmir, today at J&K Raj Bhavan. This is what the Assam Chief Minister's office has said. From Punjab now, the Amritsar police has now arrested 2 individuals who are associated with the terror and extortion module linked to Babbar Khalsa International. In fact, the arrested have been identified to be Karajpreet Singh and Gurlal Singh alias Harman, who are both residents of the Taran Taran area of Punjab. Jeevan Fauji demanded an extortion amount from the owner of a furniture shop, Manveer Singh's brother. When he did not pay the amount, they fired shots at Manveer in the shop. When the police arrived, shots were fired at them as well, but the police dodged them. Harman was shot in leg, when the police retaliated. Tripura Chief Minister visited flood-affected areas and relief camps in Agartala today. Incessant rainfall in Tripura for the past few days has damaged various sections of the national highway, hindering people's daily lives. Traffic and power supply has also been disrupted across the state as trees got uprooted and fell on electric poles. State officials have said that around 150 houses were damaged, with at least half of them completely destroyed. Relief camps have been opened in several areas of Tripura, with a few hundred people taking shelter in these slums.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there.
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Feel good. Look good. You look good. Well, the prognosis is good. You know, we're working on everything. It's moving along. I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have. We're underway, and everybody's all.
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental. 20 billion, not 20 million, a lot, not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about.
A very warm welcome, viewers. Today we bring you the top stories from the world of defense. Air Chief Marshal AP Singh's blunt warning on delays in defense projects have rang the alarm. Next up, we'll get you how giant leap in India's defense future as government has greenlit the AMCA project. Now, what does it really mean? How long could it take? Rajnath Singh's loud and clear message from the seas to Pakistan. And all this in today's episode of Forces First. I am Rakshita Mitra. Let's begin. So India's Operation Sindoor continues to make headlines across the world. Air operations came into focus and Indian leaders warned the enemy till date that we will not back down. The threats to national security, viewers, still looms. India is prepared and India needs the best of arsenal more than ever before now. So now, what's grabbing the headlines is the major wake-up call from the Chief of Indian Air Force, Air Chief Marshal AP Singh. He is known for never mincing words. He has once again flagged chronic delays in India's indigenous defense projects. His message is blunt and clear. Not a single major project has been completed and delivered on time. He has hit out at what he calls unrealistic timeliness and hollow promises, warning that these delays are threatening the operational readiness of our armed forces. Listen in.
They said your coffee is ready. So I need to hurry up. This Op Sindoor, as it is, like it was told by Chief of Naval Staff, that character of war is changing. Every day we're finding new technologies coming in. Technology is coming in a big way in our warfare now. And Op Sindoor has again given us clear idea of where we are headed and what we need in future. So a lot of work needs to be done in realigning our own thought processes also, which is already going on. Pran jaye par vachan na jaye. RM just told today only. I think that is something that we have. Timelines is a big issue. That is where that vachan part comes in. So once a timeline is given, not a single project that I can think of has been completed on time. So this is something where we have to look at. Why should we promise something which cannot be achieved? While signing the contract itself, some of the times we are sure that it is not going to come up. But we just sign the contract. Uske baad dekhenge kya karna. Obviously, then the process gets vitiated. The current situation in the world has made us realize that Atmanirbharta is the only solution. But we have to be now ready to be future ready. So that is the concern, that yes, I can look at next 10 years, we will have certain more output from the industry, Indian industry, we have from the DRDO. But what is required today is required today. So we need to quickly get our act together. The point that was brought out by Honorable RM as well as Defense Secretary, that the fact that AMCA, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, I'm not calling it what generation, because finally when it comes out it should be of contemporary generation. But that AMCA has been cleared for even participation by private industry, which is a very big step. And that is the kind of, I think, confidence that the nation has in private industry today. And I'm sure this is going to pave a way to bigger things coming in the future.
So imagine the state of affairs, viewers, and remember, this arsenal is more important than ever since Operation Sindoor has begun, viewers. Now, ACM Singh is not the first time making such a statement. In fact, back in February during the Aero India, that was, of course, the biggest air show in Asia, he was found scolding one of the HL officials. He was once again lamenting that the deliveries have not come on time, viewers. Take a look.
I can only tell you what our requirements and what our worries are. You have to alleviate those worries and make us more confident. We will. At the moment, I am just not confident of HL, which is very, very wrong thing to happen. No, HL is our own company. We all have worked there. I also served in HL as a temporary pilot. I have also been there, and of course very closely in NFTC. That's like HL flying. I find it that we are just not not in mission mode. Everything is ho jayega, karenge. You know, I was promised when I come here in February, I will see 11 Mark 1As ready, minus the engine. That is what I was promised. And not a single is ready.
Viewers, this is a completely valid point by the Air Chief Marshal. Now take the example of Tejas fighter as well, viewers. The Tejas Mk1A project that has been delayed. It has missed March 31st, this year's deadline. The Kaveri engine project still stuck in limbo. In fact, 180 fighter jets, to talk about Tejas, they had to be delivered by 2031. Tejas is grappling with engine supply setbacks and manufacturing hurdles. The stakes couldn't be higher. These aren't just mere projects or delays on paper. They affect our defense preparedness on ground. There's a delay in testing. It was earlier scheduled in 2025. Now it's going to happen next year. Kaveri, we were talking about, initiated in 1986. Delay of around 39 long years. And now it's completely unimaginable. DRDO mission projects, 23 of 55 delayed, includes radars, missiles and combat gear. Also, viewers, we are telling you that how many combat, we have squadrons, IAF squadrons, information on that IAF squadrons, we are falling short of IAF squadrons as well, viewers. There is a delay in the projects already, and now the IAF squadrons are also falling short, viewers. All right, viewers, now we are being joined by a special guest on the broadcast. For more on this, we have Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor joining us. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV, sir. What do you make of Air Chief Marshal AP Singh's blunt warning? Because this has come at a very crucial time and it's ringing alarms now. It's high time that he is listened to with full seriousness and that action is taken.
See, for your viewers, I'll just take 2 minutes to run through the background. What is the problem with all the DRDO projects? So we've had many of them in the past few years, and I could name starting from Tejas to Arihant, to Akash, to Nirbhay, to Arjun, to Vikrant. Each and every DRDO project has overshot the period. So this is the background which the chief had mentioned in his talk just a day ago. Now, the reasons are many, and it is a time now, and more so after Operation Sindoor, that the nation will have to look at involving a lot of other agencies into the game. The overambitious planning, which we do with no clear benchmarking, the bureaucratic red tape, the lack of private sector partnership and integration, technical bottlenecks, design modifications which keep happening as the technology develops, and import dependence are the verticals, in my opinion, that stand out. So what we need to do at this stage is that we will have to lay down the clear priorities. And after Op Sindoor, the focus now is more and more on indigenous weapons. So the integration of armed forces professionals along with the academia, along with the IIT or startups, along with the OEMs, will have to sit under one umbrella and we'll have to work. This is my take.
Also, we have to understand that we are talking about the very ambitious AMCA project also at a time when we are facing multiple threats. We have threat from China, who is now in fact also going on to show that it has developed a prototype for 6th gen fighters. It's also helping Pakistan with the stealth fighter jets. Now, at such a juncture, can we also, afford to have the AMCA project just been approved in its model form? Because we need to fast track that as well.
So, you are absolutely right in what you're asking is, now as per the media reports which I was seeing, Pakistanis are going to get 2 squadrons of GA-35s by the end of the year. And here we are given an ambitious time of 2034 to get AMCA. The Honorable Raksha Mantri in his speech the other day had mentioned. Now, 2034 is too long a period wherein the adversary will have by year end 2 squadrons with them. So, in my opinion, we will have to continue developing our own AMCA aircraft. We will have to continue with our own R&D. But parallelly, we should purchase 2 squadrons of Su-57s directly from Russia. It could be G2G purchase. It could be, modified to Indian conditions. So this will give us, the gap of 9 years which we have to meet any such requirement in any operations which we get. This is my take.
Right. Air Chief Marshal Kapoor, thanks so much for joining. Air Marshal Kapoor, thanks so much for joining us with your insight on that big story that we are tracking on Forces First viewers. Now, it's a giant leap as we're talking about AMCA. This is for India's defense future. Of course, the demand is very much important at present as well. Now, the Raksha Mantri had greenlit this program, the AMCA program. This is not just a project, it's a statement by India, a statement of power, statement of ambition, and more importantly, Atmanirbhar Bharat. This government plans to develop 5 prototypes of this 5th generation fighter jet, a move that will not only strengthen the Air Force, but will also build an entire aerospace ecosystem and with sovereignty right here at home. Calling it a bold and decisive one, Rajnath Singh called it a game changer. With this, India moves closer to join an elite global club of nations that can design, that can develop and produce the next generation fighter jets. Now viewers, we have to understand about this Atmanirbharta push, the AMCA that is, it's a made in India fighter jet program very, very importantly. Now it's a 5th generation stealth fighter jet project. While we have, we have Beijing planning on the 6th generation and 7th generation already, India still is waiting for that. That's very important. It's a twin-engine, 25-ton aircraft, this stealth jet. It's designed for long-range air-to-air missiles. Also, this is going to be made in India. It's indigenous. It's AI-enabled system for real-time decision making as well. So there will be real-time changes if at all needed. It provides the ability to super cruise as well. Very importantly, viewers. And these are the important features that it's equipped with advanced avionics and network-centric downtime. It reduces the downtime. Also enables predictive maintenance. That is the AMCA which we are telling you about. It also aims to elevate the IAF into an elite club, which India is of course waiting for. It cannot delay this any further. So these are the important features of the AMCA that we told you about, viewers, and it's going to be an entry into the very entry global club. And we are also we are speaking to Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav, who joined us on the broadcast for more on the AMCA. We are now being joined by Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav on the broadcast. Air Vice Marshal Srivastav, thanks so much for joining us. Now, AMCA is much talked about and everybody is very excited about the 5th gen stealth jet. First of all, I want to understand from you, how important is it right now for India?
Rakshita, I think it is something which should have come yesterday, is going to come tomorrow or day after. And there's a huge debate going on in the country about the timelines. And timelines are being perceived as threatening timelines because there's a gap of nearly 9 years, what has been promised. And we want it to be there, if not later than 2030. So if you want to do that job, first question is it possible? We are all speaking from the experience of LCA, experience of so many other guided weapon programs. But now let me tell the viewers through your channel that we are a much more mature country in terms of vendor establishment, in terms of big companies who do the defense work. I have been myself in one of the company, and I have also been in one of the defense public sector undertaking as director and director of production. So I know all the nuances which go into it. We need to concentrate on 3 things. If you really ask me how these things get so delayed, I would blame process as the first thing. The kind of processes which we have in the government, to whether we have to give somebody an order or we have to make a collaboration, we are very process centric, and in that we lose lot of time. Lot means lot of time. So if you analyze those things, really bisect and dissect and trisect, you will find you need to focus on that, and that can only be achieved in case AMCA is to be produced by a special purpose vehicle, which happens to be an enterprise which is between a kind of collaboration between public sector and private sector. Of course, it need a lot more things to go, but that is the first requirement, because if you take a cue from US government, what it does, it gives it to either Lockheed Martin or to Boeing. These two are private sector companies, and then it gets going. That means the public fund becomes private fund, and it gets the agility and the kind of agility it needs. And it becomes contextual. They want the focus on the end result, that I need AMCA or my aircraft by this time. They don't focus on the process. We in public sector focus on process more than the end result or timeline. And therefore, you ask anyone who has suffered this or who wanted to do it fast, he'll tell you the same story. Second thing, do you need an oversight? You need a great oversight, like in ISRO case. Prime Minister himself oversights all the missions. This AMCA project is a national project, is a national commitment. It has to go into mission mode. Mission mode under the direct control of Prime Minister of the country through CCS. CCS will all the four major ministries which control the whole thing. Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Defense. And that will give the powers. Things will get resolved very fast, be it around the, let's say, various international partnerships various people want to do. The External Affairs Ministry can come in play. You want to acquire land or something, Home Ministry can do the job. Finance, you need some funds. So likewise, and Defense Ministry, of course, for the oversight for whom it's being developed. And there has to be a very great measure of connectivity throughout the process of the Indian Air Force, the user. So in my opinion, it's a doable thing if we focus on that. Now the question is, what do we do in between? Of course, that's a huge question. And a lot of people talk about Su-57. I think if we buy Su-57 from Russians, it may penetrate our diplomatic armor. Last time we were able to save it and we bought S-400, but Su-57 may be another game. And I don't know, because you need to survive diplomatically too. That is CATSA, countering America's adversary through Sanctions Act. I don't know what will happen to that. So I'll be a little skeptical, but I'm pretty sure about one thing, that we have to go the AMCA route, the indigenous way. That is the solution for all our ailments which you face. And this will also aggregate a lot of technologies. Once you're through with AMCA, Rakshita, you will be through with all kinds of weapon systems, because it is a threshold of technology.
Yes, sir.
But you need to work over it and need to correct and sort of make your processes good.
Yes.
You need to have a private sector vehicle, and you need to have oversight in mission mode from Prime Minister's office.
Yes, Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava, thank you so much for putting that out articulately and giving us your insights. The Indian Army is carrying out extensive capacity development demonstrations at multiple key locations across India, including the Pokhran field firing ranges, Babina field firing ranges, and Joshimath as well. In fact, air defense demonstrations happening in Agra as well, in Gopalpur as well. And these trials are being conducted to show that India is ready, India is prepared. It is still in action mode because the operation is only paused. The firing has been paused. Operation is still underway. And that's, we are going to show you those visuals of the Army Chief who this week had visited the Babina firing range as well. He was witnessing how the indigenous drones and loitering munitions have performed in Operation Sindoor and their readiness for future battles as well, viewers. Remember, the drones have been very important part of this operation. Drones, in fact, viewers, play a crucial part. They were the game changer. They were made in India and they were pivotal in the surveillance operations particularly. The drones deployed not only deterred Pakistani targets, but also they were part of an early warning system to detect the enemy troop movement and calculate the potential ground attacks as well. Indian Armed Forces showed the world the true meaning of self-reliance in modern warfare, the drone warfare, unmanned warfare, proving that the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat also stands strong even in the heat of the battle, and India is still battle ready. These drones on your screens are battle ready. Now, viewers, Defence Minister Arnab Singh this week gave a clear message from the seas. In his words, next time the Indian Navy will respond to Pakistan's provocations. They were so well prepared. He said that the Navy of India has the power to, could in fact completely destroy Pakistan. The also, of course, spoke at length about the power and preparation of the Indian Navy, how Pakistan could have been broken into 4 pieces as well. Now, the statement was not just about symbolism, it was also strategic. Now, we'll tell you why he was talking about INS Vikrant and why did he visit INS Vikrant, viewers, because this is one of the most powerful warship. It is a floating fortress, in fact, viewers. We are going to show you those visuals of Arnab Singh's visit as well, and then tell you about the mighty missile fleet that led the 36-ship armada to strike the Karachi port in Pakistan. It was all ready to strike, and which in fact prevented the Pakistani naval fleet to in fact leave the shores as well. Let's take a listen to Arnab Singh first.
बार तो पाकिस्तान को भारतीय नौसेना की फायर पावर का सामना नहीं करना पड़ा, मगर दुनिया जानती है अगर पाकिस्तान ने इस बार कोई नापाक हरकत की तो हो सकता है कि इस बार की ओपनिंग और किसी के द्वारा ना हो, हमारी नेवी के द्वारा होगी। साथियों, पाकिस्तान को यह समझ लेने की जरूरत है आतंकवाद के जिस खतरनाक खेल को वह आज़ादी के समय से ही खेलता आ रहा है, उसकी मियाद अब खत्म हो चुकी है।
And now we leave you with very powerful visuals coming in, viewers. Let's dive into naval she-heroes, the circumnavigation saga, where you'll get to hear the Indian Navy women officers, Lieutenant Commander Rupa A and Lieutenant Commander Dilna K's story, who braved the storm, steered through silence and circled the planet aboard the INSV Tarini. Watch this video as we say goodbye. Jai Hind.
Indian Naval Sailing Vessel तारिणी, असीम समंदर, अनकही चुनौतियां और अथाह खूबसूरत पल। भारतीय नौसेना की 2 होनहार ऑफिसर्स लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर दिल्ला और लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर रूपा ने पूरा कर लिया है दुनिया का सफर। समुद्र के रास्ते हुई अनप्रिडिक्टेड लहरों से मुलाकात, अनगिनत चुनौतियों से भरी बीती रात, महासागर के इम्तिहान को कैसे पास किया और कैसे दोनों महिला ऑफिसर्स ने सक्सेसफुली कंप्लीट किया सर्कमनेविगेशन। 8 महीने एक नाव पर और पूरा विश्व उनके नक्शे पर। अपनी गौरवशाली यात्रा को पूरा कर वे लौट आए हैं भारत, लेकर अपने साथ कहानियों का समंदर।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Feel good. Look good. You look good. Well, the prognosis is good. You know, we're working on everything. It's moving along. I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have. We're underway, and all the folks are very optimistic.
And so you've started treatment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Would you be willing to share what exactly that entails?
It's all a matter of taking a pill, one particular pill. And for the next 6 weeks, and then another one. And our expectation is we're going to be able to beat this. It's not in any organ. It's my bones are strong. It hasn't penetrated, so I'm feeling good.
I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime, not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people. I think it's very sad, actually. I'm surprised that it wasn't, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time. I just had my physical. You saw that. You saw the results of that particular test. I think that test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, good physical. We had the doctors at the White House and over at Walter Reed, which is a fantastic hospital, do it. I did a very complete physical, including cognitive tests. I'm proud to.
The Teesta River's water level rose significantly on Sunday due to heavy and continuous downpour in Sikkim. The India Meteorological Department issued a red alert for today in the state's Mangan district for heavy to very heavy rain in the region. The Met Department also issued an orange alert for Sikkim's Gyalsing, Namchi, Soreng, Gangtok and Payong district for the next 24 hours. To the district administration, many properties have been damaged due to landslide.
जो टूरिस्ट उस एक्सीडेंट में मुंशीथंग शुबम्बू में मिसिंग हुआ था, मिसिंग नहीं, जो एक्सीडेंट में नदी में गिरा था, तो उसमें से 2 को तो जिंदा निकाला 29 के रात को ही रेस्क्यू टीम ने। बाकी जो 9 आदमी है उसमें से इंक्लूडिंग ड्राइवर जो सिक्किम का था, तो कल दिन भर हम लोगों ने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया था। SDRF, NDRF और ये ITBP सारे लोगों ने कोशिश किया, लेकिन नदी के अंदर जो गाड़ी चली गई थी तो वो गाड़ी निकल नहीं पाया, गाड़ी नज़र भी नहीं आ रहा है, एक छोटा सा उसका पोर्शन नज़र आ रहा है, उसको खींचने के हिलाने की बहुत कोशिश की, लेकिन डेब्रिस की जो सैंड और जो डेब्रिस होता है उससे दब करके वो निकल नहीं रहा है।
In North Sikkim, landslides were reported in the Thieng and Chunthang areas, causing damage to multiple properties. The IMD has strongly advised citizens to avoid unnecessary travel, remain indoors, and stay away from riverbanks and vulnerable slopes.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental. 20 billion, not 20 million, a lot. not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spend $8 million on making mice transgender. And those are better than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the DOGE cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste. And
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, good evening and welcome to this special broadcast on Republic TV. Looking Ahead is about stories that are shaping up over the coming week. News that is developing and would have consequences for your life, impact your choices. Stories that shape India's politics, geopolitics and geoeconomics alike. Tonight, I bring to you three in the long form format, going deep into the developments that would pan out over the coming week. Story number one. BJP completes 11 years in power this week. While it launches a mega communication blitz from the national capital to lakhs of village panchayats, how is the Modi government's third term running being seen on the ground? A comprehensive ground report there. Story number two. As Israel and Hamas agree to a United States brokered ceasefire, there is equal parts hope and despair. Hope among the families who still have their members hostage in Gaza. Despair, the two sides are still contesting the terms of the agreement. We get some ground reports looking forward to the developments in Israel and Gaza. And then story number three tonight. The banker of the central government, the Reserve Bank of India, is set for 3 days of deliberations on the interest rates. The Monetary Policy Committee meets June 4 to 6. What's in store for us, for you and me tonight? We would, of course, have experts unspooling these stories. Let me get you the headlines first. All right, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has sounded the poll bugle in West Bengal during his 2-day visit to Kolkata. Shah declared in the Netaji Indoor Stadium that Mamata Banerjee's tenure as Chief Minister is set to end in 2026. Shah hid out at Mamata for criticizing Operation Sindoor, surrounded her on the Bangladeshi infiltrator issue, and called out Mamata's political violence and appeasement politics. The battle for Bengal has officially begun. The political run-up in the poll-bound state of Bihar heats up. LJP Ram Vilas hints at pitting party chief and Union Minister Chirag Paswan in the state assembly elections slated to be held later this year. BJP says they welcome the possibility of their allies pitching in the state elections. Chirag even finds a nod from Jan Swaraj chief Prashant Kishore for his state re-entry. Meanwhile, the chorus to make him the chief minister candidate echoes from his party, the LJP. Cloudburst in northeast, the NDRF and SDRF have deployed in the northeast after severe rains triggered landslides and flash floods following a cloudburst. Flash floods and landslides have killed 22 people across the region, with Assam, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh and Manipur heavily affected. 5 people have lost their lives after mudslides in Guwahati, 9 have drowned in Arunachal Pradesh, and close to 78,000 people are directly impacted by the floods in Assam. Assam's Agriculture Minister Atul Bora met the family of Pahalgam terror attack victim Adil Hussain Shah in Pahalgam to offer his condolences on behalf of Assam government. Bora also presented a cheque of rupees 5 lakhs to Adil Hussain Shah's family as relief from the Assam government, and he also expects to meet Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha in Srinagar. A 22-year-old law student and a social media influencer from Gurugram, Sharmishta Panoli, was arrested by Kolkata police and sent to 14 days of judicial custody by a court over an alleged objectionable social media post. The NDA allies are hitting out against the Mamata government for targeting the influencer, with the BJP pointing out TMC's selective blindness to the hate spewed by some of its own leaders. BJP ally and Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan has also waded into the matter. Zepto's food license withheld. Maharashtra Food and Drug Administration suspends food business license of Zepto parent Kirana Cart Technologies after finding lapses at its Dharavi facility in Mumbai. FDA said that certain food items stored in the Dharavi dark store had fungus growing on them, with red flags raised on poor hygiene conditions. Zepto says it is committed to rectifying the lapses. Will this apology be enough for Zepto to avoid citizen backlash? Ukraine claims to have struck more than 40 Russian strategic bombers in what is believed to be one of its most audacious strikes to date. As per reports, Ukraine has struck as deep as 4,000 kilometers inside Russian territory, all the way in Irkutsk. Intelligence officers in Ukraine say they have struck a large chunk of Russia's strategic A-50, Tu-95 and Tu-22 strategic bomber fleets. And finally, the Saudi foreign minister hit out at Israel for their refusal to allow the Arab foreign ministers to enter the West Bank. The Saudi minister said not allowing the Arab countries shows Israel's refusal of any serious attempt toward the path of peace. Several Arab nations, including Jordan and Saudi Arabia, were seeking Israel's permission to visit the West Bank to meet the Palestinian president. Tel Aviv denied all these requests. Well, welcome back, friends. As India stands at a critical inflection point in its democratic journey, the 11-year milestone of the Narendra Modi-led BJP government, or NDA government, offers more than just a moment of celebration. It opens a window into the political, ideological and developmental blueprint shaping the nation's future. From a decisive break with coalition-era politics in 2014 to an era of assertive leadership and centralized governance, the Modi years have marked a transformation in how power is exercised and perceived. The government now turns its gaze to 2047, the centenary of India's independence, as both a destination and a mission. But while the BJP projects continuity, stability and ambition, its critics raise alarms over democratic backsliding and the narrowing space for dissent. In the run-up to June 9th and beyond, as political messaging collides with public sentiment, we explore how 11 years of uninterrupted power are being spun into a forward-looking movement, one that seeks to shape not just electoral outcomes, but the very architecture of India's politics and indeed India's future. Take a look.
मैं नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा.
Ending decades of coalition rule and signaling a resounding rejection of the Congress-led UPA government, the Bharatiya Janata Party, once on the fringes of national power, surged to the centre with a sweeping mandate. And at the heart of this political storm, one man, Narendra Damodar Das Modi. The man who came to define a new era of Indian politics. A leader whose governance model is rooted in growth, transformation, and a strategic projection of strength. And Bharat, as it stands today, is emerging as a global power, asserting its position on the world stage while laying the groundwork for its long-term vision.
एक तो हमारा लक्ष्य है 2047 हिंदुस्तान विकसित होना ही चाहिए, नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज। आजादी के 100 साल हम ऐसे ही नहीं बिताएंगे, आजादी के 100 साल ऐसे बनाएंगे कि दुनिया में विकसित भारत का झंडा फहरता होगा।
Sankalp se Siddhi. From resolve to realization. The BJP's governance presented as a movement and politics framed as mission. Across press rooms, village squares, professional circles and digital spaces. The BJP is not just telling its story, it may be reinforcing its claim to the future. As the Modi government marks 11 years in office, the BJP is poised to transform celebration into strategy. A meticulously choreographed outreach drive spanning India's heartlands, panning out over the coming week. This multi-pronged campaign blends the optics of governance with the energy of a movement. From policy dialogues with professionals in urban centres to welfare registration camps in remote districts, the message is clear: no citizen untouched, no corner of Bharat unseen. With Vistar, Vishwas, Vikas as its pulse, the BJP strategy pivots on expansion, trust and development. A series of curated events, from digital content competitions to Yoga Day mega programming, aims to animate public participation and deepen ideological resonance. All in all, everything that screams to the world the power of Naya Bharat. In a world where misinformation moves with viral velocity, the BJP is rolling out a coordinated fact-checking initiative statewide in scale and strategic intent. Dedicated teams will monitor digital platforms, flag misleading content, and issue real-time rebuttals through official channels and influencer networks. But beneath the commemorative tone lies a deeper calculation, a rehearsal for Mission 2047. For the BJP, the anniversary is more than a retrospective. It's a projection of intent, machinery and momentum. A projection of India's Atmanirbhar mission. A projection of independent rising in every sector. Defense, health, agriculture, industry, transportation and more. As India gears up for June 9th, this is how experts read the last 11 years of the Narendra Modi-led BJP government.
So when we look at 11 years, starting 14, I think he became a prime minister much before when he took the oath. So he was talking like a prime minister, he was setting the narrative here and there, and it was almost known that he's going to become a prime minister.
Politically, I see Congress has no future in Indian politics. The emergence of regional parties like Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party, all of them have gone out of the picture.
11 years in uninterrupted power is not just a political milestone. It is a rare moment in India's democratic arc. For a single party to retain public trust across 3 Lok Sabha mandates and now seeking a 4th underscores a narrative converge in the Indian imagination. For India's political landscape, the 11th anniversary isn't just about longevity of a government. It's about the evolution of a governance model. But amid the orchestrated celebrations and calibrated messaging, a counterpoint emerges. The BJP's naysayers call it an era of undeclared emergency. From institutional erosion to shrinking space for dissent, the opposition has painted a starkly different portrait of the past decade. Citing concerns over democratic backsliding, the opposition accuses the Modi government of weakening constitutional bodies, stifling media freedom, and centralizing power. 11 years, it says, of majoritarian assertion wrapped in electoral legitimacy. Critics present a contrasting opinion.
Today it is 100% FDI, it is multinationals, it is American companies. So, I mean, a lot has changed in the last 11 years. I think this Sangh has also changed probably. And the Sangh which said कि हमारे लोग तो साहब थैला लेके चलते हैं और सेवा करते हैं, अब वो लाइजनिंग करते हैं सरकार के साथ बैठ करके. So things have really changed.
Everything's changed, in terms of governance that you asked. The speed, the vision, the programs, the slow pace approach was buried. Though I must admit that, he has been changing the narrative, changing the template of the development and governance many times. That is one of the criticism. So I think the Modi regime setup is very good at, propaganda, publicity and everything. So on information war, if they always win it this way or the other.
As India accelerates into a future shaped by speed, ambition and scale, two possibilities lie ahead. One, that envisions continued transformation of infrastructure, institutions and global influence. The other, that warns of a path where power, if unchecked, could challenge the very balance that sustains democracy. As India moves beyond 2025, its political landscape stands at a crossroads. With the BJP shaping a new vision for governance, the role of the opposition and of dissent itself enters a new phase. The question now is not just who holds power, but how that power engages with a rapidly evolving, more vocal citizenry.
All right, let's see how this comprehensive ground report is seen by the BJP itself. Joining me, their national leader, Nalin Kohli. Welcome, Nalin. And, this kind of blitz that BJP is planning to hold to mark its 11 years in power, some would say it's an overkill.
In no ways it's an overkill. I think, Abhishek, people have reposed faith in the leadership of Prime Minister Modi on 3 occasions. With great hope in 2014, an assessment of the good work done, and then giving them a second opportunity to serve the people in 2019, and then repeating it in 2024. Therefore, it is our duty to take before the people what all work the government has done under his leadership, what are the things that we plan to do in the near future, and inform them. And if we are doing it directly, going to the people and doing so, that's something to be appreciated because that's part of participative democracy. So I don't think it's an overkill. It's part of the service of reaching out to the people who have voted for us to inform them personally about the developments and the plans ahead.
Right. And Nalin, one more feedback that we got while doing this report from the ground was that the BJP, on the one hand, is struggling, for example, getting its president, the new president, and on the other, has all the time to really get going with these comprehensive events which span from the national capital right down to village panchayat level.
I would disagree completely with that almost funny comparison that whoever on the ground told you so, Abhishek. Why is the BJP struggling, as the word you used, to find its president? Someone will be the president, it will be a karyakarta of the party, and it won't be someone from a special family. That's a given. And in that process, would have probably got culminated earlier. But then we've just come out of Operation Sindoor. Everyone was busy there. It's a consultative process. So therefore, the priority is always the nation first, then the party, then us last as people. So that will get done. I don't see any dichotomy. I don't see any concern. And I think our political opponents are possibly hoping for what is no way connected to the ground reality or the truth.
All right. And another criticism, and I want to be really focusing on that before I move on to other stuff, is that over the last 11 years, Nalin, the kind of consolidation of power that has happened behind the BJP and with the BJP, from the national capital down to state level, the criticism is that the BJP has sort of monopolized political power. I mean, it has excluded the opposition completely in terms of not giving them space to grow in any manner. I mean, you can take it as a backhanded compliment, but then if you look at it from democracy's point of view, it's a criticism also.
So then if I would, and if you would permit me, Abhishek, it brings up a very interesting corollary. So is the opposition party expecting the BJP to help them win seats when the people of India are rejecting them? I mean, that would make it really, really interesting. So what are we supposed to do now? Stop putting up candidates so that some opposition leaders can win? That is an impossibility in democracy. It's participative. People decide who they want, and that's what people are doing. And if the opposition parties are unable to rise to that occasion, present themselves with a credible agenda, why would people vote for them? Look at the criticism of Operation Sindoor by the Congress party. Look how they mocked the surgical strike. Look how they mocked Balkot and asked for evidence. They don't believe the army. They don't believe the government. They have a criticism for everything. They make an issue of everything. They made an issue of Rafale. They made an issue of Pegasus. Everything went to the Supreme Court. Everything was decided by the Supreme Court. Nothing came in their favor, so they criticized the Supreme Court. That cannot be the basis of democracy. They must show something that resonates with the people, not just an agenda of anti-Modiism.
All right. Last question to you, Nalin, before I let you go, which is that the kind of communication blitz that the party is carrying out perhaps is a sort of this understanding that maybe this communication was missing, say, during the general elections, because of which the party lost some seats. So in that sense, BJP is course correcting and carrying out this massive communication, executing this massive communication plan over the next 1 week.
Well, that would have been technically correct. That would have been technically correct. That would have been, I'm sorry, I lost you. So that would have been technically correct. Had we not done these exercises in the past? I remember doing it last year when 10 years was complete. The year before that. So it's been an ongoing process. I don't think it is the BJP trying to make up on any lost ground. This is how we are. This is how we've always been.
All right. Thank you so much. Nalin Kohli there, senior BJP leader, joining us live on the BJP's plans to communicate to the masses how it has worked over the last 11 years with the Modi government in charge in New Delhi. Thanks. Thanks, Nalin.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Israel and Hamas conflict has been ongoing for over 600 days now. With no ceasefire in sight, US's special envoy and Trump's right-hand man, Steve Witkoff, earlier this week presented a 60-day ceasefire plan to both the sides that perhaps showed some signs of light at the end of the tunnel. While Prime Minister Netanyahu, who's facing headwinds back home, immediately agreed to the plan that would secure the release of at least 10 hostages, Hamas, while initially agreeing to the deal, is now making some last-minute demands. Is Hamas overplaying its hand? Is this the right path towards a long-lasting peace? Will we see any substantial progress on the Israel-Hamas war front this coming week in the backdrop of this Witkoff plan? This next report looks forward to just that.
603 days since Israel's war on Hamas began in Gaza. the war has seen only 65 days of scattered ceasefires. So far, 148 hostages of the 251 captured by Hamas on October 7th have returned alive. 44 others couldn't see that day, while the fate of 59 others hangs in the balance. It all started at 6:30 a.m. on October 7th, 2023, when Hamas fired over 4,300 rockets and sent over 2,700 terrorists into southern Israel, attacking over 20 communities, slaughtering more than 1,200 Israelis, including 300 soldiers, in what is believed to be one of the deadliest days in Israel's history since 1948.
From day one, or the early days of the war, we decided on a policy. We are going after Hamas. We're not going after the civilian population.
More than 12 attempts have been made in the last 2 years to broker a ceasefire, while the first one in November of 2023 yielded in the release of 105 hostages. Since December of 2023, the proposals have seen limited progress. Throughout the first half of 2024 up until May, a three-phase truce was proposed. However, sometimes it was the Israelis who backed out or the Hamas that refused to comply. However, since December of 2024, the peace proposals took a different turn.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
And in January 2025, there was a breakthrough. In January 2025, after 467 days of captivity, a US-backed deal brokered in Doha brought hope. More than 33 hostages were freed in exchange of Palestinian prisoners, and increased aid, and a partial withdrawal, with more than 2 stages slated to facilitate more releases and end to Israeli operation. However, it all came undone in March of 2025.
Hamas is responsible for this war. It invaded our towns, murdered our people, raped our women, and kidnapped our loved ones. Hamas refused offer after offer to release our hostages. In the past 2 weeks, Israel did not initiate any military action in the hope that Hamas would change course. Well, that didn't happen. While Israel accepted the offer of President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, Hamas flatly refused to do so. And this is why I authorized yesterday the renewal of military action against Hamas.
The progress fell apart in March, despite US's best efforts to secure Trump's unifier-in-chief aspirations, and his close aide Stephen Witkoff set to achieve this glory for the commander-in-chief.
We have Mr. Witkoff is here, is doing a phenomenal job, is dealing with them very strongly right now. They seem to want to do something, but until the document is signed, I can't tell you.
US's ambitions for Gaza are bizarre, to say the least.
We're committed to owning it, taking it, and making sure that Hamas doesn't move back.
The US is attempting to make the ceasefire more about themselves and less about Israel or Palestine.
But this feels like I'm doing something bigger than myself, on behalf of something that has nothing to do with you, with me. This is not your children are not my children, but now I've made them my children.
Meanwhile, all the international community could do was condemn Israel a little more.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend we coordinated a response with our allies, as set out in my statement with President Macron and Prime Minister Carney last night. We repeat our demand for a ceasefire as the only way to free the hostages.
However, no one has been able to prevail on Benjamin Netanyahu.
I say to President Macron, Prime Minister Carney, and Prime Minister Starmer, when mass murderers, rapists, baby killers, and kidnappers thank you, you're on the wrong side of justice. You're on the wrong side of humanity. And you're on the wrong side of history.
The Israeli people are losing their patience. Families of hostages are eagerly waiting for their return.
I put a lot of my hopes in the fact that ceasefire is in negotiation again, that the option of hostages coming back home is approaching. But I am worried that not all of the hostages are in this deal, and I hope that with the help of the American government, we can ensure a full return of all of the hostages back home. I don't really know how long it will take. If you ask me what my heart desire, then I wish for them to come back home almost 600 days ago. I just want my cousin to come back home, and I want all of the other hostages to be here as fast as possible.
All eyes are on the United States and whether they can make a breakthrough. And the prayers of protesters are slowly being answered. Just 3 days ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced that a new ceasefire deal proposed by the United States has been accepted by his government. The ball was now in Hamas's court. And while all eyes were on Rafah and Gaza to seek Hamas's response, the terror outfit has in principle accepted the deal, but with some conditions. Conditions that seem untenable from the US and Israeli position. The last 48 hours have been extremely tense. While the US has firmly rejected Hamas's conditions, the fate of another ceasefire deal now hangs in the balance. Has Hamas made a mistake by not accepting the 60-day truce? Will this give Netanyahu more legitimacy to escalate his operation? Will the United States succeed in its effort to find mediation and a permanent solution? The answer to all these questions is something that we look forward to this week.
Very succeeding the mission.
And we're going to complete it. We're not going anywhere.
All right, seems like a very practical plan yet not happening. Joins me Madhav Nalapat, geostrategic affairs expert. Very good evening to you, Mr. Nalapat. How do you see, I mean, you would have watched this comprehensive report prepared by us on the ceasefire plan, but it's really not working out.
It's not going to work out unless Hamas accepts the fact that its military wing is effectively over. Netanyahu will not stop until he has demolished the military capability of Hamas for all time to come. The fact is, the October 7 attack was the worst mistake made by Hamas, an existential mistake, because it reminded the Jewish people of the very terrible things that happened to them in the previous century. And that was his big mistake. And now, as I said, Netanyahu, I don't believe, is going to stop until the military wing is completely eliminated. If Hamas was smart, it would do that. It's ask for its leaders safe passage, eliminate its military wing, surrender its weapons, surrender all the hostages. It's disgusting that these hostages are being kept, and heaven knows how many of them have lasted through this long ordeal. So, but Hamas, that's a smart thing for Hamas to do, and the only way Hamas as an organization can survive, and the only way the people of Gaza can be liberated from the torture that they're experiencing after a terror attack. The problem is, Hamas cares nothing for the people of Gaza. All it cares for is, frankly, its military wing.
Yeah.
All it cares for is elimination of Israel, and frankly, the elimination of the Jewish people.
I mean, I don't think they have the wherewithal left, Mr. Nalapat, to even contemplate that. But it's little painful to see the kind of deliberations that have happened over the last 48 hours. No, we will not release 20 hostages, we will release 10. I mean, this is absolutely a non-starter of a conversation that Hamas has been trying to throw on the Americans more than Israelis, in fact.
Look, the military wing controls Hamas, not anything else. And the reality is, the military wing does not want its elimination. But the fact of the matter is, the military wing committed the mistake of its life when it went ahead with that terror attack October 7th, so many years ago. And the reality is that it does not understand that. The military wing is continuing to try and survive. I'm sorry, but Netanyahu is not going to allow it to. And frankly, from the Israeli point of view, nor should he allow it to. There's no question about that. Hamas, Hezbollah, IRGC, all three have miscalculated the resolve of Israel, and all three have calculated the extent to which President Trump is willing to go to ensure that Israel is protected. He's doing a lot for that, much more, I think, than Biden ever would have.
But also, there is the other side, Mr. Nalapat, which is that while Israel says that, okay, fine, we agree for the Witkoff plan and let the Hamas come back and then we go forward, the fact of the matter is that this is the same week in which Israel has doubled down on its ground offensive in Gaza. They have gone into further areas which they had not touched, or maybe they are revisiting. So which means that Hamas can always say that, see, there is no proof that Israel is going to back off. And that's the reason why they are putting those conditions.
Look, Hamas thought that with so many hostages, it will be spared the kind of retaliation that's now taking place. That was a huge strategic error by Hamas. And frankly, as you correctly said, the people of Gaza are paying the price. Because whether it is the question of Gaza, whether it's a question of Lebanon, and I mean, they're paying the price. Israel is moving in many directions. It is blocking access to arms into Gaza and into Lebanon. It was coming through Syria. I have no idea if that new setup in Syria has anything to do with the toppling of a very corrupt Assad regime, with frankly a terror regime. But I don't know. Who all are responsible besides Turkey and the obvious culprits. But I want to say very clearly that this is then the end game for the military wing, and sadly, it will involve a lot of quote-unquote collateral damage, and I fear that is going to be the situation, because as I said before, the military wing controls Hamas, and the military wing wants somehow to survive, and it believes that the hostages are the only card it has. Frankly, it is disgusting the whole world with its attitude. It should surrender the hostages immediately, all of them. Getting them, going into that terror attack was a huge mistake.
Right.
The quicker it surrenders, the better, but I don't see that happening, frankly.
In which case, Mr. Nalapat, are the Americans really playing around for headlines? Because if the Hamas is not ready, the Israelis absolutely not, then what was the ceasefire announcement about? Like they have done in the case of India, Pakistan, is it just being done to sort of beef up this Trump constituency on ceasefires worldwide? They're succeeding nowhere but continue to claim otherwise.
Look, in the case of India and Pakistan, the Pakistan liaison officer with the military and the Indian liaison officer with the military, they came together and the Pakistanis asked for a cease, and Prime Minister Modi agreed to that on the grounds of humanitarianism, and frankly, he has made it very clear it's a pause. And should there be another terror attack in India, and India has got the necessary expertise and technical skill to ensure that it knows where it is coming from, then the response is going to be all-out war. He will not stop. So this is what's happening here between Israel and Hamas is frankly no ceasefire at all. And so I don't know what the basis is of Mr. Witkoff's optimism, but I think in my view, a ceasefire is very, very unlikely. Netanyahu is not going to stop until he destroyed the military wing, and the military wing is going to cling to, whatever cards it has, and it regards the hostages the only card, frankly, which is true. And as a consequence, the people of Gaza will again go through a period of absolute agony. Those who are not connected with Hamas and its military wing.
In fact, Mr. Nalapat, just as late as 4 days back when Israel took out Mohammed Sinwar, the brother of Yahya Sinwar, effectively the chief of military wing now, but he's gone now. Israel said that they are not going to stop till they completely eliminate the Hamas leadership, and according to them, they are just halfway through. They have a list of about 30, 33. They are down by 15, 16, which means by any account, this is not ending anytime soon.
Well, I agree with you, Abhishek. It's not ending anytime soon. It will end when the military wing of Hamas ends and not before, howsoever long that takes. Netanyahu, as long as he's the prime minister, he's not going to stop until the military wing is completely eliminated. And Hamas should realize that it has no cards left. Its only hope for survival is the surrender of the military wing and, frankly, handing over of all the hostages. I doubt they're going to do that. But the point is, I don't know. I'm very sad at what's happening to the people of Gaza, but unfortunately, it's a tragedy I don't believe will be stopped in the near future.
Yeah, absolutely, it's painful. And the fact that it might have begun with Americans trying to play with the headlines, ultimately the Hamas and Israelis coming together in their own ways to play around with the Americans, and that's where it seems to be heading. Not likely that ceasefire is going to happen this coming week, and that's what we wanted to explore. Thank you so much, Madhav Nalapat, there giving us that perspective. Moving on, friends, India remains the fastest growing major economy in the world, as the GDP numbers released Friday showed. Inflation remains in control, and the GST collections show continued buoyancy, month after month, coming at over 2 lakh crores. It is in this backdrop that the Reserve Bank of India is all set to deliberate next round of rate cuts during its bi-monthly Monetary Policy Committee meeting this week. Let's look ahead at the possibilities and expectations. And then I have markets expert Ajay Bagga joining me on the other side.
The MPC voted unanimously to reduce the policy repo rate by 25 basis points to 6% with immediate effect. Consequently, the standing deposit facility, the STF rate under the liquidity adjustment facility shall stand adjusted to 5.75%.
With this announcement in its last monetary policy in the month of April, Reserve Bank of India, the money manager to the central government, signalled a benign rate environment, suggesting the nation's economy was doing well and could rev up the growth curve with some more money supply. The markets reacted with a hurrah, and then there was a thumbs up from the man on the streets.
It's good that government is reducing the interest home loans, and middle class can buy home and car and education. It's good for us. We can make big things from this.
Now, as the RBI Monetary Policy Committee, up for another round of cuts with experts weighing in, meets again on June 4th for its bi-monthly review of the economy, the expectations are building.
So RBI will definitely go for rate cuts because we really need a credit growth push, which has been a multi-year low at around 12%. But that said, I think what RBI might do is go for gradual rate cuts rather than going for too aggressive rate cuts. It has already gone for 2 rate cuts in successive MPC meetings. It will probably factor in a couple of variables. One is the rainfall. We are already expecting above normal rainfall this year, but it will still try to monitor how it kind of pans out in terms of distribution. Second, it will try to see how it impacts the inflation.
And she believes that the rate cut cycle might go on in the upcoming months too.
I think it will probably go with 25 rate cuts of 2 more times this fiscal year. This calendar year, sorry.
What a rate cut does is bring down the borrowing cost for the people and industry alike, injecting growth-stimulating economic activity.
We as the middle class of this country will have a little more to save, because that will take down our home loans and all other loans that we have taken. So as a middle class woman, that will also make sure that I can buy more stuff for my kitchen. And not only that, I think I can save a little. I can also invest my money so that in 20-30 years when I retire, I have more money and more luxury in life.
The expectations of a rate cut is even enthusing youngsters like this one.
Not everybody can afford a 2 or 3 CR home. प्लस अगर रेट कम हो जाते हैं, प्लस अगर इन्फ्लेशन रेट्स कम हो जाते हैं एंड सब कुछ अफोर्डेबल हो जाता है, तो इट्स गोना बी सुपर बेनिफिशियल जो उनके घर का बजट होता है. एज यू नो, जो होम मेकर्स होती हैं उनको ऑलरेडी अपना बजट प्लान करने में कितनी डिफ़िकल्टीज़ होती है. एट द सेम टाइम not only budget, need and wants, दोनों चीज़ को बैलेंस करना is quite important. I think it's a good move as India is already being a 4 trillion economy. So it's good कि अगर India finally middle class family के लिए कुछ सोच रहा है.
Then there are those who caution about reading too much of happy news. Professor Santosh Mehrotra, a familiar economist on Republic TV debates, had to say this.
An economy cannot be driven by the top 10 to 20% of the population, which is what is in fact happening. And that's what's being essentially shown up by the K-shaped recovery. So there is a scope for reduction of the interest rate, and maybe it will increase in private investment, and maybe it will not. But you know, every effort has to be made.
Mehrotra also believes that even as RBI continues to do its job of reading the tea leaves of the economy, the government needs to do more.
There is desperate need for creation of jobs, for investment to rise, for private investment in particular to rise, and I think the government needs to enable that to happen.
Now, taken together, it is clear that while RBI continues with its rate cuts, people on the streets and experts alike understand the benefits of an upcycle in the economy that the resultant money supply can bring over to the Monetary Policy Committee on June 4th.
All right, joining us, markets expert and investment guru Ajay Bagga. Welcome, Mr. Bagga. And, fourth largest economy, GDP growth on track, fiscal deficit in control, and the food prices really look good, inflation also in check. Are you also on the side of those who expect another round of rate cut from the RBI?
Definitely. To add to all the positives that you mentioned, Abhishek, I think the fall in commodity prices, be it coking coal and especially oil, which is one of our biggest imports, $130 billion worth of crude oil we are importing every year. That against the budgeted number of $75 per barrel, we are running at about 60 to 65. So it's been a good start to the year. It creates more monetary space for the RBI. Because they have some relief on the external front. They have a lot of relief on the domestic front. Inflation well in control, GDP growing well. That, allows them space now to cut once more. I am expecting a rate cut next week in June policy, and then again in August. And after that, we'll come back to you with our assessment. But I think these 2 rate cuts are very much on the anvil.
But, Bagga, if that be the case, that would be, 2 back-to-back rate cuts, which is indicative of a long-term easing cycle. And then the question arises, the holy grail of Indian economy, the private capital or the missing private capital. You think that with this long-term easing cycle, finally the government can expect that the private capital would also come in? Investment cycle would pick up?
Private capital is a follower, and right now with the output gap in the economy, what that means is that if the economy can produce 100 goods per day, we are producing about 78 to 79. So when your factories are not running on full capacity already, it's very difficult for us to see private capex. That's a broad brush. There will be segments, there'll be sectors, there'll be local issues, geographical issues, some subsidy coming in. But broad brush, private capex, I think, still about 6 to 9 months away. But the rate cut will help a lot. So what is working for the Indian economy right now? Government infrastructure spending, that's very strong. The personal consumption is good. Rural demand has been growing pretty well. Urban demand is expected to catch up by the end of the year. And the third one is on the exports front, where on services we are doing very well. Goods are being constrained by the overall global trade war. You can't blame them much, but we are holding our own so far, which is also commendable. And the fourth big pillar of the economy normally is private capex. That's a follower. I think that's 6 to 9 months away, but we are expecting a lot from the manufacturing policy, which the government is about to unfold. I think over the next 15 days, we will get to see the contours of that.
Yeah.
So within manufacturing specific subsidy and PLI kind of schemes come in, you could see capex going up.
And Mr. Bagga, then taken together, cheaper home loans, cheaper credit, janta ke liye kya? I mean, what can people expect out of this then, going forward?
See, borrowers will get a fillip because rates will go down. Rates which are immediately linked to the EBLR or MCLR, those will start coming down. Corporates will demand lower rates. Bank margins will take about a 5 basis point hit, not too much. The deposit rates will come down. So for savers, that's the bad news, that deposit rates will come down. So if you have some money and you can lock it in, then lock it in before the policy is announced on Friday. But because more or less definitely rates are coming down. What the benefit comes is with the lower rates, the money velocity increases, the economy picks up. It's a big stimulus into the economy. So on such a large economy, you mentioned fourth largest in the world, on $4 trillion, you're giving a boost by cutting rates. That monetary stimulus increases the momentum. So everybody benefits, more jobs are created, better profits for companies, and overall the money starts rotating faster in the economy. Feel-good factor comes in. And as the discount rate goes down, your stock markets also tend to outperform.
Like you mentioned feel-good, Mr. Bagga, before I let you go. Some say that it is the fourth largest economy, but does not feel like that. Why so?
See, again, we are, if you look at historically, where are we? This was US in 1985 was 4 trillion, China in 2007, Japan in 1993, Germany in 2021 crossed 4 trillion. So apart from Germany, we are like 40 years, 18 years, 41 years behind 31 years behind other economies. So still a lot of time has to be spent in gaining more, taking this economy higher and increasing the distributable surplus so that your per capita also increases. What is going for us? Yeah. We are at a 29 years average age. US is 38 with all the immigration, they are 38. Yeah. China is 46. Japan is 53, Germany is 48. Right. So where are the workers in the world? It's Africa or India or the Middle East. These are the three big places where there are very young populations. Right. So that growth from 4 to 10 trillion as we grow, and you grow 6,000-7,000 becomes your per capita with a substantial 100 million odd population earning $20,000. Then it just takes off. We are just sitting right before that. I think next 5 years, you will see that. I'll give you one small, number. 10 years back, all banks put together in India were making 25,000 crores profit. This year, March ended year, we have made 3,71,000 crores profit.
Yeah.
See the order of magnitude change that's happening. So we have to wait the next 5-10 years. You will see that feel good coming across segments as well.
So Indian economy ready to fire on all cylinders, and hopefully, as expected by experts, including Mr. Bagga, the RBI will put in that injection of liquidity. With this, we come to an end of this edition of Looking Forward. Friends, tomorrow 8 p.m. Super Prime Time. Max, be there to join Arnab Goswami. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental. 20 billion, not 20 million, a lot, not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spend $8 million on making mice transgender. And those are better than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
Feel good. Look good. You look good. Well, the prognosis is good. You know, we're working on everything. It's moving along. I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have. We're underway, and all the folks are very optimistic.
And so you've started treatment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Would you be willing to share what exactly that entails?
Yeah, it's all a matter of taking a pill, one particular pill. And for the next 6 weeks, and then another one. Our expectation is we're going to be able to beat this. It's not in any organ. It's my bones are strong.
दीदी मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah leads BJP's election battle in West Bengal, says BJP will come to power with a massive mandate in Bengal in 2026.
मुर्शिदाबाद में अभी हिंसा हुई, बंगाल सरकार के मंत्री इस दंगों में शामिल थे। ये स्टेट स्पॉन्सर दंगा था जिन्होंने हिंदुओं को अन्याय किया है।
Amit Shah launches a blistering attack on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, says Hindus targeted in West Bengal, whereas Mamata is involved in vote bank politics. Heavy rains have triggered flash floods and landslides in Assam, Manipur, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. What we're learning is that at least 22 people have lost their lives. Rescue operation is underway. In a major crackdown on ISI-backed terror networks, Amritsar police has dismantled a terror and extortion module linked to the outfit Babbar Khalsa International. Ukraine drones have attacked more than 40 Russian bomber planes, claims Ukrainian security services. Well, we're starting the bulletin with the breaking news that is coming from Ukraine. Their drones have struck deep inside Russian territory, targeting air bases and destroying more than 40 military aircrafts, is what we're learning. A security official there has confirmed that the attack, saying that the operation, in fact, involved drones transported secretly in containers by trucks, allowing them to reach airfields as far as 4,000 kilometers away from Ukraine. Now, Russia has said, and I quote, "Today, the Kyiv regime carried out a terrorist attack using FPV drones against airfields in Russia." So this is news that is coming from Ukraine. This is in fact a blow to Russia's air fleet. What we are learning, Ukraine claims that they have attacked the airbase of Russia. They have destroyed as many as 40 aircrafts of Russia. On the other hand, Russia has now confirmed the damages. They have said that there was a terror attack by Ukraine. So this is as far as the escalation in Russia as well as Ukraine war is concerned. Both sides are in fact saying this, and this most importantly comes a day before the crucial talks between the two countries, which are to be held in Istanbul. So a day before that, on the eve of those talks, we are witnessing that Russia is in fact, it has also confirmed the damages. It has said that there has been a terror attack by Ukraine. Ukraine says that they have attacked Russia's air fleet. Well, I'm joined by Dr. Sergey Voronov, who's the president of Amicability, and also Ola Vorozibit, who's the journalist based in Ukraine. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. I would go firstly across to Ola. I want to ask you, now this is happening on the eve of the crucial talks tomorrow between Ukraine and Russia. So now the question arrives is, why on this specific eve has this attack been done by Ukraine?
Well, this is indeed a remarkable operation by Ukrainian special forces. And what had happened, so the over 40 Russian strategic bombers were probably strucken by these Ukrainian drones in Russia. And these are exactly those strategic bombers that are bombing Ukrainian civilians every day. Just today in Kyiv, we had over 9 hours of air alert, and Ukraine was also attacked by Ukrainian civilians. This is one of the important thing. We're attacked by Russian drones and also missiles, ballistic missiles. And actually, this is Russia that is escalating over these days before the negotiations. As we, if you were probably following, so previously the number of Russian drones that were attacking Ukraine, and once more, I'd like to underline, Ukrainian civilians were really the biggest in numbers. Now, attacking these strategic bombers will mean that we will probably have less of Russian attacks on Ukraine. And as Russia shows also before tomorrow's negotiations, that they understand only the language of power. So this is the answer, the card. Or I would say the biggest David versus Goliath moment during this war, because I would just frankly, this is the moment that may change the turn of the war. Exactly.
Absolutely. Dr. Sergey, I want to ask you one question. Now, Russia has confirmed the damages. They have called this a terrorist attack. I want to understand from you, from what you're learning, what is the scale of total loss?
Yes, it was just a terrorist attack because we can see and everybody can understand that Ukrainian army cannot achieve success on the battlefield. And this is just a step of a proxy war that will not fundamentally change the course of events, and it will not change, of course, the position of Russian Federation during the Istanbul discussion in Istanbul regarding peace and future of Ukraine. Of course, it's very painful because war is always bring some pain to the nations, both nations. But for my opinion, we can see that this proxy war, actually Ukraine government, they have a lot of very profound advisors from Europe, especially from Great Britain, who can consult them how to do this proxy war. And of course, our position is very open. We only want to bring the justice to the relationships with our countries. Want to support our Russian-speaking population. Want to actually to make the peace on the dharmic level. We follow to dharma some moral principles. That's why for us it's painful, but it cannot change the course of all events.
So, Ms. Ola, you just heard Mr. Sergey. He said that Russia wants peace, and that is everything that they want. How would you respond to this claim?
Look, Russia wants peace, but it attacked Ukraine. It was Russia who first attacked Ukraine and came to us with a full-scale invasion and also with the war in the Donbass. It was Russia which occupied Crimea, and all of these were Russian language of peace. That's really striking to hear this. Actually, Russia during this war, it ruined just some of the towns in the Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk regions, which were mainly Russian-speaking, yes, and they are now totally moved to rubbish because of Russian attacks. So listening about the proxy war is also, frankly, it's funny because what Ukraine used even during this operation, yes, these were homemade drones, actually worth, I don't know, 300 or so. And this was the answer that Ukraine finally come out in the years of war when we were asking for the help, yes, from the other democratic states and defending our country. So sorry, but what Doctor said is just like it's funny, but I wouldn't love. I can say this is a bullshit, frankly, because like my friend's flat in Odessa was attacked by Russian missiles and also by Russian drones. Odessa, which is partially Russian speaking. So what are you talking about? This is I don't know why you are talking this. And why you don't feel any feeling of, I don't know, shame while talking to me and during this speech.
Well, you see, what is important to point here is that this is happening a day before the crucial talks between the two countries. So, Dr. Sergey, I want to ask you, don't you think this would derail the talks between the two countries? How would this pan out tomorrow?
Yes, first of all, I want just slightly response to my colleague. Of course, her speech was very emotional because she has some mental vision and of all these historical events which happened between our countries. But I would like to advise to all colleagues from Republic TV and to all audience very carefully listen and carefully to research interview of our national leader Vladimir Putin to the famous for me is number one journalist from United States, Mr. Carlson. And during this 2 hours interview, our national leader very, very historically, very carefully explained what happened between Ukraine and Russia, how was going on, how East, the collective East, brings this conflict, this deep conflict, especially to destroy our country. And come again to the facts, we should not be so emotional about shame. Of course, I cannot feel shame. I feel only pain, because war is always a very dramatic feel. But come again to the Pakistan and India conflict. We know that because of the policy of Great Britain, they destroyed India, Emperor of India, to the different countries. That's why, and they artificially create this kind of conflicts. The same, they create conflict between two brother countries, between Ukraine and Russia. And I am absolutely sure, like a Russian religious philosopher, that in close future, everybody will be open. All the secrets will be open, and of course will bring peace. But will peace again? I want to repeat this. We will bring peace on the dharmic level. We should follow to the dharma. We should follow to the justice, to all the moral values, because only real believer like our national leader Vladimir Putin can bring real peace, not artificial, but real peace between our countries. And regarding our conversation in Istanbul, you can see our representative and advisor of Vladimir Putin, Mr. Vladimir Medinsky, he mentioned about a lot of historical examples of the even famous British and Germany experts and politicians, how they can understand the spirit of Russia, of Russian civilization. We're a very ancient civilization. We are not just a new country, yes? And we always support all small nations around all the world. We always support culture and tradition. We're givers. Actually, frankly speaking, we're givers. That's why Vladimir Medinsky was very expert, very honest during conversation. And I hope again we'll repeat the same experience. We'll educate representative from Ukraine how to bring real peace between our brother countries.
Claims,
I don't want to be
Dr.
educated.
Sergey, in fact, claims
Sorry,
that
no one
only
needs
Putin
to
can
educate
bring
me.
real peace.
This
How
is
would you
really,
like to
sorry,
respond
but
to this,
inappropriate.
Ola?
Yes, sorry.
I'm asking you, Dr. Sergey says that only Putin can bring real peace. How would you respond to this?
Look, we are experiencing what Putin makes and all his steps for more than 10 years, and in full-scale war for for over 3 years. So this does not look, and you don't need to be any expert or anyone to see that it doesn't look like bringing peace. It looks like making war. And trying to ruin Ukraine as a country, the country with Kyiv as its capital, which was founded much earlier than Russia itself. And you can also research what was on the place of Moscow when Kyiv was a prosperous city. But I don't want to refer to that because neither me nor Vladimir Putin are historians. And if you want to read history, you will find history books which say that what Vladimir Putin said was but once more bullshit. The other thing concerning bringing peace to Ukraine. Peace will come, but it seems that once more, Russia understands the language of war because what they do, they may actually work. Ukraine is open for negotiations, and we were not doing so. We are talking about the operation where Ukraine had finally strategic superiority at that moment, but previous days. This was Russia, which was attacking civilians in Ukraine. Once more, it doesn't look like peace. And then it doesn't look like bringing peace to Ukraine. Ukraine asks about what kind of the points during negotiations we will have. But Russia doesn't present anything. Tomorrow, Ukrainian delegation will come to Istanbul without any idea what they need to negotiate about. And if you want to negotiate any ceasefire or any peace in such a large-scale war, you need to prepare at least. But there is no information. So which language of peace are we talking about? I think that is very clear. So if you just see on how Russia behaves, what is done, and what was first, there is an answer, a loss. For us in Ukraine here, we would love to have peace finally, because it's really difficult not to sleep for, I think, for over a year. Like every day, there are air raid alerts at night in Kyiv, in the center, in the capital of Ukraine. You can't sleep because you either need to follow up what the news and where Russian drones or missiles are going, or so that's the main thing I would say. So if you follow what is going on, and if you follow how Russia behaves, actually Donald Trump, the president of the US, finally said he doesn't know what had happened to Vladimir Putin with his attacks on Ukrainian civilians. I think that is clear. So you don't need to look for an answer, alas.
Absolutely. So it remains to be seen how this drone attack by Ukraine on Russia really affects the talks tomorrow in Istanbul. Thank you, Ola and Dr. Sergey, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, keeping our focus on Russia, today Russia's western Bryansk region faced a tragedy earlier this morning, which occurred from a passenger train being derailed after colliding with a collapsed bridge. What we're learning so far is that 7 people have lost their life and 69 others have been injured. Here's a quick report.
A passenger train collided into a collapsed bridge in Russia's western Bryansk region on Sunday. Based on reports, at least 7 people have died and 69 individuals have been injured, out of which 3 are children and 1 is in a serious condition. 44 people have been hospitalized. The train was going from the town of Klimovo to Moscow. The collision with the bridge occurred in Vyagony-Chisky district's Federal Highway area. The aftermath of the incident displays the intensity of the collapse. The Moscow Railway branch of the Russian Railways has stated that the collapse may have occurred due to illegal interference with the transport operations. 180 personnel are involved in operations to rescue the victims. The search continued throughout the night.
Shifting our focus to the state of West Bengal, Home Minister Amit Shah today addressed a massive rally in West Bengal ahead of the 2026 assembly elections. He said that BJP will come to power in Bengal with a massive mandate. He also launched a blistering attack on TMC, claiming that Mamata Banerjee and her party are involved in appeasement politics, whereas Hindus are being targeted in the state under Chief Minister's watch. Listen in.
हर क्षेत्र में सालों तक बंगाल ने भारत का नेतृत्व करा और वही बंगाल में कई सालों तक कम्युनिस्टों का शासन रहा और उसके बाद मां माटी मानुष का नारा देकर ममता दीदी आई और उन्होंने ये महान बंगभूमि को आज घुसपैठ, भ्रष्टाचार, स्त्रियों पर अत्याचार, अपराध, बम धमाके और हिंदुओं के साथ दुराचार का केंद्र बनाकर रख दिया है। दुराचार का केंद्र बना, भाइयों बहनों, यही बंगाल में चुनावी हिंसा सेशन के बाद, जब टीआर सेशन सीईसी बने उसके बाद पूरे देश में चुनावी हिंसा बंद हो गई। मगर ये बंगाल है जिसमें चुनाव के वक्त और दीदी को विजय मिलने के बाद सैकड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता है। दीदी, कब तक बचाओगी उनको? मेरी बात सुन लो, आपका समय अब समाप्त हो गया है। 26 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली, और मैं सारे हजारों की संख्या में बैठे हुए मेरे मंडल के पदाधिकारियों को ये वादा करना चाहता हूं कि यहां तृणमूल की सरकार जाते ही हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के हत्या के अपराधियों को जमीन में गाड़ा है तो भी बाहर निकालकर सजा करने का काम करें। लोकतंत्र के अंदर हिंसा कभी शोभा नहीं देती है। दीदी, हिम्मत हो तो हिंसा के बगैर, रैगिंग के बगैर चुनाव कराकर देखो। आपकी खुद की जमानत ये बंगाल की जनता जब्त कर लेगी। वोट बैंक की तुष्टीकरण ने वोट बैंक के लिए पतन की सीमा ये ममता बनर्जी ने पार कर दी। अभी कुछ दिन पहले पहलगांव में पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों ने हमारे निर्दोष नागरिकों को, यात्रिकों को धर्म पूछ कर परिवार के सामने मार दिया। मुझे बताओ बंगाल वालों, वो पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों को सजा देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, देनी चाहिए या नहीं देनी चाहिए? मोदी जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर किया, ठीक किया या नहीं किया? भाइयों बहनों, हमने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करी, एयर स्ट्राइक करी, और अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर 100 किलोमीटर अंदर जाकर उनके हेडक्वार्टर को ध्वस्त कर दिया। सैकड़ों आतंकवादी मौत के घाट उतार दिए गए, और दीदी के पेट में दर्द होता है। दीदी, इतना दर्द बंगाल का यात्री जब वहां मारे गए तब किया होता तो ठीक था। उस वक्त कुछ नहीं बोला, और मोदी जी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर कर यहां आए तो एक घटिया सा राजनीतिक बयान देकर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का विरोध किया। मैं आज ममता दीदी को कहने आया हूं, आपने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का विरोध नहीं किया। आपने इस देश की करोड़ों माताओं बहनों की भावनाओं के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है, खिलवाड़ किया। और मैं बंगाल की मातृशक्ति को भी अपील करने आया हूं, आने वाले चुनाव में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर सवाल उठाने वाली ममता जी को सिंदूर की कीमत बंगाल की माताएं बहनें जरा समझा दे, सिंदूर का अपमान करने का क्या मतलब होता है। भाइयों बहनों, 1990 से ये देश आतंकवाद झेलता है। 40,000 से ज्यादा लोग आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़ गए। ये कांग्रेस की सरकारें, यूपीए की सरकारें, इंडिया अलायंस की सरकारें, जिसमें ममता बनर्जी भी मंत्री थी, कुछ नहीं करती थी। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार आने के बाद गोली का जवाब गोले से देने की शुरुआत नरेंद्र मोदी ने। और ममता जी, आप जितना पक्ष लेना है उतना पाक प्रेरित आतंकवादियों का पक्ष ले लो। मैं बताकर जाता हूं, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर समाप्त नहीं हुआ है। अब कोई भी हिमाकत करेगा तो उसको उतनी ही मजबूती के साथ जवाब देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, आगामी चुनाव में यहां बैठे हुए सभी मंडल के पदाधिकारियों का मेरा विनती है कि बंगाल का चुनाव सिर्फ बंगाल का भविष्य नहीं तय करता है। बंगाल का चुनाव देश की सुरक्षा के साथ जुड़ा हुआ चुनाव, क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी ने हमारे देश की सीमाओं को बांग्लादेशियों के लिए खुला कर दिया है। इनके आशीर्वाद से घुसपैठ हो रही है। मुझे बताओ मित्रों, घुसपैठ रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? जोर से बोलो, रोकनी चाहिए या नहीं रोकनी चाहिए? क्या दीदी रोक सकती है? जोर से बोलो, रोक सकती है? ये भाईपो रोक सकते हैं क्या? घुसपैठ केवल और केवल कमल फूल की सरकार रोक सकती है। तृणमूल के सांसद मुझे संसद में पूछ रहे थे कि बीएसएफ क्या कर रही है। अरे ममता दीदी, हमने आपसे भूमि मांगी है, पूरी भूमि दे दो, बाढ़ को समाप्त हो जाने दो। एक परिंदा भी पैर नहीं मार पाएगा, परिंदा भी पैर नहीं। आप जानबूझकर बॉर्डर पर भूमि नहीं देते हो क्योंकि घुसपैठ चलती रहे, आपकी वोट बैंक बढ़ती रहे और आपके बाद आपका भतीजा भी मुख्यमंत्री बनता रहे। भाइयों बहनों, ये होने वाला नहीं।
Now shifting our focus to Manipur, Imphal is witnessing a flood-like situation in several areas after relentless rainfall leading to severe waterlogging at several places is what we're learning. Roads were submerged, disrupting daily life of people and causing distress to residents trying to navigate the inundated paths. Now rescue operations are underway in full swing in Manipur. Here's a quick report.
The relentless downpour has thrown daily life out of gear, with traffic movement affected and residents facing difficulties in reaching offices, schools and markets. Low-lying areas in and around the city were the worst affected as stormwater drainage systems failed to cope with the volume of rainwater. Indian Army, Assam Rifles, government officials, Manipur Fire Services and local volunteers are carrying out rescue operations in the flood-affected areas in Imphal.
We were closely monitoring the situation as soon as the rains started becoming severe, and since also we were adequately prepared, we had carried out joint trainings and the coordination with civil administration. So as the news of waterlogging and emerging floods reached us, we quickly responded along with the Assam Rifle columns, and we reached affected areas, and we had started these operations yesterday, so it is now continuous 48 hours, and our troops are committed on ground trying to reach out people and help them out and evacuate them to safer places.
In many places, homes and shops experienced water seepage, forcing residents to use makeshift measures to protect their belongings. The India Meteorological Department said that rainfall, thunderstorms and gusty winds are likely over northwest India for the next 4 to 5 days due to the western disturbance. Heavy rains were also predicted for Assam, Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Mizoram and Tripura during the next 7 days.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion, and then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental. 20 billion, not 20 million, a lot, not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spend $8 million on making mice transgender. And those are better than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the DOGE cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste in the months to come. We want to get our great big beautiful bill finished and done. After that, we put some of this into the bill, but most of it's going to come later. We're going to have it cauterized by Congress, affirmed by Congress. Now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India and Pakistan from fighting. I believe that could have turned out into a nuclear disaster. And I want to thank the leaders of India, the leaders of Pakistan, and I want to thank my people also. We talked trade, and we said we can't trade with people that are shooting at each other and potentially using nuclear weapons. And they're great leaders in those countries, and they understood and they agreed, and that all stopped. And we're stopping others from fighting also, because ultimately we can fight better than anybody. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest leaders in the world. We put one of them in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as you know, General Raisin Kane, and we wiped out ISIS, completely wiped out ISIS in 3 weeks. They said it would take 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. And that's the way it is, but we don't want to have to use our military. We want to be peace through strength when we can. They want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I could tell you what they did wrong. I could tell you every one of their programs when they say men playing in women's sports. I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free, but I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20, they're 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. They wish they were 80-20. So honored that we got that ridiculous stay lifted, because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, would have left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously, viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to Congress and try and get hundreds of people to agree on something, that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract their powers, you wouldn't have a country left. We have to act fast. We have to be fast and nimble, as they say. And that was a really great moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted. And hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle. Because if we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer. Great leaders of the other two that we just mentioned, they all said the same thing, that the United States is the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we thought it was dead. It was like a dead country. And it would have been a dead country if we didn't have the right result on November 5th. There would have been a horrible, horrible situation was going on with the borders, with transgender for everyone, men playing in women's sports, and so much more. But they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world. And then I played that little clip because I was one person who's respected, or two people, because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man. But that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing. They've been doing it for a long time.
Feeling good. Look good. You look good. Well, the progress is good. We're working on everything. It's moving along. I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have. We're underway, and all the folks are very optimistic.
And so you've started treatment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Would you be willing to share what exactly that entails?
It's all a matter of taking a pill, one particular pill. And for the next 6 weeks, and then another one. And the expectation is we're going to be able to beat this. It's not in any organ. It's my bones are strong. I haven't penetrated, so I'm feeling good.
I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime. Not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people. I think it's very sad, actually. I'm surprised that it wasn't, the public wasn't notified a long time ago, because to get to stage 9, that's a long time. I just had my physical. You saw that. You saw the results of that particular test. I think that test is standard to pretty much anybody getting a physical, good physical. We had the doctors at the White House and over at Walter Reed, which is a fantastic hospital. I did a very complete physical, including cognitive tests. I'm proud to announce I aced it. Got them all. I got them all right. You proud of me? Yes. Your husband would be proud of me for getting them all right. It's a little risk. If I didn't get them all right, these people would be after me. It would be not a good situation. But I think, frankly, anybody running for president should take a cognitive test. They say it's unconstitutional, but I would say in that particular case, having a cognitive test wouldn't be so bad. But when you take tests, medical, as a male, that test is very standard. I don't know if it's given to everybody, but it's given just about. And it takes a long time to get to that situation. Now, I think, to get to a stage 9, I think that if you take a look, it's the same doctor that said that Joe was cognitively fine. There was nothing wrong with him. Well, he said, if it's the same doctor, he said there was nothing wrong there.